Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Funeral. Thea, dear, we're going to attend the funeral. Get ready, we'll be waiting for you downstairs. The middle-aged woman finished speaking with a sob, covering her mouth as she walked out of the room. Okay, Mom, I'll be right there. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Thea Queen watched her mother's figure disappear from view, her mind swirling with thoughts. It had been 3 days since she had crossed over, or rather, merged, and she was gradually coming to terms with her new identity. She had gone from being a relatively successful young woman to a young lady from a wealthy family that had suffered a tragic misfortune. Her past life, let's call it that for now, felt like fragments of a movie constantly replaying in her mind: birth, schooling, graduation, marriage, and so on. It all seemed both real and illusory, evoking neither joy nor resentment. She viewed it all from an outsider's perspective, calm and detached. What was her original name again? She couldn't remember. Compared to the memories of her past life, her current physical and emotional state was largely dominated by Thea's original feelings: sorrow, grief, and despair. From now on, she was, and would only be, Thea. Ignoring the black dress, she thought that although her original consciousness still held sway, she remained resistant to women's clothing. Instead, she put on the white tank top, black suit pants, and black mid-heel shoes her mother had prepared. Thankfully, Thea was still a minor. Having to wear high heels for such a solemn occasion would have been a disaster. She tidied her hair in front of the mirror. Thea had thick, dark brown hair, very fair skin, and light green eyes. Her calm gaze still held a trace of sorrow for the loss of her loved ones. On the first day after the merger, after watching the news, she had confirmed her situation. This was a world similar to the Arrow TV series, or perhaps it wasn't. There was too little information to determine the exact circumstances. She had watched parts of the series in her past life. If she wasn't mistaken, she was now the sister of the Green Arrow, the protagonist, a rebellious, unruly, and unreasonable problem teenager. Picking up her handbag, she walked down the stairs. Fortunately, at this point, Thea was still in her well-behaved phase and hadn't yet picked up a host of bad habits after the loss of her loved ones. The fusion of two souls had resulted in mental strength surpassing that of an ordinary person. This mental strength feedbacked back to her body, and despite being a frail 15-year-old girl, her steps were firm. She walked to her mother, Moira Queen, and said softly, "Let's go, Mom." Moira didn't speak but simply held Thea close as the two silently entered the car. Robert Queen, born in 1958, died in 2007, at the age of 51. He was an outstanding entrepreneur in our star city, a mentor and friend to us all. His passing has left us without a great father and a sincere friend. Oliver Queen, born in 1985, died in 2007, at the age of 22. He was a child of our star city, a gift from God. Listening to the pastor's eulogy, Thea's thoughts drifted. The pastor was effusive in his praise for her father, Robert, but had little to say about her brother, only offering a few brief words. To be fair, her brother really didn't have any notable achievements to speak of. He was promiscuous, unfaithful, and irresponsible. His only redeeming quality was his good looks. But who would have thought that the saintly father would sow the seeds of disaster for this city, while in the critical moment, it was the prodigal son who ended up saving everyone. The loss of her loved ones still saddened Thea deeply. She covered her mouth to keep from crying out. Although she knew her brother wasn't actually dead, her adopted father, who had always treated her as his own, had truly passed away. Yes, treated as his own, how ironic. She wasn't actually a biological child of the Queen family. Her father had always known the truth but had treated her as his own daughter without a hint of dissatisfaction. Reason could no longer suppress the surge of emotion. Thea leaned on her mother's shoulder and burst into tears. "Dear, cry, let it all out," Moira said softly, gently stroking Thea's hair. Soon after, the funeral ended. 2 empty caskets were buried in the Queen family cemetery. "My condolences, Moira." "My condolences, Thea." A stern-looking, well-dressed middle-aged man was the first to approach them, speaking calmly. Upon seeing him, Thea immediately recognized him as her biological father, Malcolm Merlin. This man was a thoroughgoing conspirator and schemer. The shipwreck of the Queen's Gambit was entirely his doing, making him the ultimate villain of the first season of Arrow. Outwardly, he appeared cultured and refined, seemingly weak and incapable, but in reality, he was highly skilled in martial arts. Known as the Dark Archer, he was proficient in archery, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat. In the first season, he beat the Green Arrow to a pulp twice. Moreover, he had a strong presence, remaining active throughout the first 4 seasons of Arrow. Thea had crossed over before the 5th season finished, so she didn't know what happened then, but given his survival skills, it was unlikely he died. From his portrayal in the series, although he was incredibly sinister, he still loved his children. Perhaps she could learn martial arts from him. In the original plot, Thea received training from Malcolm in the 3rd season and became the Green Arrow's sidekick, Speedy. Could she accelerate this process? Thea felt very insecure now. Although there were still 5 years until the main plot began, and Oliver was still stranded on Lienyu fishing, she had spotted a striking name on the guest list, Wayne Enterprises. If she remembered correctly, that was Batman's company. What kind of world had she landed in? She wasn't sure if Malcolm currently knew she was his daughter. Moira, as her mother, definitely knew, but would she tell Malcolm? What was the situation in the series? Thea couldn't recall. Malcolm was no saint. If he didn't know the truth and she approached him, it could end disastrously, even cost her life. At the same time, Thea's own heart resisted the idea of acknowledging Malcolm as her father. After all, he was responsible for her adoptive father's death and caused her half-brother to wander for 5 years, suffering both physically and mentally. Although this was the price of becoming a hero, the cost was too high. Since she had no good ideas for now, she could only set the thought aside for the time being. She stood silently beside Moira, watching her mother express gratitude to each guest offering condolences. Moira was such a complex woman. She knew about Malcolm's plans all along. Did she not love her family? The evidence showed that she had invested all her emotions into this family, willing to give up her career and even her life for her children. Yet, she had stood by and allowed the shipwreck that claimed her husband and son. The remorse and regret she showed after the incident seemed genuine. It was truly contradictory. Perhaps it could only be described as an ostrich mentality, as long as it didn't happen right in front of her, she could feel somewhat better. Maybe Malcolm had exploited this very psychology of hers. Thea, let me introduce you. This is Walter Steele, your father's right-hand man. Moira introduced the bald black man in front of them. According to the plot, this man would become her stepfather in the coming years. Thea remained aloof, nodding faintly without saying a word. Her feelings toward Moira were now ambiguous, not intimate, but not distant either. She neither opposed nor supported her mother finding another man. Perhaps this was the original Thea's attitude as well. Chapter 2, Malcolm Merlyn. Thea maintained a cold expression toward everyone who came to offer condolences, largely because she didn't recognize most of them and had no memories of them at all. It was clear that the original Thea had very few connections with these families. No one found it strange, after all, she was a 15-year-old girl who had just lost her father and brother. It would be normal for her to look distraught. If she had been greeting everyone cheerfully, that would have been more concerning. Thea, my condolences, a young man said, ignoring her icy demeanor and patting her shoulder. He was the only young person Thea recognized at the event, her brother Oliver's close friend, Tommy Merlyn. He was Malcolm Merlyn's son, his only son, and biologically, her half-brother. It was almost amusing. Oliver and Tommy, one was her half-brother from the same mother but different fathers, the other from the same father but different mothers. The relationships were truly complicated. Given their unique connection, Thea nodded slightly and replied softly, "Thank you." Tommy was genuinely grief-stricken, immersed in profound sorrow. He had grown up in the Queen family and regarded Robert and Oliver as his father and brother. Their deaths had left him heartbroken. Among the hundreds of people present, everyone appeared sorrowful, but only 2.5 people were truly grieving, Tommy, Moira, and Thea, who, knowing Oliver was still alive, could only count as half. Giving Tommy a light hug, Thea didn't linger in the crowd and instead walked back to the car alone. Seeing her return to the car, Moira soon extricated herself from the crowd. The two returned to the Queen mansion in silence. Thea declined Moira's suggestion of sharing a bed for comfort and retreated to her room alone. With 5 years until the main plot began, she knew she shouldn't waste this time. This world was far too dangerous. Throughout the Arrow series, the storyline repeatedly involved someone close to Oliver being kidnapped, followed by him heroically rescuing them. The cycle continued for 5 seasons, a ridiculous plot. Moreover, that was the story after the Green Arrow returned. What about before his return? There was a 5-year vacuum. Right now, she was the sole heir to Queen Consolidated. Kidnapping and extortion were all too common. The bodyguards employed by the Queen family were as useless as ever. The strongest among them was likely John Diggle, but even he was mocked by the League of Assassins as being at a kindergarten level. Most critically, would Malcolm Merlyn, the master schemer, covet the Queen family's vast fortune? Theoretically, if he married Moira and then eliminated her, the entire fortune would fall into his hands. Thea estimated that if he didn't know she was his daughter, there was a 70 to 80% chance he would make a move. The irony of being killed by her biological father, who remained unaware of their relationship, would be too tragic. In the original plot, Thea had spiraled into self-destruction after the deaths of her father and brother. Malcolm might have abandoned any plans to seize the fortune outright, perhaps out of pity or disdain. But now, Thea had no intention of touching drugs or engaging in promiscuity. The influence of her past life soul made the very thought of men repulsive. If Malcolm were to see her stepping up confidently to inherit Queen Consolidated, what would he think? Putting herself in his shoes, would she make a move? Absolutely. Rubbing her temples, Thea grew increasingly anxious about her predicament. It was only then she realized that Moira's constant networking at the funeral might have been an attempt to secure protectors for them. She was a great yet pitiable mother. Subconsciously, Moira didn't realize Malcolm might harm his own biological daughter because she didn't understand his true nature. He was a wolf, a beast that devoured people. In his eyes, there were no friends, only living enemies and dead ones. In the series, Oliver opposed him multiple times, and Malcolm even admitted that Oliver was like a son to him. Yet, when this so-called son stood in his way, Malcolm showed no mercy. Even Thea, his biological daughter, was manipulated and betrayed repeatedly. Fortunately, Malcolm was currently at the peak of his power. As long as she didn't interfere with his plans, he likely wouldn't target her, but only if he knew she was his daughter. Learning martial arts suddenly seemed less urgent. Survival was the priority. Did he know the truth? The question gave Thea a headache. After pondering half the night, she finally fell asleep in the early hours, only to dream of the epic battle between Superman and Batman in Dawn of Justice, where she died like an insignificant ant amid the chaos. Waking up in a cold sweat, Thea couldn't fall back asleep. She lay in a daze until Moira called her for breakfast. "Oh, Thea, you look so pale. Should we see a doctor?" Moira hugged her, concern evident in her voice. "It's nothing, Mom. I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll lie down again later." During breakfast, Tommy dropped by to join them. He had spent more time at the Queen house than his own. Watching him chat familiarly with her, Thea suddenly realized where her breakthrough lay, with Tommy. Her mother already knew the truth, so there was no need to test her. The key was to find out whether Malcolm knew. If she acted affectionately toward Tommy in front of him and he knew the truth, he would undoubtedly try to stop her. Although being close to a man made her uncomfortable, it was the only way now. Fortunately, she was already familiar with Tommy, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. For the sake of survival, she had to endure it. In the original plot, Thea had harbored some feelings for Tommy. Thankfully, the writers had enough sense not to pursue such an unnatural storyline. Unaware of the truth, Tommy had firmly rejected Thea, insisting they were like siblings, which, biologically, they were. The fact that it didn't turn into an American version of Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing was a relief. Over the next few days, Thea behaved normally in front of Moira but grew increasingly close to Tommy in private. On one hand, it was to attract the big boss's attention, on the other, it was to use Tommy as a shield to prevent the big boss from targeting her. Well, both strategies were aimed at dealing with Malcolm. There was no other choice, he was the hidden ruler of Star City. If she wanted to survive and thrive, she needed his acquiescence. Fortunately, she was his daughter, an unchangeable fact. As long as the truth was clear, her position would be as solid as a rock. No one around her interfered with her neutral attire of suit pants and shirts, assuming it was a temporary reaction to the trauma and that she would eventually return to normal. In reality, Thea had already stuffed all her short skirts and high heels into the deepest corners of her closet. She didn't know about the future, but at least for now, she had no intention of wearing them again. It had to be said that Tommy was a truly good friend. Despite Thea clinging to him daily, he never grew impatient, believing she was deeply traumatized and constantly trying to cheer her up in various ways, even neglecting his official girlfriend, Laurel Lance. Chapter 3, Revealing the Truth. Tommy had been living an exhausting schedule lately. During the day, he accompanied Thea all over the city, and at night, he engaged in strenuous physical activities with Laurel. He no longer had the energy for bars or nightclubs. Perhaps because Oliver had once cheated on Laurel with her own sister, Laurel, driven by a mix of resentment and the desire for revenge, had fallen into Tommy's arms after just a few sweet words from him. In Western culture, there's hardly any concept of "don't covet your friend's woman." Haven't you seen how, in the original plot, even John Diggle, the loyal and kind-hearted ally of Green Arrow, almost ended up with his deceased brother's widow? He practically made his own nephew call him Dad. And our so-called heroic Green Arrow didn't think there was anything wrong with that, he even cheered his friend on. So while Tommy did mourn his friend's death, he felt no psychological burden about dating his friend's ex. After all, Laurel was the future Black Canary, fiery and tireless when things got wild. After several days of intense exercise, Tommy had visibly lost weight. Thea more or less understood what was happening, but she despised the hypocrisy of someone who mourned a dead friend while simultaneously sleeping with his ex. So, seeing that Tommy wasn't about to collapse, she kept dragging him around the city every day, determined to make sure Malcolm would hear about it if he had even one informant in town. Today, Thea had traded her usual suit for a sleeveless tank top. The weather was getting hotter, and she had accepted showing her arms. Staring at the modest curve of her chest, she had to face a harsh truth: she would never be a man again. Fortunately, her current body wasn't overly busty, barely a B-cup. It might grow a bit more in the future, but it would stay within normal limits. At least she wouldn't be giving people nosebleeds during martial arts training. What a relief. If she'd been saddled with 2 giant basketballs, she'd have had to give up combat training altogether. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, she pulled herself from her thoughts and opened the door, only to find a middle-aged man standing there. "Hey, Thea. Looks like you're recovering well," the man said with a slight smile that barely softened his otherwise stern expression. Finally, the big boss himself. Thea had been running herself ragged with Tommy all over the city just to draw him out. Sometimes she even wondered if Malcolm was still in town or off scheming somewhere else. She had rehearsed this moment countless times. Taking a breath, she replied evenly, "Good morning, Uncle Malcolm." The greeting was perfectly natural, matching the history between their families. Malcolm didn't say much, only nodded with a faint smile as Thea stepped aside to let him in. The moment of truth had come. Pretending to watch TV, she secretly observed him out of the corner of her eye as he entered her mother's room. Then she grabbed a teacup and crept closer, barefoot, pressing her ear to the door. She wasn't sure how advanced Malcolm's martial arts were, or how much he'd learned from Ra's al Ghul, so she had to be careful not to get caught. "Hey, Moira, you look stunning," Malcolm said cheerfully. For a man who hadn't smiled since his wife's death, this was about as good a mood as he could show. "Mr. Merlin, what are you doing here?" Moira's voice was wary. Every previous meeting between them had taken place on some deserted road or hillside. This formal visit was highly unusual. "Heh." Malcolm chuckled, pouring himself a drink instead of answering. "You know, Moira," he said, "aside from my late wife, you're one of the few women who can still captivate me. I actually planned to marry you, but, haha, I've discovered something quite interesting." Moira ignored his mention of marriage, staring at him intently. "What is it?" "Our deal is complete. You can't interfere in my life anymore." Malcolm's smile thinned. "What do you think of Tommy and Thea? Isn't it perfect? You have only a daughter, I have only a son. There are no obstacles left. Merlin Global and Queen Consolidated could unite, completely." Outside the door, Thea froze. So, Malcolm didn't know the truth. Her mother hadn't told him. Beautiful women truly are master deceivers, she thought. My mother's a real expert at manipulation. No matter how cunning men think they are, they always end up being the ones in the dark. Hearing that proposal, Moira snapped. No. Absolutely not. Such a fierce reaction caught Malcolm off guard. No one, not since Ra's al Ghul, who had once scared him so badly he'd wet his pants, had ever dared raise their voice to him. If he'd had his bow with him, he might have shot an arrow on the spot. Realizing she'd gone too far, Moira tried to regain her composure, though her glare remained sharp. "No. I won't agree to that. My requests are not up for debate, Moira Queen." Whatever tenderness he'd once felt was gone. When it came to standoffs, Malcolm Merlin never backed down. Outside, Thea knew the real drama was about to start. She raised her teacup a little higher, ready for the classic TV moment when someone drops a cup in shock. "Let's hope the wooden floor doesn't ruin the effect," she thought. "Please don't make me look stupid in front of the villain." "Let me explain," Moira stammered, shaken by Malcolm's piercing stare. Flustered, she grabbed the bottle and gulped down a drink, desperately searching for the right words. Noticing her strange behavior, Malcolm's instincts kicked in. Years of training under Ra's al Ghul, a man who had lived for centuries, had honed his perception to a razor's edge. He sat back, waiting. Moira's mind raced. Why was she so opposed to this marriage? She had already silently sent her husband and son to their deaths. What reason could she possibly give now? If she refused, Malcolm might turn his wrath on Thea. That would be true tragedy. After much inner struggle, she realized the secret that had once belonged to 2 people was now hers alone. Revealing it would make it a secret shared by 2 again, and that she could live with. As long as Thea never learned the truth. "Thea is your daughter." She whispered it, then sank into the sofa, closing her eyes as though a great weight had finally lifted. Outside the door, Thea couldn't see Malcolm's face. Worried he might not have heard clearly, she decided to act. She dropped the teacup, thud. A dull sound. Damn wooden floors. No satisfying crash at all. Hopefully, Malcolm wasn't about to calculate the drop height and impact force like some kind of physics detective. After all, he was the Dark Archer, not Detective Conan. Hearing the sound, Malcolm, ever the elite assassin, reacted instantly. Though his mind was reeling, his body moved on reflex. He rushed to the door, yanked it open, and there stood Thea, feigning confusion. For once, even a seasoned villain like him was stunned, caught between fury, shock, and sheer embarrassment. Chapter 4, Getting Drunk. Seeing Thea standing before him with a blank expression, even Malcolm, who'd handled countless tricky situations, had no idea what to say to ease the unbearable awkwardness. The usually smooth-tongued man couldn't utter a single word, silently cursing English for its pitifully limited vocabulary. He wanted to ask if Thea had come up because of something she'd heard, but one look at her vacant eyes told him everything. Even a fool would know she'd overheard what she shouldn't have. Regret surged through him. Why on earth had he rushed to the Queen household today to propose? If only he'd done his homework properly. With his resources, uncovering the truth beforehand would have been child's play. Now he was stuck in this unspeakably awkward mess. Thea, meanwhile, finally felt her life was safe enough to make her exit. Keeping that dazed look on her face was starting to make her muscles stiff. She tried squeezing out a tear or two, but with zero acting experience, nothing came out. All she managed was a sharp sniff before turning on her heel and bolting. Thea. Moira's voice cracked behind her, raw with anguish. For the woman who had loved her with all her heart, Thea could only whisper an apology deep inside, "I'm sorry. I'll find a way to make it up to you someday." Out the door she went, straight into a luxurious bar, the perfect stage for Act 2 of A Runaway Daughter, Getting Drunk. She wasn't the least bit worried about her safety. A place this fancy had to be connected to Malcolm somehow. It was the shady little bars that were dangerous. Sure enough, her hunch was spot on, the bar was run by one of Malcolm's loyal men. When the boss got a call from Malcolm himself telling him to take good care of the girl, he nearly had a heart attack. He barked orders left and right, summoning a few burly, scar-faced bodyguards to form a human wall around Thea, facing outward, of course, lest they scare her. He even told the DJ to switch to a softer, romantic track. The DJ was baffled but knew better than to argue. If customers didn't like it, too bad, today the boss didn't care about business. He was already on the phone calling every friend and relative he could think of, dragging them over to keep the atmosphere up, swaying wildly to gentle love songs like it was a rock concert. "Boss, what should we serve that chick?" the bartender shouted, hurrying over. "Show some respect." "That's lady." "Say it again," the boss snarled, eyes bulging. The bartender blinked. Did he forget his meds again? But seeing that the boss looked ready to bite, he quickly bowed his head. "Yes, boss." "What should we serve the lady?" That question actually stumped the man. "Strong liquor." She'd be out cold after 2 glasses, easy to handle, sure, but if the big boss found out he'd let her drink like that, he might end up cemented under a bridge somewhere. A convenient short-term fix leading to a very permanent problem. Something mild, then. That meant he'd have to babysit her all night, and with a face like hers, beautiful, though still a bit young and unpolished, she'd attract trouble for sure. America might not have much else, but it had no shortage of troublemakers. Hell, 4 million roughnecks went to war back in the day, you could call half of them thugs. And, looking at her features and fair hair, she even resembled Malcolm a little. After thinking it through, he decided to play it safe. He'd keep watch himself tonight. His friendly match with his mistress could wait. He also told his men to arm up, if any idiot enemies showed up, they were to take care of it outside. The young lady inside was not to be disturbed under any circumstance. One of his goons, seeing how anxious the boss was, whispered, "Boss, who is she?" The boss had no idea who exactly Thea was, Malcolm's tone alone had been enough to terrify him. But there was no need to explain. He muttered, "She's my mother." What the hell? The goon thought, his mind spinning. First he goes manic, now he's calling a teenage girl his mom. Time to polish my resume and find a new job. Unaware of the chaos she'd caused, Thea kept drinking, lost in thought. Her plan had worked perfectly, she was safe, for now. Time to think ahead, how to get stronger. People always said, the poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. As the sole heir to both Queen Industries and Merlin Group, she definitely wasn't poor, but even modern tech wasn't close to Tony Stark's level. Malcolm had built his fortune through power and combat training, and even Batman's high-tech arsenal always came down to a good old-fashioned brawl. Only Adam seemed to rely on a suit, but his was still primitive, more like Ant-Man's than Iron Man's. And even Tony Stark had trained his body, you saw him in Civil War, trading punches with the Winter Soldier barehanded. And the Winter Soldier's combat level was roughly equal to her dear brother Oliver Queen's. So in the end, it all circled back, she needed to train. But not like Oliver. The thought of covering 20% of her body in scars, suffering second-degree burns, and enduring 18 fractures was not her idea of beauty. According to Barry Allen's girlfriend, Oliver's arms were twice her size. No, that path was definitely not for her. Maybe she could just focus on archery, skip the hand-to-hand stuff. She could ask Malcolm if there were ways to train without bulking up, assuming he'd even teach her. Thinking of archery made her think of Oliver again. Her brother should be on Lianyu right now, catching birds with Yao Fei. That guy was a character, his English was fine, yet he insisted on speaking Mandarin to Oliver, leaving the poor man utterly confused. His favorite line. Survive. Survive. The thought made her chuckle, but she suddenly sensed someone watching. The laugh froze halfway into a strained, bitter smile. That moment was caught perfectly by the bar owner, a one-time romantic himself. To an outsider, it looked like a young runaway girl drinking in silence, a touch of melancholy in her smile as she thought of all the things she couldn't say. Chapter 5, Father and Daughter. When Malcolm received the photo from his men showing Thea drinking alone, frustration welled up in him. Deep down, he had always cared about that girl. From the moment she was born, when their eyes first met, he had been quietly watching her grow. And now, at last, he understood the reason behind that inexplicable attention. The instant Moira spoke, he knew, no tests, no proof required. Years of life and death experience had honed his instincts, and they told him beyond doubt, she was his daughter. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he looked out over the night skyline of Star City. The sight that usually stirred endless thoughts now seemed utterly dull. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one go. Irritated and restless, he wanted to find someone to fight just to vent, but a quick look around reminded him, he was already the undisputed king of Star City. The Green Arrow was still stuck on that godforsaken island. Maybe he could head over to Gotham for some excitement. No, bad idea. Malcolm knew exactly where he stood. In Star City, he was untouchable. In good old rough Gotham, he'd be barely above average, and with the Batman around, the son-in-law even Ra's al Ghul admired, picking a fight there was pure suicide. While he was still brooding, his phone rang. It was the bar owner. Boss, that lady you mentioned, she's drunk, the man said nervously, still unsure what to call her. Watch her. Make sure nothing happens. And tell your men, no one, and I mean no one, is to lay a finger on her. Got it. Malcolm barked into the phone. Why yes, sir. The bar owner stammered, promising to carry out the order to the letter. The command was clear enough, don't touch a finger. Which, obviously, applied to the men. He didn't have telekinesis, someone still had to move the girl. So he chased all the rough guys far away, as if their mere presence polluted the air, and told two of his mistresses to carry Thea into an unused guest room. They were to stay inside, tend to her, fetch towels, pour water, whatever she needed. The owner then dragged a big chair to the door, sat down, pulled out his handgun, and began checking it with grim determination, like a loyal guard ready to stay awake all night outside his lord's tent. Malcolm, watching from a rooftop, felt reasonably satisfied with the man's loyalty. He knew his underlings too well, if anything happened after too much drinking, he'd regret it for life. Hanging up, he didn't bother with a car. Instead, he donned his League of Assassins gear, slung his bow across his back, and vaulted across rooftops toward the bar. If some idiot dared cause trouble tonight, he was in just the right mood to put an arrow through their skull. In truth, Thea wasn't completely drunk, she still had a sliver of awareness left. Seeing everyone around her acting like she was under siege, she relaxed a little. When two women helped her into a bedroom, she finally drifted off into a deep sleep. Ugh, her head was pounding. So it was true, even the finest liquor still led to hangovers. Rubbing her temples, Thea sat up and realized her clothes were perfectly intact, not even her shoelaces undone. She had to admit, her cheap dad sure knew how to keep his men in line. Do you need anything, miss? The two women who'd stayed up all night rushed over, still groggy but eager to play the part of attentive handmaids. Thea pointed to one of them. Get me some water. The woman's face was caked in makeup, her chest stuffed like a pair of bowling balls. She hadn't even changed her heels, clacking noisily across the floor. Thea found it irritating just listening to her walk. The other woman helped her wash her face and comb her hair. Once Thea confirmed nothing seemed out of place, she strode confidently out of the bar. A car was already waiting outside, one of Malcolm's men held the door open and asked for directions. Queen Manor, she said coolly. As for the bill. She'd completely forgotten, and honestly, she had bigger things on her mind. The bar staff, meanwhile, watched her car disappear 2 miles down the road before the boss finally stopped waving goodbye. No one dared mention money, everyone there was smart enough to know better. Oh, darling, you're finally home. Moira cried the moment Thea stepped inside. Before Thea could say a word, her mother threw her arms around her, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mother was such a paradoxical woman. Her influence wasn't as extensive as Malcolm's, but she wasn't the type to work with small-time players either. When she later ran for mayor, her power and connections were clear for all to see. She must have known Thea spent the night at the bar, there was no way she didn't, but her worry and affection now were genuine, not an act. Sighing softly, Thea patted her mother's back. "Mom, I'm fine. I just need a little time alone. I'm going to rest." Back in her room, she changed into pajamas and collapsed onto the bed. She hadn't slept well at the bar, afraid she'd talk in her sleep and reveal something dangerous. The past day had been a blur of half-truths and half-acting, and even her resilient mind was worn out. But the mission was complete. In gaming terms, she'd successfully unlocked Malcolm's faction reputation, and not just any level, but exalted. That meant the conditions for learning skills were fully met. Her next phase, accelerated growth. Meanwhile, in Central City's STAR labs, Dr. Harrison Wells, better known in truth as Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, entered his secret chamber. Facing the wall, he spoke softly. "Gideon, have you located the source of the temporal variance we detected earlier?" A pale blue holographic figure flickered to life. "Doctor, the time displacement variable is too minor. I can only detect its presence somewhere in Star City. To pinpoint further, I'll need more computational resources." That gave Wells a headache. Gideon had been designed by the future Flash himself, using technology a century ahead of this primitive era. For someone from the future, this time period was like the Stone Age. The fact that he'd managed to build and operate an AI of this sophistication here was already a miracle. Increasing its processing power with modern tech. That would take every scientist on Earth working together. Still, the variance was small, insignificant, even. It shouldn't affect his plan. Sighing, he thought to himself, 10 years in this world, stripped of his speed, pretending to be a frail, sickly scientist, it was exhausting. Worse, he had to spend all that effort nurturing his own nemesis, the Flash. For a supervillain, that level of irony was unmatched in history. "Keep monitoring Star City's news feeds," he ordered Gideon. "Report any anomalies immediately." With that, Wells, no need to feign paralysis yet, walked briskly out of the chamber. Chapter 6, The Banquet. Unaware that another loving villain had already set his sights on her, Thea, under the noble excuse of healing her emotional trauma, spent 3 quiet days at home, brooding on the outside but secretly quite pleased with herself. Using her room's computer, she started mapping out this world's bigger picture. There was no Captain America, no Iron Man, no S.H.I.E.L.D., only Superman, Batman, and the mysterious Court of Owls. Thea frowned. That could only mean one thing: this was clearly the DC universe. Unfortunately, she wasn't very familiar with it. She only remembered that it had countless parallel Earths, Earth 1, Earth 2, all the way up to Earth 52. Total chaos. The world's continuity was that there was no continuity. Even nearby Central City had been turned into Swiss cheese by all those speedsters tearing through dimensions. Toss a brick there and you'd probably hit 3 different versions of the same person. Drag in a DC writer and he'd be just as confused. She sighed. Whatever. She hadn't planned to save the world anyway. She could just be a quiet, beautiful bystander, well, beautiful woman. She'd watch the heroes do their thing. If the sky fell, Superman would hold it up, and if he couldn't, the Flash would just reload the timeline. Nothing to fear. Even if the world ended, it wasn't like she'd be the only one dying. Her mindset was perfectly calm. "Thea, come with me to a dinner party," Moira said softly, her face still weary. "Just, keep me company, please." Seeing the tenderness in her mother's eyes made Thea's chest tighten a little. For the past 3 days, Moira had been explaining herself nonstop, begging forgiveness. Thanks to Thea's deliberate effort to ease the tension, their relationship had started to mend, at least, that's what Moira thought. And honestly, Thea was getting restless. It might be good to go out for a bit, and maybe see what benefits her dear father might be willing to offer. In the original storyline, Malcolm had poured all his affection into her after Tommy's death. But Tommy was still alive and well now, thinner, maybe, thanks to Laurel's constant nagging, but alive nonetheless. Full devotion was out of the question, but a few perks shouldn't be too much to ask. To reassure her mother, Thea didn't wear her usual androgynous outfit. She gritted her teeth and put on a long dress, so long it brushed her feet. High heels. Impossible. She could barely walk in them, so she switched to flats instead. Thankfully, with those long legs of hers, she still looked tall and elegant. Mother and daughter arrived at the venue, a typical charity gala. Moira kept introducing Thea to various businessmen and officials. Thea hadn't yet decided what path to take, but one thing was certain: having money was better than not having it. When Oliver returned someday, he'd have zero interest in the family business. He probably saw Queen consolidated as part of his father's sins. So, taking control of the company was now her priority. The company's weapons division was on par with Wayne Enterprises, and in fact, the Atom suit had only been developed after his lab acquired Queen's weapons tech. Call it ambition or pragmatism, either way, power that rested in her own hands was the only power worth having. She'd already changed from a man to a woman, surely fate owed her at least a multi-billion-dollar corporation in compensation. Following Moira's introductions, Thea greeted each guest gracefully, showing impeccable manners. No wonder future Thea could serve as Oliver's mayoral aide, she really did have the poise for it. Scanning the crowd, she couldn't help but wonder how many of these people's names were written in the Green Arrow's infamous little notebook. That notebook was supposed to be her adoptive father Robert Queen's journal, a unique artifact, but somehow, Moira had one too, and Prometheus in Season 5 also had something suspiciously similar. And they were all the same size, same logo on the cover, a Star City subway map. Did Malcolm order them in bulk from Red Star Printing for team consistency or something? Poor Oliver had spent 5 years guarding what he thought was a world-shaking secret, only to come back and find half the city had matching copies. While she was quietly pitying her poor brother, another one appeared. "Hey, Thea, haven't seen you out lately. Heard you were sick." That easy tone could only belong to Tommy, her other brother, though he didn't know it. He clearly didn't care much for the formal event, showing up in casual clothes with his white shirt half unbuttoned and no tie. On his arm was Laurel, dressed elegantly, clutch bag and necklace gleaming. Watching the two of them being so openly affectionate, Thea's brain worked fast. She got the message immediately. Tommy was subtly trying to tell her he had no feelings for her and hoped she wouldn't take things the wrong way. So Malcolm didn't tell him the truth. Or maybe Tommy had been too busy hanging around his best friend's girlfriend to even go home. Thea wanted to grab him by the collar and yell, "Brother, you've got it all wrong. It was acting, you hear me?" Of course, she couldn't say that. What expression was she supposed to show now? Since she knew the truth, should she look heartbroken? Regretful? Guilty? Her scalp tingled just thinking about it. Tommy watched her nervously, terrified she might have a breakdown. Luckily, Laurel, ever the social buffer, stepped in. Having grown up with both Tommy and Oliver, she was used to their messy dynamics and knew Thea well. What she didn't know was that no matter which of the brothers she ended up choosing, Thea would still be her sister-in-law. Truly, DC plotlines were magical. Laurel gave Thea a warm hug, breaking the tension. The two women exchanged a few polite, meaningless words. To be honest, Thea could never figure Laurel out, the woman destined to become the Black Canary and Oliver's great love. Oliver had supposedly loved her so much that he carried her photo for 5 years on that island, but during those same 5 years he'd slept with practically every woman he met. That's true love. Really? And Laurel herself, this sharp-faced beauty had taken Tommy 5 years to win over, only to flip the moment Oliver returned to the city. A few casual conversations and, boom, one windowside encounter later, without even drawing the curtain, and poor Tommy got front row seats to his own heartbreak. Her faraway brother's irresistible charm was beyond reason. Thea decided to stay out of their mess. If she ever gained enough power to save Tommy at a critical moment, she'd make sure this love triangle kept going forever, 18 seasons minimum. Maybe they could even rope in Laurel's sister for a 4-way drama. Wouldn't that be something? Unless, of course, it ended with Oliver and Tommy deciding to spend the rest of their lives together. Ugh, gross. Thea shook off the ridiculous thought, gave the two lovebirds a polite nod, and slipped away to a quiet corner to rest. Chapter 7, The Secret Pact. Moira and Malcolm were talking in a private room, an exchange that, while not explosive, was far from dull. "Malcolm, you actually want Thea to take part in running the company? You're getting crazier. She's still a child, she should finish high school. She should have a happy life, not be thrown into corporate scheming." Moira protested in a low voice. "Listen to me," Malcolm said. "You don't disagree that Thea is the only heir to Queen Enterprises, do you? Do you honestly think your indulgence is helping her? Look at Oliver, reckless, promiscuous, irresponsible. That's your biggest failure." Malcolm accused sharply. Moira let out a derisive smile. Tommy turned out no better. That landed awkwardly for Malcolm. This wasn't merely a case of one fault being as bad as another. Oliver and Tommy were both notorious playboys, perpetually competing at the top of the ranks for debauchery. Oliver had been expelled from 4 schools, Tommy's record counted 3. After that, neither of them returned to formal education. Parties, women, and skating, between them they competed fiercely in every arena, trading victories over the years with no clear winner. Reflecting on his parenting, Malcolm decided to table the "who failed worse" argument for now. Fine. Put that aside. Sooner or later you will need Thea to take over everything, surely you don't oppose that? Of course not. I love Thea, she's my child. Moira replied. Malcolm said gravely, "She's my child too." After that sentence, both fell silent. They walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and happened to see Tommy, Thea, and Laurel chatting down in the hall. "You didn't tell Tommy about that. How are they still hanging out together?" Moira watched them with bitterness, the sight stung. Malcolm thought, "I haven't seen my son since the funeral, how could I tell him?" text him. Every protagonist seems to have a sister. For your sake, I had to give you a prodigiously gifted sister so you wouldn't lose at the starting line. For details, come home and talk. The father-son relationship had slid from admiration to neutral somewhere along the way. His son's only requirement was to be a cash generator. I haven't had a chance to tell him. I was going to, Malcolm began. Moira cut him off. Are you insane? Do you realize what will happen if you let them keep going like this? Malcolm's mind raced. Of course he knew. Moira was only Thea's mother, she had a quarter of the say here. But both of them were his children and he owned half the company. What if Thea, out of revenge or a desire to destroy everything, did something drastic? Thinking how he himself might behave in a similar desperate, unhinged state made him lose sleep. He'd ordered round-the-clock watches, but that wasn't a long-term solution. Tommy wouldn't talk to him, he had no chance to explain. He couldn't exactly don black garb and a bow, tie up his son, and lecture him on the family history. Complex relationships weighed on Malcolm, but he pressed on with his plan. My parenting failed, but we're both still alive, young people can be corrected. I'm planning to have Tommy work at Merlin Group soon, and you should have Thea join Queen Enterprises. Let's see what they can do. If Thea performs well, she could inherit Merlin too. That suggestion brightened Moira. Women could be opportunistic. Once she heard her daughter might inherit Merlin Group, the idea of Thea's idyllic high school life vanished. Though Tommy had been raised by her as well, when it came to her daughter's future, Moira decided to support it. After a moment's thought she agreed readily. Okay, I'll tell Thea. Malcolm reiterated, we can't give them special help, they must rely on their own abilities. Moira nodded. In truth, both felt a little insecure, neither child had shown exceptional talent. Thea had been a model girl with a bland, school-home routine. Tommy excelled at spending money, but his ability to earn was questionable. Malcolm also felt his son's current inability to communicate normally. To avoid a catastrophe, occupying his daughter might be prudent. Queen Enterprises alone was not enough to keep her busy, and daytime control was limited. What about nights? Maybe he should find her something to do. What? Mom, you want me to go work at Queen Enterprises tomorrow? I'm only 15. Thea protested. She wanted to inherit the company, but she hadn't expected to be pushed into the role so soon. Didn't this country have child labor laws? She didn't know anything, she'd barely started high school. Even Tony Stark would be at a loss. Moira, returning home, also felt uneasy about the idea but had already promised, and comparing to Tommy, she believed her daughter had a better chance. Of course she couldn't reveal the wager withdrawn by fate that it resembled, that kind of thing she kept to herself. She chose her words carefully. Thea, you're grown now. This company will be yours eventually, it must be you who shoulders this responsibility, for your father and brother in heaven. Don't run from it, this is your destiny. In American TV shows, the phrase, this is your destiny, always brings a bucket of obligations. It's like the anime concept of bonds. Once it's invoked, you can't refuse. Thea hesitated. What exactly would I do at the company, she asked, implying she was young and not ready to dive into leadership. She hoped at least her mother would arrange something comfortable. Moira worried too. At such a young age, no college degree, not even finished high school, what could Thea possibly do? Queen Enterprises was still partly owned by outsiders, even if their side held the majority. Promoting a high schooler to a leadership position would hand a media weapon to their rivals. The family had been under intense news scrutiny since her husband and son died. Things had calmed a little. Was it wise to create a new headline? The Queen family could. Chapter 8, The State of the Corporation. Just like the song said, secretaries really did come and go in a flash. One appeared, dropped off a thick stack of documents, and vanished again. Moira instructed Thea to take them upstairs and read carefully. Obedient to her mother's orders, Thea carried the hefty binders back to her room. This was her future foundation, the very root of her survival. She had to study it seriously. Pulling out a notebook, she began recording the names and resumes of the key executives, adding quick notes on their personalities and work styles. Who knew which of them she might be assigned under tomorrow? Better to be prepared. What? Why only the executives? What if she got sent to some minor department, like security? Impossible. She was the sole heir. There was no way her own mother would make her a guard. This wasn't a Return of the Mercenary novel, it was a transmigration one. Carefully analyzing Queen Consolidated's current state, Thea saw that the company had over 30,000 employees and branches worldwide. Its main business was steel refining and non-ferrous metal mining, controlling 7% of the US market and 4.1% globally. That put it among the major players in the steel industry. At the same time, the company was heavily diversified, with significant investments in weapons development and biotech research. Some progress had been made, but no clear conversion of research into profit yet, meaning the heavy R&D funding was becoming a financial burden. Flipping through report after report and comparing them to last year's data, she noticed the company had been throwing massive amounts of capital into real estate. Cash flow, once abundant, was visibly tightening. This wasn't a healthy sign. Cross-referencing with the Star City map, Thea quickly realized all the purchased land was in the slum districts. That triggered a memory. Wasn't this something her late father, Robert Queen, had asked Moira to do? To prevent Malcolm from using the earthquake device to destroy the glades, he'd quietly bought up the properties there. What kind of logic was that? Robert had known Malcolm for years and still hadn't seen that the men had no moral bottom line. Did he really think, if I own all the land, my friend won't blow it up? Please. Malcolm didn't destroy the land, he killed Robert instead. Thea couldn't help rolling her eyes. The notebook Robert left Oliver didn't even list Malcolm. He died never realizing his friend would stab him in the back. If he'd warned Oliver beforehand, season 1 could have ended in one episode. Oliver would have just gone whoosh from afar and nailed him with an arrow. No need for 23 episodes. Looking at the endless stack of land deeds, Thea's head ached. 6 years from now, Malcolm would try to pull a Whitebeard vs. Marine Ford reenactment, shaking the entire glades to rubble. And all that land. Now owned by them. Star City truly was cursed. Year 1, Malcolm's earthquake machine killed over 500 people, including his own son, Tommy. Year 2, Deathstroke brought hundreds of super soldiers to fight a live-action Dota match in the streets, rivers of blood everywhere. Year 3, Ra's al Ghul launched his Resident Evil virus drill. Year 4, some magic guy showed up with 15,000 nukes as Christmas gifts. In a city like this, trying to make money off real estate was delusional. Chewing on her pen, Thea sank deeper into despair. The acquisitions hadn't stopped after Robert's death. Just in the 2 weeks since she'd arrived, the company had bought 3 more plots. Apparently, Moira was faithfully carrying out her late husband's will. But this path led only one way, straight down. Queen Consolidated would keep dumping money into a bottomless pit for years. She winced at the thought, if she still had certain organs, this would definitely make them hurt. No wonder Ray Palmer managed to buy Queen Consolidated so easily in season 3. The company had been bleeding itself dry for nearly 8 years, and somehow still stood. That was impressive in its own twisted way. But all that waste came from her future inheritance. For the sake of Oliver not having to mooch off his girlfriends, and for the sake of her not ending up as a security guard with a promising career, she had to turn things around. Easier said than done. She had no authority yet. She couldn't just tell people that her future dad would one day quake the city into dust. No one would believe her. All she could do was work her way up and change policy once she had power. As for stopping Malcolm's future actions, she'd thought about that too. Maybe she could prevent the first-year crisis, given their relationship. But the second? The third? Too many variables. She wasn't invincible yet. 5 years until the story began, she'd just have to take it one step at a time. The next morning, Thea got up early and put on light makeup. Thankfully, the original soul remained dominant. Skills like grooming and dressing hadn't vanished. Looking at the clothes laid out, she hesitated. It was her first day at work. She needed to look professional. She picked a beige cropped blazer with a navy pencil skirt that ended just below the knees, short enough to be stylish, long enough to be proper. The look made her seem less girlish and more competent. She chose black heels under 5 centimeters, walked a few steps to test them, steady enough. The awkwardness from before had mostly faded. Her original body's instincts were taking over. Satisfied with the mirror's reflection, she nodded. This will do. Downstairs, Moira was already waiting. She knew her daughter well. Thea's temperament could be called changeable if you were generous, stubborn if you weren't. The more you told her not to do something, the more determined she'd be to do it. Moira had braced herself for resistance, even rehearsing how she'd persuade her daughter. But seeing Thea come down calm and composed in a business outfit, no scissors, no Molotovs, she realized Thea was actually cooperating. That alone lifted her spirits. They got in the car. On the way, Thea kept asking about the company's inner workings, things that wouldn't show up in written reports. Moira grew happier by the minute. What did that mean? It meant her daughter had really read the materials. If she'd asked Oliver, he probably wouldn't even know which direction the company gates faced. Wanting to make up for how cold she'd been during her recent performance, Thea was extra warm toward her mother today. By the time they reached the company, Moira was overjoyed. Her 2 children had made her miserable for 20 years, one constantly in trouble, the other distant and indifferent, but now, finally, it felt like the clouds had parted. Her son might be gone, but her daughter had grown up. That was comfort enough. In high spirits, Moira looked forward even more to the upcoming contest of abilities between their 2 families. Taking Thea by the hand, she led her through the doors of Queen Consolidated. Chapter 9, Clash at the Meeting. When Thea entered the conference room, she saw more than a dozen people already seated. The chair in the middle was empty, but at the head of the left row sat Walter Steele, a black gentleman she had seen once at the funeral. In the future, he would marry Moira and become Thea's stepfather. She wasn't sure if Westerners had a word for marrying into the wife's family, but one way or another, this man would be living under the same roof with her and her mother for years to come. Describing a black man as gentle as jade sounded odd, yet Walter truly had that calm, refined presence. He gave Thea an encouraging look, warm and kind, like an elder welcoming a younger relative. Although this was technically her own family's company, it wasn't hers yet. Today she was just here to show her face, so she couldn't act cold or arrogant. Returning Walter's gesture, she smiled politely. "Mr. Steele, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Please, call me Walter," he said, clearly a bit surprised by her politeness. In his impression, this girl had always been distant toward everyone except Robert. A normal, civil conversation like this had only ever happened in very private settings before. Moira, standing nearby, was almost glowing with happiness. Her daughter was calmly speaking to her boyfriend, surely a good sign. Recently she'd been deliberately avoiding Walter, terrified her unpredictable daughter might stumble upon something inappropriate and have a mental breakdown. After all, Thea was only 15, her father and brother had just died. If Moira told her, "Oh, by the way, your dad isn't who you thought he was, and now I'm remarrying," anyone would go insane. Honestly, if she were in Thea's shoes, she'd have checked herself straight into Arkham Asylum. But seeing her daughter now, strong, composed, maybe that resilience really was Malcolm's genes at work. Moira started introducing everyone in the room. "This is the head of administration, this is finance." Round after round of introductions later, Thea realized Walter was still only vice president. She could have sworn he was supposed to become CEO, with Moira handling finance. Did I remember wrong, or did history just shift a little? Soon her own role was announced, assistant to the CEO, which was the polite way of saying personal secretary. And the CEO? None other than her mother. Her memory wasn't wrong. In the original timeline, Moira and Walter's relationship had progressed rapidly, from colleagues, to friends, to lovers, to marriage, leveling up daily like some sort of late-life rom-com. The board had approved Walter as CEO once the couple was official. But because Malcolm's secret had been exposed early, Moira had been focused on comforting Thea, keeping Walter at a distance. Their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. And, truth be told, Moira didn't want her charming teenage daughter working directly under her own boyfriend. Things were complicated enough already, no need to stir the pot further. So, after much consideration, Moira had taken the position herself, reluctantly. She had no passion for the job but would endure it for her daughter's sake. The meeting that followed was mind-numbingly dull, requests for budget increases, talks of staff cuts. Not trivial, exactly, but standard corporate chatter. Moira kept sneaking glances at Thea, worried she'd start fidgeting, yawning, or doodling. But to her delight, Thea sat upright, attentive, jotting notes diligently without a trace of boredom. A daughter of mine, indeed, Moira thought proudly. Her heart swelled. After an hour, the meeting finally wrapped up. Moira summarized in her usual formal tone, declaring it a successful and productive session, and encouraging everyone to continue working hard for the company. Just as she was about to adjourn, a narrow-faced, shifty-eyed middle-aged man smiled and said, "Miss Queen, it's your first time joining one of our meetings. Do you have any insights to share?" Ah, there it is, Thea thought immediately. This man clearly wasn't on friendly terms with her mother, or with the Queen family at all. A classic trap: if she spoke well, they'd call her arrogant; if she misspoke, she'd become the punchline. Typical corporate politics, bullying the newcomer. "Mr. Andre," Thea replied with perfect composure, "I'm new here and still know very little about the company. I couldn't possibly offer any meaningful advice, let alone insights." "You flatter me." He hadn't expected her to sidestep so neatly. This girl's sharper than her playboy brother ever was. Still, he pressed on. "Oh, it's fine, just speak freely. We're all your father's old subordinates, your elders in a way. No one's going to laugh at you." He chuckled, pretending to be magnanimous. "No one's going to laugh." Thea felt her temper flare. "You're already calling it a joke before I even open my mouth." She flipped open her notebook, scanning her notes. Ah, Andre, head of the Weapons Development Division, a man she'd already marked as problematic. Robert's hiring standards must have been off that day. This guy clearly had issues with the Queen family. Yet he'd somehow lasted 3 years. That division, though, was critical to her future plans. She couldn't let this man stay. "Mr. Andre," Thea began evenly, "I don't have any advice to offer, but I do have a question I'd like your help with." "Of course," he said, forcing a smile. "In your earlier report, you suggested increasing investment in the Weapons Development Division, correct? I reviewed the company's financial data, and over the past few years, funding for your department has risen annually, by exactly 20% compared to the previous year. Why such a perfect, consistent number? Andre relaxed. There's scientific reasoning behind it. The 20% increase is more or less coincidental, really. I've already explained it to the vice president. His tone implied this is complicated, too much for a young girl to grasp. Walter nodded, confirming he'd been briefed. Thea remained perfectly calm, she'd expected that answer. Mr. Andre, you've been in charge of the weapons division for 3 years. In those years, your department filed 19 patent applications in 2004, 12 in 2005, and 17 in 2006. That's quite a fluctuation in productivity, isn't it? Andre was starting to sense danger but could only double down. Yes, well, research and development naturally have ups and downs. That's the nature of science. Thea smiled slightly. Interesting. Among those, the G-12 anti-G suit, a high G protective uniform, was completed 2 years ago, correct? Then why, in your current report, is it listed again among this year's research projects with another funding request? Care to explain that, Mr. Andre? Chapter 10, Someone will deal with him. Andre's forehead was starting to sweat. How the hell was he supposed to explain this? The truth was embarrassingly simple. He padded his reports to squeeze out a little extra R&D funding, some of which conveniently turned into his weekend drinking money. But now every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on him, sharp and merciless. Nobody was going to believe a word he said. He'd been doing this for years, pick a few fancy-sounding tech names that made everyone's eyes glaze over, drop them into the report, and call it innovation. None of the execs actually understood the technical details, and once the list was filed at year's end, the job was done. He never imagined that Thea had already pored over Queen Consolidated's weapons catalog 3 separate times. The G-12 project had barely been mentioned in passing in his report, but she'd spotted it instantly. She'd even planned to tip off someone privately later, until he went and jumped into the fire himself. Now he regretted it so much he could have turned green. Still clinging to a shred of hope, he stammered. Probably a coincidence. Maybe the staff mixed up the files, or it's an upgraded model. I'll definitely look into it. Now you're scared, Thea thought coldly. Where's that smug grin from a minute ago? No way was she letting him off that easily. She took a paper from her folder and waved it lightly. This is the performance report for the anti-G suit, downloaded straight from our internal network. May I take a look at your personal computer? According to company policy, all projects must have a preliminary plan filed before funding. If we compare your plan with this report's figures, we'll know immediately whether there's a discrepancy. Andre nearly wanted to smash his head against the wall. How does she even know the process this well? Didn't she just start yesterday? And his early drafts, he thought back, oh right, he'd copied them wholesale. His computer was a time bomb that could get him 10 years in prison. The image of himself gripping iron bars, crooning through tears. Musical note, 10 years later, we'll still be friends. Musical note. Flashed through his mind. No way in hell was he letting them touch that machine. But he had no legitimate excuse to refuse, either. Glancing desperately at Moira, he sent a silent plea for mercy. But Moira just smiled pleasantly, saying nothing. Then the chorus began. Thea's right, we should check his computer. Andre, you leech. I always knew something was off about you. You'd better confess. My cousin's brother-in-law's neighbor works at the SCPD, I've already reported you. In seconds, the serious boardroom devolved into a marketplace brawl. Regardless of which faction they belonged to, everyone joined in denouncing Andre's corruption. To be honest, nobody in the Queen family cared about the occasional bit of skimming. They were so rich that a few missing dollars didn't matter. Everyone in the room, except the mother-daughter duo, had their own side businesses anyway. Even Walter, loyal and love-struck, owned a few outside investment firms. But Andre. He'd done it stupidly. To get caught red-handed by a 15-year-old girl, he'd go down in company legend. The geniuses in the room felt humiliated by association. If word spread that they'd worked with him, no other firm would hire them. Someone had to be sacrificed to restore the group's collective IQ. While the mob was tearing into him, Thea calmly touched her chin and smiled, then suddenly remembered she couldn't grow a beard anymore. That thought made her frown slightly. Looking toward Moira, she saw her mother's approving gaze. Moira was clearly waiting for her cue. This was Thea's moment to decide. Not wanting to make things too ugly on her first day, Thea gave a small nod, signaling she was satisfied. Moira had been furious at first. She'd already warned everyone yesterday, the young girl was new, be polite, give her some face. She knew what her subordinates were like, and usually turned a blind eye as long as they didn't go too far. The Queen family's fortune was so vast that whether they lost $1 million here or there didn't matter. But Andre had crossed the line. She'd been about to intervene to shield her daughter from an escalating fight, but Thea handled it effortlessly, even turning the situation around and exposing a major flaw with textbook precision. Could it be, Moira thought, that I've underestimated her all along? Given only a day's worth of reading, Thea had used open data to corner a senior manager. Moira herself hadn't had that kind of sharpness at that age. To back her daughter up, and to send a message, Moira ignored Andre's desperate glances for help. Only after Thea nodded did she finally speak, slow and calm. That will be all for today's meeting. You may all go. She didn't mention any disciplinary action for Andre. There were 2 reasons. First, he'd been appointed by another shareholder, she couldn't dismiss him directly. Second, and far more importantly, Thea was Malcolm Merlin's daughter. And Malcolm had a very specific philosophy: you take one of mine, I take your whole family. The man's fate was already sealed, no need for formalities. Moira's instincts were spot on. Malcolm Merlin, the Shadow Emperor of Star City, always had eyes everywhere. A single signal from him could summon an army. And with a third of Queen Consolidated's executives already bought or intimidated, he had access to the entire meeting's video feed. He'd been pleased to see Thea enter the boardroom looking composed, pleased, and then astonished. Her poise, confidence, and cunning reminded him uncannily of his younger self, only, well, female. But in a world where queens and duchesses ruled empires, that hardly mattered. When Moira gently brushed aside the issue instead of punishing the offender, Malcolm didn't fret. He'd already arranged for Mr. Andre to move into a soon-to-be-completed overpass pillar, a fine piece of construction, tall, sturdy, excellent load-bearing capacity, and with heavy foot traffic nearby. He wouldn't even charge rent. Andre would never feel lonely again. As for Malcolm, watching his daughter's dazzling first day, he couldn't help but compare her to his son. The difference was painful. Calls to Tommy went unanswered. Personal visits were ignored. Texts unread. The great master schemer, who could manipulate cities, now couldn't even reach his own boy. On the other hand, his daughter had already sprinted 200 meters ahead while his son hadn't even reached the starting line. For once, even Malcolm Merlin didn't know what to do. Chapter 11, Tommy's Troubles. Tommy had been in excellent spirits these past few days. Without Thea's constant teasing or uninvited appearances, life felt peaceful, and things with Laurel were progressing beautifully, from physical communication to something approaching emotional communication. That's just how relationships worked in the Western world: you tested the hardware first, then discussed the software. Software could always be updated later, hardware problems, though, those were terminal. Of course, no one's life is all happiness. Tommy had his share of troubles, namely, his father. Malcolm had been acting strange lately, calling and texting nonstop. Yesterday he'd gone completely over the edge. He'd texted Tommy ordering him to start working at Merlin Global. Said something about competing with Thea. Competing? Competing for what? If Thea went to Queen Consolidated and he joined Merlin Global, sure, maybe you could call that competition. But now, they were living separate lives with different surnames and different family fortunes. Compete how? Reading the text, Tommy became convinced his father's midlife madness had reached its final stage. The man's logic circuits were fried. That night, after dinner with Laurel, Tommy casually tossed his credit card to the waiter, looking every bit the smooth gentleman. They were planning to go home afterward and engage in some mutually beneficial exercise. The waiter soon returned, bowing apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but you'll need to pay in cash." "What?" Tommy blinked. "I've been coming here for years, why cash today?" He kept his tone polite, though he felt the heat of embarrassment under Laurel's gaze. The waiter, terrified to offend such a regular VIP, bowed lower. "Your credit card was declined, sir. Perhaps you have another." He tried 3. Not a single one worked. All frozen. That was all the confirmation Tommy needed. It had his father's fingerprints all over it. He forced a smile, promised to settle up later, and left a generous apology to the staff. After dropping Laurel off at her apartment, he'd lost all mood for exercise. "Do some yoga or something," he muttered, storming back home. This was the first time he'd set foot in the mansion in a month. Malcolm was waiting, dressed in a flowing martial robe, sitting cross-legged before a low table with 2 tea bowls and a kettle. Behind him hung a large scroll with a single Chinese character, Zen. The setup screamed, "Ancient Master," meant to project calm and wisdom, to coax his son into listening. It had the opposite effect. Tommy froze at the doorway. His father sat motionless, eyes closed, silent. For a split second, Tommy thought he'd dropped dead. He even reached out a hand to check for breath, wondering if he should call a doctor or a lawyer first. Malcolm opened one eye, saw what he was doing, and instantly lost his patience. So much for enlightenment. He snapped, "You're starting at Merlin Global tomorrow," and stalked off without another word. Negotiation failed. Tommy knew he couldn't fight his father forever. Still, he fumed. His relationship with Laurel was finally blooming, but with his cards frozen, he had no income. Laurel's budding law career was taking off, the only thing he could contribute was money, and now even that was gone. Determined to behave, earn some goodwill, and get his allowance restored, Tommy resolved to start work the next day. But that resolution didn't survive the night. Years of nightlife had trained his body clock beyond repair, he overslept. By the time he reached Merlin Global, it was already 10 in the morning. Malcolm said nothing about the delay. He had bigger concerns. Just like Queen Consolidated, Merlin Global had given its new recruit a CEO assistant title, nominally prestigious, practically harmless. Maybe it wasn't fair that Tommy, 6 years older and male, held the same rank as Thea, but fairness wasn't the priority anymore. Because the reports coming in from Queen Consolidated were staggering. In only 3 days, Thea had memorized the entire middle and upper management roster, names, birthplaces, universities, and could engage each person in light conversation tailored to their interests. Yesterday, she'd even noticed a mid-level manager's birthday and sent a thoughtful company gift. This morning, she'd submitted a proposal on human-centered office culture. Harmless, agreeable, yet impossible to oppose. On the surveillance feed that Malcolm's people sent him, every executive had nodded approvingly. Even the HR experts on his payroll, who didn't know who she really was, gave Thea top marks across the board: intelligent, adaptable, socially perceptive. Her only weakness was her youth. Education. Irrelevant. In the West, plenty of self-made CEOs had no degrees. Compared to Tommy, who hadn't even finished grade school, Thea's high school level practically counted as Ivy League. The evaluation forms read like fan mail: smart, resourceful, poised, uses advantages effectively. Not a single negative line. Malcolm felt both proud and miserable, proud of his daughter's brilliance, furious at his son's mediocrity. Out of curiosity, he pulled up the company security feed to check on Tommy's first day. After 10 minutes of searching, he finally found him, flirting cheerfully with the receptionist. He almost choked. Grabbing a handful of heart pills, he muttered darkly, "That damned Oliver Queen. My son used to be so well-behaved until that brat corrupted him." He wasn't the only one fuming. Just as Malcolm had eyes in Queen Consolidated, Moira had informants in Merlin Global. Tommy's every move, his tardy arrival, his carefree charm, was dutifully reported to her. Comparing that to her daughter's crisp video conference with regional managers, Moira decided this competition was already over. No suspense at all. Watching Tommy's performance, she naturally assumed it was he who'd led Oliver astray years ago. Oliver used to be such a sweet boy, she thought, and look what he became under Tommy's influence. Meanwhile, halfway across the world on Lian, Oliver sneezed violently. "Focus," barked Yao Fei, his bearded, wild-haired mentor, leading him through the jungle. They'd been together for over a month now, and Yao Fei had finally switched to English. Something in the old soldier's brain had clearly snapped. He'd vowed to beat the playboy habits out of Oliver and turn him into a worthy successor. His training method was simple: brute force. When Oliver disobeyed, Yao Fei hit him. When he hesitated, he hit him harder. The Arrow's entire combat style, his endurance, reflexes, and grit, was born out of those beatings. Tied to chairs, pinned to tables, thrown into mud, it wasn't education, it was survival. That morning, they'd spent hours trekking in circles before catching a bird for breakfast. Then came archery practice again. Oliver thought the whole thing was ridiculous. A modern man, learning to shoot a bow. He couldn't refuse, too scared, but his attitude was half-hearted at best. Yao Fei, who'd never dealt with anyone this stubborn, sighed and tightened his grip on the stick. Learn. Or get hit again. And the lesson continued, with the usual sound of whack echoing through the jungle. Chapter 12, Teaching in Disguise. Tommy had no idea that his best friend was out on Lian, getting beaten half to death by the terrifying Yao Fei. All he knew was that his day had been one disaster after another. Malcolm, perhaps inspired by Thea's recent progress, decided to test his son's problem-solving skills. So he kept sending subordinates to Tommy's desk with file after file. "Assistant, the CEO wants your opinion on this report." "Assistant, here's the next fiscal year's budget, review it and report to finance." "Assistant, one of our employees has been detained, legal wants to know if we should post bail." By noon, the paperwork had practically buried him. Tommy was bewildered. Why does this company have so many problems? Isn't someone already paid to handle all this? He forced himself to try. Reporting to the CEO. That was his dad, hard pass. He'd save that for last. The budget file. 15 pages in, and he barely made it through the first before nodding off. After splashing cold water on his face, he picked up the bail file. At least that one sounded straightforward. Besides, Detective Lance was Laurel's father, future father-in-law, maybe. What could go wrong? Everything. There was no emotional father and son-in-law reunion. Detective Lance wasn't about to bend the rules. The moment he saw Tommy, he thought of Oliver, who had once run off with his younger daughter, and his mood soured instantly. Now the same playboy was chasing his older daughter. The man barely stopped himself from cuffing Tommy on sight. By the end of the day, Tommy felt utterly defeated. Malcolm, hearing of his son's misadventures, didn't lose hope. He simply set a personal goal, 1 month of observation. He had money to burn, didn't care about the company's profits, and wanted to see if his son could grow at all. Then he turned his attention to testing his daughter's courage. Thea hadn't had it easy either. The fusion of two souls had sharpened her mind, her focus, her memory, but Queen Consolidated was a monster of a corporation. Even Thea 2.0 could only just keep up. Moira, loving yet ruthless, had deliberately tripled her daughter's workload. She wanted to see Thea's limits. To her delight, Thea exceeded every expectation, and Moira's pride in her only grew stronger. That evening, Thea walked down a quiet street with 2 bodyguards, returning from a branch visit. The Queen mansion wasn't far, so she skipped the car, reviewing tomorrow's tasks in her mind. Then she felt it, a subtle shift in the air, the instinctive chill of being watched. The street was too still. "Stop," she whispered. "That tree ahead, check it." Hidden behind the tree, Malcolm Merlin, clad in black and armed with a bow, froze in surprise. His stealth was flawless, honed under the League of Assassins. The ex-Special Forces guards hadn't noticed him at all. Yet Thea, untrained, had sensed him. Incredible. Only one other person he'd ever known possessed that kind of natural awareness, Lady Shiva, the world's greatest assassin. Pride flickered in his chest. This was his daughter. Moving quickly, he flicked 2 darts, both guards collapsed soundlessly. Activating his voice modulator, he stepped from behind the tree. Tonight, he would test not her skill, but her nerve. Thea's eyes widened as her guards dropped. A black-clad figure emerged from the shadows, bow in hand. League of Assassins. She thought, then instantly recognized the build, the stance. "Oh, come on. Dad, I've seen the show. You think I won't recognize you just because you changed outfits?" Still, she played along. "Who are you?" she asked evenly. "My identity doesn't matter," came the rasp through the modulator. "Do you know how much your life is worth?" Nice voice changer, she thought. Everyone from Batman to Bane has one. Maybe I should buy one too, if it's not too expensive. My allowance is terrible. Seeing he expected an answer, she said, "I can feel you mean no harm, at least, not to kill." He blinked beneath the mask. Impressive intuition. You're perceptive. Tell me, what do you desire most? What kind of RPG dialogue is this? She mused. But she recognized the test. He was playing a part, pretending to be someone else. He wanted to hear her say it. Raising her chin, she declared, "I want strength, to protect my family and myself. It's too hard for a woman to survive in this world. I need real power." The words hit Malcolm like a shockwave. She sounded exactly like him, years ago. If only he'd had that resolve back then, maybe his wife wouldn't have died. He asked one final question, the one that had defined his own life. Power must be earned through sacrifice. Would you give up your wealth for it? I hear you've been doing well at the company, earning quite the praise. Could you walk away from all of that? Thea almost rolled her eyes. That company's going to be mine anyway. I've been killing myself at work just to get your attention. Did you really think I'm here to serve the people and advance productivity? Out loud, she only hesitated briefly, then said, "Money can become power, but what I need is my own strength. I'm too fragile now. One bullet, one knife, and everything could be gone. I have to change that." Malcolm's heart pounded. His wife had died in the Glades over a few $100s, just like Bruce Wayne's parents before her. In a world where the poor killed the kind, compassion was a fatal flaw. Hearing Thea's conviction now brought the pain roaring back. Barely able to contain his emotion, he rasped through the modulator. "Come here tomorrow. I'll teach you." Then, before his composure cracked, he turned and vanished into the darkness. Thea stared after him, the night air still and heavy. Her bodyguards were unconscious on the ground. She sighed. "Great," she muttered. "Guess I'm getting a mysterious mentor now." Adjusting her jacket, she added under her breath. "Seriously, Dad, next time, just text me." Chapter 13, The Past Like Smoke. Thea had no idea what was wrong with her biological father. As far as she could tell, her answer should have been exactly what he wanted to hear. After all, there were only so many combinations to those questions, and she'd rehearsed them in her head for over a month. It had to be perfect. So why did he suddenly turn around and run off? Maybe he was just trying to look mysterious. Sighing, she called home to have someone pick her up, and to haul away the 2 bodyguards who were still lying unconscious on the ground. I'll need to replace them, she thought. With skills that bad, if I don't learn how to fight soon, I really might not live long enough to enjoy it. Thea had no idea that her words had dealt her father over 1,000 points of emotional damage. Far away, Malcolm tore off his mask, gasping for air. Memories flooded him, his youthful pride, his late wife's final phone calls, the unanswered pleas he'd ignored. Hot tears spilled down his cheeks. Once, he'd believed money could buy him everything. If he'd had Thea's awareness back then, maybe his wife would still be alive. He stumbled back to the old Merlin mansion, locked himself in his room, and sat through the night clutching his wife's photo album. When morning came, he asked the butler if Tommy had come home. Hearing that he hadn't, Malcolm just waved it off. Let him be for now. From his bedroom safe, he took out a small box and tucked it inside his coat. To Queen Consolidated, he told the driver. Once there, he didn't bother asking for directions. A few turns later, he found Thea. After all, he'd been watching her office through hidden cameras for weeks. Hey, Thea, he greeted softly. Behind the desk, Thea was busy drafting a report. She didn't look up, thinking it was another staffer, until the familiar voice made her pause. Lifting her head, she saw the middle-aged man standing there, eyes burning with emotion. What are you doing here? She asked. She had just seen him the night before, but as far as he knew, this should be their first real meeting since her parentage had been exposed. Can you come out for a coffee with me? Malcolm said quietly. I want to talk, properly. Thea hesitated, then nodded. She wanted to talk, too, maybe even convince him to let go of his hatred for the Glades. If she could, perhaps things wouldn't spiral into a future where her father and Oliver ended up as enemies. They left the building and found a quiet cafe nearby. 2 cups of coffee later, Malcolm finally spoke. He said, staring into her eyes, you remind me so much of my wife, the same intelligence, the same youth, the same energy. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you were her daughter, and Tommy was Moira's. You're just that much like her. Thea nearly rolled her eyes. Sure, Dad. Keep telling yourself that. She figured last night's talk had stirred up memories of his wife, and he was projecting, blending her face with that of his lost love. Still, it worked in her favor. That's not what you said in the show, she thought. You called me a born warrior there. And now this. Who even talks like that to their daughter? No wonder you stayed single all these years. Aloud, she said gently, can you tell me about her? I've only seen her photos, the ones from Tommy. Malcolm froze for a second, he hadn't talked about his wife since the day she died. But now, with someone genuinely willing to listen, the words poured out. He spoke of the day they met, the way she smiled, the small things she loved. When she was killed, his voice broke, she was volunteering at a free clinic in the Glades. A homeless man tried to rob her, for a few $100s. She called me 3 times as she lay bleeding, but I didn't answer. I was angry that day. I was supposed to pick her up. God, I hate myself for it. He slammed his fist against the table, the coffee cups rattling. Thea felt a dull ache in her chest. Tommy's mother really was a good person, she thought. Just unlucky. If she'd had power, maybe it wouldn't have happened. The thought only reinforced Thea's conviction that she had chosen the right path. A woman needed her own strength to survive in this cruel world. She reached out and gently patted his hand. She was kind, she said softly. I'm sure she forgave you, Dad. The last word came out barely above a whisper, half out of shyness, half out of awkwardness. Malcolm froze. The word Dad hit him like a thunderclap. Joy flashed across his face but quickly faded into something gentler. He stroked Thea's hair. Child, he said, I know you pity me. It's all right. Just hearing you call me that makes me happy. You don't have to acknowledge me as your father. You'll always be Thea Queen, you have your own family, your own friends, your own life. I'll just protect you from the shadows. I won't let anyone harm you. That suited Thea perfectly. If she changed her surname to Merlin, she'd lose her claim to Queen Consolidated, and honestly, the last thing she wanted was to compete with Tommy over inheritance. This arrangement is ideal, she thought. One family, one company each. Malcolm stood, then placed a small box in her hands. This belonged to my wife, he said softly. Now it's yours. I hope its light will guide our path forward. He left the cafe before she could respond. Opening the box, Thea found a beautifully crafted necklace, a silver chain with a sky-blue gem that shimmered softly like rippling water. Inside the clasp was a short inscription, but the language was ancient, completely unfamiliar. She sighed. So much for convincing him to give up his vendetta. He'd clearly avoided the topic on purpose. That hatred for the Glades, it was his deepest scar. Maybe I should ask Batman for advice, she thought. His story's kind of similar, parents murdered, years of vengeance, and eventually finding peace. Then she shook her head. No. The guy's way too smart, and way too paranoid. He probably has a contingency plan to take down his friends. I've got enough secrets already. I'll just have to do this slowly, maybe family can reach him in ways logic can't. Looking down at the necklace again, Thea smiled faintly. In her eyes, Malcolm Merlyn wasn't a villain, not tonight. He was just a broken man, chasing vengeance for the woman he loved. Chapter 14, First Encounter with Felicity. Her mood, still shaken from the talk with Malcolm, made her too restless to return to work. Picking up her phone, Thea called home. Mom, I'm taking a walk. I won't be coming back to the office today. Thea, did he come to see you? What did he say? Are you all right? Moira's anxious voice came through the line. I'm fine. We talked pretty well, actually. Thea forced a small laugh. It had gone well, in its own odd way, but she didn't want her mother worrying, so she gave a brief report. My dear, whatever you decide, you must remember, your mother will always support you. Thanks, Mom. After hanging up, Thea let out a long sigh. Her parents might not have been good people in the eyes of the world, but when it came to her, they were beyond reproach. No matter what it costs, she thought, I'll make sure they both live. She and Malcolm had agreed to begin training that evening. Since it was still early morning, Thea decided to stop by the library to read for a bit, learn more about this version of the world she'd landed in. Just as she stood to leave, a blur of pink appeared out of nowhere and crashed straight into her with a loud thud. Oof. Thea stumbled back, nearly knocking over the coffee table behind her before she sat down again, unhurt. The other person wasn't so lucky, a blonde woman in a pink dress and beige jacket sat on the floor, dazed. A pair of square glasses slipped down her nose as she blinked in confusion. That face. I know her. The color, the style, the badge clipped to her jacket, Queen Consolidated. And the name. Oh my God, it's her. Suppressing a grin, Thea crossed her arms and put on a mock-serious expression. Miss Felicity Smoke, could you tell me why you're here during work hours, she asked, glancing around at the cafe. Felicity froze. Coffee. Wait, no. I'm writing a report. Yes, a report. Thea had to hold back a laugh. So cute. Behind those awkward mannerisms was a genius, one of Team Arrow's future brains, a world-class hacker who would one day have the Arrow, the Flash, and even Atom wrapped around her little finger. For now, though, she was just an MIT grad trying to stay out of trouble at Queen Consolidated. And who's that report for? Thea teased, pulling out her phone as if ready to call someone. Felicity's eyes darted everywhere, mind scrambling for a name to make up, maybe she could fake an assignment later using her hacker skills. Then it hit her. Wait. Why am I even explaining myself? Who are you, anyway? Why do I have to tell you anything? She snapped back. Thea blinked. She doesn't recognize me, apparently. There were still corners of the company untouched by a recent tour, and clearly, Felicity had been hiding in one of them napping. She pulled out her ID and held it up. Thea Queen. Who, oh my God. Felicity yelped so loudly that even the barista turned to stare. Thea nearly fainted. Does she have a volume control problem? Did I shout? Okay, maybe I did, Felicity mumbled, covering her mouth. You're the Queen Heiress? Thea nodded calmly. Felicity still didn't seem convinced. She whipped out her laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard, then spun the screen around. This is you, right? I always thought this photo was so good, really beautiful. Thea stared. It was her, a candid shot from the night she'd staged her drunken runaway at the bar. Who took this? She wondered. The angle's perfect, really captures the whole tragic beauty vibe. Then it hit her. Wait a sec, did she just hack this off some server in front of me? Miss Smoke, Thea said evenly, where exactly did you get that photo? The newspaper website. Felicity stammered, pointing vaguely around as if Thea's picture were plastered all over the city. Felicity Smoke, Thea continued, smiling faintly, you placed second in the national IT competition at 19. You earned your master's in cybersecurity and computer science from MIT. I actually know quite a bit about you. Felicity froze, her jaw dropping. This girl hadn't even touched a keyboard, and yet she'd rattled off her resume like a background check. Is Queen Consolidated monitoring me? She thought, feeling a chill. Seeing Felicity's flustered expression filled Thea with delight. The advantage of knowing the script, she mused. Feels good to flex it for once. How about a drink? My treat, Thea offered with a smile. Felicity pointed toward the direction of Queen Consolidated. Her expression said, "Shouldn't you be heading back?" Thea laughed. "Ha. I'm playing hooky today." "You're skipping work." "I'm, working remotely," Felicity said quickly, not wanting to lose ground. "Sure. Working, playing, same thing. Order what you want, it's on me." Of course, technically it was still on Malcolm's tab, she'd just never closed it. Though still wary, Felicity decided she could afford to chat a bit. Work was boring anyway. The two women talked easily, Thea shared a few harmless jokes about company execs, and Felicity reminisced about her college days. They laughed, relaxed, and before long decided to visit the bar where that infamous photo had been taken. At the bar, the owners, girlfriend number 3 or 4, immediately recognized Thea and hurried to serve them. Drinks arrived, and the conversation deepened. Despite her neat pink outfit, Felicity wasn't the prim type. She'd once rocked heavy eyeliner and a punk wardrobe before rebranding after a boyfriend went to prison. Bars weren't foreign to her, they were nostalgic. Between sips, she talked more freely. "I graduated high school at 16, college at 18, masters at 20, she said proudly. Thea whistled softly. "A total prodigy." Felicity, a little tipsy now, leaned in. "You're really smart too, Thea. You could finish high school in 2 years, easy. College is where things get fun, high school's just boring." That gave Thea pause. She'd been thinking about dropping out altogether, what with corporate duties and training ahead. But Felicity's words planted a new thought, maybe she could just speed through it. 4 years of American high school. She mused. "I could breeze through in 2, maybe even faster. And if push came to shove, well, Queen Consolidated funded half the city's universities. A donation or 2 never hurt anyone." Chapter 15, Hot Springs and Training. The two heroines drank their way from morning to afternoon. It sounded like a long binge, but their stomachs weren't bottomless. After some scattered sips and a quick meal, they ended up resting in one of the bar's private rooms. Halfway through her nap, Thea suddenly remembered she was supposed to meet her father in the woods for training. She still reeked faintly of alcohol, her mind foggy. Definitely not in fighting shape. Calling the bar owner over, she asked if there was anywhere she could take a shower. "Do you think this is a spa resort?" The man cursed silently, but there was no way he could refuse a VIP like her. He led Thea to a small private bath area behind the bar, a place he admitted had never been open to the public. Felicity had planned to head home, but when she overheard that the bath was free, she tagged along out of curiosity. The boss, unsure what their relationship was but knowing better than to interfere, let her in too. Once Thea stepped inside, she realized this wasn't just a bathroom. The owner had somehow dug out a natural hot spring, surrounded by stonework. The pool was small, fitting maybe 4 people if they squeezed, perfect for 1, cozy for 2. "Wow, Thea, you sneaky girl." Felicity gasped, eyes sparkling. "You've been holding out on me. We should have come here hours ago." Seeing there was no one else around, she stripped down without hesitation and slid into the steaming water with a blissful sigh. Thea blinked, slightly stunned. "Okay, wow. She's in great shape. Come on, what are you waiting for?" Felicity called, splashing a little water her way. "Drinking before a hot spring isn't good for you," Thea protested weakly. "It's bad for your body. We finished hours ago." Felicity countered, waving her hand dismissively. "That's only for people with health problems. A short soak won't hurt us, trust me, I'm educated." There was no winning this. With a resigned sigh, Thea slipped off her robe and stepped into the pool. "Wait, why are you still wearing underwear?" "Because." "Wow, Thea, your skin is so smooth." Felicity. "Hee hee, and you're so tiny." The shameless blonde hacker gleefully teased the future heroine until Thea's face turned crimson. Thankfully, the steam blurred everything, and Felicity's nearsightedness without glasses saved Thea further embarrassment. Still, she had to admit, after a bit of wine, a nap, and now a hot spring soak, she felt incredible. Relaxed, warm, and clear-headed again. Little did she know, this innocent moment would one day start a tradition. Every time the future League of Female Heroes held a meeting, it would somehow end with a hot spring session. Thea would always remind them not to mix alcohol with the bath, and Wonder Woman would always laugh, "We're superheroes. What's there to be afraid of?" After a bit of harmless fun, nothing more scandalous than teasing and laughter, Felicity eventually drove Thea to the forest before parting ways. Thea looked around. No sign of Malcolm yet. Good, she needed a moment to center herself. Choosing a large tree, she sat cross-legged beneath it and began to breathe evenly. What she didn't know was that Malcolm had been watching her the whole day. He'd actually arrived 5 minutes earlier, observing from afar this time after being caught last night. Carefully, he gauged her awareness range by subtle movements and found it impressive, almost 10 meters in radius. In the League of Assassins, 5 meters was considered gifted. Lady Shiva, the world's deadliest assassin, could sense movement within 20 meters, dodging any melee or projectile attack except a sniper bullet. Thea wasn't there yet, but with proper training, Malcolm believed she could soon dodge arrows and knives at close range, even bullets from mid-distance. Such instinct was extraordinary. Watching her sitting still beneath the tree, he nodded to himself. Smart. Talented. Patient. Strong-willed. Young. The combination made even him, once the League's prized warrior, a little envious. Stepping out from behind a tree, his voice rasped through the modulator. Thea Queen. Are you ready to begin your training? Of course, Thea had sensed him long ago, she just hadn't bothered to speak up. Malcolm underestimated her, her true perception radius was closer to 12 meters. The original Thea 1.0 had been a supporting-level hero, competent but not exceptional. This 2.0 fusion version, though, was another story entirely. It wasn't just additive, it was multiplicative. Like the difference between running 100 meters in 10 seconds versus 5. I'm ready, she said seriously. Please teach me. I'm not afraid of hardship. Good. I see your resolve. He straightened his posture, hands clasped behind his back. You may call me the Dark Archer. From today, I'll teach you combat techniques. What do you wish to learn first? Thea almost laughed. What? No, welcome to your first lesson, Grasshopper. Out loud, she said solemnly, since you're called the Dark Archer, let's start with archery. Show me what you can do. It sounded arrogant, but instead of irritation, Malcolm felt a surge of pride. He preferred boldness to meek obedience, heroes respected challenge, but villains thrived on it. He took a tube of tennis balls from his pack and handed them to her. Throw them in the air. Randomly. I'll shoot. Oh, like Oliver's training montage, Thea thought. You two really are a straight line of succession. Ra's al Ghul taught you, you teach me. I guess that makes me the third generation. Then she smirked inwardly. By that logic, my dear brother's practically the fifth generation, Ra's Talia Yao Fei's daughter Oliver. Yikes. If this were Asia, he'd have to bow every time we met. Taking one ball, she tossed it high into the air. Thwip. The black arrow shot out, pinning the tennis ball cleanly to a tree trunk. Damn, that's hard, she thought, impressed. Way harder than Oliver's wall shots, you've got to calculate both trajectory and timing perfectly. No wonder the Dark Archer wiped the floor with the green arrow in Season 1. He really was better. She threw another. Then another. Thwip. 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 Each arrow struck dead center, embedding 9 tennis balls neatly in a vertical pattern on the trunk. Incredible, Thea breathed, eyes shining. That's what I want to learn. Malcolm exhaled quietly, relieved. He just barely kept up that display, his best form in years. At nearly 50, he wasn't the tireless fighter he once was. Concentration could bridge the gap for a few minutes, but not forever. That's the difference between me and Oliver, he thought. I've got experience. He's got endurance. But as long as it's a short fight, I can still win. Chapter 16, The Use of Perception. Stand up straight. Feet shoulder width apart. Left hand controls direction and aim. Keep your right hand steady. Use your index, middle, and ring fingers to draw the string, index above the nock, the other two below. Malcolm adjusted Thea's posture again and again, correcting every small flaw. As an archery master, his instruction was precise and methodical. Many people could do something well, but few could teach it clearly. Malcolm was one of the rare exceptions who could explain not only the how but also the why behind each motion. Thea held a red recurve bow, low draw weight, no sight, no stabilizer. Women, unfortunately, were naturally weaker in arm strength. Despite all those female archers you see in games and anime, mastering a real bow was far harder than fiction made it look. Less strength meant less power, less penetration. In history, even when wars consumed entire generations, no king ever conscripted women as archers. In the original story, Thea Queen, Speedy, as part of Team Arrow, had tried to compensate for her lower power with rapid fire. But her quiet fade from the spotlight, even temporary retirement, proved that strategy had failed. Not this time, she thought. This life, I'll rewrite that path. Steadying her breath, she repeated Malcolm's instructions silently. She knocked the arrow, drew the bowstring, and aimed at the tree 10 meters away, where Malcolm had drawn a red circle. Exhale. Inhale. Focus. Thwip. The arrow shot forward, and for a brief instant, Thea felt something, as if part of her own consciousness had followed the arrow's flight. This one will hit. Thunk. The arrow buried itself right inside the circle, only a few centimeters from the center. In competition terms, it was easily a 7 or 8 out of 10. Malcolm's jaw tightened slightly. His first 10-meter bullseye under Ras Al Ghul's brutal training had taken him 3 sleepless days. His daughter had done it on the first try. Suppressing his pride and irritation, he set up a new target 20 meters away. Try that one. As expected, Thea missed, but not by much. The arrow brushed the edge of the trunk. That small miss restored some balance to Malcolm's ego. He began explaining the mechanics in more detail. The truth was, Thea's first shot wasn't technique at all, it was instinctive perception. Her awareness extended across the 10-meter range, allowing her to feel the exact trajectory before release. It wasn't a superpower, real athletes sometimes experience the same thing. A basketball player can know a three-pointer will go in the moment it leaves their hand. It's not logic, it's intuition heightened by focus. But 20 meters was beyond her cheat zone. She could still track the first 10 meters precisely, but beyond that, her sense faded, and the arrow naturally drifted off target. So much for superhuman upgrades, she sighed inwardly. I'm still miles away from those walking hacks like Prometheus. That guy had a helmet that could download every martial art in existence, click, confirm, and voila, instant master. Just like Neo in the Matrix. Where the hell do I get one of those? Still, she listened intently to Malcolm's explanations. He broke each step down logically, stance, release, follow-through, with the patience and clarity of a true teacher. No wonder he's the pride of Hogwarts. She snickered inwardly. No, wrong school. Let's say the Nanda Parbat Academy for Gifted Adults. She absorbed everything like a sponge. The merging of two souls had granted her more than enhanced perception, her mind was sharper, memory faster, reactions quicker. If the original Thea had been a trainee hero, this version was already main hero material. By the end of their first lesson, she could reliably hit a 20-meter target. Not perfect, but 9 out of 10 arrows found their mark. Malcolm stared in silence, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. His first-night student had reached what had once taken him a week of exhaustion and muscle pain. Youth really is unfair, he thought, silently giving himself the excuse that she was simply more gifted. He watched from afar as Thea safely entered the Queen mansion before finally heading home. Back at the Merlin residence, he changed into casual clothes and asked his butler, "Has Tommy returned?" "No, sir. He only left a message saying he had something to take care of." Malcolm snorted softly. Something to take care of? More like something to flirt with. He didn't need to guess, if he wasn't home, Tommy was definitely out with Laurel again. An ache filled his chest. How do I even raise this boy? He had none of Malcolm's cunning, none of his discipline or drive. Were it not for his faith in his late wife's fidelity, he might have doubted the boy was his at all. Especially now, with Thea as the cruel comparison. But he reminded himself, everyone had their own kind of talent. It just needed to be found. Like that Japanese general once said during World War II, Prime Minister Tojo would make an excellent warehouse keeper. He could handle 5 machine guns at once. The implication, he had his uses, just not here. Tommy wasn't useless, just misplaced. In another life, when Oliver returned to Star City, he'd discovered Tommy's real knack, business. He'd encouraged his friend to open a bar, and Tommy had made it flourish. If it hadn't been for Malcolm's earthquake scheme, he might have turned it into a successful franchise. The more Malcolm thought about it, the heavier his heart grew. Staring at his wife's photograph, he made up his mind, I'll give him 6 more months. If he still can't change, I'll stop forcing it. Let him live comfortably, at least then I'll have honored her memory. When Thea came home, she found Moira waiting in the living room. Running up, she hugged her tightly. Mom, I'm back. Moira had heard that Malcolm had found someone to train her daughter, but didn't know that he himself was the trainer. She'd spent the entire evening worrying, afraid that Thea's sheltered nature would break under harsh training, or that the mysterious teacher might go too far. In her mind, there was no need for any of this. They had money, why not just hire better bodyguards instead of putting her daughter through hardship? Seeing Thea's bright smile, she finally relaxed a little. If it's too hard, don't go tomorrow, she said softly. Mom's worried about you. Thea met her eyes with quiet determination. I'm not afraid of hard work, Mom. What I fear is being too weak to protect you or our home. Moira's heart tightened. My poor child. I told you before, I'll respect whatever you decide. But if one day you no longer wish to continue, promise me you'll tell me first, all right? I promise, Thea said with a gentle smile. The two of them walked arm in arm down the hall, disappearing into the glow of the house, mother and daughter, side by side, each guarding the other in their own way. Chapter 17, Weapons Research and Development Division. Lying on her bed, Thea Queen knew her mother disapproved of her decision, though she hadn't said anything. Her mother had no idea how dangerous this world was, or how many times Thea had awakened from nightmares in terror. From all the intelligence gathered, it was clear that Superman and Batman had already fought several times. The official statement said the result was a draw. What did that mean? It meant that Superman was currently at his Iron Age or postmodern level, otherwise, no matter how skilled Batman was, there would be no way he could end up evenly matched with the Man of Steel. Look back at the Silver Age Superman and you'll understand, he could blow out a star with a single breath, sneeze, and destroy the entire solar system, pull multiple planets with his bare hands, move faster than the Flash, and even break the limits of time to kill his own mother, completely ignoring causality itself. Sounds familiar? Those are the kinds of powers that only appear in the final chapters of a fantasy novel. Superman, however, started at that level. Terrifying, isn't it? Even a super scion wouldn't stand a chance against him. So if Batman can still fight evenly with him now, Superman must be at his weakest stage. What Thea feared was not that Superman was too strong, but that he was too weak. If a Silver Age Superman were protecting Earth, peace would be guaranteed, no villain would dare to cause trouble. She could just enjoy her days as a beautiful CEO, playing games with Felicity Smoke without a care in the world. But unfortunately, this was an age of chaos, and wealth without power was like a castle in the air, ready to collapse at a touch. She needed to pay more attention to the Queen Merlin Group's weapons R&D division. That department surely held the key equipment she needed. Maybe she could even become this world's version of Iron Man. But that was wishful thinking. For confidentiality, she would probably have to work alone, or with only a few trusted assistants. If she mobilized the entire Queen Merlin Group for a 5-year research plan, the military would seize everything the moment success was achieved. Even Tony Stark, with S.H.I.E.L.D. backing him, still had to hand over his armor. How could she possibly fare better? She could only work in secret. Yet Tony was a double PhD. Who entered MIT at 15 and graduated at 18, and even built the Mark I in a cave. Meanwhile, she was 15 and hadn't even finished high school yet. The difference was laughable. Still, her Iron Man dream would have to wait. For now, Thea continued her ordinary routine, office, small forest path, then home. As for high school graduation, Moira Queen had spent a fortune pulling strings and negotiating with officials, and it was going well. If all went smoothly, Thea would enter the Princeton Department of Electrical Engineering next year. Moira fully supported her daughter attending a top university, better that than learning how to fight more efficiently. She hadn't questioned why Thea chose engineering over majors like journalism or biopharmaceuticals, which attracted more women. Female engineers were rare in America, but not unheard of. Malcolm Merlyn didn't particularly care either but helped make a few connections. He figured more education couldn't hurt. He even wondered whether his son Tommy was such a troublemaker because he hadn't studied enough. Maybe he should send him to college too. But after comparing Tommy's SAT scores with Thea's, he gave up. With that elementary school-level brain, better to keep him in Star City, sending him out would only embarrass the family. Unaware that she had inadvertently caused new trouble for Tommy, Thea was visiting the company's weapons R&D department. To be precise, she was inspecting, though wandering around might be more accurate. "Dr. Hoffman, what's this thing?" Thea asked, pointing at a helmet that looked like something Magneto would wear. The old man beside her, his hair pure white, wasn't exactly pleased with the heiress randomly dropping by. But since Director Andre had mysteriously disappeared, he had to manage everything himself, and he didn't dare offend the future head of the corporation. "It's a positioning helmet," he said vaguely. "You can think of it like a radar." That wasn't true at all, but he hoped the term would be enough to shut her curiosity down. Radar. Thea frowned, touching the smooth, round device. It didn't feel like a radar. Was he taking her for a fool? She ignored the radar comment and pressed on. "You said it's a positioning helmet. How does it locate targets?" Dr. Hoffman mentally cursed himself, he shouldn't have said the real name. Now he had to explain, "It uses probabilistic distribution algorithms for calculation." "Let's see if that shuts her up," he thought smugly. Thea didn't quite grasp such jargon but politely asked, "So what exactly can it calculate?" The old scientist, losing patience, muttered, "It measures nearby bioelectric fields." That term she recognized. "Oh, like sharks, right. Passive electrolocation. Huh. Not bad." The old man was genuinely surprised. Most girls her age would be out drinking, not discussing bioelectrical detection. His interest piqued, he began explaining his prized invention in detail. "You're right, Miss Queen. We based it on how sharks hunt. Their vision is poor, but they've evolved to send special bioelectric signals, allowing them to detect prey within 10 kilometers even in dark waters. We reversed that principle for our design." As the old man spoke, Thea translated it into gaming terms. It sounded like a hunter's tracking mark. As long as the target lived, it stayed visible on the map. Impressive. She wondered if she could use such a device herself. Seeing her genuine curiosity, the old scientist was pleased. Among the company's upper management, she was the only one who had ever shown interest in their work. His team had achieved some success over the years, but nothing that brought real profit to the corporation. He often felt guilty for burning through the company's budget with little to show. He continued enthusiastically. This is an underwater illumination device. Most commercial ones only reach 100 meters, but ours can light up to 500. This is a micromissile, 2 models, surface and air. Compact, but shorter range. We're still improving that. This is an emergency transport unit. It can be remotely controlled at 400 kilometers per hour and carry about 1 ton of supplies. And so on. By the end of his presentation, Thea was truly amazed. Still, most of the projects had little commercial value. After reviewing them all, she realized only the underwater searchlight could be sold for a profit, but even that had too small a market to cover its development costs. Chapter 18, A Confession. After spending an entire day with the weapons R&D division, Thea formed a general impression: everything was scattered and unstructured. They researched whatever popped into their heads. She wanted to do something about it, but she couldn't just cart their prototypes away. That's the downside of modern corporate systems: everything is locked down by rules. Even if she became CEO, she couldn't simply take company property as if it were her own. Batman's gear had been procured through collusion between his alter ego and the company's CEO, cooked through off-the-books accounting. If she remembered correctly, he'd even staged a daring heist to steal his own equipment once or twice. It was hilarious in the movie, but when the situation landed on her lap, it was just frustrating. She couldn't walk to the warehouse manager and say, for the sake of a more humane workflow, I'll be checking out 2 missiles. Or, those submachine guns look great, give me 5,000 rounds of ammo to decorate my office. Besides, even if she moved things out, she had nowhere to machine them. Maybe she could use the Queen steel fabrication and welding plant, the place that would one day become Oliver's base. No, Moira watched her too closely. She simply didn't have the time. Over the next few days, Thea kept dropping by the R&D department. If she couldn't take anything home, at least she could feast her eyes. Dr. Hoffman didn't object to the young heiress who preferred explosives and rockets over jewels and dinner parties. They chatted now and then, and time drifted by. Moira, of course, knew where her daughter was spending her hours. She wondered if Thea was still trapped in the shadow of past trauma. Otherwise, what kind of girl liked planes and cannons? Malcolm Merlin, on the other hand, didn't see a problem. He himself hovered somewhere between mad and half-mad. He merely had his aides check what weapons Thea was interested in. The analysts reported she fixated on high-tech, high-destructive power systems. What was she planning? Apocalypse. He only intended to level the Glades. Had his daughter inherited his blood and gone even further? One morning, after Thea spent yet another half-day with Dr. Hoffman discussing medium-range missiles, Moira couldn't sit still. She decided to give her daughter something to do, in other words, to add weight to her shoulders. Thea, take a look at this file. The company wants to expand the software department. Great. Go ahead, Thea said, puzzled. Why bring this to me? I'm putting you in charge of establishing the software department and running it afterward. Moira thought privately. Queen Consolidated was a titan of steel. Capital and talent were mostly tied up in heavy industry. The software department was an empty shell with nothing inside. Let Thea tinker with it at her own pace. And software. She figured no matter how much Thea fussed, it wouldn't move the needle much, this from someone who hadn't yet met true artificial intelligence. Thea didn't overthink it. She only knew she finally had some authority and wouldn't just be the girl carrying bags and fetching water. Assistant sounded nice, but the work was scattered and passive, totally at odds with her personality. At last, she could take charge. Wonderful. Where will I be working? Every room in HQ was already occupied. She'd been here long enough and hadn't seen a single door plaque that said, Software Department. You can pick a location from the properties under the company's name. Everything will be up to you. Show Mom what you can do, Moira said encouragingly. For real. Good news upon good news. Autonomy. Free choice of site. No question, she'd take over the place that would be Green Arrow's future base. He could find himself a new lair later. But she couldn't name it outright. She needed to put on a show and survey sites first. I understand. I'll work hard and deliver results, she said. Authorized to second up to 10 employees to form the software department, with the rest to be hired independently, Thea hummed a tune as she happily left the president's office. Seeing no complaint on her daughter's face, Moira let out a breath, again. Why again? Because this daughter was too unusual, diligent at work, hard-working at study, ambitious to a frightening degree. Look at Tommy, perfectly content to idle away his days at Merlin Global, flirting with receptionists, and never talking about martial arts or missile research. Moira picked up the phone, told her secretary to book Dr. Hoffman a Europe family tour package under the company tab. He was to take his whole family and have fun, with one condition: don't come back for 3 months. Dr. Hoffman's wife had passed away years ago. When he received the company's gift, he figured, why not? He took his 2 sons, his daughter, and their dog on a grand tour of Europe, and ultimately met the love of his later life on the Aegean Sea. He would be forever grateful to the company. But that's another story. Unaware that her actions had set her new friend on a path to romance, Thea returned to her desk in high spirits. She reread the file twice. Heaven was on her side. If it had been any other department, she might have hesitated. But software. Ha! She knew Felicity Smoke. With a world-class hacker like Felicity, what software couldn't they build? Since their last night out, the two had become very good friends. Strange as it sounded, 2 women could indeed drink their way into camaraderie. Truly, the dinner table, bar or not, was the soil where bonds grow, regardless of gender. She hadn't yet visited Felicity's office area. Would Felicity help her? Thea felt a flutter of nerves. Would Felicity agree to leave her comfy, low-effort post to run around with Thea? If she refused, it wouldn't be the end of the world. She could always issue a mandatory order. Felicity's workplace was tucked well out of sight: Corporate Archives, Information Technology Unit. Following the tiny plaques, Thea finally found the department in a corner of the 2nd floor. The corner practically came with a built-in cloaking device. Thea swore she'd never noticed it once in all her days here. The future Watchtower's IT girl, Felicity Smoke, had her glasses off and was fast asleep on her desk. The girl must have slathered on a lot of lipstick, because the drool had stained a big red patch on her sleeve. Thea tapped the desk. Hey, wake up. Nap time's over. Miss Smoke blinked groggily, stared for a long moment, then put on her glasses and examined Thea again. Thea. Is it quitting time? You here to take me out for drinks? Wow. Was this girl a secret lush? That wasn't in the script. Wasn't she supposed to be a homebody? Caught up in the moment, Thea blurted out, Felicity, will you come with me? Felicity's face went utterly blank. She murmured, Are you confessing to me? I need to think about this. Thea nearly lost it. How did you get that from what I said? Then, after a beat, she realized the fault wasn't entirely Felicity's. The question she'd asked did sound a little misleading. Chapter 19, Recruiting Allies. Thea hurried to clarify. Not what you think, it's like this. And she babbled out an explanation. Felicity cocked her head and stared at her, as if she hadn't quite heard, then said slowly, You have designs on me. Wow, when did this girl get so perceptive? Wasn't she usually scatterbrained? Thea's surprised expression betrayed her, and Felicity noticed. I knew it. Little Thea, you're not being honest. She grabbed her laptop and began tapping away. Oh my, our state laws actually allow this kind of marriage. Have you planned this in advance? Thea stared dumbfounded as Felicity searched through all sorts of strange references, muttering occasionally, You're still a bit young, 16's the minimum. Maybe I can help change your ID. This firewall's awful. I never thought about that. It sounds more exciting than men. Am I into this? Felicity mumbled on. Oh, this kind of marriage can't happen in a church, but I'm Jewish so whatever. Her voice trailed off and her face flushed. How on earth had this misunderstanding arisen? Thea had only wanted to recruit her for help. How had it become that? And what did a church have to do with anything? Despite repeated explanations, Felicity remained skeptical, stubbornly convinced that explanations were cover-ups, and coyly said she might consider developing the relationship. To be honest, Felicity could seem unreliable at times, but she was an attractive woman. Her stammering came from a mind that raced too fast for her lips to keep up. In the original timeline she'd enchanted both Green Arrow and Adam. She was genuinely formidable, and Thea enjoyed her company. But Thea only wanted her help. She was desperately recruiting talent, not pursuing romance. Thea still stood at the desk, and through her collar she noticed a little of Felicity's neck, soft-looking. Where did her thoughts wander to? Snap out of it, their conversation had been dragged into a ditch by this shameless woman. She hurried to cut off the nonsense. In the time it took, Felicity had already started searching where to go on holiday without breaking local laws. Stop. Please. I only want you to help me. Those other things can wait, okay? Thea admitted she'd briefly considered using charm to pull the IT prodigy onto her team. No matter whether it was an iron suit or other tech weapons, none of it could work without software. Since the misunderstanding had already happened, let it be. She had nothing to lose. If Green Arrow's future team lacked computing support, that wouldn't be her problem. If guilt ate at her later, Thea remembered a metahuman in Central City who could control bees and had decent hacking skills, second only to Felicity. She could recommend him to Oliver. Felicity's father and ex were also masters in their own right. The whole Smoke family were a set of 3 prodigies. Aside from Felicity's looks, she could hand the rest over to Team Arrow without regret. The fact that some of them had questionable morals was not a concern for Thea. Felicity folded her arms and stared. You really do have designs, spill it, what is it? Thea nearly fainted. She'd already explained twice, the girl hadn't heard a word, lost in her fantasies. So Thea repeated the plan to set up the software department and even showed Felicity Moira's directive for proof. Felicity pointed at herself with incredulous fingers. Me. What can I do? She'd only recently left her life as a hacker. Sometimes she still broke into systems out of habit, but she hadn't settled on a future path yet and was unsure of her own purpose. Originally Thea planned to go it alone, but then realized the problems were too numerous, one person couldn't handle all the threads. The first helper she thought of was Felicity. The woman's morals were unquestionable. The timing might be early, but it was still good. Thea could present her plan, and trust and friendship would be mutual. She hooked her phone to Felicity's laptop and explained the project in detail. From her conversations with Dr. Hoffman she'd learned the uses of most items in the weapons division. She picked a few pieces that were technically sophisticated but not socially dangerous, and with a bit of wild imagination combined them into the device appearing now on Felicity's screen, the original Marvel Green Goblin glider, repainted red and renamed the Red Arrow skateboard. Thea had originally been known as both Red Arrow and Quickgun. Quickgun sounded like a petty thief's nickname, unappealing, so she planned to keep Red Arrow. Naming was hard for her, but this one stuck. She proposed modifying an emergency transport unit as the base. That device already did 400 kilometers per hour, carried about a ton, could hover and fly, perfect. Remove the remote control unit and replace it with brainwave control. For that, they needed the shark positioning helmet Dr. Hoffman had shown them earlier. Keep its locating ability, but reverse memory Thea's bioelectric signature so it could respond to her brainwaves. Felicity would need to write lots of code to interpret and map the commands. Finally, they'd need a load-bearing suit, the one that had caused Director Andre trouble in the past, to absorb the internal pressure of traveling at 400 kilometers per hour. Thea had calculated it, the suit could handle the stress. Combine those parts and you'd have a simple prototype of the Red Arrow skateboard. As for a weapons system, those items could be borrowed with excuses, but missiles were too singular in purpose. Apart from killing and arson, Thea couldn't justify needing them. She was only 15, she didn't even have a firearm permit. How could she tell Moira she needed 2 missiles for comparison with a T-egg? Even this modest setup had cost Thea enormous effort. She admired Tony Stark's ability to hammer a Mark Eye out of scrap in a cave, but such genius felt like a cheat of fate to her. Even geniuses had limits. Felicity studied the schematics closely, her big eyes lit up. Cool. This invention is perfect. You're brilliant. Let's start now. Her personality suggested she'd one day become friends with the likes of Cisco Ramon, a goofy, tech-loving guy who loved weapons as much as makeup. As the old saying went, she loved dressing up but loved armament more. The plan was detailed, but they couldn't just act recklessly. Trusting Felicity didn't mean everyone else was trustworthy. The two drove to the Queen Merlin steel and welding plant. It had been abandoned. Thea intended to make it her domain. The ground still held many pieces of equipment, processing machines and welders strewn about. Chapter 20, Establishing the Secret Base. The factory had a large basement. Nobody knew why it had been built that way in the first place, but now it was Thea's lucky break. She picked out a few lightweight, still serviceable processing machines and welders. The two women hauled the bulky gear onto a cart with Herculean effort and staggered it down into the basement. Fortunately, both were Western girls and strong enough, at least stronger than the typical Asian women of this world. Despite Felicity's bookish look, she had a surprising amount of muscle and grit. Thea, having trained under old Malcolm for half a year, had gained some strength too. Still, Felicity did most of the heavy lifting. What could Thea say? She was older. Once everything was installed and tested, the machines still worked. Thea had been reading manuals on fabrication lately. She didn't expect to reach Tony Stark levels of artisan mastery, but for a future iron suit and the nascent Red Arrow skateboard, she needed to know the basics at least. They sealed and camouflaged the basement entrance. From now on, the visible area upstairs would be the software department's office, while the hidden room below would be their secret base. The two women leaned against the wall, panting. Thea felt a new respect for Oliver. The two of them were exhausted to the point of collapse, and she imagined how he would one day do all this alone. His forearms must be the stuff of legends. Felicity, half limp with fatigue, sighed, "I'm so tired, Thea. Let's go to a hot spring." Seriously? Again. The memory of their last outing made Thea nervous, and also, inexplicably, a little fluttery. What was she excited about? She snapped herself out of that corrupt train of thought and firmly refused the decadent suggestion, saying she needed to report back to Moira. She told Felicity not to slack off either. Even if their cover was just for show and they didn't plan to perform miracles, the basic framework had to be built. Recruiting software engineers would be Felicity's job. She was a top hacker, after all. Whoever she selected would at least have some skill. Over the next few days, Thea was a whirl of activity, quietly pulling the pieces of equipment she needed out under plausible pretexts. She told Moira the software department would need powerful computers, a large fund was approved, and thus the usual off-book accounting began. In the secret base, they installed a powerful server rack. That thrilled the former hacker now homebody. Having something once and losing it makes you appreciate it more. Watching the radiant smile on Felicity's face, Thea wondered if making her do something slightly embarrassing would be out of line. Bad imagination should take a knee. Thea pulled out a bucket of paint, 2 brushes, and a sprayer, and told Felicity to each take a wall and clean the basement up. Thea admitted she might be a bit obsessive. Maybe Oliver wouldn't care if the place stayed filthy for a year, but she couldn't stand it. The secret room's existence had to be kept safe, and only the 2 of them should have their fingerprints on it. So they painted. Felicity hadn't expected this. A proud MIT grad reduced to renovation work, the irony was rich. Thea had seen Felicity's apartment. The girl was lazy to the core, only emptying the trash when it overflowed. Without someone to push her, she would have ended up drifting through life. Though internally mortified, Felicity didn't refuse the painting. To her it was neither here nor there. Given Thea, a pampered heiress, rolling up her sleeves to paint, Felicity found she wasn't too delicate to join in. Grudgingly, she changed clothes and helped the lady scrub and repaint the place. She muttered as she brushed, move machines, install a door, paint walls. Where's the promised advanced weapon modifying work? Fraud. Thea pretended not to hear. Men and women really did have different tolerances for mess. Maybe that's why being a female hero was so hard. Building a base was full of obstacles. Batman had a cave and never had to paint a wall. After a bout of hard work, the space looked infinitely better. Thea had made Felicity act as a mover, installer, and decorator for 2 days straight. Finally she couldn't refuse the hot spring suggestion any longer. With heroic stoicism she agreed to accompany her. The details that followed, which happened below the neck, are left unsaid here, but to borrow a phrase from a master of martial arts fiction, excellent, superb, ineffable joy. A month passed quickly. The software department's initial preparations were essentially complete. Thea wished she could keep procrastinating forever. She really didn't care much for bureaucratic department building. Her skateboard assembly had just begun, and Felicity was already coding a new algorithm for brainwave acquisition. Moira flatly refused Thea's plea for another month of delay and ordered her to start work immediately. With the boss's mind made up, the 2 young women had to set aside their tinkering. Thea assumed the role of department head and assigned Felicity as deputy head. The title sounded impressive, but in reality the group consisted of only 3 people pulled from the company. The rest either lacked skill or stared at the 2 women with lecherous eyes and unclear intentions. Among the 3 recruits, 2 were women of average looks and skinny enough to be blown away by a level 6 wind. The lone male spoke in a soft voice, and just looking at him suggested low testosterone and maybe a touch of spinal weirdness. Thea thought, if all villains were like this, she could take 10 at once. She gave a short speech about how important the new department was to the corporation, but the empty factory, oil stains in the corners, and windows that rattled when the wind blew made her words sound hollow. Still, 3 flaky underlings were better than none. It wasn't Malcolm's army of henchmen, but it was a start. Thea declared, full of ambition, that work would commence. Her first day as a department head passed in tea and newspaper reading, because frankly, there was nothing to do. Queen Consolidated had been founded on steel smelting and shady dealings. Anyone with a face full of scabs could find work here. The company's needs for software were close to zero. Thea wondered if she would be sleeping by day and busy at night forever. Time was precious. Half of her 5-year plan had already evaporated. She stumbled out to find Felicity. The situation here and at the company was inverted. At HQ, Felicity slept while Thea worked herself stupid. Now Thea had nothing to do, and she couldn't very well practice archery in front of the 3 hires. If she did, they would probably run away. Felicity, on the other hand, had no such problem. Her brainwave capture software could be coded at any time. To outsiders it would look like she was doing something impressive even though no one knew exactly what. Chapter 21, Facial Recognition Software. When Thea finally found Felicity, the girl was operating 3 keyboards at once, spinning in her chair and typing furiously like a human whirlwind. Thea leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching for a while. She realized Felicity was genuinely absorbed in her work, sacrificing sleep for their project. Thea felt a twinge of guilt. Hey, want to grab some coffee? Without turning her head, Felicity replied, no, I'm busy. You go have fun. Thea wasn't heartless enough to leave her working alone while she went out to play. She dragged a chair over, sat beside her, and put an arm around her shoulder. Take a break. I've got something to talk about. Felicity froze mid-typing and turned, wary. We're not doing more physical labor, are we? Typical capitalist shut-in, just a few days of manual work and she already had trauma. Thea thought bitterly that even Zhuge Liang, before becoming a statesman, had done farm work without a single complaint. MIT education clearly had its flaws. It's something outside, Thea said, pointing toward the wide, empty space that served as their software department. Don't you think we should do something? As the heir, I can't just sit here with no results, she said pitifully. What could we even do? Felicity asked, implying that Thea's family business, once a reformed crime syndicate, didn't exactly need software. Your company's always upgrading hardware to stay competitive. Maybe buy more clubs and brass knuckles. Thea lowered her voice. Aren't you, really good with that stuff? Got any basic software I can buy off you? Something to keep those three outside busy, and help me have something to report. Felicity tapped her fingers together, nose slightly tilted. Good eye. Hang on. She opened a folder, clicked a few times, and soon the printer beside them began chugging. A few minutes later, she handed Thea 3 printed pages. These are some of my old college projects. See if anything's useful. Though, honestly, none of it's very practical. Her voice grew smaller as she spoke. Thea scanned the papers and felt despair. She recognized every letter, but none of the words together made sense. What even was this? Just because you have a master's degree. Computational secondary ion mass spectrometry formulas. Tracking motion and flavor link protocol framework. String-based algorithm for wavelength recognition. No wonder Oliver eventually broke up with her. A high school dropout living with an MIT grad, no shared language except the, physical kind. Without mental connection, the relationship was doomed. Thea thought grimly, if you don't study, even a protagonist's halo won't save your love life. Then she remembered a detail from the original timeline, a piece of software that might be useful. She flipped through the list again. Aha, she clapped her hands suddenly. This one, the facial recognition cross algorithm. The sharp sound startled Felicity, who turned to stare at her like she'd lost her mind. You okay? I'm fine, fine. This one, Thea pointed to the algorithm. How far did you develop it? This is hacker stuff, Thea. Don't mess with it, it could cause serious trouble if leaked, Felicity said anxiously. My plan's different, Thea explained quickly. I'm not using it commercially. I want to develop or donate it to the police to help catch criminals. How advanced is it? Can it identify suspects accurately? Facial recognition software was Felicity Smoke's signature achievement in the shows, it's shown in both Arrow and The Flash. Combined with mobile tracking, it could be devastatingly effective. But Thea wasn't ready to release everything. GPS tracking involved too much personal privacy, she wasn't strong enough yet to wade into that minefield. Commercial use was risky, but giving it to law enforcement could build reputation, and Queen Consolidated badly needed that after years of shady dealings. Thea's ambitions reached further. If she could one day take over Queen Consolidated, her mother could move into politics, run for senator or mayor. Moira had all the grace and poise of a future stateswoman, much like that former First Lady turned Secretary of State, from Thea's past life, charming, competent, politically brilliant. Keeping her stuck in the company was a waste. It was early to think that far ahead, but good reputation had to be cultivated bit by bit. It might come in handy someday. Felicity, meanwhile, found the idea compelling. At heart, she was kind and couldn't stand seeing injustice. In the future, she'd be drawn to Green Arrow for that same reason, his heroism inspired her loyalty. Hearing that one of her old hacker tools could now fight crime filled her with joy. After some discussion, they agreed, Felicity would provide the base version of the facial recognition algorithm, and Thea, under the company's name, would buy it for development, with a clause prohibiting commercial use. Pricing would depend on corporate appraisal. Felicity initially didn't want money, but Thea ruthlessly exposed her habit of changing outfits 3 times a day and earrings daily. That made Felicity realize the importance of income. More importantly, Thea thought, the money could fund their secret base. Wait, this money isn't mine. Felicity's mouth dropped open. She thought Thea's persuasive pitch was about getting her a bonus, and was already mentally planning her shopping spree. Ahem, of course it's for you, well, mostly, Thea said sheepishly. Moira could overlook other people's gray accounting, but not her daughter's. Thea rarely handled cash and never had a chance to make off-the-books deals. The Red Arrow skateboard looked simple but drained funds like crazy. Now Heaven had dropped a gift in her lap, she'd be a fool not to grab it. After smoothing things over with Felicity, Thea rushed straight to the CEO's office. She presented the facial recognition idea with glowing praise, emphasizing its innovation and hinting at the image boost that donating it to law enforcement could bring. Moira, ever politically astute, caught her daughter's drift immediately. No debate was needed, no one turned down a PR win. With a single stroke of her pen, she approved $1 million in funding. As for how much her daughter paid Felicity privately, she didn't ask. She knew Thea had recently made a good friend, and in her eyes, that was a sign her daughter was finally returning to normal life. With that, she could even start planning her own future with Walter again. Chapter 22, Star City Police Department. Felicity was put fully in charge of the facial recognition software. Thea told her to lead the team, which, truthfully, was just those 3 subordinates, and produce an initial prototype to hand over to the police. Why only a prototype? Felicity asked, puzzled. Why not give them the best version? Aren't we supposed to be fighting crime? If they handed over the best version right away, there'd be no reason for future cooperation. Thea didn't want a one-off deal, she wanted to build a long-term partnership with the Star City Police. The more the police worked with Queen Consolidated, the better the company's reputation would become. Of course, she couldn't explain all that to Felicity's justice-driven mind. So she gave another reason. If we give them the most advanced version, they'll start wondering whether we used it for anything illegal before. And don't tell me you've never done that. That was obvious. Felicity had hacked more servers than Malcolm Merlyn had bodies on his conscience. She'd once hijacked a satellite just to spy on people nearby, peek at secrets, or watch what senators' mistresses were up to, enough offenses combined to earn her 10 years in prison. Not that 10 years would scare her, she was the kind of hermit who could be at home even in jail. She wouldn't mind, someone else would cook and clean. But under US law, hackers serving time were often banned from touching computers for years. That alone could drive her insane. If she went 3 days without a keyboard, she'd be plotting a jailbreak by day 4. Thanks, Thea. You really care about me, Felicity said softly, a little deflated. There, don't cry. Come here, hug. Thea teased, pulling her close. She was starting to like this woman, 5 years her senior, more and more. Naive, kind, driven by justice, all the things Thea admired and lacked herself. Felicity rolled her eyes and pushed her away. I'm not a kid, you know. I'm tough. The two bantered for a while, and Thea reminded her that if manpower ran short, she could hire more, but the sooner the prototype was ready, the better. Even though Felicity now led the project, Thea wasn't idle. The $1 million Moira had approved covered more than software development, it also included all follow-up logistics. And donating something to the police didn't guarantee they'd actually accept it. Some persuasion would be required. Luckily, Thea had a connection. The tangled history between the Queen family and Detective Quentin Lance could fill a book, but at least they knew each other. Recognition was better than nothing. Going to Lance directly might not work, she and he weren't enemies, but they weren't on good terms either. She'd need an intermediary, his daughter, Laurel Lance. She called Tommy and asked him to arrange a meeting with Laurel. The three agreed to meet at Big Belly Burger. Tommy had been dying of boredom at the Merlyn offices. 10 minutes with financial reports was enough to induce dizziness. When Thea called, he didn't even ask why, just grabbed his jacket and bolted. The three arrived almost together, ordered drinks, and Thea explained her idea to Laurel. Laurel, ever the aspiring prosecutor, was all too familiar with the pain of insufficient evidence. Seeing criminals walk free due to lack of proof was maddening. If the police and DA's office could use facial recognition, case clearance rates would skyrocket. She couldn't understand why Thea was even asking her, what obstacle could there be? Thea, this is a great idea. What do you need me to do? Well, Thea said carefully, we plan to give the software to the police for free, but I'm worried your father might not approve. You know, our family's history. She pointed to herself, then at Tommy. Laurel thought of her father, still grieving her sister's death. By day he worked like nothing had happened, by night he drank himself into numbness. Who knew how he'd react now? I think he'll agree, she said at last. He's the most upright man I know. Come with me, Thea. As for you, she turned to Tommy with a mischievous smile, why don't you go entertain yourself? Poor Tommy looked like a puppy being abandoned. The two women ignored him and drove to Star City Police headquarters. It was Thea's first time there, and honestly, it was disappointing. The place was old, worn, and dimly lit, not the imposing fortress she'd imagined. She saw maybe a couple hundred officers at most. In reality, the department had over 1,500 personnel managing a city of 1 million, but most were scattered across districts. HQ mainly housed clerical staff, leaving the illusion of a near-empty building. Movies and TV lied. They made it look like the same handful of officers did everything, but if real police worked that way, with their death rate, the show would lose its cast in 3 episodes. Following Laurel, Thea finally met Detective Quentin Lance, a pivotal figure in the Green Arrow saga, the Commissioner Gordon of Star City, and a tragic hero behind the scenes. 2 daughters dead and revived and dead again, after all that turmoil, his thick dark hair would be completely gone by season 5. Laurel laid out Thea's plan in detail. Both women watched Lance intently, waiting for his response. "Miss Queen," he said coolly, arms crossed, "what exactly motivates this? Giving something for free isn't typical of the Queen family." "Detective," Thea began earnestly, "no one told me to do this. I was born here. This is my home. Star City is dying, you've seen it." She took a breath and continued. "Maybe in your eyes, Queen Consolidated has done wrong. But I see a company that's kept this city alive. We once employed 50,000 workers. Now, after cutbacks, we still keep 30,000 on payroll. We're doing our part to keep Star City alive." Seeing the sneer fade from his face, she pressed on. "Fighting crime isn't just the police's duty, it's the duty of every citizen. I'm asking for a chance to prove our worth. This isn't for me, or even for Queen Consolidated, it's for every good person who calls Star City home." "Dad, say yes," Laurel urged gently. "This isn't a bad thing." Lance stared into Thea's eyes for a long time before finally nodding. "All right. You've convinced me. I'll bring it up with the captain. Let's hope I'm right about this." As he turned to leave, Thea quickly stepped forward and grasped his arm. Her voice softened. "Detective, I know you're grieving Sarah's death. But that shipwreck took my brother and my father too. For their sakes, please forgive my brother." Chapter 23, First Battle. Detective Lance's hand clenched around the doorframe so hard Thea thought he might rip it clean off. "Listen, young lady," he said through gritted teeth. "Maybe one day I'll forgive the Queen family, but I will never forgive Oliver Queen. Not now, not ever. Remember that." He shot her one last glare and stormed away. Well, that didn't go as planned. Negotiations failed. As expected, this grudge wasn't something easily erased. Oliver, honestly, what was he thinking? Playing both sisters at once. Even Sun Tzu, as brash as he was, at least shared one beauty with Zhou Yu. "You've brought shame on the whole family, including your little sister." Still, even if things hadn't gone perfectly, Lance hadn't rejected cooperation with Queen Consolidated. That was a partial victory. The men technically had a captain above him, but that superior was more focused on politics and rarely interfered in daily work. In truth, Star City's police department ran entirely on Lance's shoulders. But this rift had to be mended soon. If Lance ever woke up one morning in a bad mood and decided to flip the table, her entire PR project would go up in smoke. And she'd have to bring Sarah Lance back as quickly as possible. Once Sarah returned, the feud would settle naturally, at least between the Lances and the Queens. As for the two sisters, one man disaster that might follow, that was their family problem, not hers. She frowned, recalling the show's timeline. Sarah should still be alive aboard that ship. If Oliver didn't mess things up too early, she'd be fine for a few more months. Knowing she had some time, Thea shelved the rescue plan for now. Looking beside her, she noticed Laurel's downcast face. It was hard to tell if she was mourning her sister or still heartbroken over Oliver. Either way, Thea owed her gratitude for helping today. She gave her a gentle hug. "You okay?" "I'm fine," Laurel said with a faint tremor in her voice. "You're stronger than I thought, Thea." Thea already knew Oliver and Sarah weren't truly dead, but thinking of her adoptive father, Robert Queen, still made her chest tighten. She quickly changed the subject. "Can you give me a ride home?" "You know. Still no driver's license." Laurel laughed softly. "Sure." The two drove back to the Glades. Only when they arrived did Thea realize her so-called software department was just across the street from Laurel's law firm. They agreed to meet again sometime for tea. By dusk, Thea was back in the forest for her daily training. Half a year had passed since she'd begun. Archery, close combat, knife techniques, she'd become skilled at all of them. According to Malcolm, she was already on par with a standard member of the League of Assassins, only lacking real combat experience. Unlike in the original story, where birds of a feather flocked together, speedsters with the Flash, and archers with Team Arrow, this Thea had little interest in joining her brother's team. Sure, she'd help in a pinch, but formally joining. No thanks. Her focus had always been on ambush defense. If she had her gear ready, she could retreat safely, maybe even win. But if caught off guard, then she was finished. Skills didn't mean much if you were unarmed in real life. Of course, she could always go full lunatic and walk around town carrying a sword, but her pride wouldn't allow that. So, she trained mainly in unarmed combat, joint locks, judo, karate, and KGB close-quarters techniques. She could hold her own against Malcolm, roughly 60-40, though only because he was holding back. Biological differences in strength and mass were impossible to ignore. She waited in the woods for a while, wondering why Malcolm was late. Then, extending her senses, she detected several figures to her right, muttering, stumbling toward her. 3 men emerged. It was impossible to tell their age, their makeup was that bad. Each wore thick black eyeliner, making their faces ghostly in the fading light. Dressed entirely in dark clothes, from afar they looked like those shadowy silhouettes from Detective Conan. Each had shiny metal rings and piercings glinting faintly in the dark. They walked unsteadily, swaying like drunks, or ghosts sliding across the ground. Where did these clowns spawn from? Thea didn't feel afraid, but she didn't want trouble either. She turned slightly, planning to let them pass and move to another part of the forest to wait for Malcolm. "Hey, there's a chick over there," one of them slurred. The other 2, half drunk, didn't think twice, instinct kicked in, and they charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Seeing them come closer, Thea sighed. So this was probably another of Malcolm's field tests. There was no other reason 3 idiots would wander into this godforsaken place. Fine. Time to see what she could do in a real fight. She decided to strike first, not because she was scared of losing, but because she didn't want to hear any disgusting lines that would ruin her appetite later. Dropping her bow and knife to the side, she flexed her hands and rolled her shoulders. Facing the 3 buffoons, she hesitated for a moment. Each one looked equally punchable. She couldn't decide who to start with. "Hey, sweetheart," one thug began, grinning. Decision made. Not because he spoke first, but because, scientifically speaking, he deserved it most. No need for fancy moves. Against weaklings like these, her special techniques, like the Black Widow-style KGB throw, jumping up and twisting an opponent's neck with her legs, were overkill. Too lethal, and frankly, too awkward to learn from her father. So instead, she grabbed the lead thug's right hand and twisted sharply in the opposite direction. Ah! His scream echoed through the forest, pig-like. With his back to her and his body completely open, Thea moved to finish him off with a judo leg sweep. But as she reached for his ear, she froze. His ears were covered in metal studs, a dozen of them, glittering in the dim light. He looked like a porcupine. Wait, what if touching him stabbed her hand? Chapter 24, A New Theory. Thea had no choice but to grab the man by his hair, only to discover his hairstyle was something else entirely. It was shaped like a trident, with a pointed spike in the middle like a Teletubby antenna, while 2 locks of hair on the sides defied gravity and pointed outward. Under the dim forest light, the greenish sheen of his hair actually glowed. She was sure it contained enough heavy metals to poison a horse. Clever. Trying to kill me with toxins, huh? She thought bitterly. After searching for a clean spot to hit and finding none, Thea gave up on karate and switched to taekwondo. One sharp kick behind his knee sent him halfway down, a second kick slammed into his lower back. She'd held back. If she'd hit the spine directly, he'd be paralyzed for life. Still, the force she used was no joke. Judging by the sound, he'd be lucky if he only lost a kidney or half a spleen. 1 idiot down. The other 2 finally realized something was wrong and lunged forward, shouting nonsense. One of them actually squared up like a proper street fighter, raising his right fist like he was about to yell, "Take this." The other stretched out his arms for a perverted bear hug, eyes gleaming. Pervert. Thea immediately regretted tossing her bow aside. That idiot was going to get blood, or worse, on her shoes. These are new shoes. She sidestepped the first guy's swing and, in his stunned expression, sprang toward the leering one. A kick to the right cheek, then another to the left, finally she raised her leg high and shouted, "Die." The kick crashed under his chin with a crisp crack. The force was enough to shatter his jaw and probably fracture his neck and collarbone too. The last thug stood frozen, staring at his 2 unconscious friends. His sluggish brain finally caught up, realizing staying meant death. He spun around and ran. As if Thea would let him. A target that big, back turned, how could she resist? Time to test her archery progress. She grabbed her bow, drew the string, and fired without even aiming, relying purely on instinct. The arrow sliced through the air like lightning in the trees. She wasn't aiming to kill, he hadn't actually done much beyond being an idiot, so she targeted his calf. If treated properly, he'd be hobbling on crutches again in 3 months. A slow clap echoed from behind her. "Papa." Malcolm appeared in his usual black outfit, voice gravelly. "Not bad. Looks like you've mastered most of what I've taught. But why didn't you finish them off? They're not good men. Aren't you afraid they'll come for revenge?" Thea had been expecting this question ever since she guessed the fight was his doing. Kill or not kill, that was the eternal theme of every comic, anime, and heroic saga ever written. Batman, Flash, and others all stood by the no-kill rule. Others, like her brother Oliver, had once killed freely before putting down the sword for good. That single line, kill or not, was the clearest boundary between hero and villain. Of course, she couldn't start lecturing her father, a professional villain, about superhero ethics. So she decided to remix Batman's philosophy and wrap it in darker, more Malcolm-friendly language. She pointed to the first thug, the Teletubby now slumped against a tree. That one's suffering from acute internal bleeding and spinal edema. If he's not in surgery soon, his organs will start to fail. He'll lose his spleen, maybe his kidneys too. Then she gestured at the pervert on the ground, barely breathing, and smiled coldly. This one's worse. Without immediate medical attention, he won't see the sunrise. Even if he survives, his central nervous system's gone. He'll never walk again, and judging from that broken jaw, he'll never speak either. As for the one I shot, she continued, he'll live, but that leg's done for. Permanent nerve damage, possibly multiple sclerosis. Too many symptoms to list. She folded her arms and added, they never saw my face, I was standing in the shadows. Judging by their outfits, they weren't carrying HD cameras or infrared scanners. Then, expression cool, she said. Because of my decision tonight, their lives have changed forever. Their fates have diverged. Maybe they'll reform, maybe they'll settle down and live ordinary, harmless lives. My intervention broke their original paths, and that's the beauty of fate, isn't it? You love talking about fate, don't you, Dad? Fine. I'll use it too. She'd just taken Batman's don't kill, just cripple philosophy, rebranded it as a fatalistic theory of karmic punishment, and turned it into a villain's justification. Bruce Wayne would probably faint if he heard it. Malcolm hadn't expected his daughter to develop not just skill but a worldview, and even a guiding theory. For a moment, he found himself questioning his own methods. Had he been wrong all along? Maybe killing was mercy. Maybe letting them live, broken, humiliated, and suffering, was the real punishment. He thought of his own life. His wife had died and found peace. He, the one left behind, had endured 20 years of torment. Thea might be right. Robert and Oliver, gone in an instant. But Moira and Thea had been left to suffer endlessly. Maybe, not killing was crueler. He didn't fully grasp it yet, but Malcolm had partially accepted her reasoning. And remembering the real purpose of tonight's meeting, he decided to postpone their philosophical debate. Right or wrong, it's your philosophy, he said finally. That's what matters. You asked me to train you, and I've fulfilled that wish. Only one step remains. Show me your true strength. He drew his katana, the blade gleaming faintly as he pointed it toward the ground, walking slowly toward her. So the night's exercise wasn't over. Judging from his stance, he wanted a duel, a real one. No way. He was her father, yes, but also a deadly assassin. She couldn't afford to be careless. Thea raised her bow, senses sharp, and fired first. Thwip, 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 6 arrows in a heartbeat, filling every gap around Malcolm. She knew they wouldn't stop him. Snatching up her discarded weapons, a long sword and a dagger, she rolled into the shadows of the trees, ready for the next strike. Chapter 25, now this is a real battle. Malcolm couldn't make sense of his daughter anymore. His original plan was simple and elegant, the two of them would spar, he'd crush her decisively, she'd realize her shortcomings, and her hunger for improvement would grow. Perfect lesson, perfect outcome. So why had everything gone so wrong? When Thea's arrows came flying, Malcolm realized, too late, that not bringing his own bow had been a mistake. He could only stay on the defensive, slicing through shafts and sidestepping volleys as arrows exploded around him. When he finally got a break and glanced up, Thea was gone. Damn it. Who's the League of Assassins veteran here, me or her? He knew she was nearby, but her perception outclassed his. He shifted his stance and adjusted his footing, trying to anticipate her next move. The fight, unexpectedly, was tilting in her favor. All he could do was wait. If she lost patience and made the first move, his superior close combat skills would end this quickly. They entered a silent duel of patience. Thea crouched behind a tree, watching the position of his shoulders and feet, but not his eyes. At this level, even the faintest hostile gaze could trigger instinctive reaction. She roughly gauged his sensory range, 8 meters. Her own extended to 15. That meant she could stalk him safely from beyond his perception bubble. Circling 20 meters behind him, she loosed an arrow. Clang. His katana flashed, slicing at midair. He charged toward the source, only to find empty forest again. No good, he thought. I'm too old for this. If I keep running in circles, I'll be gassed before she is. He turned toward where he'd left his bow. If he could just grab it, the tables would turn, arrow against arrow, her own weapon used against her. But Thea wasn't about to let that happen. When he was 3 steps away, 2 arrows shot out in a blur, one pinning the ground right beside the weapon pile, another sinking into the soil at his feet. Move forward and he'd be hit. Stay still and he'd be pinned. Retreat, his only choice. So began a strange dance. No matter which direction he moved, Thea always had the firing line ready. Wish, wish. 2 arrows per move, forcing him back into position each time. By the 5th repetition, Malcolm was seething. Where did she learn tactics like this? I just want a proper duel. But patterns reveal themselves eventually. He caught the rhythm and prepared his counter. This time, he would get that bow. The 2 arrows came as expected. With reflexive precision, he hurled his katana, one perfect throw that deflected the arrow near the weapons. Simultaneously, he rolled forward, dodging the second shot. A thrill of triumph shot through him as his fingers closed around the bow's grip. Finally. With a weapon back in hand, he was already planning his counterattack, until a strange pressure brushed against his senses. What? He turned, eyes widening. Thea was already rushing at him like a blur, feet sliding over the ground, closing the distance like a predator. "Yeah," she cried, voice ringing with exhilaration. Every muscle felt alive, every cell vibrated in unison. Left hand gripping a dagger, right holding a long sword, she lunged like a leopard. Why had she suddenly abandoned long-range combat? Then it hit him, she was out of arrows. He'd forgotten to factor that in. Her rapid volleys had been a psychological game, tricking him into losing count. She'd fired her last arrow without even checking the hit, using the momentum to charge. It was like sprinting off the blocks before the gun fired, an advantage of pure initiative. By the time Malcolm realized his mistake, she was already within 10 meters. Worse, he'd just thrown his sword. It was still quivering in a tree trunk 10 meters away. The damned thing almost seemed to mock him. Great. Brilliant move, Malcolm. Truly masterful. Too late to retrieve it. Thea was upon him. Dagger thrust from the left, sword cleaved from the right. Block with the bow. The recurve's body was tough enough, but clumsy to maneuver and all but useless for offense. He tried to draw an arrow and force her back, but there was no opening. So much for wanting close-quarters combat, now he was the one scrambling. Still, his experience kicked in. Even with nothing but the bow, his footwork and reflexes stabilized the exchange. Thea's stamina, however, was waning. All that running earlier, large circle versus his small, had drained her more than she realized. The fight burned hotter, metal clashing against wood, breath sharp and heavy. And inevitably, biology reasserted itself, sheer strength and endurance tilted toward the men. Knowing she'd lose if it dragged on, Thea gambled everything. She flung her dagger straight at his face. Malcolm had just begun to steady the fight when the flash of steel came flying. Instinctively, he raised the bow to parry, only to feel no force behind the throw. Trap. Sure enough, Thea ducked low, gripped her sword in both hands, and slashed for his ribs. Danger. He couldn't dodge. His bow was still raised high, body exposed. He twisted desperately, hoping to take the hit at an angle rather than a fatal strike. At the same time, he dropped the bow and swung his left fist toward her face with all his strength. Thud. The blow landed solidly. Thea stumbled back 2 steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't care. She was grinning. Ha! Dark Archer, you're wounded. Her eyes glittered. That cuts at least 10 centimeters. You still think you can use your waist? Still think you can sprint full speed? You told me once, better to cripple a man's mobility than his limb. Sound familiar? Malcolm froze, then groaned inwardly. I never said that. That was the damn Ra's al Ghul quote. But wounded or not, he couldn't deny it, he was proud. His daughter, trained for only half a year, had injured him. Humiliation? Hardly. What he felt instead was a deep, fierce pride. They called Ra's al Ghul the League's greatest cultivator, the gardener of death. Well, Malcolm thought, he's not the only one who can raise a masterpiece. Chapter 26, Lady Shiva. On the surface, father and daughter once again faced each other in silence, but this was nothing like their earlier standoff. Malcolm was now completely unarmed, forced to rely on the form of combat he was least skilled at, bare-handed strikes. Worse, the slash across his waist had weakened both his speed and his strength. Thea didn't look much better. Her face was half swollen from the punch she'd taken, blood dripped rhythmically from her chin, forming a small pool on the dirt below. It looked dramatic, but the bleeding was mostly from inside her mouth, painful, yes, but not enough to dull her edge. And with a sword in her hands against an unarmed opponent, her odds were far better. Raising her blade above her head, Thea began to advance slowly. Her stance was pure Italian longsword form, stillness before the storm, one strike meant to end it all. Traditionally it was used with a 2-handed sword, but a katana would do just fine. Malcolm watched her closely, eyes fixed on her shoulders. In perfect condition, he could have intercepted the blade with his bare hands, and entering the blade technique, but now pain throbbed through his ribs. He tightened his muscles to hold the wound closed, yet blood still seeped out, staining his pants a deep red. He decided to counterattack, but not head-on. He feinted forward. Sure enough, Thea reacted, bringing her sword down like lightning toward his shoulder. But Malcolm twisted sharply, sidestepping at the last instant and driving his fist toward her wrist. Thea's momentum betrayed her. The downward swing couldn't be pulled back. She felt exactly what he had earlier, frustration at her own inertia. She spun, deflecting his strike, but to keep him from grabbing her weapon, she flicked her wrist and sent the sword flying out of the circle. Now it was fists and feet. Hand-to-hand combat had always been her strongest suit. In their daily training bouts, they'd been evenly matched, neither able to fully dominate. And now, with the situation reversed, she was using her strength against his weakness. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. As for the idea of an honorable, knightly duel, Thea mentally shrugged. Sorry. I'm a woman, not a knight. There's only one Artoria Pendragon, and she's not me. Thea pressed her advantage, flurries of punches and kicks raining down. Malcolm barely kept up. His wound, reopened by his earlier burst of strength, was bleeding freely again. He knew he'd lost. In a real deathmatch, he could have taken her with him, but this was training, there was no need to go that far. He jumped back and raised a hand, signaling a halt. Enough, he rasped. You've done well. I've taught you everything I can. Don't waste your talent. You can leave now, and don't come looking for me again. Thea glanced at his wound and relaxed. It was surface level, with all those ancient remedies he'd stolen from the League of Assassins, he'd be fine after a few doses. So this was graduation day. She gave a small bow. Thank you for all your teaching. I'll remember these 100-odd days for the rest of my life. Then she retrieved her weapons and walked out of the forest. As for the 3 idiots lying unconscious on the ground, not her problem. She'd spared their lives, that was charity enough. What did they expect, for her to call an ambulance? Batman beat people half to death and left them hanging outside police stations. He never called a doctor either. In this world's moral logic, whether they lived or died was their fate. Watching his daughter disappear into the distance, Malcolm's proud posture finally sagged. That unfilial brat, it hurts like hell. He tore off his jacket, wrapped it clumsily around his waist to staunch the bleeding, and sighed. Time to limp home and treat it properly. Then he looked into the dark woods and said quietly, So, madam, what do you think of the student I trained? She should meet your standards. Are you still interested in my proposal? Silence. Half a minute passed. The only answer was the faint rustling of branches and a few unseen birds watching from above. Malcolm frowned. Damn it, she left without saying a word. I hate it when people outsense me. While he limped home nursing his pride, Thea was still rubbing her aching cheek and grumbling to herself. That punch was brutal. What if it ruins my face? Who hits their own beautiful daughter in the face? No wonder he's still single. Yet beneath the complaints, excitement still thrummed in her blood. Her father's words might have been harsh, but he was right, she was born for combat. Even now, long after the fight, her pulse was racing, her body alive with the afterglow of battle. She focused on calming her breathing, trying to slow her heart rate, when a flicker of movement behind her made her freeze. Her hand went to her blade. Who's there? Show yourself. Impressive. Very perceptive, came a strange voice, foreign, lilting, as if from beyond America. From the shadows stepped a woman. Her hair was a river of glossy black falling to her waist, her eyes gleaming like drawn steel. She wore a long black trench coat over dark leather pants, her whole presence sharp and cold as a sword. Thea, who prided herself on knowing most of the ArrowVerse cast, was momentarily stunned. Who the hell is this? That aura, definitely not a nobody. Her body was still battered from the fight, another confrontation now would be suicidal. She raised her guard but kept her tone cautious. Who are you? What do you want? You may call me Shiva, the woman replied in her accented English. Or Lady Shiva. I was asked to teach you, refine your combat skills. But after watching your duel, I see you already fight beyond your experience. You faced a stronger, faster opponent and held your ground. I am impressed. Will you become my student? Lady Shiva. Thea's mind raced. Which village did she crawl out of? Definitely not from the Arrow or Flash storylines. The aura around this woman was pure danger. She didn't feel like a metahuman, more like a walking weapon. Gotham, maybe. And, sent by someone. Easy enough to guess. No one but her father could have arranged this. Felicity certainly hadn't. Should she accept? The woman radiated coldness, precision, death, none of which suggested hero. Then again, her father was a villain too, and his lessons had served her well. What do you plan to teach me? Thea asked carefully. Your fundamentals are solid, Lady Shiva said simply. I will teach you the essence of combat, and how to sharpen your senses. If Malcolm could have heard that, his blood pressure would have spiked. Everything he'd poured into Thea for months, labeled basic. So you're even stronger than him, huh? Thea thought, intrigued despite herself. Chapter 27, Tommy's Opportunity. After thinking it over, Thea realized she had nothing to lose. She could train with this woman for a while and decide later. Besides, a female teacher would be simpler. The martial arts she'd practiced with her father had led to far too many awkward moments. Chin up, chest out, she nodded. Yes, ma'am. I'd like to learn from you. Good. Come to this address at dawn tomorrow. And take this. Lady Shiva's expression was a touch peculiar as she handed Thea a slip of paper and a small bottle. It'll bring the swelling down quickly. With a soft whoosh, she vanished. Only one sentence echoed in Thea's head, bring the swelling down quickly. My face is swollen. She touched her cheek. Ow. The pain spiked, and her fingers confirmed a sizable lump. My image is ruined. And I sounded so heroic just now, what an idiot. She couldn't go home looking like this, Moira would have a meltdown. She found a secluded spot, dabbed the ointment on her face, and prayed for a miracle. 10 minutes later, the truth was obvious, miracles might exist, but not in that bottle. The burning throb hadn't budged. Guess I'm crashing at Felicity's. Hopefully, Felicity wouldn't get too curious, which was, of course, impossible. Whoa. Thea, what happened? Did someone hurt you? Do you need medicine? What if you, Felicity's heart was as big as ever? Seeing Thea bedraggled, clothes askew, and a massive welt on her face, she immediately spun out a dozen disaster scenarios, eyes welling with tears. At first, Thea felt warm inside at her friend's concern. Then the guesses got wilder. Medicine for what? What do you think happened? She tapped Felicity lightly on the forehead. Quit it. I fell, training. Thea had told Felicity about her martial arts, they were teammates now. Thea knew Felicity was a hacker, Felicity knew Thea was learning to fight. Mutual transparency, mutual trust. Felicity, however, wasn't so easily fooled. She shook her head, pulled up a tablet, and, after hacking who knows what, brought up a parade of reference photos. This, and this, that's what a fall looks like. Yours is clearly from a hit. Busted. Thea sighed. We were sparring. I misjudged a moment and took a light one. He got one too, I cut my teacher. Still dangerous. Felicity muttered. You haven't seen anything, Thea thought. Yao Fei used to greet Oliver with an arrow, clean through. Later, Oliver trained Roy and Barry the same way, no speeches, just eat my arrow. Compared to that, Dad's methods are gentle. They'd often discussed surprise defense strategies. For the female heir of a major conglomerate, personal capability mattered more than high-tech gear. In the DC world, women were perceived as easy targets by muggers, thugs, cultists, and villains. If Thea showed up in public often, her body had to be the weapon. The thigh-holstered pistol under an evening gown was an anime fantasy. In reality, short dresses didn't cover it and long gowns made it unreachable. Felicity turned into a gentle big sister, surprising Thea with her first aid know-how. She carefully spread ointment over the swollen areas of Thea's face, far better than Thea's clumsy attempt in the woods. Thea felt grateful. Not bad luck at all. Be honest, are you sure you're okay? The tenderness vanished the moment Felicity opened her mouth, the merciless tease was back. You airhead, I'm tough. I could take on 100 of you. I don't believe you. Let me check. Hey, easy. Hands off. Meanwhile, Malcolm staggered home, clutching his waist. He applied an old league formula. Ra's al Ghul hadn't lived 8 centuries on swordsmanship alone, he'd studied almost every field to its peak. By academic standards, the demon's head could have earned 50 doctorates. The herbs Yao Fei used in the original timeline, curing poisons, mending wounds, came from Raz's cultivation methods. Malcolm's current poultice was his own blend from those ancient recipes. Bandaged and medicated, he chuckled at the night's outcome. He'd planned a tidy duel to keep his daughter hungry for growth. Instead, the ground had been painted red. Still, he felt pride. The girl hadn't held back, that was his style. He had no idea Thea's face was swollen and that she was probably sticking pins into a Malcolm-shaped doll. Misunderstandings are funny like that. His eyes fell on a slip of paper on the table. I accept your terms. Send payment as agreed. No signature. He sneered, tearing it up. That money-hungry woman. A world-shaking warrior reduced to a slave of cash, ridiculous. Then he recalled how silently she'd approached him earlier. Her skill was fathomless. With Thea under her instruction, he could relax. His daughter's situation was settled, more or less. With the wits and skill she now possessed, there weren't many who could threaten her. Perhaps it was time to think about his son. The thought of Tommy not knowing the truth about his affair gnawed at him. If his boy learned he'd cheated during the marriage, how would Tommy see him? Contempt, surely. Tell the truth and risk shattering the relationship. No. He couldn't. He knew Thea's motivation well, she trained for emergencies. Malcolm controlled the underworld, but it wasn't a military machine. Idiots popped up every year, this year more than most. If a few fools decided to make a score, who would they target? A young, beautiful heiress, of course. But it wasn't impossible that someone might go after his son instead. Imagine the headlines, crime boss's son kidnapped by clueless thugs. Mortifying. He glanced at the black bow and arrows mounted on the wall. Perhaps it was time to give his son a chance. He checked the monitors. Since taking the cut from Thea, his luck seemed to have improved. Tommy was wobbling through the front door right now. Malcolm told the butler to send him in. "What's up, old man, restoring my card limits?" Tommy asked, hopeful. He'd been behaving lately and dared to dream of a return to the glory days. His heart thumped. "As my only heir, you really think it's safe to spend your days with Laurel in the glades?" Malcolm intended to be calm, but somehow the first sentence came out too sharp. Different wavelengths again. Tommy frowned. "Me, unsafe. I'm broke. I take the bus. Who'd be dumb enough to grab me?" That was not entirely wrong. Malcolm had to recalibrate. He took a breath, softened his tone. "I'll restore your allowance tomorrow. But listen to me carefully, all right?" Chapter 28, Father and Son. Tommy had been miserable lately. Riding buses, squeezing into the subway, pretending to be sick whenever his old friends invited him out, being broke was a tragedy he'd never experienced before. So when he heard that his allowance might finally be reinstated, he felt reborn. He even poured his father a glass of water, unprecedented, and sat obediently, all smiles. "Go on, old man, say the magic words." Malcolm saw that eager face and immediately understood the motive. He almost choked on his own irritation but steadied himself and asked quietly. "If you were kidnapped, what would you do? What about the bodyguards? You didn't forget to pay them, did you?" Tommy asked, puzzled. The difference between my kids, unreal. Malcolm thought. Thea overthinks everything, to the point of paranoia, but caution is good. Tommy, on the other hand. He sighed inwardly and kept his tone neutral. "If you're with Laurel, I doubt you want a bodyguard hovering 24 hours a day, do you?" Well, that was true. Nobody wanted a guard standing nearby when they were, enjoying private moments. Tommy frowned thoughtfully, sensing a deeper message. "What are you getting at? You need the ability to protect yourself, anytime, anywhere." "You mean carry a weapon?" "No," Malcolm said firmly. "You need training." Tommy laughed, expecting a joke, but his father's expression didn't change. The amusement faded. "Wait, you're serious? Like, military training? Combat stuff?" Malcolm didn't answer right away. Their relationship had been distant for years, but just from a few sentences tonight, he'd already gauged his son's mindset and weaknesses. That made persuasion easier. "You'd want to protect Laurel if something happened, wouldn't you?" "Of course," Tommy said at once. What man didn't want to protect the woman he loved? "Then skip the company tomorrow. I'll train you myself, teach you how to protect her." After months with Thea, Malcolm had absorbed her constant complaints about heroes and their obsession with protecting others. Even he had started to understand the psychology behind it. At first, Tommy only registered the best part, skip work. His heart leapt. Then the rest of the words caught up, train you myself. Suddenly he felt a wave of purpose, determination, even pride. He was going to learn to fight, to protect Laurel. A few seconds later, another thought hit him. "Wait, you're going to train me? You can do that?" He eyed his father skeptically. "You're a businessman." Malcolm didn't bother arguing. Experience had taught him that words meant nothing, demonstration was key. He took out a bag of tennis balls and handed it over. "Throw them in the air, one at a time. Watch." But the first lesson went sideways immediately. Tommy, still wondering how his father supposedly knew martial arts, grabbed the bag and tossed all the balls at once. Malcolm stared at the raining tennis balls and nearly lost it. "How the hell am I supposed to shoot that?" "Pick them up. One at a time," he barked. Once things finally went according to plan, Tommy's eyes widened at his father's marksmanship. When Malcolm asked if he wanted to learn, Tommy voiced the question that had plagued Oliver years before on the island: why not just use a gun? Malcolm now truly understood how Yao Fei must have felt back then. Why are they all so literal? My daughter never asked dumb questions like this. He almost blurted that bullets wouldn't work on him anyway, but he wasn't Thea, his senses weren't that sharp, and his aging body definitely wasn't bulletproof. He took refuge in an old league saying. Guns are tools of the weak. He regretted it instantly. Tommy's blank stare said it all. Malcolm forced a smile and clarified. Once I've trained you, you'll be able to dodge bullets, or react before the gunman even pulls the trigger. Tommy looked like someone listening to a bedtime story. You can really do that? Malcolm could only nod grimly. Of course. Meanwhile, his mind raced, if he actually tests me, I'm doomed. Maybe I'll claim my injuries acting up. Fortunately, Tommy's curiosity had limits. He nodded slowly. Okay, I'll take your word for it. So, how do we start? Where do we train? Malcolm considered. Same as before, I suppose. Back to the woods. Same classroom, new student. He almost laughed at himself. A teacher again, one pupil at a time. The night was still young. He led Tommy out to the familiar clearing. The setting, the smell, it was all the same, only the students had changed. With his newfound teaching experience, Malcolm reused Thea's entire training regimen. Within 5 minutes, he regretted it. Tommy wasn't stupid, his mind was quick, but physically hopeless. No coordination, no natural reflexes, decades of indulgence had dulled every nerve. If Malcolm's skill was the center of a target, Thea was 10 miles ahead, Tommy 10 miles behind. Same blood, same family, how can the gap be this huge? They practiced late into the night. Malcolm had Tommy shoot at a simple 10-meter target. When he trained Thea, she'd hit it with her first arrow. Even Malcolm himself, back when he trained in Nanda Parbat, had managed it after 3 days, and he'd been middle-aged. Tommy was 20. Still, there was one thing in his favor, perseverance. He wasn't talented, but he didn't quit. When he failed, he just kept trying. That small, stubborn streak softened something in Malcolm's heart. As father and son trained together, the air between them thawed. Tommy began to relax around him. Their strained relationship started to mend, just a little. Malcolm sat down at last, exhausted, opening the bandage at his waist. The wound had reopened, blood seeped through again. Dad, what the hell? You're bleeding. Tommy exclaimed, rushing over. Malcolm looked at his son's worried face and felt a wave of warmth. That cut was worth it. But he couldn't exactly say, your sister did it. That would raise far too many questions. So he spun a story. There's a new underground group rising in Star City. I went to investigate them. Got a little careless, that's all. Tommy, of course, had no idea that the underground group was his father's own organization. To him, it all made perfect sense. His father had been secretly fighting the city's darkness, got injured in the line of duty, and now wanted to train his son to avoid dragging him down. A spark of awe lit his eyes. My dad is a hidden hero. He placed a hand on Malcolm's shoulder and said earnestly, don't worry, Dad. I'll be careful, and I'll find whoever hurt you. Chapter 29, From Primary to Junior. Thea had no idea that Malcolm had reopened his private combat school, and even told a huge lie to cover his injury. She was, at that moment, steadily hiking up a mountain path. The long-haired black-haired beauty really knew how to pick a spot. This training ground was even more remote than her father's forest. It had taken her an hour of wandering just to find it. Good thing she'd woken up early, otherwise, she'd be late for her first lesson. The scenery was stunning, dense greenery, the distant murmur of a stream, pure mountain serenity. For Star City, a place nearly ruined by Queen Consolidated's heavy industry, this was a miracle of nature. It must have taken Lady Shiva some effort to find it. Compared to her father's dark, brooding forest, this was paradise. Guess I've passed my entrance exam and moved on to the next level, she thought with amusement. So this is what they call graduating from primary to junior school. She extended her senses to their limit and soon located her new teacher standing a short distance away, back turned. Shiva stood motionless, hands clasped behind her, her long black hair rippling like a silk banner in the mountain breeze. The sight was so striking that even Thea, another woman, felt momentarily entranced. Then she nearly tripped when Shiva suddenly recited, in oddly accented Mandarin. The white sun sets behind the mountain. Plop. Thea almost missed a step. Really? Of all the lines, you picked that one. With this perfect scenery, she could have gone with something elegant like, mist veils the pond and the willows, but instead she'd chosen a poem every elementary school kid knew. Congratulations, you just destroyed your cool, mysterious aura, Miss Killer Goddess. Thea sighed and automatically replied in Chinese, the yellow river flows into the sea. Shiva turned, startled. Oh. You speak Chinese? Impressive, little Thea. Her tone suddenly warmed, It was like watching a wanderer hearing her native tongue after years abroad. Thea resisted the urge to show off with a tongue twister. She straightened up, face serious. Let's skip the small talk and get to the lesson, please. Her composure clearly pleased Shiva. Calm, modest, unflustered under praise, an interesting girl indeed. Since fate brought us together as teacher and student, you deserve to know a little about me, Shiva said. You speak Chinese, that's excellent. I was born in China. My Chinese name is Sandra Wusan. Shiva is a title given to me in India. Thea almost choked. That's your Chinese name? Who signed off on that? Somebody at the local police registry deserves a pay cut. She decided to ignore the Sandra part. Better just call her Lady Shiva. It rolls off the tongue, and hey, we're both she generation anyway. Unaware of Thea's internal commentary, Shiva continued calmly. I watched your battle last night. You fought with intellect and courage, defeating a stronger opponent through strategy. But you've only begun to touch your potential. Do you know where your greatest advantage lies? 6 months ago Thea would have drawn a blank. Now she answered without hesitation, my perception. But I feel I've already pushed it as far as I can. Please instruct me, teacher. Good, Shiva nodded. Awareness of one's own strengths and weaknesses places you above 90% of people. I admire that. She smiled, a small, cold smile that looked more like a knife glinting in sunlight. Perception, she continued, is something everyone has, more or less. In nature, animals sense earthquakes and eruptions long before they happen. That instinct is perception. But humans, surrounded by noise and distraction, have dulled their senses. Only by returning to nature can one rediscover this gift. Thea nodded. Malcolm had said something similar before, though perhaps he was quoting Ras al Ghul. His focus had been returning to the self. Shiva emphasized returning to nature. Two martial masters, two philosophies, different paths to the same end. Neither was absolutely right, but compared with Ras's creed of seeking enlightenment through bloodshed, Shiva's approach felt far more suitable for her. Today, we won't practice combat, Shiva said. I want you to take the first step, to feel nature. Come, stand where I stood. Thea obeyed, stepping into the spot her teacher had occupied. The first thing she noticed was the wind. It was strong. If this gust picks up, I'm going to roll right down into the valley. I only weigh 100 pounds. Close your eyes. Listen to the wind. Shiva wrapped a strip of cloth gently over Thea's eyes. The sound of wind. Losing her sight instantly threw Thea off balance. For a moment she stood in darkness, disoriented, before realizing, the training's already begun. She listened intently. South wind, maybe level 3, peaking at 4. Anything else, birds, but I can't tell what kind. Not bad, Shiva said. You truly have talent. I divide sensory training into 4 stages. Stage 1, hear the wind. Stage 2, discern the birds. Stage 3, detect the insects. Stage 4, sense the pulse of life itself. Now, sit down. We begin the 3rd stage. Remove your clothing. Thea froze. Excuse me, what? Remove her clothes. Was this some kind of evil sect practice? Scenes from martial arts dramas flashed through her mind, Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu meditating among flowers, the random appearance of an uninvited monk. Don't just stand there, hurry up, Shiva said impatiently. To hell with it. She's a woman anyway. Thea shivered, awkwardly pulling off her jacket. You're awfully shy. Are Westerners always this prudish? I thought you people were supposed to be open-minded, Shiva teased, genuinely curious. That's prejudice. Westerners can be modest too, it's personality, not geography. Thea retorted, unable to hold back. And for the record, there are some very unmodest Asians out there. For the first time, Shiva's icy mask cracked into a laugh. Fine, personality it is. Relax, I didn't tell you to take off your underwear. What? Thea yanked her jacket back on. Couldn't you have led with that, you sadist? This woman might look like a goddess of death, but underneath she was clearly a first-rate troll. Suddenly, Thea missed her father's gloomy forest classes, dark and dirty, yes, but at least morally straightforward. This place smelled of flowers and fresh air, but it was a trap for sanity. The accidental comedy broke the tension, replacing it with a strange sense of ease between teacher and student. Shiva, still smiling faintly, sat on a nearby stump and observed from a distance. Thea shivered as a chill wind brushed her bare arms. Without her coat, her skin prickled, the cool air overrode every other sense, flooding her brain with one message, cold, cold, cold. Birdsong, wind, insects, all faded beneath it. Chapter 30, Sparring. Although Thea was shivering from the cold, her mind grew sharper. Even a fool could see the point of this exercise now. She'd always thought her perception training was solid, but the moment external conditions interfered, her composure collapsed. If this happened in a real fight, wouldn't I lose control again? Clearly, her foundation wasn't as firm as she'd believed. Once she understood the intent behind Shiva's training, Thea straightened her attitude. Fine, we're both women, nothing to be embarrassed about. Just pretend you're on a beach. She forced herself to ignore the cold wind brushing her skin, focusing entirely on the subtle tremors and sounds of her surroundings. Whether it was numbness or progress, something shifted. The world seemed to grow quiet. The bird calls that had once sounded scattered now formed clear patterns. After an unknown stretch of time, Shiva's voice came through the wind. Catch this. A sudden whoosh followed. Thea sensed the direction and reached out, catching something long and wooden. A staff. Good. Now let's see what you've learned. Attack me. By now Thea was used to her teacher's unconventional lessons. She didn't dare break her focus or remove the blindfold. She filtered out stray noise, honing in on Shiva's position, and moved forward slowly. When she felt they were 3 steps apart, she lunged, swinging the staff downward with all her strength. Clack. Shiva easily parried and countered with a strike to Thea's left shoulder. Not bad. You can go faster. Left side, too open. Again. Smack. Right hand too high. Again. Smack, smack. Footwork sloppy. Again. Thea gritted her teeth. This woman is a menace. She'd never been hit this many times in her life. All the pride she'd felt after matching Malcolm blow for blow had evaporated completely. Still, for the sake of strength and independence, she endured, adjusting her stance with every blow. No one knew how long the beating session lasted. Finally, Shiva's voice descended like that of an angel. That's enough for today. Take off the blindfold, I'll apply medicine. Leaning on her staff, Thea removed the cloth. It felt like emerging from hell into daylight. The colors of the world had never seemed so beautiful. So much for those blind sword masters in movies, they always look so cool. In reality, blindness just hurts. Maybe massage really is the only legitimate career path for the blind. She glanced down. Bruises of every shade covered her body, purple, blue, and black. She no longer felt the cold, she just hurt everywhere. This middle school promotion class was brutal. But she'd started down the path, there was no turning back now. Sit still. I'll put medicine on you, Shiva said, pouring a liquid into her palms and rubbing them together. Thea blinked nervously. Wait, what are you doing? Applying medicine. You can't reach half your injuries. Stop fussing and sit still. Shiva's tone was calm, as if the girl were being ridiculous. Then came warmth, tingling and electric. Shiva's palms glided over her shoulders, back, and arms, spreading heat through her skin like fire. The sensation crawled through Thea's body, every nerve awake. It didn't exactly hurt, but it made her face burn for an entirely different reason. She clenched her jaw to keep from making a sound. Her cheeks flushed crimson. By the time Shiva finished rubbing in the ointment and lightly patting the treated spots, Thea was drenched in sweat, unsure if it was part of the official process or just her imagination running wild. But something had changed. Her skin tingled with new sensitivity, even the faintest breeze brushed her nerves like music. So this is, before the wind moves, the cicada feels it. You're improving faster than I expected, Shiva said, standing. Enough sensory work for today. Now, fight me. Thea blinked. Now. Shiva's expression didn't change. Now. Fine. If she could get a little payback for the earlier beating, she'd take it. Still hot from the massage, she didn't even bother putting her jacket back on. Grabbing the staff, she charged. The two women clashed fiercely. Thea, fueled by stubborn defiance, unleashed everything she had. Her movements, once awkward, now flowed naturally, the new sensitivity guiding her timing. For a brief moment, she overwhelmed even Shiva, forcing the older woman back a few steps. Shiva's eyes lit up. Excellent. Thea Queen, you've earned the right to be my opponent. With that, she slipped out of her long coat, revealing a crimson-fitted top beneath. Her toned arms gleamed, lean muscle flexing under smooth skin. The defined lines across her abdomen, those were abs. When Lady Shiva got serious, she lived up to her reputation, the world's greatest assassin, the supreme martial artist. Thea's furious offensive soon crumbled under refined technique and effortless precision. Every strike she threw, Shiva countered, every feint, she read. Thea switched styles 3 times, sword forms, staff techniques, but none broke through. Let's go hand to hand. Thea snapped, throwing her staff aside. She was better at unarmed combat anyway. And to make sure Shiva took the bait, she used a bit of reverse psychology, discarding her weapon first, counting on her teacher's pride to follow suit. Of course, Shiva smirked and tossed her own staff away. 10 seconds later, Thea regretted everything. Weapons had at least given her distance. Empty-handed, she was outmatched completely. Shiva's movements blurred, her fist struck like thunder. Thea held out as long as she could, unwilling to surrender, but soon she found herself pinned to the ground, her opponent's punches flashing past her face in a storm of controlled fury. Shiva had clearly pulled her blows, but the speed alone made Thea's heart skip. One real hit, and she'd be shopping for a new face in Seoul. Flat on her back, she thought vaguely, why does this look like one of those old kung fu scenes where the hero pounds on the invading soldiers? Am I the soldier right now? She blurted out, Wing Chun. Shiva chuckled, finally relaxing her stance. Good eye, Thea. Would you like to learn it? There's Wing Chun in this world too. Thea blinked. Then again, Oliver had practiced on a wooden dummy once, it made sense. Learn it, she said, grinning despite herself. Of course I'll learn it. In a world without inner energy or flying kicks, finding a style that fits me perfectly. That's priceless. Chapter 31, The Beginning of Police-Citizen Cooperation. Although Thea was eager to learn Wing Chun, there was no time for that today. Even if she was now running her own department, showing up ridiculously late would still look bad. Master Shiva. Can I call you sister instead? Calling you master makes you sound old. The fight between them yesterday had brought them closer. Now that they weren't trading blows, Thea finally noticed how graceful the woman's figure was, powerful yet elegant, nothing like the bulky muscles of man. It was the kind of beauty Thea secretly admired. Shiva saw right through the girl's attempt to get friendly but didn't mind. Suit yourself. It's just a title. Sis, do you think I can ever get abs like yours? Thea asked, her fingertip lightly brushing over the woman's smooth, firm stomach. They're so pretty. A strange flicker crossed Lady Shiva's expression. For an instant, even she felt a touch of heat in her chest. But she quickly suppressed it. Keep training, little girl. You'll get there. She slipped on her coat and the two of them walked out of the valley side by side, agreeing to meet again tomorrow. The previous month, Thea had turned 16 and finally gotten her driver's license. She hadn't decided what car to buy yet, so for now she just borrowed a Ford from the company fleet. As she drove down the winding road back toward the repurposed factory that now served as her software division, she couldn't help noticing how noisy everything was, traffic, horns, people shouting. No wonder Lady Shiva hides in the mountains all the time, she thought. This city's chaos completely drowns out perception. Maybe I should invent a decibel filter headset someday. The Ford rolled through the factory gates, and from a distance she saw a red blur waving excitedly. Hey, Thea. Over here. What's up, Felicity? Good news. The facial recognition software is finally done. Thea blinked. Felicity had been grumbling for days. Writing cutting-edge software was thrilling, downgrading it into a simplified public-use version was mind-numbing. Now that she'd finished, she looked positively radiant. That's good news for you, Thea yawned, not for me. I'm exhausted and starving. Grab me a big belly burger, will you? We'll talk after I've had a nap. Between coordinating with the police, contacting the press, and setting up the presentation, Thea had run herself ragged. She waved Felicity off, locked the office door, collapsed onto the sofa, and was out cold within seconds. When she woke, sunlight was streaming through the blinds. She stretched lazily, feeling the rare bliss of doing absolutely nothing while everyone else in the world scrambled around. After a quick rinse and a few bites of the cold burger, no soda, perfect abs didn't tolerate sugar, she dragged Felicity along and drove straight to the police station. Why go at lunchtime? Simple, catch them when they were hungry. A free meal and a little small talk worked wonders for building relationships, one of those lessons she'd carried over from her previous life. Sure enough, Detective Lance was waiting on his lunchbox when they arrived. Before he could open it, Thea cheerfully swept the entire department out for a proper meal, on Queen Consolidated's tab, of course. She wasn't worried about whether the afternoon patrols would suffer, diplomacy required sacrifices. Over lunch, she pitched her idea for a special police support fund. Active officers could receive a monthly stipend based on years of service. Everyone praised fallen heroes, she said, but living officers were the ones who really needed help. It struck a chord. The American police force had its flaws, corruption, discrimination, but with guns everywhere, theirs was one of the world's most dangerous jobs. Many went to work smiling in the morning and came home in a body bag at night. Those who stayed on the force were often driven by sheer conviction, especially in a world crawling with aliens and metahumans. Lance, 20 years on the job, had seen idealistic rookies turn into the very criminals they once hunted. He lacked the authority to change much, but Thea's initiative touched him deeply. Whatever her motives, she was actually doing something good. By the end of the meeting, they were on excellent terms. Maybe not ready to swear brotherhood, but let's just say if Thea ever got pulled over for speeding in Star City, no officer would dare hand her a ticket. Back at the station, Felicity joined forces with the tech division to install the facial recognition program. Within 10 minutes, the cross-matching algorithm identified 2 long-wanted fugitives. Despite plastic surgery and disguises, their bone structure and body movements gave them away. Their arrest caused a sensation throughout the precinct. Normally, tracking a fugitive like that would take weeks. Even the elusive lieutenant, rarely seen except on paperwork, popped out of his office to heap praise on Queen Consolidated. This, he declared, was the very model of police-civilian cooperation. A formal signing ceremony would be held, the police would notify their superiors, and the company could handle the media. Leaving the station, Thea turned to Felicity. You know anyone in the press? Felicity scratched her head. Not personally. I've hacked their systems plenty, changed speech scripts, blacked out a few live streams, but I've never actually met them. When she realized Thea intended to meet journalists in person, Felicity blanched. You go ahead. I'll stay invisible. Then she bolted before Thea could argue. Abandoned by her so-called comrade, Thea sighed. Asking her mother or Malcolm for help would be easy, but it felt like overkill. Using their influence for a PR event was like swatting a fly with a rocket launcher. Flipping through her contacts, she realized how few people she actually knew. After some hesitation, she called Tommy. She wasn't sure whether Malcolm had told him the truth about her parentage. Were they still just friends, or half-siblings? Either way, she didn't want to cause him trouble. Usually Tommy answered instantly, but this time an hour passed before he appeared, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, looking for all the world like Daredevil without the mask. Chapter 32, Malcolm's Embarrassment. The always cheerful Tommy looked like a wilted eggplant this time, drooping shoulders, listless eyes, his energy completely drained. He barely managed a week. Hey, Thea, been waiting long. Thea blinked at the sight of him, sunglasses on, leaning heavily on a cane. What happened to you? She thought. Are you cosplaying Daredevil? Wrong franchise, buddy. Though, you do have the same long face. Just a few days ago, when she'd met with Laurel, Tommy had been full of life. 3 days later, he looked like he'd gone 10 rounds with a truck. Did the timeline shift again? She wondered. Did my little butterfly effect actually blind him? She hesitated, not sure whether to offer him a seat or call a doctor. Your eyes. Oh, it's nothing, really. Just bumped into something. Tommy took off his sunglasses to prove he wasn't blind, then hastily put them back on. One look at the bruises around his eyes, and Thea nearly spat out her coffee. His left eye was clearly blackened, the right swollen. Laurel hit him. Seriously? Domestic violence exists in this universe too. You two had a fight, she asked carefully. Fight? No, it's, Tommy froze mid-sentence, then blurted, my dad hired some master to train me. You know, so I can protect Laurel. His instinct for secrecy was decent, no way could he admit that the mysterious master was his own father. But Thea wasn't buying it. Star City was the DC world's tutorial zone, there were only a handful of true martial experts. One mysterious Lady Shiva was enough of a surprise, what were the odds of another? So Malcolm's training him now, she realized, her thoughts tightening. The story was veering further off the rails. Should she be glad or worried? Thea wasn't sure anymore. She decided to drop it and get to business. When Tommy heard she just needed him to call a few media outlets, he relaxed instantly. Finally, something I'm good at. Years of rich kid parties had built him a long list of contacts. Whether or not they liked him was irrelevant, faces were familiar, favors could be traded. A few quick calls later, several news networks agreed to attend. Thea didn't make a big deal out of it. Between them, whatever they were, siblings or old friends, there was no need for formal thanks. But watching Tommy sway in his seat like a metronome, she decided enough was enough. Go home and rest. Before you faceplant here and people think I pushed you for insurance money. Need me to drive you back, she offered, awkwardly avoiding any titles. Brother didn't feel right, and friend sounded off. Nah, I got it. Tommy wobbled to the door. Customers and staff alike moved aside like parting seas, terrified he'd topple over on their watch. A kind waiter even opened the door for him, smiling nervously. Please, sir, just leave in one piece. But after taking 2 steps outside, Tommy suddenly turned back. Thea groaned inwardly as the entire cafe tensed up again. Thea, he whispered conspiratorially, you need to be careful. There's a dark force rising in Star City. My father was attacked by them, badly hurt. Thea raised an eyebrow. He got hurt again. Tommy caught on to that again and frowned. Again. Wait, you mean he, never mind. I mean, yeah. Uncle Merlin's been injured. Real serious. Where? She asked, pretending not to already know. Stab wound, right under the ribs. Deep, at least 10 centimeters. Thea nearly burst out laughing. That old liar. She thought. That's the exact spot I stabbed him. So the great Malcolm Merlin turned my hit into some grand conspiracy plot. Incredible. She could already imagine it, a fabricated, shadow organization rising from the underworld, the noble father fending them off heroically, all to patch things up with his son. You've got to hand it to him, she admitted. That's next-level storytelling. What she didn't know was that Malcolm hadn't planned it at all. He was improvising. One lie had forced another, and now he was stuck weaving an ever-growing web. Despite Tommy's insistence that he could manage, Thea still drove him home. She needed to see Malcolm anyway, and settle this ridiculous mess once and for all. Malcolm, for his part, was sitting at home with his eyes closed, meditating. Between training Thea and now Tommy, he hadn't had a moment's rest. Forget the Glades extermination project, parenting alone was enough to drain him. Hey, Uncle Merlin. I heard you were hurt. How bad is it? I came to check on you. That bright, familiar voice jolted him upright. Thea. He opened his eyes, and immediately knew he was in trouble. One look at the teasing smirk on her face told him she'd figured everything out. The knife wound had given him away, she now knew Dark Archer and Malcolm Merlin were the same men. Under other circumstances, he wouldn't have cared. The mask was only for convenience. But then he saw Tommy standing beside her, and realized the jig was up. The Dark Forces story had just met its author. Forcing a weak laugh, he said, Thea, long time no see. Thanks for checking in. I'm much better now. Thea tilted her chin toward Tommy, giving Malcolm a meaningful look. Well. Go on, tell him the truth. The stage is set. But Malcolm's heart clenched. He'd thought about this moment countless times. Tommy adored his late mother, cherished her memory. If he learned his father had cheated, that bond would shatter forever. Malcolm couldn't risk it, not yet. So when Thea's eyes urged him to speak, he gave a barely perceptible shake of the head. Not now. Thea sighed inwardly. She wanted to call him out, but forcing the issue would only make things worse, and she didn't want to look like she was stirring trouble over inheritance. She changed tack, voice dripping with mock curiosity. So, I hear you were injured by some mysterious, dark organization. Care to elaborate? Yeah, father, Tommy chimed in helpfully. You said it was some woman who attacked you. What exactly happened? Oh. A woman, was it? Thea added, eyes rolling. Do tell, Uncle Merlin. For perhaps the first time in his life, Malcolm Merlin was completely at a loss. Pinned between his sharp-tongued daughter and his earnest son, caught in a web of his own lies, he could neither go forward nor retreat. This might actually be worse than getting stabbed, he thought miserably. Chapter 33, Someone Causing Trouble. Malcolm thought fast. It was a dark night. I was discovered by a woman, long coat, black hair, a long blade in her hand, and then. Thea listened with a face that said everything. The first half of that description. That sounded exactly like Lady Shiva. Nice one, Dad, she thought, subtly giving Malcolm a thumb up while Tommy wasn't looking. You're really something. Malcolm had painted himself into a corner and could only bluff his way out. Afraid his children would press for awkward details, he excused himself with a sudden bout of dizziness and sent them away. Since he wouldn't tell the truth, Thea and Tommy left and went to contact the media. Their family names, and the tiny reputational advantages that came with them, opened doors. Invitations were accepted, the press agreed to show up. 3 days later, the Star City Police Department and Queen Consolidated held their formal signing ceremony. Naturally, Thea wasn't the center of attention, Moira was the one on stage. The officer fund had only been mentioned to Moira casually, neither of them cared how small the actual amount was. The goodwill it would buy was the real return on investment. Watching her mother deliver the speech, big, sweeping, patriotic, Thea had to admit Moira had a knack for politics. Her rhetoric was empty but warm, it made people feel good. If Moira ever ran for office, today would be a very good opening chapter. Not wanting to steal her mother's thunder, Thea dressed down, t-shirt, jeans, canvas sneakers, neighbor girl casual, and pulled her hair into a neat ponytail. Felicity sat beside her, sulking at the political theater but tagging along from boredom. The two of them whispered now and then, from a distance they looked like two friends sharing secrets. Up close, their whispers could drop a jaw or two. Still stuck on the missiles. Thea murmured. All the speed in the world won't help if we can't get them out. I know, Felicity grumbled. It's a nightmare. You need 3 signatures to remove hardware, plus a password lock that rotates every day. It's practically impossible. I can hack the lock, Thea said casually. Change the agreement. By the way, your software is trash, don't glare at me, I'm just being honest. The signatures, though, are on you. Okay, shut up, Felicity sniffed, half offended, half thrilled. Thea frowned and hatched a plan. What if we just get the hoverboard built, then hit a few gang dens? They'll have hot weapons. Missiles are a stretch, but the rest, maybe. That could work, but how do you deal with gang members? Felicity made a punching motion with her hand. They won't just hand stuff over. I'll shoot them, Thea said with a grin. Handguns are effective to 50 meters, my arrows reach 100, and they make no sound. Flying Robin Hood. That's actually kind of badass. Felicity's eyes lit up, she wanted to rush back and start assembling right then. Meanwhile the ceremony went on. Moira, sensing an opportunity to broaden her influence, had invited half the city's dignitaries. For the sake of their security, the lieutenant had pulled police resources back to headquarters. Lance objected a little, but in the end acquiesced. Just as Moira wrapped up and announced the dinner reception, the main chandelier popped off. Click. The side lights did the same in unison. Click, click, click. Darkness swallowed the ornate ballroom like someone had drawn a curtain over it. What's happening? John, protect me. My dear, get over here. Someone's stealing my bag, officer. The panic was instant and theatrical, the kind of staged blackout you'd seen in too many movies. Thea had not expected anyone to be so bold as to strike right under the noses of 1,500 police officers, but the room descended into chaos, shouts, people shoving, furniture overturned. Thea and Felicity remained low in their corner. Thea told Felicity to stay put and closed her eyes, reaching out with her heightened awareness to pinpoint Moira's location. She ran. Come with me. Thea grabbed her mother's hand and tried to get them both out, but Moira was surrounded. In the pitch dark, they couldn't move more than a couple of meters without being jostled. Thea braced herself to force a pathway when something zipped through her sensory field, fast, purposeful, aimed straight for Moira's handbag. What nerve, Thea thought. Someone was trying to steal from my mother, right in front of us. She shoved Moira back. Stay behind me. Careful, Moira said without giving her name away. The woman had weathered storms and kept her voice steady. Thea couldn't tell how many attackers there were, so she decided to end it quickly, close and decisive. She charged the moving shadow. Up close she realized why the thief had been so efficient in the dark. 2 faint red dots blinked near the intruder's face. Infrared goggles. This wasn't a common purse snatcher, this was high-tech theft. Anger flared. Thea punched toward the chest. The intruder, though nursing a vision aid, caught her fist and shoved it aside, an experienced, practiced motion. Thea feigned as if that shove worked and, using its momentum, slipped a side kick into the attacker's ribs. Ha, the thief hissed. They'd expected easy prey among the dignitaries, not someone who could fight back. Now they tried to step around Thea and reach the target. That was their mistake. A few days of training with Lady Shiva had altered Thea's reflexes. How much her technique had improved in real combat was hard to quantify, but her perception filtered out the crowd's noise. She locked onto the black figure. The packed hall made wide kicks impractical, so she shifted to close quarters work, pummeling, grabs, joint manipulations, just enough to hold the thief in place. If she could keep the intruder tangled up until the lights came back, there would be 1,500 angry officers waiting. That was rehabilitation enough. The thief understood the jeopardy too. Their plan wasn't going to be straightforward anymore, but they weren't ready to give up. With a low, professional snarl, they dropped the pretense of restraint and prepared to go all out, guns, knives, or whatever else they had hidden. Thea tightened her guard. The room was dark, the danger real, and the night had just turned very ugly. Chapter 34, A Catwoman Appears. The moment the intruder shifted focus onto Thea, the pressure skyrocketed. But with her senses fully opened, every twitch of her opponent's body was clear as day. There would be no blind strikes tonight, she could meet every move head-on. From the distance came Detective Lance's barked orders. Switch to backup power. Units 1 and 2, grab the heavy gear. Everyone else, with me. The intruder froze for half a second. Even the toughest fighter couldn't stand against 1,000 armed officers. What was this, Terminator, Star City Edition? What was supposed to be a quick in-and-out job had turned into a disaster. They hadn't expected resistance, and now some fast-moving blur had pinned them down. The figure was small, too small to match any fighter the thief remembered. Whoever she was, she shouldn't have been here. Thea, for her part, was fuming. The whole charity police partnership she had planned for days was now in ruins. Sure, the police were embarrassed, but she was the one whose event had been blown to hell. The opponent's skill was decent, on par with her own, but once the lights came back on, their game would be over. There was no walking away from this in front of 1,500 witnesses. Both grew impatient. Their movements sped up, clashes sharper and faster, each testing the other's rhythm. The tempo climbed until... click. A side spotlight flickered back to life. Half a second before the light hit, Thea pulled back and melted into the crowd, arranging herself into the perfect portrait of a harmless onlooker. She had no intention of revealing what she could do. After all, kidnappers with knives went for helpless heiresses. The kind who fought back got attacked with automatic weapons. Call it playing dumb or strategic invisibility, Thea was fine being underestimated. Through the growing glow, she finally saw her opponent clearly. Tight black suit. High-heeled boots. A small butterfly mask. A sharp nose and crimson lips that curved into a smirk. Wait, is that Catwoman? What the hell was Gotham's favorite burglar doing in her city? As the hall brightened, Catwoman realized the same thing Thea had. The night's little heist had just turned into a survival run. She shot Thea a look, sharp, assessing, and full of annoyance. Thea, pretending to be just another socialite in the crowd, still bore faint traces of combat, creases, dust, a scuff on her sleeve. To someone with Selina Kyle's thief-trained eyes, it was obvious. The sound of boots thundered closer. The police were regaining order, visibility was returning. Catwoman's situation was bad. Thea, cunning as always, had fought her toward the center of the ballroom. Now she was surrounded by people, 10 meters from the nearest window. Police weren't superheroes, but they weren't idiots either. Several quick-thinking officers were already sprinting toward her, guns drawn. In a sea of tuxedos and gowns, the leather-clad woman stood out like a spotlight. You didn't need detective vision to pick the odd one out. Thea whistled softly, folding her arms, curious to see how Catwoman would claw her way out. A metallic clatter interrupted the thought, something cylindrical rolled through a window. Thump. Smoke erupted, thick and choking, swallowing the hall in seconds. A smoke bomb. Of course. Thea coughed, vision vanishing behind clouds of white. The crowd panicked again, screaming and stumbling. Lance's voice cut through the chaos, rough but commanding. Stay calm. Open the windows. Get the fans running. By the time visibility returned, Catwoman was gone. No way I'm letting you slip out that easily. Seeing her mother now safely surrounded by bodyguards, Thea darted toward Felicity. Pull city traffic cams, track where she's headed. I'm going after her. Front Street, about 600 meters east, Felicity said, fingers flying over her tablet. Found her, high heels and all. 600 meters. In heels. Thea muttered, clipping an earpiece in. Find me her route. I'll cut her off. Without another word, she vaulted out the window and sprinted into the night. The city was dim under the 9 p.m. haze. Streetlights flickered, the air was cool. Thea wasn't worried about being spotted, Felicity was already blacking out any cameras in her path. Left turn. 100 meters ahead, detour. Under the billboard, go right. Their teamwork, though new, was seamless, Felicity guiding, Thea executing. 3 minutes of full-speed pursuit later, Thea intercepted her target. Hey. You're Catwoman, right? What are you doing in Star City, she called out, half out of breath, half buying time to recover. Here on vacation. Or are Gotham's folks expanding the franchise? Selina turned, clearly not thrilled to see her again. A quick look up and down confirmed the identity she'd guessed earlier. Thea Queen. Catwoman's voice was smooth, edged with disbelief. Didn't think a pampered heiress could move like that. You rich kids, so hard to figure out. There was something almost resentful in her tone. Thea blinked. Wait, is she mad at me? Or just having a bad day? Catwoman wasn't a villain, not really, more chaotic neutral than evil, and up close she looked very much like Anne Hathaway's twin. That alone softened Thea's irritation. Beauty, it turned out, was an international truce. Still, Thea wasn't letting her go. Someone with comparable reflexes was a rare treat. You didn't answer my question, she said. Why Star City? Passing through, Catwoman said lightly. You're a little too tense, kid. Thea frowned. In the earlier fight, the dark in the crowd had dulled her edge. Now, with space to move and her vision clear, she wanted a rematch. If Catwoman wasn't going to talk, fine, she'd make her. Selina had her own bruised pride to nurse. Getting caught mid-heist by a teenager was not great for her reputation. Seeing Thea charge again, she smirked. All right, kitten. Let's see what you've got. They clashed for the second time that night. Now unrestrained by crowds, Thea fought at full power, senses sharp, every motion crisp and precise. Catwoman, finally free of the police, regained some of her grace and confidence. Her years of street fighting balanced Thea's trained precision. Around lampposts, between parked cars, over fences, they moved like shadows, strike meeting counter-strike. It was a perfect match, Thea's heightened perception versus Selena's sheer experience. For every attack, a counter, for every feint, a dodge. But as minutes passed and exhaustion built, Thea started gaining ground. Catwoman's breathing turned shallow, her steps lost rhythm. High heels, after all, were terrible combat footwear, no matter how balanced she was. Still, watching her pull off high kicks and flips in stilettos, Thea couldn't help admiring her. All right, respect, she thought. But if you beat me in heels, I'd never live it down. Sorry, not happening. Catwoman stumbled. Thea moved in, ready to end it. The fight wasn't over yet, but the outcome was already clear. Chapter 35, The Batman Arrives. Thea knew that to beat Catwoman, she had to slow her down. She was fast herself, by normal standards, but compared to Selina Kyle, there was always that sliver of difference. Just that tiny edge was enough for Catwoman to keep slipping away, keeping Thea from pressing her advantage into a clear win. A sideways dodge barely avoided Catwoman's chain of kicks. Her legwork was clearly the result of years of hard training, whip kicks, spin kicks, back hooks, coming from every angle. Thea was exhausted keeping up and honestly suspected that the woman might possess some kind of high heels balance superpower. How else could she fight like that in those shoes? If Thea ever tried fighting in stilettos, she'd be lucky not to break her ankles, let alone pull off flips and flying kicks. Finally, Catwoman's stamina began to wane. Her next side kick lost precision and was easily blocked. Thea seized the opening, stepped in close and drove her elbow straight toward Catwoman's face. She didn't hold back. If that elbow connected, the nerves in the face would cause a short blackout at the very least. At the last second, Catwoman twisted her waist and sprang upward, avoiding the worst of it, but the blow still slammed into her shoulder, just above the collarbone. Thea didn't stop there. She grabbed Selina's shoulders, right foot braced, left knee rising sharply, classic Muay Thai knee strike. Catwoman was about to take the full hit to her midsection when... whiz! A small metallic object zipped through the air toward Thea's right leg. She didn't know what it was, but if she kept going, sure, she'd land her strike, but she'd also take that hit herself. No point. This wasn't a death match, just a fight. Not worth an injury. So Thea aborted the strike, jumped backward, and landed lightly out of the circle. Clang. The metal blade buried itself in the concrete where she'd stood. It gleamed under the dim streetlight, a sleek, aerodynamic shape, one side visibly sharp. A batarang. Felicity's panicked voice rang in her earpiece. Thea, look out, it's Batman. Thea didn't need the warning. She'd already seen him. There he was, the legendary Dark Knight, draped in Kevlar armor, black mask, and that sweeping cape, gliding down from above like a phantom. The way he descended, silent and imposing, could have made medieval peasants build him a shrine. Thea had to admit, the men knew drama. Where the hell did he come from? No, he couldn't fly. Thea extended her senses upward, filtering through the night air, and found the answer. Something massive hovered above, high enough to blur, but there, an aircraft. The Batwing. A near-ground flight path, optical stealth. Invisible to radar and to the naked eye. Incredible. Right, note to self, she thought. Have Queen Industries build me one of those. Batman landed beside Catwoman, but to Thea's surprise, Selina stepped sideways, subtly creating space between them, almost as if she didn't want to be near him. Even through the mask, Batman's jawline betrayed a hint of helplessness, as though he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Catwoman, on the other hand, pretended not to see him at all, eyes still locked on Thea. Even a blind person could tell something was off between them. Thea's inner gossip engine lit up like fireworks. On the other end of the live feed, Felicity whispered, "Oh my god, drama, practically ready to hit like." The tension thickened. Thea crossed her arms and raised her voice first. "You're Batman, right? The hero of Gotham. So why the hell are you protecting a thief?" Batman said nothing, but his mind was chaos. He and Selina had gotten complicated. They'd gone out as Bruce and Selina, not Batman and Catwoman, and during one of their philosophical what's right, what's wrong conversations, things had turned sour. Then Moira Queen threw a high-profile charity event gathering half the city's power players. Selina, still annoyed, decided to make everyone share her bad mood, pulled the main breaker for some chaotic fun. She hadn't expected Thea to show up and ruin her perfect little prank. The scuffle had spilled into the streets, and when Catwoman was about to lose, Batman had swooped in for the oldest cliché in the book, hero saves the lady. So now, facing Thea's question, Batman had no idea what to say. He'd already looked her up from the Batwing. Thea Queen, heir to the Queen fortune. Parents dead in an accident. Clean record. Works at her family company. Applying to Princeton. Not a villain. And more than that, her story mirrored his in some ways. She'd lost family, but hadn't turned bitter or dark. She'd stayed bright, strong, good. That kind of resilience, the thing Bruce could never quite achieve, made him quietly respect her. So he stayed silent. The stoic hero act was easier than explaining the mess. Catwoman, though, was done with tonight's humiliation. Her tone snapped. If you've got the guts, come catch me. Thea blinked. Yeah, no. They were obviously a duo. She wasn't walking into that trap. Besides, she had no intention of pissing Batman off. He was one of the top-tier Justice League guys. And realistically, she'd probably end up working in the same circles one day. Fighting him now? Not smart. In fact, until she developed any sort of superpower, she was automatically on his side of the ideological divide. DC's hero world wasn't all unity and friendship, it was factions. Superman's camp versus Batman's. Batman distrusted everything non-human. Aliens, metahumans, good or bad, didn't matter. He thought they all needed to be monitored, controlled, or destroyed. With his resources, Batman could have easily enhanced himself chemically or genetically, but he refused. He'd rather remain a pure human and prove that ordinary people could stand against gods. That was his creed. Thea knew there was no beating someone like that with fists. Unless you killed him outright, he'd just crawl back stronger, like a very rich, very angry cockroach. So she decided to switch tactics. Prometheus once used this on Green Arrow: win the argument, not the fight. Time to deploy the ultimate superpower of all protagonists. Verbal jutsu. If she couldn't outpunch the Dark Knight, she'd outtalk him. After all, in this world, whoever sees the moral high ground won, no cape required. Chapter 36, Things Are Getting Crowded. The Star City Police Department and Queen Group organized tonight's signing ceremony to announce our joint crime-fighting initiative. Thea's clear voice rang out. We've spent months developing cutting-edge facial recognition software and donated it for free to the police. And now, this thief has ruined everything. She turned her glare toward Batman, her tone sharp as an arrow. Do you have any idea how many crime syndicates operate in Star City? Do you know how hard it is to bring them down? If we can eliminate even a fifth of them, the city government could create 20,000 new jobs. And now, all of it, all our effort, has been destroyed. The police, our company, everyone who worked so hard, made a complete joke. Of course, everyone was an exaggeration. In reality, the 1,000 Queen Group employees she mentioned were just Felicity and 3 engineers. And out of 1,500 police officers, maybe 100 even knew what was going on. But Thea's words carried power. She painted herself as the righteous guardian of the city, sacrificing for the public good. Batman, who had only just arrived in Star City, suddenly found himself in an awkward position. He didn't understand what had happened, and Thea's speech was so passionate and logical that even he couldn't tell how much of it was truth or bluff. Damn it, what now? Hand over Selina. No way. This wasn't Gotham, he didn't have connections here, and he doubted Star City's police would show mercy. If someone had pulled a stunt like this in his city, he'd have beaten them within an inch of their life himself. He quickly made up his mind. I can't hand her over. If anything, he'd come back later under a different disguise to make amends. For now, the only option left was to fight their way out. But Bruce Wayne had never done something this guilty before, and it made him uncomfortably self-aware. He shot Catwoman a glance, time to go. Selina caught the signal instantly. She knew she'd gone too far this time. Usually, her thefts were planned, clean, and elegant. Tonight had been pure impulse, an act of frustration more than crime. And now she'd stirred up an entire city of police officers and corporate security. Not her finest work. She took one look at Thea, bright eyes, simple clothes, righteous aura, and then at herself, dressed in all black from head to toe. There was no question who the villain looked like in this scene. With a sigh, she prepared to retreat. But Thea noticed the exchange between them. You're not getting away that easily, she shouted, sprinting forward. She aimed for Catwoman, not Batman. After 4 bouts of fighting, she already knew her opponent's rhythm. Compared to the 2-meter-tall man built like a tank in body armor, Selina was the easier target. Batman hesitated for a moment. He couldn't exactly walk away now, not with this young girl charging in headlong. Watching the 2 women clash in a blur of motion, his trained eye immediately saw the truth: they were evenly matched. If they kept this up, it could last until dawn. Sorry, kid, he muttered. No choice. In an instant, Batman joined the fight. With him in the mix, Thea's pressure skyrocketed. His combat mastery was legendary, rumored to encompass 127 martial arts styles, though Thea suspected even he didn't keep count anymore. Each strike was precise, fluid, and overwhelming. Muay Thai, Judo, Sambo, he used them interchangeably, seamlessly. His strength, speed, and endurance crushed her on every front. Even her strongest advantage, her heightened perception, was neutralized by his own battle sense. For the first time in a long while, Thea felt herself completely outmatched. Meanwhile, Catwoman was clearly unhappy that her partner had stepped in. Her movements slowed slightly in irritation. Batman, on the other hand, had no intention of hurting Thea, he simply wanted to end this quickly. With both of them holding back for different reasons, Thea managed to stay on her feet, barely. Just as she was considering whether to fake a fainting spell or take a couple of hits before collapsing, a loud, familiar female voice echoed from the side of the street. "Ha ha ha. I've been watching long enough. I can't resist anymore, time for a proper fight." That kind of swagger could only belong to one person, Lady Shiva. She strode forward, wearing her usual black trench coat over a crimson top, long dark hair rippling like silk in the evening wind. Lady Shiva, Batman groaned inwardly. Of all nights. He knew her well, too well. They'd fought many times before, and he'd never won once. As the mother of the future Batgirl, she wasn't exactly a stranger to him. The thought of facing her again tonight made his stomach twist. Lady Shiva came to stand beside Thea. The two women, one radiant, one cold as steel, stood shoulder to shoulder. Even Batman and Catwoman exchanged a glance of mutual dread. Both knew this was about to get messy. Thea grinned. Her reinforcement had arrived. This wasn't over yet. She quickly ordered Felicity over comms to hack and disable all nearby cameras. No one needed to see what was about to happen. Then she met Shiva's eyes and gestured toward Selina. "That one's mine." Shiva smirked. "Fine. I'll take the bat." Her lips curved in anticipation. "Our fifth duel begins now, Batman." She knew his true identity but refrained from revealing it, out of respect for Thea's presence. Batman, however, was not in the mood. Meanwhile, Thea and Catwoman clashed for the fourth time that night. Their movements had grown familiar: strike, counter, parry, dodge, neither giving nor yielding much ground. This time, it wasn't anger but pure instinct guiding them. Both women fought calmly, rhythmically, almost like dancers practicing a deadly waltz. They both knew the real spectacle was happening beside them, between two of the deadliest martial artists on the planet. As exhaustion set in, neither could maintain full strength. Their fight slowed, softened, then finally paused. Breathing hard, they exchanged a look of mutual respect and turned to watch the other battle. The true showdown had only just begun. Chapter 37, After the Chaos. Batman had always held a complicated view of women. Deep down, he looked down on them a little, but years of discipline and upbringing also made him treat them with a certain respect, a strange mix of European chivalry and an ancient martial artist's code: never strike a woman. His general approach was simple: ignore them. Talia al Ghul had borne him a son and stabbed him, literally stabbed him with a blade, and he'd simply endured it. Catwoman had betrayed him, yet he'd chosen forgiveness, pretending it never happened. Even Harley Quinn, in her half-mad state, was treated with moral lectures, instead of the kind of beatdowns he regularly gave the Joker. So when someone with that sort of psychological cleanliness fought Lady Shiva, the outcome was all but certain. There were too many places he couldn't hit. The chest. Definitely not. The waist. Far too sensitive. The face. One look at her cold, stunning beauty, no way. Restrained on all fronts, already at a disadvantage in pure skill, Batman could only rely on his armor's durability to avoid total defeat. He tried to glance toward Catwoman's side of the fight, nervously, since he didn't know that Felicity had already hacked all the nearby surveillance cameras to prevent the police from charging in with heavy weapons. Taking 2 solid punches from Shiva in the process, he turned his head, and nearly bit his tongue in shock. Catwoman and Thea were standing side by side. The fierce battle from moments ago was gone as if it had never happened. The two of them stood casually, arms crossed, watching him fight. They looked one step away from pulling out popcorn and folding chairs to enjoy the show. What he didn't know was that behind the scenes, Felicity was doing exactly that, snacking while silently cheering him on. Their commentary carried clearly across the field. That punch from Shiva was too light. Did she skip dinner? No, your angle's off. That punch was a feint, watch this kick. Nice. Beautiful form. That side kick was perfect. Bruce Wayne wanted to kneel. For whom am I suffering like this? Who asked me to do this? Why am I fighting for my life while they're holding a commentary session? He swore to himself then and there, never again would he fight a woman. He wanted to call for a truce, but Shiva was enjoying herself far too much to listen. Thea, meanwhile, watched intently. Every footstep, every shift in stance, it was mesmerizing. This was what true martial artistry looked like. She, by comparison, was just a practitioner, perhaps even less than that. Thea, pull out. Police will arrive in 60 seconds, Felicity's urgent voice came through the earpiece. The police are coming. Thea shouted toward the combatants. None of the people here were what one could call lawful heroes. Thea still had to maintain her innocent socialite persona. Catwoman and Shiva were an infamous thief and assassin, and Batman himself was wanted in Gotham. For heroes, each allergic to public exposure. They stopped at once. Well, Shiva stopped. Batman had been dying to leave anyway. She clicked her tongue, slightly disappointed. Tomorrow morning, we continue training, she told Thea, before vanishing into the forest like a ghost. Batman gave Thea a brief nod. By now, he knew she hadn't intended to arrest them. If she had, the police would already be here. Sliding an arm around Catwoman's waist, he fired a grappling hook skyward, and the two of them shot upward into the night. As they rose, Thea caught a glimpse of the Batplane's outline against the clouds, long and narrow-bodied, with twin rotors beneath the wings. So that's how it achieves vertical lift, she thought, squinting for a better look. But before she could study it further, it shimmered and vanished completely, cloaked in its stealth mode. Next time, I'm studying that thing properly. Sirens were growing louder. Following Felicity's directions, Thea quickly slipped away through a side route. When Thea returned to the venue, she expected chaos, a ruined event, angry officials, and the Queen Group's reputation in tatters. Instead, she found Moira Queen on stage, perfectly composed, turning disaster into opportunity. By the time Thea arrived, she only caught the end of her mother's speech. We must not be cowed by fear. We must not be defeated. Together, united, we will strike back at those who threaten our city. They fear us, because they fear our unity. Commissioner Edwards and I have both submitted proposals to the City Council. The Queen Group will donate $5 million worth of equipment to aid the Star City Police in their fight against crime. Applause erupted, and Moira continued, voice strong and resolute. We ask all of you here tonight to lend a hand, to preserve our home, to protect Star City's future. Finally, the Queen Group and the city government will each contribute $1 million in reward money for anyone who can provide information on tonight's attackers. Media friends, please spread the word, let's crush their arrogance before it spreads. The social elites below had no choice but to grit their teeth and join in. Even the stingiest among them, those who'd rather donate 50 cents, ended up scribbling out checks for tens of thousands just to save face. After all, no one wanted to look cheap in front of cameras. Watching her mother handle the crisis so gracefully, Thea couldn't help but feel genuine admiration. Moira had turned a disaster into a triumph, transforming the Queen Group into a symbol of resilience and civic pride. As for the donations, rewards, and equipment, whether they truly materialized or not was anyone's guess. Thea didn't particularly care. Her ambitions were far beyond Star City. The world could burn or bloom, it mattered little. She'd help when she could, but she wouldn't lose sleep over it. No law or system could completely uproot evil. When the fundraising ended, the police commissioner cheerfully declared that their annual revenue goals had been achieved. Of course, he phrased it more solemnly, vowing passionately to hunt down the criminals, no matter how far they run. In truth, he was transferring departments at the end of the year. He wouldn't even be there next time. Thea sighed at the theatrics, gave Moira a distant nod of approval, and quietly slipped out with Felicity. As they exited the hall, the sound of frenzied reporters echoed behind them. Mrs. Queen. Could you tell us how deep this partnership with the police really goes? Commissioner Edwards, what's your crime reduction target for next year? Detective Lance. Do you have any comment on your younger daughter and your older daughter's boyfriend disappearing together tonight? Thea winced. Then came the sharp sound of shouting, someone yelling stop, and another voice crying out in protest. She sighed again. These reporters must have a death wish. Once outside, she turned to Felicity. Did you record everything tonight? Of course I did. But, wow. Batman is so hot. Thea, do you know who he really is? First time meeting him, Thea replied, smirking. All I know is, he's a guy. Chapter 38, finally split apart. Over the next few days, Moira Queen's face could be seen everywhere, on television, in newspapers, across the radio. One day she was speaking about Star City's urban development plans, the next, she was announcing a crackdown on crime, boasting about how many dealers and how much narcotics had been seized. For a while, Moira seemed like the rising star of Star City politics. Thea wasn't surprised. Some people were simply born for politics, sharp, poised, and naturally magnetic, but their potential often lay dormant until the right opportunity arrived. Once that moment came, they soared. It reminded Thea of something from her past life, President George W. Bush. People mocked his low intelligence, his poor grades, but the men had known one-third of Yale's student body by name, and remembered each person's hobbies. For a politician, that was a terrifying kind of genius. What did surprise Thea, though, was that Moira's sudden political enthusiasm began to strain her relationship with Walter Steele. Moira had grown so busy that she barely had time for her daughter, let alone her boyfriend. Thea didn't mind. She actually supported it. Walter was a good man, but if they married, she'd be getting another stepfather, and that idea didn't sit well with her. Better to keep things at close companions. That evening, Moira lay on her bed, exhausted from another media interview but glowing with excitement. She had finally realized that she was no great businesswoman. Several of her advisors had already hinted, politely, that she should step away from corporate affairs and consider public office. She wanted to test the waters to see how her family would respond. Of course, by family, she meant 1.5 people. Thea counted as one, Walter half. Thea, she asked softly, both of them lying on the bed, you worked so hard preparing everything, and then I took all the spotlight. You're not angry, are you? Young people loved recognition, at least, in Western culture they did. It was a fair question. How could I be? Thea smiled lightly. If it were me on that stage, I probably would have ruined everything. You deserve at least 90% of the credit for how well it turned out. That was true enough. Thea had only made a few phone calls and chatted with some people. The real heavy lifting had been done by Felicity. Moira exhaled, reassured. She had only expected that conference to be routine, she hadn't anticipated the chain reaction that followed. If it had damaged her relationship with her daughter, that would have been a real tragedy. Thea, what do you think about me entering politics? Moira's eyes were bright, almost pleading. These last few days, I've felt alive, happier than I've been in years. It's completely different from running the company. Finally. Thea could barely stop herself from cheering. Her plan had worked. It had taken careful nudging and a bit of luck, but she had successfully steered her mother onto the political path ahead of schedule. Of course, she couldn't just blurt out yes. Please run for office already, I'm dying to be a mayor's daughter. So she said casually, whatever makes you happy, Mom. If you think politics suits you, go for it. Who knows, maybe when you're a big shot official, I'll get to bask in your glory. Oh, by the way, if you do leave the company, what about you and Walter? If this conversation were happening under an Asian-style family roof, talking about a stepfather issue in bed would have been unbearably awkward. But here in Star City, it was completely normal. Moira hesitated. I've thought about that. Politicians aren't saints, but they do have to maintain appearances. Right now, as a widow, I can still play the tragic strength card. If word got out that I'd remarried so soon, my reputation might not collapse, but it would definitely take a hit. After a moment's silence, she added, let's just keep things as they are for now. Thea understood instantly. Ah, the American version of cutting ties with one stroke of the sword. Her mother really did have a ruthless streak. Probably the same mindset that let her send her husband and son off to sea years ago. She gave a silent moment of respect to gentle Walter Steele. Farewell, stepdad that could have been. You'll be missed, sort of. Still, it was a relief. The stepfather crisis was officially over. In the original timeline, Moira and Walter hadn't had any children together, but with all the butterfly effects Thea had caused, who knew? The idea of a mixed-race half-sibling made her shiver. Not out of prejudice, just confusion. 3 siblings, 3 fathers, 1 mother, that would be a soap opera she didn't want to live in. Her mother entering politics and her stepfather being quietly dismissed, 2 missions accomplished. Perfect. Thea leaned over and kissed Moira on the cheek. You silly girl. Moira laughed and patted her affectionately. Over the next few days, Moira began transferring her corporate duties to Walter. Though marriage seemed unlikely now, she still trusted him enough to let him take over as acting CEO. Walter couldn't understand why Moira had suddenly grown distant. He assumed it was his fault, that he hadn't been passionate enough, and resolved to stay persistent. Meanwhile, Thea had her own transitions to make. Her acceptance letter from Princeton had arrived. Unlike universities back in her previous life's country, there was no elaborate ceremony here, no speeches, no orientation. She could start or leave anytime, earn enough credits, and she'd graduate. She handed all software division matters over to Felicity, officially nominating her as the new department head. When Felicity learned she'd have to update the facial recognition system from version 1.0 to 6.0, she nearly lost it. This is soul-crushing. You queens have money, hire more people. And that's exactly what she did. On her first day as head of the department, she recruited 30 new engineers. Each of her original 3 subordinates was suddenly promoted, each managing a team of 10. The project would get done eventually, slowly. Meanwhile, Thea's hoverboard project was entering its final testing phase. She wanted to finish it before leaving Star City, and maybe make some serious cash while she was at it. Tech gear was expensive. Her allowance had long dried up, and if not for Felicity occasionally treating her to dinner, she might have actually starved. Thea, Felicity asked, pen in mouth, why are you calling it the Red Arrow board? What about Green Arrow board? Sounds cooler. What's wrong with red? It's bright, passionate, full of life. Thea argued. Green's my brother's color, anyway. Felicity frowned, muffled by the pen. Red's also the color of blood and violence, you know. What kind of logic is that? Green means rot and decay to me. The argument echoed through the lab, two geniuses bickering over paint colors, one chasing idealism, the other irony. For Thea, though, things were looking up. Her mother was chasing politics, her stepdad was out of the picture, and she was about to take her next step into the wider world. Finally, the chaos of Star City felt a little quieter. Chapter 39, A Bad Fitting and an Unexpected Case. In the end, Thea's red design won the argument. After all, she was the one risking her life on the thing. Felicity's dream of painting it green died a quiet death. But just as Thea thought she was finally ready for live testing, an entirely new problem appeared before them. Felicity, pull harder, this suit is way too tight. Thea, exhale. Let the air out of your chest, follow my count. Inhale. Exhale. Thea Queen had made a rookie mistake. She believed in the borrow and adapt philosophy a little too much, without verifying the details. The G-suit she'd borrowed from the company's R&D storage had originally been designed for male fighter pilots. The purpose of the suit was to use pneumatic bladders to apply pressure to the body during high-G maneuvers, preventing blood from pooling in the lower limbs and protecting circulation. In theory, it could easily handle the kind of acceleration her hoverboard could reach, barely 400 kilometers per hour. But theory had its limits. Every piece they had on hand, this one included, had been designed for men. It wasn't a loose flight suit either, it was a tight body model. And that's where the trouble began. Thea simply couldn't fit into it. Maybe she'd hit another growth spurt. Maybe it was the extra calories from her martial arts training. Or maybe that healing ointment Lady Shiva gave her had a few stimulating ingredients. Whatever the reason, her B-cup was rapidly and uncomfortably marching toward AC. It took both women a solid 10 minutes of struggle to wrestle the suit on. When they were finally done, Thea discovered that the zipper at the back barely closed, while the front, thanks to certain anatomical realities, didn't reach far enough. Her smooth, toned stomach was completely exposed. Great for a runway. Terrible for riding a 400 km per hour hoverboard. Felicity, it's too tight, I can't even breathe. Thea stood stiff as a statue, afraid to sit. She finally understood what people meant by shortness of breath. Felicity grinned mischievously, holding up a pair of scissors and pointing at Thea's chest. Want me to cut a couple of holes? You know, for ventilation. Thea froze. What kind of perverted suggestion was that? When had her sweet, innocent Felicity turned into this teasing menace? Rejecting the idea firmly, she watched Felicity laugh herself nearly breathless, clearly entertained by Thea's suffering. Finally, Thea peeled off the cursed G-suit and sat down at her desk, wearing only her underwear, gasping for air. It wasn't like Felicity hadn't seen it all before, but Thea still felt exposed. The suit had no ventilation at all, she was practically melting inside it. Picking up her phone, Thea called the weapons R&D department and spun a quick lie, that she had a friend who was a female pilot. She asked them to custom design a new G-suit for her, with improved breathability and proper fit. The engineers, who had been bored out of their minds, immediately sprang into action when they heard the Queen Heiress's voice. They promised a prototype within 3 days. As Thea hung up, she sighed, wondering how she was going to justify the expense on company records. Felicity, still giggling with smeared makeup, followed her out of their secret lab. Hey, Thea. Turning around, Thea saw Laurel Lance, dressed in a sharp professional suit, waving her over. Laurel. What's she doing here? They weren't exactly close. In fact, their lives barely overlapped. What could she possibly want? Hey, long time no see. What brings you here? Instead of answering, Laurel glanced around the hallway first. You two talk, Felicity said with a knowing smile. I'll go check on the newbies in software. She waved gracefully and disappeared down the corridor. Once they were alone, Laurel handed her a thick file. Thea, you need to see this. It's a new case we just got at the Unified Innovation Group. That group sounded impressive, like a tech think tank or some secret society. In reality, it was just a small law firm formed by a few freshly certified lawyers. No clients, no reputation, no connections, and it would have folded already if Tommy hadn't been quietly donating money to keep it alive. Thea flipped through the papers half-heartedly, still preoccupied with her hoverboard suit issue. Normally, she wouldn't have cared. She wasn't out to right wrongs or play hero, at best, she was a neutral bystander in the so-called justice camp. But this was Laurel, Oliver's girlfriend, Tommy's love interest. Basically family. Thea had to at least pretend to listen. The case was filed by a man named Derek Leston, gray-haired, middle-aged, no scars, no tattoos, nothing remarkable. He had a wife, 2 kids, and lived in a small rental apartment. So far, so normal. She flipped to the next page. Huh. She froze, reading carefully for 10 full minutes before letting out a long sigh. Now I see why Laurel came to me. The complainant, Derek Leston, wasn't just anyone, he was a former employee of Queen Consolidated. And not just that, he had worked for 15 years at the Queen Steel Factory, the very site that now served as Thea's current headquarters. He'd been a foreman there until 2007, when the company shut down the plant, laying off 1,500 workers. At the time, it hadn't seemed unusual, layoffs happened every day. But the real issue was that Queen Consolidated had used a loophole in the labor contract to avoid paying any severance or pension. Thea clenched her jaw. That's disgusting. It was classic corporate cruelty, the worst of capitalism. Did the company really need that money so badly? No wonder Oliver had always said that Queen Consolidated itself was part of the rot that plagued Star City. She rubbed her temples and checked the signature date. It had been signed right before Robert Queen's final voyage. Perfect. Another mess to inherit. She gave Laurel a grateful nod. She understood the unspoken message. Laurel wasn't here to accuse her. She was giving her a chance to fix it quietly before it exploded. Laurel was one of those classic idealistic heroines, unyielding, impossibly earnest, and with a moral compass so sharp it could cut steel. They always meant well, even if it usually got them into trouble. If this case went public, it could destroy the Queen family's reputation, and derail Moira's budding political career overnight. Sure, Moira could probably make the problem disappear, but Thea still had a conscience. And some lines, even in this city, she refused to cross. Chapter 40, How to Fix It. After thanking her future sister-in-law Laurel for the heads-up, Thea hurried straight to the address listed on the case file to find the plaintiff, Derek Leston. She didn't even tell Felicity, that girl might be a loyal friend, but she was also one of those burning justice-type heroines who could never keep quiet once she learned about something unfair. Better she didn't know at all. After winding through several streets, Thea finally found Derek's home, a small, worn-down house surrounded by a few similar ones. When she arrived, a heated confrontation was already underway. Several tattooed men were standing at the doorway, arguing with the people inside. At the front of the group stood a well-dressed young man in a suit, his polite smile thinner than paper. "Mr. Leston," he said smoothly, "if you can't make your mortgage payment on time, we'll have to proceed with enforcement. I'm sure you don't want things to get unpleasant." Inside, Derek and several other men silently stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the doorway. A few neighbors had come out to support him. "We stand with you, Derek. Hang in there, we'll find new jobs soon." The debt collector smirked. The leader pointed at Derek. 3 days. If you're still here then, Mr. Frank Bertinelli will be very unhappy. At the mention of that name, a murmur rippled through the crowd. The onlookers quickly lowered their heads. Frank Bertinelli, outwardly a construction tycoon, but in reality one of Star City's most notorious mafia bosses. His family's power ranked high even among the Italian syndicates. Thea's memory stirred. Wasn't this the guy whose daughter later killed her fiancé and went rogue? She frowned, trying to recall. Helena Bertinelli. Right, the huntress. She'd have to ask Felicity later whether that storyline had played out yet. As the crowd began to disperse, Thea stepped forward. "Mr. Derek Leston," she called. "May I have a word?" The middle-aged man turned, suspicious and tired. For a second he thought she might be another collector, but quickly realized otherwise. "What do you want?" Today, Thea had deliberately dressed the part, a neat business suit, light makeup, even a pair of fake glasses to look more mature. She handed him her card. "Thea Queen. Queen Consolidated." His eyes narrowed. "Queen Consolidated. What do you want with me?" His tone turned sharp, defensive. "Would you rather I say it out here?" she asked quietly, glancing at the curious neighbors still watching, or somewhere more private. People everywhere loved a good spectacle, and several heads were already poking out from doorways again. Derek hesitated, then sighed. If the company heiress herself had shown up, this was clearly about the lawsuit, and he couldn't risk discussing that in public. "Fine. Follow me." He led her to a small outdoor cafe nearby. Under the shade of a parasol, he folded his arms. "All right, Miss Queen. Speak your piece." Thea got straight to the point. "I've reviewed the company's records. The way this issue was handled was inappropriate. On behalf of the corporation, I apologize." She couldn't exactly say Laurel had tipped her off, so she left it vague. "Within 3 days, Queen Consolidated will arrange for your reemployment. If you still want a foreman's position, that can be arranged, though it would have to be in another city. Star City doesn't have many factories left." Privately, she wanted this walking time bomb far away from Star City. Judging from how his neighbors had rallied around him earlier, Derek clearly had influence among the workers. If he started making noise again, the company would take a major hit. If she'd had the authority, she would have made him factory manager in Siberia. If you don't wish to return to work, she continued briskly, you'll still receive full severance and pension back pay. Either way, as compensation for the company's mistake, an additional settlement will be issued. Does that satisfy you? Derek frowned, thinking. A job or a payout? The job was worth more, especially with that compensation attached. But taking the money meant dropping the case for good. He wasn't a fool, nor a saint. Still, he had enough conscience to hesitate. Miss Queen, he asked cautiously, forgive me, but, is this offer just for me, or for everyone? His tone had softened, and Thea smiled inwardly. So predictable. But she couldn't exactly promise to rehire 1,500 people. One or two she could handle, that many was a different story. Still, the pretty lies had to be said. It applies to all affected workers, she said smoothly. If you follow the news, you'll hear about it soon. That sealed it. Derek's expression brightened. I understand. Queen Consolidated has always treated me well. I'll gladly return to serve the company. Thea nodded approvingly. Good. Expect notice within 3 days. They shook hands, and she left the cafe. The lawsuit was never mentioned again. Back at headquarters, Thea paused outside the CEO's office, using her heightened senses to check the room first. The last thing she wanted was to walk in on her mother and Walter in some compromising situation. Luckily, both were behaving, though the way Walter's grin stretched nearly to his ears didn't exactly scream professional meeting. She knocked and entered. Cough, cough. No need for small talk, they all knew each other too well. She reported everything honestly from start to finish. When Moira heard that someone was threatening to sue the company, her eyes flashed with a cold, dangerous light. But when she learned that 1,500 people were involved, that expression gave way to hesitation. Of course. It was one thing to silence one or two. But 1,500. Even with a machine gun, that would take a while, and these weren't pigs, they could run and talk. If even a few escaped and leaked to the media, it'd be chaos. Violence wasn't off the table entirely, but unless they had the power of Darkseid or Thanos, that kind of solution was impractical. Thea had been thinking hard about this on the way back. Handling it neatly and completely was now the company's top priority. Derek might have been easy to pacify, but what about the next one? And the next? Moira also needed tangible results to strengthen her political footing. Creating 1,500 jobs, directly or indirectly, would secure her thousands of votes, enough to anchor her first campaign. This wasn't just a corporate crisis anymore. It was a political opportunity. Chapter 41, Problem Solved and New Training. Walter glanced down at his reports when neither Moira nor Thea spoke up. Based on the company's current profits, he said carefully, we can rehire at most 300 of the laid-off workers. Any more would put a serious strain on our budget. 300. That number was far too low. Thea's goal was to resolve the issue for at least half of the 1,500 affected workers, the rest could be covered with basic welfare and phased out gradually. Moira wasn't satisfied either. That few positions will only make things worse, she said, frowning. What if we transfer them to positions in our out-of-town branches? Walter did some quick calculations. At most 200, he admitted. Beyond that, local staff would start protesting. We can't overstep the regional hiring limits. Thea sighed inwardly. So much for the land of freedom. People often thought only in China did locals hate leaving their hometowns, but Americans weren't that different. The country might span 9.6 million square kilometers, but most folks still spent their entire lives in the same town where they were born. Generations lived and died in the same place. It was exactly that kind of isolation that birthed half the horror movies out there, some cult in the woods doing evil for 20 years, and no one noticed until some pretty city kids showed up for a road trip. Because of that small-town mentality, both Queen Consolidated and Wayne Enterprises had unwritten rules about staffing. Local branches were to be run by locals. Outsiders were rarely welcome. Then, suddenly, inspiration struck Thea. She remembered an old quote from a certain great leader. What do you think about building a railway connecting multiple cities? That was it. America's transcontinental railways had existed for over a century, but most were falling apart, partly from age, partly from endless terrorist attacks, explosions, and supervillain incidents. Rebuilding even one major rail line would require tons of steel. Thea's eyes lit up. If they restarted the company's steel production line under the banner of national infrastructure development, not only could they rehire most of those workers, but they'd also spark a new economic boom in Star City. That, in turn, would be perfect ammunition for her mother's future election campaign. That's brilliant. Moira said at once, clearly seeing the political potential. She wasn't thinking like a businesswoman now, she was thinking like a politician. If I make the promise, I can use it as a slogan. If I win, we'll continue the project. If I lose, no harm done. Railway construction could take years, even decades. Voters wouldn't blame her for not finishing it in a few months, but they'd certainly remember who promised it. Every speech from now on could open with that vision. And the funding. Easy enough to crowdsource among her wealthy friends. The more she thought about it, the better it sounded. Walter didn't share their enthusiasm. He simply shrugged. If they wanted to spend their own money on it, fine. He wasn't going to interfere. Thea reminded her mother to have Derek sign his agreement quickly, then left the rest in Moira's hands. Her mother had already begun preparing for her mayoral campaign, even though she hadn't formally filed yet. She was quietly gathering a team of strategists and consultants from every field, people who could handle networking, media, and negotiations. With that in motion, Thea finally found herself free. Her lazy days returned once again. She rewatched the footage of her fight with Batman and Catwoman 3 times, studying every frame. Batman's fighting style was all brute strength and precision, too heavy for her frame. Catwoman's, on the other hand, was fluid and unpredictable, based on speed, balance, and street instincts. It suited Thea perfectly. How does she even move like that in high heels? Thea had to admit, the woman's balance was unbelievable. She decided that if she wanted to become a true heroine, she couldn't always wear flat shoes to galas. Learning to fight in heels would be an essential skill. Starting small, she slipped on a pair of thick-heeled boots instead of stilettos. Walking was fine, but when she tried a high kick. Thud, ah. She rubbed her head, groaning on the floor. Whoever invented these things deserved to be shot, preferably several times. Wearing heels was like equipping herself with a permanent, -50% movement speed, debuff. How did Catwoman or Harley Quinn manage to fight like this and look good doing it? It defied all logic. She'd have to ask someone who actually knew. The next morning, at her elementary to middle level training session, she approached Lady Shiva with her question. Teacher, how does Catwoman keep her balance so perfectly? Shiva arched an eyebrow. Catwoman. My defeated student. Then she gestured. Stand straight. Let me see. Thea obeyed, a little nervous. Shiva circled her slowly, observing, occasionally poking or patting her body, shoulder, waist, back, then lower. When her hand lingered just below Thea's waist, the girl nearly jumped. Seriously? What kind of lesson is this? Then, smack. A sharp slap landed square on her backside. Ow. Thea spun around, red-faced, glaring. If you don't explain that right now, I swear. Shiva remained calm. Your balance isn't bad, she said. But your muscle coordination is inefficient. You're not channeling power through your entire body correctly. She tapped Thea's hip again. Here. This is your body's power hub. Every motion, your legs, your upper body, even your strikes, should flow from this point. You've never properly learned how to generate power. No kidding, Thea thought. My old teacher never went around slapping people to explain it. Shiva continued her lecture seriously, while Thea tried very hard to ignore her burning cheeks. As for your question, how Catwoman does it, it's simple. Once you can control these muscles properly. She tapped several spots around Thea's thighs and hips. You could fight balanced on stilts if you wanted. Just don't overdo it. This kind of motion puts strain on your calves and Achilles tendons. Let me show you. She removed her coat and guided Thea's hands to her legs. Feel the muscle tension and rhythm. Thea's first thought, cold. Her skin was smooth and cool, so different from her own. The subtle pulsing under the surface revealed absolute control, every fiber perfectly coordinated. It was mesmerizing. She forced herself to focus on the sensation, studying the subtle shifts of muscle as Shiva demonstrated. When Thea tried to mimic it, she realized something surprising. It was actually much easier to do than to understand. A small adjustment here, a bit of pressure there, and suddenly, her stance felt steadier than ever. Still, she could feel how draining it was. The technique consumed both physical and mental stamina rapidly. No wonder Catwoman had run out of gas after only 2 fights. At the time, Thea had wondered how a professional thief could tire faster than she did. Now she understood. The secret to elegance and exhaustion was all in the hips. Chapter 42, Red Arrow Hoverboard V0. The days returned to their usual rhythm of lessons and experiments. By now, Thea had entered the 4th and final stage of her perception training, what Lady Shiva called earth listening. The concept was vague, to say the least. Thea was supposed to feel the movement of insects underground. Insects. Tiny ones, smaller than sesame seeds. How was she supposed to feel that? Even Lady Shiva admitted it wasn't easy. I can barely do it myself, she said, and teaching it is even harder. Her own method was extreme. She'd once hung herself off a cliff by one hand, body dangling in midair, stripping her mind of all distractions while flirting with death. According to her, that was how true focus was born. Thea decided that, as much as she respected her teacher, she had no plans to risk her life for enlightenment. She still intended to live a long, comfortable life, preferably with all her limbs attached. She'd seen enough social media clips of thrill-seekers hanging off skyscrapers and mountain ledges just for a few likes. You people probably got the idea from Lady Shiva, she thought. Congratulations, you've made foreign cliff yoga a global trend. So instead of practicing death meditation, she simply sat on the ground every day and tried to sense whatever she could. If it didn't work today, she'd try again tomorrow. She was young, she could afford patience. Meanwhile, Moira wasted no time acting on Thea's idea. Just one day after their discussion, a brand new public announcement hit every major media outlet and radio station. Thea Queen had formally proposed a new high-speed rail project connecting Central City and Midway City, publicly declaring that several philanthropic business partners had already pledged financial support. The local governments of both cities, delighted at the prospect of new infrastructure without major expenses, immediately expressed approval. Their underlying message was clear: if you can bring in the money, we'll back your campaign. Whether it was Moira's own plan or the work of her strategists, the move was pure political genius. She was essentially telling the public, elect me, and you'll have jobs. Don't elect me, well, good luck finding work elsewhere. Linking employment with her campaign wasn't a new trick, but only the wealthy could pull it off successfully, and the Queen family, for now, still had wealth. Even Malcolm Merlin, between training sessions with Tommy, had taken notice. He hadn't expected his old flame to suddenly burst with such political fervor. Though he didn't like the idea of uplifting the poor, he appreciated the opportunity. It gave him a convenient excuse to extend his underground network's influence into both cities. For now, his massive secret organization had grown restless. It was an absurdly large and utterly useless enterprise. Members ranged from business moguls and police captains to street peddlers and small-time gun dealers. The notebook of names was full, probably several hundred strong. Yet, for 5 years, they'd done nothing. Malcolm's excuse was always, "We'll act once the earthquake machine is ready." He was either the most patient man alive or the biggest procrastinator in the multiverse. So when he heard about Moira's project, he immediately sent some of his more troublesome subordinates to scout the field. If things went well, they'd secure influence in 2 major cities. If not, well, at least he'd get rid of a few troublemakers. Within 4 hours of Moira's announcement, one of her rival candidates officially dropped out and publicly endorsed her campaign. Support for the Queen plan was snowballing. At that moment, Thea was sitting in Felicity's apartment, watching the televised speech with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. On screen, Moira stood tall at the podium, passionately condemning the dangers of every existing mode of transportation except rail. Air travel, she declared. Hijackings, mid-air collisions, superheroes crashing through flight paths, it's chaos. Would you really trust your life to that? Then she switched targets. Ships. Don't even get me started. As someone who's experienced tragedy at sea firsthand. Her voice trembled dramatically as she listed 108 maritime safety hazards, painting a picture so bleak it sounded like Robert and Oliver had sailed off on a wooden raft instead of a luxury yacht. If you want safety, if you want stability, if you want work, vote for me. When she finished, a few spontaneous audience members broke into thunderous applause, clapping like they'd just witnessed divine revelation. The camera zoomed in on several burly, tattooed men, their thick necks gleaming with sweat, tears welling up in their eyes. Thea squinted. Wait, isn't that the bouncer from my favorite bar? She sighed. So Mom's supporters are probably half hired muscle, half actual fans. Figures. Felicity, ever skeptical, rolled her eyes. She'd never liked Moira, though Thea couldn't quite figure out why. In the original timeline, Felicity had even made snarky remarks at Moira's funeral. Maybe they were just incompatible by nature. Then Felicity's phone rang. She hung up and said lazily, "Your G-suit's finally here." Thea's eyes lit up. Finally. But her excitement quickly turned to irritation. The R&D team had promised it in 3 days. It took 10. She mentally added their names to her little black list. One day, she'd send them to Siberia for team building. Still, she had to admit, the workmanship was good. To improve breathability, they'd redesigned the suit with a dual-layer structure. An inner segmented lining connected at key points, and a looser outer shell that no longer squeezed her body like shrink wrap. Now her chest and hips didn't stand out quite as dramatically, good for mobility and anonymity. The neural interface helmet, however, had been completely redesigned. The original bulky, bubble-headed thing was gone. In its place was something sleek and elegant, a headband resembling Galadriel's crown from the Lord of the Rings. Only, instead of mithril and gemstones, it used a polymer frame laced with micro-neural modules. It gleamed with a similar golden shimmer, halfway between fantasy and sci-fi chic. These modules were Felicity's masterpiece. She'd coded non-stop for days, destroying 2 keyboards in the process, and proudly claimed she'd lost 3 pounds just from typing. The modules captured Thea's brainwave patterns and converted them into command signals for the hoverboard. But there was a catch: human neurons transmitted information slower than the machine could process it. That mismatch had caused Thea to suffer blinding headaches for 2 days straight, as if someone had jammed a wooden stake into her skull. Eventually, they found a compromise, throttling the system's processing speed to match her brain's rhythm. That fixed the pain, but also made the controls noticeably slower. Maneuvers that were supposed to trigger with a mere thought now required conscious micro-adjustments. Even with Felicity's added fuzzy logic filter, overall responsiveness had dropped by 30%. If the Green Goblin's glider from Marvel counted as version 1.0, then Thea's creation was barely version 0.7, a test prototype held together by optimism and caffeine. Still, for her current goals, scouting, chasing criminals, maybe robbing a few gangs for justice, it was perfectly adequate. The Red Arrow hoverboard version 0.7 was ready for takeoff. Chapter 43, Test Flight. After 3 rounds of heavy modification, the hoverboard was now an entirely different creature. If Dr. Hoffman himself saw it, he'd probably swear it wasn't his work at all. The original flat design had been reshaped into a V-shaped frame, wide in front and narrow in the rear. The pilot stood at the front, and once in flight mode, a pair of locking braces extended from the chassis, fastening securely around the legs and waist. Theoretically, it could handle advanced aerial maneuvers without flinging the rider off midair. Green Goblin might rely on his enhanced reflexes and insane stunts to fly, but Thea wasn't about to copy that. To her, all those mid-air flips and separation tricks were nothing short of suicidal. One moment of dizziness and boom, your modern art on the pavement. As a perfectly mortal young woman, Thea valued her life far more than her style points. So she'd gone with the stay secure, don't die model, sacrificing some freedom of movement for safety. The hoverboard's underside was lined with chrome-coated magnetic rotors. When powered up, they emitted a magnetic repulsion opposite to Earth's own, causing the board to levitate. Increasing the output strengthened the lift, enough, in theory, to rise over 1,000 meters into the air. By shifting the direction of the magnetic thrust, it could travel long distances cleanly and quietly. If Earth's magnetic field ever vanished, well, that would be the end of Thea Queen. As for weapons, she decided to keep things simple. Her recurve bow could shoot at 300 feet per second, about 91 meters per second, with a range of 150 meters, up to 30 arrows per minute. High-tech gear was out of the question, too expensive, too noisy. Arrows were cheap, silent, and eco-friendly. Late that night, under the cool glow of the city, Thea stepped outside with Felicity. She zipped up her G-suit, locked into the brace, and took a deep breath. Start. The hoverboard hummed quietly, lifting off the ground with perfect balance. Yes. Thea grinned, pumping a fist at Felicity. Vitals steady, Felicity reported, eyes on her tablet. Blood pressure normal, heart rate slightly high, probably adrenaline. Let's log the rest. They tested altitude first. Not knowing how many radar towers operated in Star City, Thea didn't risk the full kilometer. Even with stealth coding on the board, she herself was still visible. She stopped at 100 meters, roughly the height of a 33-story building, more than enough for urban patrol work. Next came the speed test. Accelerate, 80 kilometers per hour. Stable. 150, good. 220, blood flow increasing, heart rate elevated but steady. 300, stop. You're near your limit, Thea. She eased off the throttle, heart racing from exhilaration rather than strain. 300 kilometers per hour, not bad for a first run. With more training, she'd go faster. The feeling was indescribable, wind slicing past her face, the city shrinking beneath her, mind blank except for the rush of motion. No politics, no pressure, no plans. Just speed. No wonder so many people loved racing, it was freedom distilled into motion. She looped low around the city at 50 meters, laughing. When she tried to offer Felicity a ride, her friend refused outright, terrified of heights. Thea teased her all the way back down. Now came the heroic phase of the evening, what she and Felicity called justice work, though it was closer to high-altitude burglary practice. Over the G-suit, she threw on a red leather jacket to conceal the tactical design. She had wanted to wear a bulletproof vest underneath, but 4 layers made her look like a stuffed turkey. She compromised with 2 slim fiber-reinforced plates over her chest and back. Hair tied up, hood down, a quick mirror check, she looked strikingly like her TV counterpart. No cheap domino mask this time, she wore infrared ballistic goggles made from Lexan resin. Bow. arrows, katana, dagger. Ready. Under Felicity's eager gaze, Thea kicked off and soared into the night sky in search of trouble. But Star City was eerily quiet. No pedestrians, no thieves, no crime. A peaceful city, great for citizens, terrible for vigilantes. She circled for nearly an hour, muttering curses. All this money in prep for a citywide curfew. Should have done market research. Then Felicity's voice cut through the earpiece. Thea. Remember Frank Bertinelli, the mob boss? He's on the move. 3 of his guys are chasing a man named Michael Astor. You want to check it out? Thea's eyes lit up. Michael Astor. Helena Bertinelli's fiancé. The one her father had ordered killed. Location. West intersection of Cypress Street. Their car speeds are off the charts. Be careful, they're armed. Please, Thea smirked. They can't outrun me. She climbed to 100 meters, aligned her compass, and shot forward. Within moments, she spotted 2 cars below, one chasing, one fleeing, gunfire flashing from the rear vehicle. So the shooters are in the back car, she concluded. Meaning the guy up front's the victim. Reaching for her quiver, she drew one of her frost arrows, a custom design filled with hypercompressed liquid nitrogen, 10 times denser than standard cryo tanks. On impact, it would burst into vapor and absorb surrounding heat, creating frostbite levels near -100 degrees Celsius. She didn't plan to kill anyone. This was just a clean intervention. Aiming carefully, Thea locked onto the rear car's front wheel hub and whispered. Let's cool things down. Chapter 44, Rescue and Request. Calculating wind resistance and trajectory, Thea drew her bow, adjusted for crosswind, and let the arrow fly. Whoosh! The frost arrow cut through the air like a streak of silver light. The liquid nitrogen did its job perfectly. Even if her refining skills were rough, it was more than enough for dealing with common thugs. The arrow struck the rear car's wheel hub, and an instant wave of icy mist exploded outward. Within seconds, the tire froze solid. The driver, still flooring the accelerator, barely had time to register a sudden chill before the entire vehicle flipped end over end through the air like an Olympic gymnast. Thea winced. Okay, maybe that was a bit too effective. She'd only meant to stop them, not send them flying like acrobats. The car rolled 6 or 7 times before slamming to a stop upside down, its passengers motionless. She squinted through her visor. They're not dead, right? Just as she exhaled, the front car suddenly veered off and smashed into a billboard. What the, she muttered. Did someone else take a shot? Thea, Felicity's voice crackled through the comms, I checked every camera in the area. No one else nearby. But what? During your shot, one stray bullet from the pursuers hit the front car's tire. Pure bad luck. Thea's jaw dropped. Seriously? 10 minutes of non-stop gunfire, and the one time I intervene, the only stray bullet in the city finds its mark. Truly, destiny had a sick sense of humor. Down below, the man in the front car, Michael, kicked open the door and stumbled out, limping. He ran 20 meters before realizing no one was chasing him anymore. Turning back, he froze. The pursuing car lay upside down, half covered in ice. What happened, he mumbled, completely lost. Then the car door creaked open, and a bloodied bald man crawled out, dragging one twisted leg behind him, leaving a trail of crimson. Thea winced. Felicity, call an ambulance. Now. She glanced again at Michael, who stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly. You're still standing there. You just watched your would-be killers get wrecked by ice magic and you're not running. Helena Bertinelli really had questionable taste in men. Risk your life to avenge your father's murderer for this guy. There were billions of men in the world, lady. Sighing, Thea surveyed the wreck through infrared. 2 faint heat signatures inside, unconscious but alive. The bald one was barely clinging on. She decided not to interfere further. Let him keep his wallet for the hospital bills, she muttered, turning her board skyward. After another 2 patrol loops, she'd only found small fry, a 10-year-old street dealer and a homeless man mugging someone for a hamburger. No big fish, no payday. Thea returned to the base, exhausted and broke. Felicity, she groaned, throwing her hood aside, we're doomed. The economy's collapsing, our trust funds locked, and I'm practically a vigilante on a student budget. All that liquid nitrogen and equipment had cost a fortune. Why is it, she complained, that I have millions in assets but can't spend a dime of it freely? Felicity shrugged. Welcome to capitalism. Even Tony Stark, Thea mused, probably came clean as Iron Man because he couldn't hide the bills anymore. If his suits cost more than Hammer's drones, and they did, no accountant on Earth could explain the missing money. Felicity, ever the homebody hacker, had no brilliant ideas either. Guess we keep patrolling, she sighed. Maybe next time we'll get lucky. Over the next few nights, luck was in short supply. Thea caught plenty of petty thieves and lowlifes, but no major criminals. She didn't even make the news, no bounty posters, no rumors, not even a blurry photo on the forums. Star City remained exactly as chaotic as before. Am I really that invisible? She thought bitterly. Her daily routine had settled: train with Lady Shiva in the mornings, patrol at night, and sleep through office hours while Felicity covered for her. It wasn't glamorous, but it worked. Until one morning. Wake up. Someone's here for you, Felicity said, shaking her shoulder. Thea rubbed her eyes, still half asleep, and saw a tall woman in heels standing by the door. She looked familiar, but Thea couldn't place her at first. Miss Queen, the woman said calmly, I need your help. That voice, smooth, confident, dangerously charming. Thea's mind snapped awake. Oh, great. Selina Kyle, the woman introduced herself with a faint smile. You can call me Catwoman. Thea arched an eyebrow. Thea Queen. You can call me Red Arrow. The two women, predator and protege, shook hands, acknowledging each other with mutual respect. Selina's gaze flicked briefly toward Felicity. Clearly, she wanted privacy. But Thea waved it off. She's not an outsider. She's my partner. Catwoman hesitated, then nodded. Fine. I'll get straight to it. Her eyes darkened. Batman's in trouble. And I need your help. Chapter 45, Preparing to Depart. Thea listened calmly, signaling Catwoman to continue. Batman being in trouble. That was practically routine. The real surprise would be if he wasn't. In Thea's eyes, Bruce Wayne was like the Western version of Tang Sanzang, destined to suffer through his own personal 81 tribulations. A completely unenhanced human relying only on muscle and stubborn will, yet constantly picking fights with people way above his pay grade. Heroes, villains, aliens, he'd managed to offend them all. So when Selina said he'd been captured, Thea didn't even blink. Her expression said, go on, I'm listening. He's been taken by a man named Bane, Selina explained. Alive or dead, I don't know. Bane controls half of Gotham now. He's opened both Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Prison. The city is crawling with criminals. We need your help. Her tone was earnest, almost desperate. Ah, the Dark Knight Rises plotline, Thea thought. But things here weren't identical to the movies. In this world, Selina and Bruce had known each other for years, through countless ups and downs. A few threats weren't going to break that bond easily. Who exactly is this Bane? Thea asked. I don't know, Selina admitted. Only that he's powerful. Stronger than anyone I've ever seen. One of his men said he can lift 2 tons. I saw him break Batman's spine with my own eyes. 2 tons. Thea nearly choked. We're talking about power levels in tons now. Clearly this wasn't the movie version of Bane. Someone with that kind of strength must have been enhanced, serum, biochem, whatever it was, he wasn't normal. She considered refusing, but then noticed Felicity watching her, eyes wide behind her glasses, part awe, part excitement. Thea sighed and forced a smile. Fine. Just tell me the important part, the Joker didn't get out, right? Selina shook her head. No. He's in special containment. But, everyone else is free. That was enough to make Thea exhale in relief. In her view, there were 3 species in the DC world: heroes, villains, and the Joker. His actual combat ability wasn't even that high, but his total absence of fear, and his chaotic genius, made him more terrifying than gods. She remembered one alternate timeline where he tricked Superman into killing Lois, nuked Metropolis, and split the Justice League apart, all for fun. No, she definitely didn't want to tangle with him. Scanning through the rogues gallery in her mind, she realized that aside from this supersteroid Bane, most Gotham villains were still human. With her gear, it wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be suicide either. All right, she said finally. We'll come with you. Selina blinked. We. She looked doubtfully at Felicity, clearly wondering what this bespectacled tech girl could possibly do in a war zone. Felicity bristled. Excuse me. I'm the best hacker you'll ever meet. To prove it, she pulled up a quick demonstration: facial recognition overlays, real-time tracking, data triangulation. Catwoman's eyes widened. For someone who'd never been to college and relied mostly on lockpicks, it was downright sorcery. All right, she admitted. If you're that confident, I won't stop you. Thea smirked. One more for the team. How many others do you have on your side? She asked. Anyone else joining this little rescue mission? Just me, Batgirl, and Robin, Selina replied. And I've asked Lady Shiva to look for Batman. She has connections in the underground. If anyone can find him, it's her. Thea almost laughed. So 5 of us total, perfect for a raid party. Too bad none of them were tanks. 3 rogues, 1 hacker, 1 archer. If this were an RPG, they were doomed. Still, if Shiva really joined in, she'd serve as the frontline powerhouse. Unfortunately, the best fighter was currently out scouting. Thea bit her tongue, resisting the urge to suggest swapping roles. She'd find Batman, Shiva could handle the fighting. And really, who even knew where Bane was keeping him? In the movies, it was some giant underground pit, the leap of faith, and all that nonsense. In real life, it could be anywhere. Best to let Shiva handle the detective work. How did you even make it here? Thea asked. Selina sighed. Bane raided our armory. All our high-tech gear is gone. Without Bruce to plan our next move, I improvised. Caught a few rides along the way. Thea raised an eyebrow. You hitchhiked from Gotham. You could say that. Well, Thea said dryly, you're lucky you found us before the bus schedule ended. She called Quinn Consolidated to prepare a helicopter. When she learned Selina could fly one herself, Thea nearly cheered. Gotham wasn't exactly a tourist destination, and trying to convince a civilian pilot to fly into a war zone would have been difficult. While the techs readied the aircraft, Thea and Felicity packed up. The hoverboard folded neatly into a compact pack under 20 kilos, light, lethal, and travel-friendly. Selina watched them from a respectful distance. One thing about heroes, or anti-heroes, they rarely pried into each other's secrets. Thea loaded every arrow she owned. If this was going to be a fight for Gotham, she'd play it safe, long range only. Let the close-quarters maniacs handle the punching. Felicity, still glowing with excitement, ran back and forth collecting her essentials. Should we pack food? Thea, have you seen my charger? Selina rolled her eyes. We're flying into Gotham, not camping in the desert. Thea groaned. You're embarrassing me, Felicity. Try to look at least slightly heroic, okay? She shoved her partner toward the dressing room. No more hoodies. Find something practical. Gotham's not exactly snack and Netflix territory. As Felicity stumbled off to change, Thea zipped her red jacket, slung her quiver over one shoulder, and glanced at Selina. All right, she said, steady and focused. Let's go bring the bat home. Chapter 46, Arrival in Gotham. Felicity had no choice but to abandon her eternal combo of miniskirts and heels. After digging through Thea's closet, she emerged in an old tracksuit and a pair of hiking shoes. Thea took one look and nearly choked. That outfit was a relic, at least 10 years out of date. She wanted to tell Felicity to change, to keep up Star City's image, but Catwoman kept glancing impatiently at the clock. No time. Fine, Thea sighed inwardly, let's just hope Gotham's in too much chaos to judge our fashion sense. The 3 of them arrived at the Queen family's private helipad, lugging gear that looked more like they were moving house than heading to a rescue. Most of it was Thea's, over 100 arrows, multiple sets of arrowheads, knives, daggers, throwing blades, even 2 confiscated handguns. Each woman carried one. Thea wasn't a trained marksman, but her archery gave her the instincts. Her shooting was probably better than a standard cop's. As for Felicity, the only instruction Thea gave her was, just don't shoot me. Where are you going? Moira called out breathlessly. She'd rushed straight from her office when she heard her daughter had requisitioned a helicopter. We're going to Malibu Beach, Thea said with the fakest smile she'd ever worn, one arm wrapping around Felicity, the other around Catwoman's waist. Felicity was used to her affectionate gestures. Catwoman, however, wasn't. The unexpected arm around her waist made her flinch. Her body was too sensitive for that kind of contact, but she forced an awkward smile for the sake of the cover story. Moira knew Felicity by name, one of the company's employees, a close friend of Thea's, but this new woman was a mystery. Beautiful, yes. Poised, definitely. But there was something dangerous in her eyes that put every motherly instinct on alert. Still, seeing her daughter laughing and close with the 2 women, she said nothing, only reminded her to call when they landed safely. Like most parents, Moira and Malcolm had long suspected their daughter's preferences, but neither knew how to handle it. When Moira quietly asked Malcolm's opinion later, he'd been shocked for about 10 seconds, then shrugged. Could be worse, he'd said. At least it's not some guy. After all, most fathers on Earth, no matter how modern, never quite handle the idea of their little girl in another man's arms. Some just hide it better than others. Malcolm's conclusion, let her be. Women were fine. Men. If any tried, he'd personally make them disappear. Ideally, Thea would just stay young forever and never date anyone. Oblivious to her parents' silent panic, Thea climbed into the helicopter and had Catwoman take the pilot's seat. Perfect, she thought. If we get lost, at least it's not my fault. In the back, she watched Felicity hack into the Gotham City Police Department's database. For a major city, its firewall held strong. It took her 10 full minutes to break through. "All right," Felicity said, scrolling rapidly. "Here's what we've got. Scarecrow, Riddler, Penguin, basically everyone's out." Thea frowned. "Any sign of poison ivy?" Felicity shook her head. "Good," Thea thought. "No metahumans. Just psychos. I can work with psychos." "Get ready," Catwoman shouted over the rotors. "We're approaching Gotham." Through the glass, Thea caught her first glimpse of the city, a black sprawl beneath a suffocating blanket of cloud. Even from this distance, she could see pockets of fire glowing between skyscrapers, like open wounds on the skyline. The air felt heavy, thick with decay. Using the sensing technique Lady Shiva had taught her, Thea could almost feel it, a restless, rotten pulse beneath the surface. Catwoman's voice cut through the roar. "Even without this crisis, people die here every day. Nobody even keeps count anymore." Thea's imagination drifted darkly. If a necromancer ever showed up, they wouldn't even need a ritual. Just wave a hand, and boom, instant army of skeletons. Star City, she decided, was like a sick old man. Gotham. A dying giant. She wasn't sure which was worse. As they flew lower, chaos came into sharp view, looters smashing windows, gunfire flashing in alleys, screams echoing between buildings. Women's cries, children's sobs, the sound of sirens long gone silent. Old men were shoved into the dirt for a handful of dollars. Gotham was collapsing under its own weight. For the first time, Thea felt something shift inside her. Maybe this was what it meant to become a hero, to look at the suffering and feel compelled to act. She wanted to help. Needed to help. If she'd come here just to play vigilante, that thought was gone now. "Why aren't we landing?" she suddenly barked. "Every minute we waste, more people die." Catwoman threw her an exasperated look. "You tell me where to land. The whole city's on fire." Her words were punctuated by a burst of gunfire. Someone on the ground, either brave or stupid, was shooting at the helicopter. At this altitude, the bullets couldn't reach them, but still. "Idiots," Thea muttered. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw movement, a bald man in a flak jacket stepping into the open, hefting something on his shoulder. Her heart stopped. Rocket launcher. "Hold on." Catwoman yanked the control stick hard. The rocket screamed past, close enough that the blast rocked the chopper and rattled their teeth. All three women let out the same shaky breath. "Welcome to Gotham," Felicity whispered. Chapter 47, Gotham's Situation. For the Star City duo, being shot at with a rocket launcher was a bit much. They'd seen criminals with guns, maybe the occasional grenade, but Gotham. Gotham skipped all that and went straight to anti-aircraft warfare. Thea immediately ordered Catwoman to pull the chopper higher. "Gain altitude. Quick." Then she turned to Felicity. "See if we can land near the GCPD, the City Hall, or maybe one of the billionaires' mansions. Those guys always have private pads." Felicity's fingers flew across her tablet, eyes squinting against the whir of the rotors. "All right, hacking Gotham's grid now." She froze mid-sentence. "Oh my god. Thea. We're not landing at City Hall. Because I just found their new mayor." She rotated the tablet screen. On it appeared a bald mountain of a man, easily 2 meters tall, muscles like coiled steel, and a black metal mask covering his mouth and nose. Thea gave him one look inside. Yeah, that's definitely not a civil servant. Whoever hired that guy won't have a government for long. That was Bane, no doubt the final boss of the city's nightmare. Still, something about the whole situation felt off. According to the reports she'd gathered, and what Selina had told her, things had started like the Dark Knight Rises movie. Bane broke Batman's spine, took over Gotham, unleashed chaos. But then, everything went weird. After his grand televised takeover, Bane had hijacked Gotham's airwaves, showed off his nuclear reactor, and threatened annihilation, the full villain package. Then he waited. And waited. But Gotham didn't panic. People still ate breakfast, shopped, fought in alleys, and even held their nightly rooftop barbecues. No riots, no hysteria, not even trending hashtags. Confused, Bane double-checked the broadcast system. Everything worked. The city had simply ignored him. In disbelief, he grabbed a random old man on the street, proudly explaining how terrifying and powerful he was. The old man nodded sagely. "You seem like a good lad. But you're too honest. Honesty doesn't last long in Gotham. You've got to look deeper. Take me, for example, 76 years old, certified law-abiding citizen for 60 years. Want to buy a dirty bomb? Half off if you take the sarin gas too." Bane's jaw nearly hit the pavement. Just to be sure, he asked a few more locals. Same result. Nobody cared. Nobody was afraid. In Gotham, you think I was raised on fear, wasn't a threat, it was a fact. This city was immune to terror. In gaming terms, anyone born in Gotham automatically spawned with plus 50% dark magic resistance. Realizing his intimidation campaign had completely failed, Bane turned to his partner, Talia al Ghul, daughter of Ra's, occasional lover of Batman, and mother of Damian Wayne. Talia, ever the scholar of ancient strategy, advised him. If you can't scare them yourself, make them scare each other, fight darkness with darkness. So Bane, eager to test this Eastern wisdom, opened the gates of Blackgate Prison. For good measure, he released everyone in Arkham Asylum too. The result was spectacular. Gotham devoured itself. The city's criminals turned on one another instantly. Gothamites don't hurt Gothamites. Lies. They hurt Gothamites harder. In less than a day, the streets ran red. And when the dust settled, Bane found himself standing alone in the carnage, his nuclear reactor safely dismantled and tucked away. After seeing firsthand how insane the city truly was, even he was terrified one of these lunatics might wander over and borrow his reactor to light a cigarette. Now, Felicity's live feed showed the mighty Bane, once Gotham's conqueror, sitting outside City Hall alone, tossing pebbles into the street like a bored NPC. Thea blinked. Yeah, let's not bother him. They checked the police stations, hospitals, and Central Square next. Everywhere they looked was in ruins, broken windows, bullet-ridden walls, corpses lying in haphazard piles. Judging by the mess, the cops had put up a good fight but lost badly. The surviving criminals now roamed unchecked. Thea frowned. The situation was far worse than she'd expected. She turned to Selina. You said you had a rendezvous point with Robin and Batgirl. Selina's face twisted. Yeah, about that. The place we planned to meet. It's kind of on fire now. Thea groaned. You people have one plan, no backups, and zero foresight. Without Batman holding your hands, it's a miracle any of you are still alive. Sighing, she looked to Felicity. All right, plan B, use facial recognition and try to locate Commissioner Gordon. Big guy, mustache, permanent look of moral exhaustion. His face is practically a Gotham landmark. Felicity nodded, fingers flying across the screen. I'm on it, but their satellite network's encrypted like crazy. It's going to take time. Thea leaned back, watching the smoke rise from the city below. Gotham was a war zone, and they'd just flown straight into the heart of it. Chapter 48, Rescuing Commissioner Gordon. From the back seat, Thea noticed Catwoman's ears twitch twice, subtle, but enough to tell she'd heard Felicity mention Gordon. And yet, Selina stayed silent. Thea sighed. Still pretending you don't know anything, huh? We both know exactly who you are. She leaned forward, giving Catwoman a knowing look. Give us the access code for Wayne Enterprises' satellite network. Selina hesitated for half a second, then recited a string of letters, numbers, and symbols that sounded like a computer's fever dream. Felicity's eyes lit up. Got it. Locking in, target acquired. She zoomed in on a live satellite feed. Facial match, 97%. That's him, Commissioner Gordon. He's pinned down with 3 cops, engaged in a firefight with about 7 hostiles. Looks like, I'm not great with Gotham's layout, something like 4th and Grundy. Thea exchanged a glance with Catwoman. You're the local. Floor it. Selina pushed the helicopter as hard as it would go, blades slicing the smoky air. Faster. Felicity urged, her voice crackling through the headset. 1 officer's already down. Selina gritted her teeth. She'd known Gordon since childhood, he was one of the few good men left in Gotham, and the father of Batgirl. She wasn't about to let him die. But the chopper was a civilian model, not a combat one. At best, she was managing 150 kilometers per hour, any faster and they'd lose control. Another officer's hit, Felicity narrated calmly, as if this were a live-stream commentary instead of a rescue mission. Thea frowned. This is too slow. If I leave it to them, he's dead. Commissioner Gordon wasn't just a man, he was Gotham's conscience. Brave, incorruptible, unbending, the kind of person who, if he played an RPG, would automatically spawn as a paladin. If he died tonight, Gotham's fragile hope might die with him. Usually, fate or Batman himself would swoop in to save him, but this time, Bruce wasn't coming. Thea sighed. Guess it's up to the side characters again. Then, without warning, she started taking off her clothes. Selina almost lost control of the stick. What the hell are you doing? Thea shot her a glare. Changing. Eyes on the road, or sky, whatever. She swapped into her combat gear, strapped on her quiver, and activated the hoverboard. It floated up from the cargo bay, humming softly as she stepped on. Keep close, she called over her shoulder, pulling her hood up. Try not to lose me. Then she leapt. The board roared to life, streaking forward like a red comet through the night sky. "Damn," Selena whispered, watching her vanish into the distance. "That's actually impressive." Even with the situation dire, she couldn't help admiring the sleek piece of tech. If she had something like that, who could ever catch her? Maybe when Bruce got back, she'd ask him to build one. Felicity grinned, pride glowing in her eyes. "Yeah. That's my girl. Took us weeks to fine-tune that board." Selena glanced at her. "You built that?" "From scratch," Felicity said smugly, then launched into an enthusiastic explanation of neural feedback control, gyro-stabilized propulsion, and adaptive AI sync algorithms. Selena stared blankly. "Sounds nice." Felicity didn't notice she was in full geek mode. Until she looked at the live feed again, and her heart jumped. "Thea. You overshot it. Turn around." Up ahead, Thea had no idea her friends were too busy bragging to keep track of her. She'd been flying full speed, assuming she'd just missed her mark, and banked sharply in a wide arc. This time, she slowed down and scanned carefully. Within minutes, she spotted flashes of muzzle fire, 2 groups trading bullets across a narrow street. 7 on one side, 4 on the other. That's them. Earlier, when she'd first passed overhead, she'd been going so fast that both sides had seen nothing but a red blur. For a full 3 seconds, both gangs actually stopped shooting, staring at the sky like confused pigeons before resuming their fight. Now, hovering above, Thea assessed the situation. Gunfire echoed, but no one seemed to be landing solid hits. Gothamites, she realized, had experience. Even civilians here probably knew how to dodge bullets. One officer was down, shoulder wound, not fatal. So far, it was 4 cops versus 7 thugs. Dangerous, but salvageable. She could just let them play it out. Gordon usually survived these things somehow. But she was already here. Might as well make it quick. Just then, a 300-pound thug spotted her silhouette against the sky. Years of living under Batman's shadow had desensitized Gotham's criminals, so instead of fear, his first instinct was to shoot. He leveled his rifle and fired. Thea, already tracking him, didn't even flinch. She quickly calculated the bullet's path, 10 meters off on the x-axis, 25 on y. Unless those bullets can turn corners, you're not hitting me. She switched her goggles to infrared. The men glowed deep red, body temperature through the roof. Either a fire metahuman or just morbidly obese. Given the size of his gut, she went with option 2. Too many calories, not enough cardio, she muttered. She considered using an ice arrow but hesitated. Ugh, no. I'm not wasting nitrogen on that mess. Instead, she notched a blue-tipped arrow and drew the bowstring. Magnet arrow, go. The arrow streaked down and struck the ground 10 meters ahead of the thugs, pulsing with a deep, electric hum. Chapter 49, The Magnetic Arrow and the Binding Arrow. On the ground, both sides stared at the arrow now lodged in the street. Nobody moved. Nobody understood what this showy entrance was supposed to mean. Even the thugs and cops shared the same thought. Did this woman just completely miss her shot? Thea ignored their looks. Her goggles hid her face, and she doubted anyone could tell who she was anyway. She pressed a small switch on the bow. A sharp WMMM rang through the air. Even Thea, floating high above, winced at the vibration. Down below, the effect was worse. Men clutched their heads, staggered, or dropped their weapons. One thug who'd already lost a lot of blood nearly fainted. Then came a series of metallic snaps, clack, clack, clack. In an instant, every gun, police and criminal alike, was yanked from its owner's hands and clung magnetically to the arrow buried in the pavement. The slower ones just stood there, dumbfounded, staring at their now empty hands. Commissioner Gordon blinked up at the mysterious figure above. He thought she might be an ally, but after seeing her neutralize both sides with a single shot, he wasn't so sure anymore. Thea didn't care what they thought. You're all unarmed, and none of you can jump high enough to reach me. Why would I be afraid? Ah, Felicity, she said over comms, I think our magnet arrow might have been a bit too strong. I see that, Felicity replied, half amused, half panicked. The range was supposed to be 20 meters, but I'm reading a 50-meter field. Probably too much neodymium again. The collision must have accelerated the particle spin. Maybe cut the density by 25% next time. Let's make it 50%. It's basically a sonic weapon now. Noted. I'll add a limiter next time. They might have kept talking shop forever, but a faint yell from below interrupted them. Thea peered down to see Commissioner Gordon cupping his hands around his mouth, shouting something at her. What? She called back innocently, blinking like a kid caught misbehaving. Gordon's face was a thundercloud of wrinkles and frustration. He pointed at the thugs, 2 of whom were still struggling to pry their weapons off the arrow. You've got to be kidding me, Thea thought, watching them tug hopelessly. The magnet's still active, geniuses. If you had that much strength, you wouldn't be working for street gangs. Realizing they weren't getting their guns back, the criminals decided to charge. Gordon groaned. His side was down to 4 men, 1 wounded, 1 exhausted, and 2 still standing, against 7 experienced brawlers. When guns were in play, at least they'd had a fighting chance. Now, this was a straight-up fistfight, and Gordon was well past the age for that kind of thing. He waved frantically at Thea, gesturing between himself and the gang, clearly asking, "Are you helping or just here to make things worse?" Thea scratched her head awkwardly. Fair point. She'd meant to help, but her help had kind of ruined the balance. Well, can't back out now. Extraction wasn't an option, her hoverboard wasn't big enough to carry 5 people anyway, and she wasn't about to let random strangers step on her gear. No, this would have to be a cleanup job. Still, she couldn't just slaughter them in front of Gotham's police, especially not Gordon. First impressions mattered. Green Arrow had gotten that part wrong. His early reputation as a vigilante judge, jury, and executioner made him a legal nightmare for years. Even when he reformed, the cops never really forgave him. Superman, by contrast, had it easy: big smile, bright colors, open skies, and the power to level continents. Nobody dared issue a warrant for that guy. So, Thea decided to play this smart. She'd take out the bad guys without the bloodshed. She drew an arrow, took aim at the 300-pound brute leading the charge, and whispered, "Let's call this one the binding arrow. Felicity, record the data." Thwip. The arrow struck the ground just in front of the charging thug. For half a second, he just stared at it in confusion, right before the head of the arrow burst open. A surge of milky white gel erupted outward, spreading in midair into a massive web, 2 meters tall, 5 meters wide. The big man didn't even have time to scream before the net wrapped him up like a fly in glue. The others, charging close behind, slammed right into him and got tangled as well. Thea smirked. Her binding arrow was inspired by Spider-Man's webs, though she had no idea what that was really made of. This version used a composite carbine polymer developed by Queen Industries, originally designed by Dr. Hoffman to catch suicide jumpers. One capsule could expand into a full rescue net strong enough to catch an elephant falling from 10 stories up. Thea had borrowed the design, made a few tweaks with Felicity, and repurposed it for hero work. They even nicknamed it Spider Web, though, chemically speaking, it had 0 in common with Spider Silk. Now, the trapped thugs writhed and cursed, struggling violently. Especially the fat one, he thrashed so hard the whole web quivered, as if it might snap any moment. Of course, that was an illusion. Thea had deliberately adjusted the carbon balance to look flexible but be unbreakable. She folded her arms, looked down at Gordon, and gestured grandly. "There. You're welcome. They're all yours." Chapter 50, Gotham University. Even though the newcomer was covered head to toe, Commissioner Gordon could tell the figure before him was a woman. He'd been alive over 60 years, if he couldn't tell a man from a woman by now, he might as well retire blind. This wasn't some Shakespearean farce where a change of outfit fooled everyone. His eyesight might not be what it once was, but it wasn't that bad. The street fell silent, save for the faint rustle of the thugs still trapped in Thea's sticky net, weakly struggling. Thea made no move to show her face or introduce herself. She trusted Gordon, his reputation for integrity was second to none, but Gotham PD was another story entirely. The department was a sieve, full of corruption and leaks. Best to stay anonymous for now. While Gordon tried to figure out when his jurisdiction had gained a female vigilante, a familiar thrum echoed overhead. Catwoman's helicopter descended at last. She and Gordon exchanged quiet words. They'd known each other for years, their communication was quick, clipped, and full of unspoken understanding. The wounded officers looked up at the chopper as if seeing salvation itself. Gotham had turned into a war zone, gunfire echoing like rain, explosions shaking the skyline. They were out of ammo, half their number injured, and morale sinking. The arrival of an evacuation route brought visible relief to their faces. Meanwhile, the thugs caught in Thea's net had begun to lose consciousness. After all, her spiderweb formula was a chemical compound, skin contact for too long numbed the nervous system. Natural and organic? Not quite. Still a work in progress. Wearing gloves, Thea and Felicity examined the results of their handiwork. Adhesions holding up nicely, Thea noted. "Yeah," Felicity replied, jotting data into her tablet. "But for single targets, we can probably reduce the payload. This much glue's a bit of a waste." As Thea crouched to study the fiber structure through her visor, Gordon and Catwoman approached. He whistled low when he saw the dense lattice of webbing. Now this is something. For years, Gordon had dreamed of a non-lethal way to subdue suspects without breaking half their bones. Batman's deliveries often arrived bloodied and battered, leaving half the station working overtime just to clean up. But this net, no bleeding, no broken bones, instant incapacitation, and it even came with a free nap. If not for the chaos around them, he might have asked her how much it cost per unit. He shook the thought off and cleared his throat. Thank you for helping, Gotham. Thea straightened, feigning modesty. Oh. You're welcome. Apparently Catwoman had already briefed him on who she was. Not that it was hard to guess. Felicity, standing nearby with zero disguise, made it pretty obvious. Anyone with half a brain could cross-reference the clues. Thea didn't dwell on it. She simply asked, where to next? If anyone knew where to regroup, it'd be Gordon. The man was practically Gotham's moral compass and GPS. He didn't hesitate. Some of my remaining officers are holding out at Gotham University. We'll head there. Thea blinked. You people have a university here? What's the major? How to build C4? Advanced psychopathy. Terrorism and you. She couldn't help it, her respect for whoever decided to found an institution of higher learning in this city rose immensely. Forget helping old ladies cross the street, that's the real act of heroism. When it came time to split up for transport, Gordon suggested Thea take 2 men on her board. She glanced at the soot-covered, blood-stained officers and cringed inwardly. Her hoverboard wasn't exactly public transit, and she had mild issues with grime. The officers, meanwhile, took one look at her floating platform and noped out. It looked anything but stable. In the end, they reached a perfect compromise. Women on the board, men in the helicopter. As it turned out, 3 of the 4 policemen could fly helicopters, not bad for Gotham PD. Thea made a mental note, maybe it was time she learned a few modern piloting skills herself. Catwoman balanced effortlessly on one side of the board, Thea stood opposite, holding Felicity steady by the waist. They flew low, gliding behind the chopper in a slow, synchronized formation. No one mentioned the thugs still hanging in the net. Thea and Felicity did have a solvent that could release them, but in a city this chaotic, where would they even put the prisoners? They decided, somewhat guiltily, to leave them there. If the guys managed to free themselves, well, good for them. Because she had to keep one arm around Felicity, Thea could only shoot one-handed. Fortunately, she was a good shot. Every time a stray looter appeared below, a clean burst from her pistol handled it. The helicopter's roaring blades ruined any hope of stealth, so subtlety was out the window anyway. Catwoman, meanwhile, demonstrated just how far human agility could go. Even without gadgets, she balanced perfectly on the moving board, occasionally flicking a knife into the dark when a gun barrel glinted from below. By the time Felicity was visibly pale and seconds away from throwing up, they finally arrived. Gotham University. The name sounded noble. The place, less so. Thea gawked at the campus. It was exactly what she'd expect from Gotham, gloomy, crumbling, and eerily silent. A rusted iron fence framed the entrance. The main building's once white facade was now a dirty gray. Even the greenery looked cursed, the trees twisted under the dim light, their branches whispering with every gust like the breath of ghosts. Great, Thea thought, a horror movie set that builds itself. Midnight Ring could film here and save half its budget. Felicity, normally the talkative one, clung to Thea's arm, trembling. Catwoman and the cops, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed, probably immune after a lifetime of Gotham exposure. To be fair, the school was historically productive. One of its professors had a fascination with fear psychology, a man who would later become the infamous Scarecrow. And among its star alumni, a bright, athletic girl once hailed as the university's pride, gymnast champion, top of her class in psychology, later better known as Harley Quinn. Of course, the university wasn't to blame. You don't blame Hogwarts for Voldemort, after all. The school just taught them how to think, what they did with it was on them. Even Bruce Wayne himself had once sent his son here for higher education. Say what you will about Gotham's chaos, the faculty credentials were apparently top-notch. Chapter 51, a not-so-pleasant meeting. Everyone parked their aircraft on the open ground inside the campus. The police officer who had temporarily acted as pilot couldn't help but fondly touch the control stick. Judging by his expression, he seemed ready to live in the helicopter forever so he could make a strategic retreat whenever necessary. But the commissioner's orders had to be obeyed, so he reluctantly looked back 3 times before following the group. On the other side, Thea and Felicity lightly jumped down from the hoverboard. Just as Thea was about to ask Selina where the other 2 teammates were. "Dad, you're finally back. Are you all right?" A fashionable red-haired girl threw her arms around Commissioner Gordon's neck and refused to let go. Behind her stood a thin, dark-haired young man. "I'm fine, Barbara." The old commissioner wasn't used to such public affection. After a brief hug, the 2 quickly let go. So, this girl must be Batgirl, and the young man was Robin, later known as Nightwing. Thea didn't step forward to greet them. First, there was no need. Second, she was only support, not the main force here. Everyone couldn't just crowd around the door to talk. Commissioner Gordon waved for everyone to go inside. Along the way, no one spoke except Barbara, who kept asking questions nonstop. Has Batman been found? Has the state government sent troops? Halfway through, Gordon introduced Thea and Felicity, but Barbara merely nodded coldly, then continued talking to her father. Sure enough, people in the city all seem a little off. What are you so arrogant about? Thea thought. You'll be the one begging for my help later. As they walked, she quietly observed that this woman really had no manners. She only spoke to her father and to Robin, not sparing a word for the officers who had risked their lives alongside her father. Whether she was clever or not, Thea couldn't tell. But emotionally she was definitely tone-deaf. No wonder she later got crippled by the Joker, sitting in a wheelchair for 3 years before she finally wised up. Thea recalled that after being injured, Barbara trained under Richard Dragon and learned the long-lost fight while sitting technique, the legendary skill of the wheelchair warrior. Just imagining the scene gave Thea chills. Still, I must witness that someday, not to mock, of course, but purely for academic study. As they walked, Thea suddenly noticed something off. Wait, where's Selina? Glancing back, she saw Selina quietly walking at the very rear of the line. Her expression unreadable. What's this? Are these two not on good terms? Indeed, she guessed right. Barbara had always been unbearably proud and looked down on Selina's thieving trade, considering it an insult to justice itself. Add to that Robin's blind devotion to Barbara, whatever she said was law. And Selina's decision to leave Gotham to seek reinforcements was at least partly because, out of sight, out of mind. If it hadn't been for the need to rescue Batman, Barbara would have been long gone. Whether Gotham lives or dies, it's none of my business. Hey, is there a place I can change clothes? Thea stopped and waited for Selina to catch up, asking in a low voice. Her combat suit was hard to wear and even harder to take off. At this moment, she greatly envied the Flash's change clothes in a blink speed. Come with me, Selina said. The two told the others they'd rejoin them soon, then headed off to the side. We'll meet in the conference room later, Commissioner Gordon quickly called out. And Selina waved from a distance to show she'd heard. After changing into a lighter outfit, Thea returned to her harmless, innocent girl look, and followed Selina to the conference room entrance. Along the way she noticed the classrooms were crowded with wounded citizens. Some in business suits, others in shorts and t-shirts. But they all shared one trait, lifeless faces, many with bandaged limbs. Inside the conference room, the group held a round of formal introductions. A job naturally handled by Selina, who knew both sides. This is Thea Queen, codename Red Arrow. And this is Felicity Smoke, a computer specialist. Over here are my teammates, Batgirl Barbara Gordon and Robin Dick Grayson. Now that introductions were done, Barbara could no longer ignore Thea like before. She forced a few polite phrases, nice to meet you, how's your father, how's your mother? Thea thought silently, my father's long gone at sea, do you even know who you're talking to? Clearly, Barbara didn't take her seriously at all, or simply didn't know who she was. After a few hollow pleasantries, the small room fell into a strange silence. Except for the two girls from Star City, everyone else just stared at one another. Even Barbara, who had talked non-stop moments earlier, fell quiet. The atmosphere was odd. What's wrong with them? Do they all have telepathy like Professor X? Impossible, if they had that kind of power, Bane would have been beaten already. And she wouldn't have had to come this far. She glanced at Felicity and subtly shook her head, let's just watch first. Barbara, perhaps recalling something, suddenly gathered her courage and said passionately. I saw you brought a helicopter, that's perfect. We should fly over and launch a surprise attack on Bane. Once we take him down, Gotham will be free. At first she spoke timidly, but the more she talked, the more excited she became. As if Bane were just a watermelon lying on the ground waiting to be picked. Thea didn't understand her logic but kept quiet, pretending not to know that the helicopter belonged to her own family. Resting her chin on her hand, she waited to see what else Barbara would say. What do you all think? Barbara looked around, growing uneasy as no one responded. Good, great idea, Robin said at once. He was in love, and whatever his girlfriend said was gospel. Selina neither agreed nor disagreed, while Commissioner Gordon looked helpless. Normally, Batman handled the thinking, and the rest simply carried out orders. But with Batman missing, there wasn't even one real decision-maker left. He wanted to take charge, but none of them would listen. Not even his own daughter, stubborn as a mule. Within this team, his authority was weak. Just as he was about to voice his approval, Thea finally realized the problem. These people had almost zero initiative. To put it bluntly, they didn't think. Every one of them was an ordinary human. No enhancement, no superpower. And they wanted to storm Bane's base head-on. Did they even know his strength? Charging blindly like this was suicide. She had to take the lead before they marched themselves to their deaths. At least she could fly away if things went south. Felicity, on the other hand, could barely do a pull-up. She'd never outrun anyone. Shouldn't have brought her. Clap, clap. Thea clapped her hands to get their attention. Great idea. Really great, she said, giving Barbara a thumbs up. Then, deadpan, added. Did you come up with that brilliant plan while sharing cookies with a gorilla? Chapter 52, Matters of Immediate Importance. Puffed. Felicity couldn't hold it in and nearly snorted her soda out through her nose. She hurriedly ducked her head like a wallflower. That little reaction alone showed just how fast Catwoman's nerves worked. She'd actually laughed out loud, but remembering she was on the same side as Barbara, she forced her mouth back into a neutral expression halfway through and from a distance looked like the Mona Lisa's lesser-known sister. Robin wanted to step in for his sweetheart, but by the time Thea had walked in she'd already reverted to her usual look. Any sane person could tell she was a woman, and a pretty one at that, and Robin, having internalized Batman's rules, would never bother a woman, especially a beautiful one. So he obediently fell back into spectator mode. You bastard, you dared say that about me, Barbara snapped. She hadn't expected Thea to compliment her and then kick her into the gutter. She was furious. Thea only observed her with calm scrutiny. Barbara was proud, arrogant, and convinced the world revolved around her. She seldom cared what others thought. Thea couldn't help but see shades of her own former life in Barbara. If not for the circumstances that had reshaped her, Thea might have been the same. Thea felt no anger, only a touch of pity. What's that look? Explain yourself. Do you have a better plan? Barbara, though nearly at full rage, still kept a shred of reason. The lessons from Batman and Commissioner Gordon showed. Thea was pleased by that restraint. If Barbara had thrown a tantrum, Thea would have turned and walked away. Let Gotham burn, not my problem. But she didn't. Instead, Thea asked the key question. First, can the five of us really beat Bane? Catwoman said he beat Batman barehanded. Are any of you better than Batman? Barbara sniffed disdainfully. So what? Use guns. Why fight him hand-to-hand? Have you scouted the map? Thea replied. Bane's at City Hall. That area is wide open. Finding long-range firing positions will be hard. Pistols won't do much. Barbara thought for a moment. Then use missiles. The Wayne family has hidden launch platforms. Do you even know what reconnaissance means? Thea's patience frayed. She wondered whether Batman's constant babysitting had lowered their common sense. Felicity projected the data onto the meeting room screen. This is what we see from City Hall's cameras, she said. Those look like hostages. From my cross-checks, that bald man appears to be your mayor, and that black woman might be a prosecutor or judge. You planning to fire a missile and kill all of them? Thea teased, half joking. Before Barbara could answer, Gordon, who'd been playing the invisible elder statesman, blurted, No. Absolutely not. We have to rescue the hostages first. If the heroes blew up government officials, Gotham would be on the front pages and Batman would never be able to show his face again. Gordon, with years of public service, wouldn't consent to such recklessness. Barbara frowned but stayed defiant. Then what do you suggest? I suggest you listen to me, Thea said with a smile. Nobody in the room answered. Catwoman, who owed Thea some favors and enjoyed breaking silences, prodded, Go on, tell us your plan. If it makes sense, we'll follow. There was no real sincerity in that. Catwoman wasn't claiming leadership. For Thea, Batman would soon return and these Gothamites were temporary allies at best. All right, Thea began. I don't know everyone's precise capabilities, so I'll speak broadly. That guy on the screen, Bane, he's not our immediate priority. He can be dealt with later. She pointed at the footage where Bane sat, almost idle. Right now he posed little immediate threat. He could go out and wreak havoc, but he was also tethered by his own situation, hostages, a show, and complicated politics. If left like that, he'd probably just sit and kill time. Seeing the group, especially Barbara, resist, Thea pushed on. What's urgent? It's not the men on the screen. I know you heroes aren't afraid to sacrifice yourselves, but is it worth sacrificing lives to save a few officials? Even if we kill Bane and free those officials, will that solve the city's core problem? She glanced at Commissioner Gordon. Those officials are not the people most in need. Gordon didn't disagree aloud. He knew the local players too well. He also knew these politicians were tainted in ways the average citizen didn't understand. He wouldn't, in good conscience, send precious lives to save them if there were better priorities for the city. With that tacit backing, Thea had room to speak. Instead of using precious time on those few, why not organize to save the citizens? My teammate has a plan. Felicity, confident, punchy, and not afraid to use a slide deck, pulled up a district map of Gotham. "This is where we are, Gotham University," she said. "My plan, establish fortified control zones around Harris Plaza and Adams Street. Make those areas our secure footholds. We'll call on citizens to gather there, rally stranded police, and expand those zones as possible until the citywide crisis can be addressed. That's the gist." Felicity's pitch started bold and impassioned, but as she finished the room fell strangely quiet. Barbara and Robin were stunned. Catwoman's face tightened, she was beginning to understand. "You intend to wage a war?" Catwoman blurted nervously. "Trenches, fortifications, cordoning off districts, are we back in wartime?" Selina, Thea, she already knew Catwoman's given name, said calmly, "Isn't this already a war? Black gates busted open, Arkham's emptied, over 1,500 convicts plus hundreds from the asylum are loose. The city is crawling with criminals. Do you expect us to pick them off one by one? How many innocents will die in the meantime?" Catwoman's instinct typified many heroes: shoulder responsibility personally, no matter the cost. That can look noble, it can also be short-sighted. Thea imagined that if she hadn't intervened, they'd have rushed Bane and then trudged through years of mop-up work across the city, a drawn-out campaign that would water down characters on the page but cost countless lives in reality. Thea's plan wasn't glamorous, but it had sense. Securing pockets of the city, protecting civilians, bringing scattered police together, that's the kind of systemic solution Gotham needed, not a glory play in front of cameras. She let the idea sit in the room. Slowly, faces shifted as the reality of the situation overcame the romance of immediate confrontation. Chapter 53, Choosing a Team Leader. Catwoman hadn't been wrong when she said Gotham was being militarized, that was exactly Thea's plan. She had no personal stake in the city, coming here to lend a hand already counted as charity. What, did they expect her to fight for free for 5 years out of moral obligation? Don't be ridiculous. The whole Bat family was a textbook case of heroic ideology poisoning. They believed Gotham citizens were fragile reeds ready to snap at the first gust of wind, and that it was therefore their sacred duty to rush to the front lines of every disaster. In truth, the citizens weren't that weak, and the villains weren't that strong. If you could rally the masses, the people's war, as the saying went, you'd win easily in a city like Gotham where the power scale wasn't even that high. Heroes loved to shoulder responsibility. Their guiding principle, with great power comes great responsibility, wasn't wrong, but timing mattered. When the entire city was burning and crawling with criminals, acting as a tiny task force picking them off one by one was pure fantasy. The real priority was restoring order and uniting the people. The criminals were a handful, the citizens who just wanted peace were the overwhelming majority. "I have a proposal," Thea said at last, seeing their silence stretch on. "Since Batman isn't here, we should choose a leader." Barbara's lips curled into a sneer. "Huh, so that's your real goal?" Her face said, "Finally showing your true colors, huh?" Thea honestly didn't know why she clashed so hard with this woman. They had no personal grudge, yet something about Barbara's attitude rubbed her the wrong way, and judging by the look on Barbara's face, the feeling was mutual. Maybe it was just bad chemistry. Thinking about it, the two women she disliked most so far were Barbara Gordon, the Batgirl, and Laurel Lance, the Black Canary. Both of them were members of the Birds of Prey. Natural enemies, apparently. She'd even had 2 long talks with Laurel before. In theory they should have been on good terms, whichever queen brother Laurel ended up with, Oliver or Tommy, she'd still be family. But those conversations had been the definition of dull. Talk about jewelry. Laurel would complain about her single-dad childhood and tight finances. Talk about law. Thea would admit that as a future vigilante, she probably wouldn't be following any of those laws. The result was what diplomats call a friendly exchange of views. In plain language, polite nonsense, no substance. Thea found that self-righteous heroines with no real ability always rubbed her the wrong way. She didn't even bother answering Barbara's jab. Instead, she glanced around to gauge the others' reactions. Robin stayed silent as ever. Catwoman wanted to back Thea but didn't want to fracture her team, so she held her tongue. Commissioner Gordon was as invisible as furniture, always present in these meetings, never actually participating. It wasn't that the Bat team didn't respect him, it was just habit. The heroes fought the villains, and the cops cleaned up afterward. Gordon himself had long since accepted that arrangement. So this was the Bat family's usual dynamic, huh? The boss talked, the rest obeyed. Watching their half-dead expressions, Thea took their silence as consent. "All right," she said, "then I propose Commissioner Gordon take overall command. The rest of us form strike teams under his direction. How's that sound?" She let her gaze sweep across the group, savoring their reactions. Barbara's was the most amusing. At first she looked dazed, half thinking Thea had just nominated her. Then, after the words sank in, she realized that the key term had been commissioner. Accepting her father's leadership clearly left her torn between pride and discomfort. Robin, however, reacted instantly. He'd already decided that pleasing his girlfriend's father was good diplomacy. Miss Thea is absolutely right, he said enthusiastically. Commissioner Gordon leading us is an excellent idea. He even flashed a flattering smile at his future father-in-law. Catwoman had no reason to object either. She'd known Gordon since her teenage years, when he was still a beat cop. He'd looked out for her like a surrogate father. Without his protection she'd have landed in jail a dozen times. Felicity nodded along too, just to show she was paying attention. Gordon himself was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. One moment he'd been the token observer, the next he was sitting at the head of the table. The world moved fast. But seeing that even the Bat crew had no objections, he accepted it without fuss. At his age, leading a few young heroes wasn't an issue. He'd led Bruce once, after all, back when the boy had still followed orders instead of giving them. The shift in hierarchy later had been purely a matter of muscle. Strength decides rank, that's universal. Thea felt a wave of relief as Gordon took charge. Following his orders was far better than letting the Bat Brats lead. Under them she'd probably die without even knowing how. Grabbing command herself would only provoke resistance and fracture the group, pointless, given that she was just a temporary ally. And really, this arrangement suited her perfectly. She wasn't here to play hero, she was here to survive. If some veteran wanted to shoulder the burden, let him. As for whether the commissioner's new role would paint a bigger target on his back, Thea figured after 30+ years of being Gotham's lightning rod, he could handle a few more days. With that mountain of responsibility off her shoulders, Thea leaned back in her chair feeling unburdened. She'd known things were grim back on the helicopter, but seeing Gotham up close made her realize even grim needed an extra very. It was like being a freshly leveled player dragged into a high-level raid, only to discover the tank had been kidnapped and the remaining DPS wanted to charge the boss anyway. How could she not interfere? Her original plan had been to pick a leader from among them, but after seeing this group in action she'd had to pull a substitute from the bench. Gordon wasn't exactly a gold-tier tank like Batman, but he was at least a solid bronze-tier leg. And truthfully, Gordon admired Thea's methods. If every crisis required heroes to carry the load, what was the point of the police? His life's work would be meaningless. He'd kept silent earlier only because his daughter clearly disliked the newcomer. Though Thea had stayed polite, Gordon could hear the disapproval in her tone toward the Bat team's way of doing things. Deep down, he agreed. He'd never been fully comfortable with Batman's philosophy of fighting fear with fear. From skepticism to anger to resignation, he'd gone through every stage before finally accepting it. Now, seeing this bright, logical girl from Star City, he felt something stir again, an old hope he thought he'd buried long ago. Maybe, just maybe, she represented a new way for Gotham to survive. Chapter 54, Idle Talk at the Chinese Restaurant. At the end of the meeting, Felicity made sure no one forgot her existence. While the others were chatting idly, she hacked 2 unmanned drones into their control. They were only civilian models without weapons, but even that was enough to leave the tech-illiterate Commissioner Gordon in utter awe. Barbara, who had always prided herself as the local computer genius, could only wear the classic, "Why was Zhuge Liang born after me?" expression. Gordon immediately pulled Felicity aside to help him plan their defenses and told the rest of them they could rest for now. Yes, mundane logistics didn't need heroes, and that was precisely one of Thea's goals, to move herself from the front lines to the second string. There were simply too many tasks heroes weren't suited for. For example, evacuating civilians from combat zones, a cop could just knock on a door and say, "Police. Open up," checking the water meter, and people would follow without hesitation. In a war-torn Gotham, no one would even bother packing their belongings. But a masked vigilante with half their face covered? Who would dare follow that? What if the stranger lured them somewhere and, well, did this and that? In this modern age of equal opportunity danger, it wasn't just women at risk anymore, men had to watch their backs too. Barbara insisted on doing her part, helping her father in her civilian identity. Robin, helpless, swapped into another disguise and followed her. Catwoman stood there in a daze. She wanted to help, but honestly, the thought of being surrounded by dozens of cops made her skin crawl. She half expected one of them to suddenly flash a badge and gun, shouting, "Freeze! GCPD!" That exact scene had haunted her childhood dreams countless times. Even now, though she'd gone straight, she could still picture it vividly in her mind. Seeing her dawdle, Thea didn't hesitate. She grabbed Catwoman's wrist and dragged her outside. "You're coming with me." It wasn't every day she came to Gotham, she wasn't going to waste the opportunity to explore. Catwoman, relieved to have an excuse, made a token protest about, "Maybe we should help," even as her feet carried her swiftly out of the campus. Despite its chaos, Gotham was still an international metropolis, a city steeped in misery yet overflowing with temptation. And one of those temptations was food. After weeks of suffering under the reign of bland British-inspired cuisine, American menus that repeated hamburgers, steaks, and pizzas ad nauseum had Thea's stomach rebelling. Strolling through a relatively calm district, the two women stumbled upon a Chinese-style restaurant, and Thea's eyes lit up like a child's at Christmas. Catwoman mentioned that the place had rumored triad connections, but Thea waved that off. In a city where every second person was a criminal, a little mafia might as well count as law-abiding citizens. Seeing that even a rich girl like Thea wasn't afraid, Catwoman certainly wasn't either. She'd grown up among all kinds of street scum and outlaws. This kind of chaotic neighborhood felt more like home to her than Gotham's upper-class districts ever did. Maybe that was exactly why she and Barbara could never get along. Barbara's mother had left when she was 10, but before leaving she'd gifted her daughter several large Gotham properties. So while Commissioner Gordon lived as clean as a sheet of paper, his daughter had never known real hardship. Barbara had grown up solidly middle class, comfortable, if not rich. The tension between her and Catwoman had been simmering for years. Catwoman thought, I'm elegant, how dare she call me crude, while Barbara thought, I'm cultured, how dare she call me arrogant. And after years of dealing with Bruce Wayne, the literal face of Gotham's high society, Catwoman had formed her own comparisons. To her, Bruce was the model of polite, restrained nobility. So when she looked at Barbara, she couldn't help but think, look at Wayne, rich, refined, and humble. You've got what, a couple of rental houses, and you act like a queen. Their misunderstandings piled higher and higher, until even the smallest friction could spark an argument. Both Batman and Commissioner Gordon had seen the problem. Both had tried to mediate, but with little success. Batman, having spent his life steeped in hatred and trauma, had never had a girlfriend. Gordon's own marriage had been brief, he'd been half a bachelor his whole life. Neither man understood women. Their attempts at counseling came straight out of interrogation manuals, full of logic, facts, and moral lectures. Whatever cracks could have been mended were shattered completely under the weight of their reasonable discussions. These days, when Barbara and Catwoman met, they might exchange stiff pleasantries if they were in a good mood, nice weather today, had lunch yet, and pretend not to know each other if they weren't. Their relationship had effectively stabilized at neutral. Now, though, facing the straightforward and good-humored Thea, rich but unpretentious, Catwoman found herself surprisingly comfortable. They couldn't be called best friends, but they got along well enough. When Thea had agreed to help without hesitation, Catwoman's faith in her private theory, the richer they are, the more polite they are, was reaffirmed. They sat down and ordered a few dishes. The menu was full of Americanized Chinese food, dishes that would make an actual Chinese chef cry. Thea had long suspected that some foreign food critics must have been bribed by McDonald's and KFC to spread propaganda about how fried food is healthy and boiled food loses too many nutrients. Thanks to that, real Chinese cuisine had taken a massive hit overseas, to say nothing of Japanese raw dishes. The more stubborn Japanese restaurants stuck to their traditions, while the more adaptable Chinese ones went with the flow. You like deep fried? Fine, we'll fry everything. Meatballs, fish, vegetables, if it could fit in a pan, it went into hot oil. Thea spent a while searching the menu for something light and healthy but eventually gave up and ordered a few random dishes and one whole fish. Catwoman, perhaps true to her name or her appetite, immediately went for the fish, eyes gleaming. She handled chopsticks with surprising finesse, her technique almost as good as Thea's own. Watching her devour the fish with such joy, Thea finally couldn't resist asking the question she'd been holding back for hours. So, what exactly is your relationship with Bruce? It was the gossip she'd been dying to know. They'd known each other since childhood and still hadn't made it official. How rare was that? Look at Talia al Ghul, she thought, that woman didn't waste time. She'd grabbed Batman, literally and figuratively, and made sure he wasn't going anywhere. They'd done every unspeakable thing imaginable, and now she'd gone from other woman to legitimate mother of his child. Meanwhile, this childhood sweetheart, still stuck in limbo. Catwoman herself looked uncertain. By all logic, she and Bruce should have been long settled. They'd shared everything, hardware and software both, sparred and trained together, explored plenty of advanced techniques. And yet she couldn't shake her unease, especially after learning that Batman had a son. That knowledge had cracked something deep inside her, and the rift between them only kept widening. Chapter 55, Competing in Misery. Maybe it was all those years spent in Gotham's shadows, surrounded by villains and monsters, but Catwoman had always carried a quiet distance toward people, especially men. Having known Batman since childhood, their bond had long taken on a sibling-like quality. Perhaps that was the root of the problem. When someone feels too familiar, crossing that line from family to lover takes more than a little courage. And then there was Bruce himself. The man had lost his parents at 8, raised solely by Alfred. When Alfred was young, he couldn't exactly sit down with a little boy and talk about romance. By the time Bruce grew old enough to discuss such things, Alfred was half buried already. Talking about women with an old man whose body had long since retired from the business of hormones, that was a cruel kind of conversation. In truth, Batman was simply dense when it came to love. Unlike Oliver Queen, who'd spent 20 wild years chasing skirts before donning a mask, Bruce had dedicated his entire life to vengeance, redemption, and terrorizing criminals. His schedule left no room for moonlit strolls or candlelit dinners. And with such a tiny circle of confidants, who could he even talk to? Alfred. Too old, immediately disqualified. Robin. His student, you don't talk women with your apprentice. Commissioner Gordon. Well, Gordon had technically been married, but his wife had spent half her life wavering between men and women, then left him and their daughter behind. Gordon himself had been a lonely bachelor for decades, not exactly an authority on romance. So Batman's feelings for Catwoman simply stalled. She didn't know what he really thought, he didn't know how to express it, and both of them avoided the topic like ostriches with their heads in the sand. Still, if nothing unexpected happened, they probably would have ended up together eventually. After all, at a certain age, whoever's still standing becomes the perfect match. But then came Talia. Talia al Ghul of Nanda Parbat, where the air is tropical and the women even hotter. Passionate, direct, she didn't care about Catwoman's subtle territorial claims, she dragged Batman into a friendly sparring session, and that was that. Ra's al Ghul, the demon's head himself, was delighted. His favorite student, his daughter's chosen partner, it was perfect. He even praised Bruce publicly as the ideal son-in-law. To make sure the union stuck, the old men brewed up an ancient alchemical aphrodisiac long thought lost to time. 10 months later, Damian Wayne entered the world, screaming his lungs out. A true case study in knowledge changes destiny. When Bruce finally pieced the story together, he couldn't even find someone to be mad at. The old man's intentions had been pure, he'd trained him for free, given him his daughter, asked for no dowry, and even used up priceless extinct herbs to ensure the Wayne bloodline continued. If there were a National Father-in-Law of the Year award, Ra's al Ghul would have won it unanimously. As for Talia, well, you couldn't blame her either. She'd borne his child, not someone else's. So Batman did what he did best, he ran. On a moonless night, without White Horse or disciples, Bruce Wayne vanished. He spent years wandering abroad until the storm died down, then returned quietly to Gotham. But Talia was furious. She crossed continents to find him, and today's Gotham chaos. 99% of it traced straight back to that family drama. Now Catwoman sat there, equal parts aggrieved, hurt, and anxious. She didn't know what to do. She didn't want to abandon Gotham, it was her home. But she also couldn't bring herself to fight. After all, a wife chasing her husband with a vengeance, sure, snapping his spine was a bit much, but domestic violence was still a kind of affection, wasn't it? Maybe that was just how they expressed love. Who was she to interfere? From her own perspective, she was little more than the other woman. And today, by some stroke of fate, she'd found Thea, a rich young woman with time to kill and a talent for listening. Since they'd only known each other a few days and would soon part ways, Catwoman finally let it all spill out, venting every ounce of her frustration. Thea needed only a few sentences to piece it together. Honestly, she thought, this was such an easy problem, and they've managed to turn it into a soap opera. Batman, master of psychology, expert on trauma, and yet, when it came to life. A giant in theory, a midget in practice. No wonder he'd spent 30 years scaring the same criminals in circles. Sure, learning is for application, but clearly he'd read too many books and used none of them. One glance at Gotham's current hellscape was proof enough that his psychological insight was useless. As for Catwoman, Thea quickly saw the real issue. Deep down, Selina wanted to fight, not necessarily against criminals, but against her own uncertainty. What she lacked wasn't courage, it was a justification, a mental step she couldn't quite take. If Thea were Batman, she could have fixed this in 3 sentences. But since she wasn't, she had to take the scenic route. Her strategy, the misery competition. When someone pours out their troubles, the quickest way to pull them out of self-pity is to outsuffer them. Oh, your dad left when you were 12 and you were raised by your mom. Well, my grandfather was killed by Japanese soldiers when he was 9. And look at me, I turned out fine. You just have to stay positive, right? The listener, suddenly aware that there's always someone worse off, instantly gains perspective and emotional equilibrium. A full recovery achieved through comparative suffering. That was exactly Thea's move now. She painted her own tragic life in dramatic colors, carefully edited, of course. Malcolm was left out entirely. She spoke of missing her father and brother, her mother's near remarriage, her misfortunes and loneliness, all spun so vividly that even the ceiling fan seemed to weep. Catwoman was stunned into silence. Compared to that, her own life didn't seem so tragic after all. Sure, she'd been poor, but she hadn't endured half the trauma Thea described. She could practically see the 5 glowing words floating above her head, it's really not that bad. Then Thea took it further, lamenting the hardships of the rich, scheming shareholders, corporate sabotage, kidnappings, ransom plots. You think being rich is easy, she sighed. It's exhausting just staying alive. Catwoman instinctively imagined Bruce's life, parents murdered, greedy Wayne Enterprise shareholders snapping at his heels, a man who'd spent 20 years fighting boardroom vipers and street thugs alike just to maintain control of his family legacy. By the end, she could only sigh deeply. So even the rich weren't happy. Their burdens were just heavier in different ways. Chapter 56, What's Going On? The longer Thea and Catwoman talked, the better they got along. Comparing their lives, they found themselves surprisingly in sync. When the topic turned to Bruce Wayne, Thea offered a decisive piece of advice. You've known each other for years. You know his strengths and weaknesses, and he knows your depths. What's there to be shy about? Go after him. Boldly. Women chasing men, it's just one thin veil between you. Piece of cake. Honestly, Gotham was a strange place, prosperous in wealth but cursed in love. Maybe it was bad feng shui, but every couple here seemed doomed to fall apart. Batman and Catwoman, Gordon and his wife, the Riddler and whatever her name was, all doomed. Well, except the Joker and Harley Quinn. Apparently not even the city's feng shui could handle that brand of insanity. By the way, have you two ever gone on an actual date? Thea asked, half curious, half doubtful that Bruce, I am the Knight, Wayne even understood what dating was. Once, Catwoman said after a pause. She looked a little embarrassed. That time in Star City. Thea nearly choked. So your idea of a romantic date was storming into my city and starting a riot. Truly, Gotham-style romance. Bold, chaotic, unforgettable. And you two never exchanged gifts or anything. Of course we did. My gloves and whip were from him, Catwoman said, her smile so sweet that Thea actually shivered. Great, Thea thought. And here I was calling him dense. You're not exactly a model of progress yourself. Just as Thea was about to give her a proper Dating 101 lecture on the 108 things women should know about relationships, a sharp male voice interrupted. Move it. Quickly. A restaurant employee in an apron burst past their table, leading several burly men armed with handguns toward the kitchen. Thea shot Catwoman a look. What's this? Those guys don't look like customers disputing the bill, unless people in Gotham now negotiate with firearms. Catwoman didn't even glance up. She calmly speared another piece of fish and said, probably a protection racket. Happens all the time. Don't make a fuss. When in Gotham, do as the Gothamians do. Gunshots popped from the kitchen, bang, bang, but the diners around them didn't even flinch. They just kept eating, chatting, sipping their drinks. Maybe this was part of the local culture. With their gossip derailed, the two women shifted topics to Thea's hoverboard. Catwoman asked about its concept design but carefully avoided any technical details. The conversation stayed practical, tactics, maneuverability, field use. In truth, Thea's hoverboard wasn't exactly cutting-edge tech. She'd never seen the Green Goblin's blueprints, she'd just eyeballed the thing from memory, mixed in her own imagination, and cobbled together a decent copy. Anyone smart enough could reproduce it, really, it wasn't like you could patent a flying skateboard. And Batman, with his IQ, could definitely make one himself if he spent a few months tinkering. So when Catwoman asked, Thea answered freely, but if she didn't ask, Thea didn't volunteer. She was sketching a quick diagram and pointing out a few design principles when a new batch of armed men, this time carrying AK rifles, rushed into the kitchen. Thea looked at Catwoman again. So, does this restaurant require an interview before washing dishes? Are they taking turns? Or is this some kind of bring-your-own-gun promotion? Even Catwoman frowned this time. She craned her neck toward the kitchen, an utterly useless gesture at this distance, and, seeing nothing, lit a slim cigarette with a shrug. Welcome to Gotham, she said lightly, exhaling smoke. Apologies if the local customs shock you. Thea nodded solemnly. Truly, a city full of vigor and culture. They dropped the topic of weapons and moved on to something more pressing, the art of fighting in high heels. The moment she mentioned it, Catwoman almost burst out laughing. Finally, a subject where she was the teacher, not the student. All this time, she'd been the one absorbing lessons about relationships and gadgets. Now she could finally attack instead of receive. Pleased, she shared her hard-earned experience, most of which matched Lady Shiva's advice, but her version came with vivid anecdotes from real street fights. Thea listened closely, fascinated, as Catwoman explained how footwear affected balance, agility, and confidence. And then Thea noticed something peculiar. Catwoman's obsession with heels wasn't just style, it was psychological. Maybe it was trauma, maybe it was Gotham, but the woman's entire sense of self seemed tied to height. The moment she slipped into stilettos, she radiated confidence. In flats, her aura plummeted instantly. She was already 1.7 meters tall, but with heels she stood close to 1.8, imposing, striking, almost regal. That height alone intimidated half her admirers before they could even approach. And with her beauty, possibly the most stunning woman Thea had met, and her figure sculpted from years of acrobatics and chasing stray cats, it was no wonder even Thea, another woman, had to admit she was breathtaking. Thea was just starting to take mental notes from Catwoman's Combat in Heels masterclass when heavy boots thundered across the floor. 3 men with machine guns, and 1 carrying a rocket launcher, stormed past their table. This time, Thea didn't even need to ask. Catwoman's eyes narrowed. 3 separate groups had now charged into the kitchen. Whatever was happening back there, it wasn't a simple gang shakedown. Both women had the same sinking feeling. This meal's definitely not getting paid for. And sure enough, boom. A deafening explosion tore through the restaurant. For a heartbeat, there was absolute silence. Then came the screams. Run! Run! The same men who'd gone in earlier came stumbling out, covered in blood, dropping their weapons as they fled. One bald brute, bleeding and half-blind, wrapped his jacket around his head and charged straight into a wall, smashing through it in a shower of plaster like a battering ram. Thea gawked. Ironhead Kung Fu. The modern-day master himself. But, what on earth had just happened? She and Catwoman locked eyes. The men's panicked faces said it all, whatever was back there, it wasn't human. Thea cursed silently. I hate surprises. She'd come unarmed, assuming this district was under police control. Now it was too late to regret it. Catwoman wasn't much better off, dressed for dinner, not combat, with only a single knife hidden under her jacket. Looking at the chaos around them, neither woman felt inclined to leap into heroics. So, they did the only sensible thing. Run. Catwoman grabbed Thea's wrist, and together they bolted for the exit. Chapter 57, Killer Croc. Both women were agility-type heroes, long-legged, fast, and light-footed. They didn't need to outrun the Flash, as long as they ran faster than the restaurant patrons, they'd be fine. Together they gave the onlookers a live demonstration of run, sisters, run. After sprinting out of the restaurant, they stopped in an open area, blending in with the crowd of curious bystanders. Neither of them knew exactly what had happened, but as the local, Catwoman felt obliged to investigate. Besides, she was just as curious. Under Thea's expectant gaze, she grabbed one of the gangsters who had gone into the kitchen earlier, dragged him into an alley, and came back a minute later after a short conversation of fists and kicks. It's Killer Croc, she said calmly. He came up through the sewers. Killed 2 people already, didn't expect he'd been released too. Thea didn't bother asking who that was. She knew the Batman team had fought him before, which was all that mattered, because that meant there was a guidebook. The first encounter with a villain was always hard, the second time, much easier. Once you'd unlocked the boss mechanics, it was just farming loot. The same trick never worked twice on a Saint Seiya, and Gotham ran on the same logic. Most villains here were mutations, dangerous the first time, cannon fodder the second. Powers are temporary, technology is forever, Thea thought. It only reinforced her commitment to the tech enhancement route. It wasn't that she had much choice. If she had Kryptonian blood, she'd be sunbathing on a beach, not grinding combat skills. But since she didn't, well, gadgets it was. She was about to ask Catwoman how they'd handled Killer Croc last time when the ground shook. The restaurant's side wall exploded outward, pulverized into dust. A moment later, the entire building sagged and collapsed, crumbling into a heap of rubble before everyone's eyes. What a pity, Catwoman murmured. The fish there was really good. Thea could only marvel at Gotham citizens' unshakable mental fortitude. Come on, Catwoman said, pulling her away. Wait, that's it. Thea thought. What about heroes of justice? Protectors of the city? We're just leaving. Besides, they hadn't even paid for lunch. The owner was probably crying unconscious in the bathroom by now. Couldn't they at least? But Catwoman seemed to read her thoughts. With Croc's habits, she explained patiently, he won't stay where there's a crowd. He prefers wet areas, sewers, canals, underground reservoirs. We'll head back, change, grab our gear. There's a man-made lake not far from here. He's probably heading there. A water fight. Thea grimaced. That was a problem. None of her equipment was tested for underwater use, and she had yet to hear of any hero who could shoot arrows while submerged. Plus, the idea of being soaked from head to toe. No thanks. If they were really going into the water, she'd be supporting spiritually from dry land. As they hurried back, Thea's phone buzzed. Thea, are you still nearby? Felicity's voice crackled through the speaker. Listen, that Killer Croc guy is in a small man-made lake not far from you. Seriously, who names these things? Anyway, Robin's already there. Barbara's worried. Go back him up. Thea respected Robin, Batman's first apprentice, practically his eldest son. If Batman had a daughter, Robin would have been the ideal son-in-law. Felicity didn't say the situation was critical, but it clearly wasn't safe either. No time to grab equipment. We go as we are? Thea asked. Catwoman didn't hesitate. No matter who it was, Robin, or even Barbara, she would never let a teammate die if she could help it. She took the lead, and the two of them sprinted toward the lake. The farther they ran, the more desolate it became. Trees thickened around them, and the traces of human life thinned out. After crossing a patch of sand, they finally saw the so-called man-made lake. It was part of an abandoned amusement park, long rusted and forgotten. Broken carousels, shattered Ferris wheel cars, and peeling paint lent the place a haunting, almost ghostly air. The lake sat at the park's northern edge. When they arrived, Robin was already there, engaged in fierce combat with Killer Croc. God, Thea thought, he's hideous. That was her first impression. The thing was a hulking, bipedal monster, vaguely human-shaped but covered head to toe in dark gray scales. His upper body was bare, his arms were thick as tree trunks, and his head was grotesquely large with a mouth full of jagged fangs. He had to be at least 2.2 meters tall, maybe 500 pounds or more. Thea couldn't help wondering how much this beast had to eat just to stay alive. What the hell is that? Some kind of failed experiment? A bioweapon, she asked, watching Robin trade blows with the creature. He seemed to be holding his own, so she wasn't too worried yet, just curious. Catwoman considered for a moment. Bruce once collected his cells. From what he found, there's no sign of lab tampering or modification. He's just a human with a mild case of atavism. Thea blinked. Mild? You call that mild? The man looks like his mom wouldn't recognize him. If that's a normal human, then I'm Superman's seventh and twice removed. Catching her incredulous expression, Catwoman quickly distanced herself from the theory. That's Batman's conclusion, not mine. If you've got questions, ask him when he's back. And that ended the topic. Both turned their attention back to the fight. It didn't take long for Thea to notice, Killer Croc had raw power, but no technique. No form, no stance, no discipline, just wild, brute swings. From that perspective, Batman wasn't entirely wrong, he was more beast than fighter. Robin, on the other hand, fought with precision and rhythm. His black hair whipped behind him as he struck, his short staff cracking against Croc's scaly hide with sharp thwack-thwack sounds. Every movement carried trained intent. Impressive, Thea thought. Batman didn't waste his years training this one. She measured their skills in her mind. If she didn't use her tech gear, she'd be slightly stronger than Robin, but not by much. If she made a mistake, she could lose. Still, it was clear who had the upper hand. The battle looked like a martial artist versus a muscle-bound brawler. Every one of Croc's attacks was powerful enough to kill, but if you couldn't land a hit, it meant nothing. Robin already had this fight in the bag. Chapter 58, Robin vs. Killer Croc. Robin, ever the gentlemanly protege of Batman, with all the obsessive discipline and moral code that entailed, immediately noticed the two women's arrival. Stay back. I can handle him myself, he shouted, voice loud and resolute. That was all Thea needed to hear. She had no intention of helping anyway. Killer Croc, whatever swamp he'd crawled out of, was dripping with some vile, glistening slime. Just looking at him made her skin crawl. Catwoman, who'd grown up in Gotham's slums, was used to grime. But then the wind shifted, carrying a wave of rot from the brawl right toward her. She gagged, turned pale, and immediately darted sideways to get out of the stink cloud. Good Lord, she thought, this is too much, even for me. Both women exchanged a look, wordless understanding passing between them. Neither made a move to join the fight. They each silently congratulated themselves, we're not avoiding the fight out of fear or disgust. We're just respecting Robin's dignity as a man. Yes. That's it. It was déjà vu all over again, just like the day they'd watched Batman duel Lady Shiva. The two stood side by side, arms folded, occasionally offering running commentary like a pair of sports analysts. Robin, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. His "I've got this" was meant to sound confident, but what he really meant was please, for the love of God, help me. He didn't have sinus issues, he could smell every foul note of Croc's stench, and after 10 minutes of combat, his nose was half numb. He'd assumed that his shout would spur the two heroines to charge in bravely. Instead, they'd taken up front row seats to watch. What the hell? He thought. Catwoman supposed to be warm-hearted, she'd never let a teammate fight alone. So the problem's that girl from Star City. Are all Star City people this literal? They really mean it when they say no. He'd always thought Gothamites were two-faced, one thing to your face, another behind your back. But today, faced with Star City's painfully sincere brand of honesty, Robin suddenly found himself missing Gotham's cunning ways. Yeah, he decided bitterly, golden lair, silver lair, nothing beats your own sewer. Unaware that she'd just been branded too genuine, Thea was meanwhile analyzing the situation, trying to figure out how one was supposed to fight a walking disease hazard. She came up blank. There's no winning this elegantly, she realized. He's basically a natural enemy of all female heroes. Even Supergirl or Wonder Woman wouldn't want to get within 10 feet of that mess. With all that slime flying around, one swing of Croc's claws could ruin an entire wardrobe. Would Wonder Woman dare throw her lasso at him? Swing her sword? Only if she was ready to toss it out afterward. No, distance weapons were the way to go. Freeze him into an ice cube, bury him underground, done. Eco-friendly, safe, and he'd even double as fertilizer afterward. She was in the middle of this mental tangent when the fight reached its climax. Robin executed a clean Sambo joint lock, snapping Croc's left arm, claw, with a loud crack. Then he holstered his staff, grabbed the monster by the shoulder, and tried to throw him over his hip. It almost worked. Almost. Robin hadn't accounted for Croc's massive weight, half a ton of reptilian deadweight, and the throw barely budged him. Still, the impact spooked the beast. Maybe it was fear, maybe instinct, but Killer Croc suddenly turned tail and dove into the lake with a huge splash. A moment later, his scaled head broke the surface, and he let out a guttural, animalistic roar that was only vaguely human. The women exchanged another look. The fight was technically over, but approaching Robin wasn't exactly appealing either. He now reeked almost as badly as Croc. The final throw had splattered him with God's know what, his once sleek black and red suit now splotched white and green with sticky residue. He looked like a half-eaten popsicle. Thea gestured politely toward Catwoman. He's your teammate. You talk to him. Meanwhile, she couldn't help smirking inwardly. Poor guy. Barbara's not letting you inside the apartment like that. You'll be showering 8 times minimum. Catwoman sighed. She couldn't even blame Thea. This was her teammate, after all, and she couldn't very well hide behind the newcomer. Pinching her nose discreetly, she stepped forward. Robin stood there, chest heaving, completely oblivious to his current state. Outwardly calm, inwardly embarrassed, he was every bit his mentor's student, brave, stoic, and absolutely clueless when it came to women. Are you hurt? Catwoman asked, forcing herself to breathe through her mouth and think about grilled fish instead. Fish. Delicious. Fresh. Not reptile. No, I'm fine, Robin replied, still pumped with adrenaline. He didn't realize he was dripping slime, all he knew was that the stench was stuck in his nose. Maybe it had burned his nasal lining. I should get that checked, he thought. Superheroes don't get health insurance. Killer Croc, meanwhile, hadn't gone far. He resurfaced, glaring at them from the middle of the lake. His voice, if it could be called that, came out in raspy, almost unintelligible growls, but the meaning was clear enough, come and get me. Robin bristled. He wasn't about to be taunted by a glorified lizard. But Gotham's heroes were famously bad at aquatic combat. Truth be told, aside from Aquaman, no one in the hero community liked fighting underwater. Come up here if you dare. Robin shouted. I'll beat you with one hand. Croc snarled back, come down here if you dare. I'll let you keep your legs. Thus began the grand debate of the day. You come up. No, you come down. Come up if you're a man. Come down if you're not a coward. The verbal duel dragged on for 5 whole minutes. Neither side budged. Croc, perfectly comfortable in his element, floated smugly in the water, thinking, go ahead, yell all you want. I'm not leaving this lake. Let's see who gets bored first. Just as the standoff threatened to become permanent, a sharp vroom vroom cut through the air. From the distance, the sound of a motorcycle roared closer, fast, loud, and closing in hard. Chapter 59, What Happened to the Strategy Guide? Oh, look who it is, Barbara. That was fast, Catwoman said, her sharp eyes spotting the newcomer first. Sure enough, a streak of black and yellow, cape fluttering, boots pounding, was tearing toward them like a gust of wind. Batgirl had arrived. Robin. Are you all right? Barbara ignored the 2 women casually watching from the sidelines and rushed toward Robin, who stood by the lakeshore, hands on his hips, catching his breath. She immediately assumed the worst. In truth, he wasn't hurt, just winded. After yelling across the lake for 5 straight minutes, his chest had cramped up. He wasn't built like Killer Croc, who, at 7 feet tall and 500 pounds, sounded like thunder every time he spoke. Robin was lean, by superhero standards, practically lightweight. Acting as a human loudspeaker had nearly done him in. When Barbara saw him silent and panting, she assumed serious injury. Her gaze swept accusingly toward the 2 women standing perfectly upright nearby. You 2 are unbelievable, she snapped, tossing her motorcycle aside and sprinting toward him. Thea blinked. Wait, how is this our fault? This girl really had the Gotham disease, judging the whole world by her own logic. If it didn't fit her view, it had to be wrong. She exchanged an amused glance with Catwoman. Both wore identical, this should be fun, expressions. Ugh. Barbara skidded to a stop. Her concern evaporated the moment she got within 2 meters. Robin's suit, formerly sleek black and red, was now blotched white and green, streaked with sticky muck and reeking like a chemical swamp. The odor hit her like a wall. A lifetime of middle-class comfort had not prepared her for this. She threw up a hand. Stop. Don't come any closer. Robin didn't need telling twice. He wasn't an idiot. After shouting at Killer Croc for 10 minutes, he was well aware that he looked, and smelled, like roadkill. If he tried to hug his girlfriend right now, the consequences would be tragic. Either Barbara would lose her mind and turn villain, or she'd beat him into charcoal. There'd be no breakup, just homicide. Seeing that he wasn't moving closer, Barbara relaxed slightly. Then she took a better look at his condition, and gagged. The more she looked, the worse it got. When she finally retreated far enough to breathe freely again, she realized she'd backed up all the way to Thea and Catwoman. You knew already, didn't you? Enjoying yourselves, she snapped. Go ahead, laugh. Gladly, Thea said, and actually burst out laughing, cheerful, unrestrained, pure Star City energy. You said I could, so I did. The scene really was comedy gold. If only they'd recited some lines from Romeo and Juliet, it would have been perfect. Catwoman managed to keep a straight face, barely. She still had to work with these people. Forcing her lips into a neutral line, she changed the subject. So, what now? Good question. Now that all 5 of them were together, the team finally looked complete. Overhead, Thea spotted one of Felicity's drones circling like an electronic seagull, clearly broadcasting everything to headquarters. Felicity herself, back at the console, had settled comfortably into her mascot role, cheering them on from afar. But the lineup was terrible. For agility-type heroes, all glass cannons, facing a tank-class monster with natural armor and super strength. To make things worse, 2 of them didn't even have their gear. This wasn't a boss fight, it was suicide. Retreat sounded lovely right about now. Barbara, oblivious to the tactical imbalance, asked politely, Miss Quinn, do you have any suggestions? Nope, Thea said bluntly. She'd only been in Gotham a few days. She didn't even know all the villains by name, Catwoman had to fill her in half the time. Speaking of which. She turned to Selina. You guys caught this thing before, right? How'd you do it last time? Maybe back then he hadn't had this stench aura. Or maybe it was a new ability he'd developed, some evolutionary defense mechanism. If that was the case, then Killer Croc might be dumber than average, but he was adaptive. That was bad news. Barbara froze. She wasn't even in the field when that happened. I wasn't around then, she admitted quickly, pulling her classic I may look mature, but I'm actually just a kid face. Ask the older generation. The older generation glanced sideways, unimpressed. Catwoman frowned, trying to recall, but came up blank. I don't remember catching him myself. Maybe I was busy at the time. Stealing from the rich to feed the poor, she didn't add. Anyway, I'd remember someone that ugly. Thea sighed. Perfect. A whole team of veterans and nobody remembers the walkthrough. She turned to Barbara again. Call Robin over. Maybe he knows something. In theory, they could just shout across the distance, but Thea preferred caution. If they yelled, Croc would hear too, and announcing your boss fight strategy within earshot of the boss was awkward. Better to whisper. Barbara waved him over. Robin trudged back reluctantly, stopping a few meters away. Before he could take another step, all 3 women simultaneously raised a hand. Stop right there. He froze. What's going on? Barbara repeated the question for him. Do you remember how we caught him last time? How would I know? Robin said, exasperated. If I did, would I look like this right now? He glanced down at his ruined suit. You think I did this for fun? You think I wanted to smell like a sewer? The group fell silent, collectively realizing that no one knew the answer. Maybe only Batman himself did. He'd probably taken Croc down quietly, written the whole thing in his little black contingency notebook, and never told anyone. Brilliant, Thea thought. Batman keeps files on everyone, enemies, allies, even how to defeat Superman, and you guys can't even remember how you beat a reptile last time. What a bunch of freeloaders clinging to the boss's cape. Finally, the 3 members of the Bat family turned toward her in unison, their eyes practically saying, Star City girl, got any bright ideas? Of course she did. She'd already been thinking it through, for a walking slime hazard like this, freezing was the best bet. Stay far away, shoot an ice arrow, turn him into a popsicle, and problem solved. 1 arrow should do it. 2 if needed. The catch. She only had 5 of them. They weren't cheap, either, custom-built, liquid nitrogen core, high-density shafts. She'd meant to save them for Bane, that giant musclehead with the neck of a bull and fists the size of dinner plates. His only real weakness was speed, and an ice arrow could fix that nicely. Still, priorities were priorities. Deal with the present monster first. Future problems could wait. I have a plan, Thea said at last. But I need my gear. You 3 hold him off, I'll be back soon. And before anyone could protest, she swung a leg over Barbara's discarded motorcycle, gunned the throttle, and sped off down the road, engine roaring into the Gotham night. Chapter 60, Keep going, don't stop. Take me with you. Before Thea could even respond, Catwoman had already leapt onto the back seat of the motorcycle. She wasn't about to sit this one out, not when she herself had come unequipped. The single dagger she carried might be fine for intimidating thugs, but against the prehistoric crocodileman, it was about as useful as a toothpick. We'll be back soon. Hold him off for now. Thea shouted, twisting the throttle. The bike roared and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, disappearing down the cracked road. Hold him off. Barbara and Robin exchanged a look. She gestured toward the lake. Keep shouting at him. Don't stop. Robin stared at her. Really? Maybe they could switch shifts. He'd already been yelling for almost 10 minutes. Sure, it was technically mutual verbal aggression, but the other guy had water to sip between insults. Robin's throat felt like sandpaper. But one look at Barbara's unyielding eyes and his resolve crumbled. Fine. When your girlfriend gives you an order, you obey. Be a man about it. He loosened his collar. The suit was tight and not exactly designed for extended, shouting duels. Every breath pulled sweat down his neck, but he clenched his jaw and started again, loud, proud, and utterly foul-mouthed. Barbara crossed her arms, watching with smug satisfaction. He might not have much experience with women, but at least he knew how to listen. Maybe I'm better at this relationship thing than I thought, she mused, quite pleased with herself. That satisfaction lasted all of 2 minutes. Then her expression shifted from smugness to confusion, then suspicion. The words coming out of Robin's mouth were vicious. Not just rough or rude, viciously creative. Every phrase was unique, every insult more imaginative than the last. Where the hell did he learn this stuff? She wondered, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Her quiet, well-mannered boyfriend, who used to say things like Batman's right or Barbara's right, had suddenly turned into a linguistic chainsaw. There was only one possible explanation. Her glare sharpened. He's been seeing someone. Barbara stormed forward, grabbed him by the collar, ignoring the stench, and hissed, "Who taught you those words? Who is she?" If he so much as muttered a name, she'd track the woman down today. Gotham could burn for all she cared. If she wasn't happy, no one was. Robin blinked, completely lost. Who taught me? Miss Smoke. He pointed to his earpiece. Felicity. Barbara yanked out her own communicator. She'd been given one earlier but hadn't bothered to wear it, too annoyed by the Star City duo's smug competence. Now, she jammed it into her ear. The line clicked. "Welcome, Barbara, to our chat room." Felicity's voice rang bright and cheery. "Can't talk now, we're busy." "Robin, keep going." From the earpiece came the sound of clattering keys, a burst of muffled laughter, and then, "All right, next batch loaded." "Fire away." Barbara froze. "Next batch." Robin obediently shouted the next line. And the next. And the next. The words hit harder than before, colorful, vicious, perfectly timed. Barbara stood there, half in awe, half horrified. This wasn't just swearing. This was art. "I'll be right back, need to grab a new set," Felicity said between keystrokes. In the background, someone yelled, "Hey, Baldy, pass me that water bottle." Barbara blinked. "New set? What are you even talking about?" Felicity cheerfully explained, "Classic combat trash talk, 100 phrases, 2007 edition. Ever read it? Total collector's item. Never thought I'd get to use it though. Anyway, Robin, continue." Barbara could only stare. Star City people are insane. At first she'd tried memorizing some of the lines, thinking a few might come in handy someday, but within minutes she realized every single one was a masterpiece. She finally sighed, flipped on her suit's recorder, and decided to capture the whole thing for future training purposes. Out on the lake, Killer Croc wasn't laughing anymore. When Robin had started yelling, Croc hadn't cared. He just wanted them to leave so he could climb ashore later and escape. The lake was terrible, shallow, muddy, and poorly built, a construction scandal waiting to happen. He'd tried swimming the perimeter, but there was no outlet, just sludge. So he'd settled for waiting. Fine, he thought. You stay up there, I'll stay down here. I've got food, I've got water. Let's see who tires first. He'd even snatched a small fish swimming by, crunched it in 3 bites, and looked smugly toward the shore. When Thea and Catwoman left, he'd been thrilled. Finally, they're retreating. Then Robin started up again. Idiots, Croc thought, smirking. You think this childish taunting will lure me out? My body may have mutated, but my mind is sharp. I am, he hesitated, trying to recall a phrase, I am, a detective. No, wait. I am, unique. Yes, that's it. A unique flame in the darkness. He grabbed another fish, crunching happily. Let them yell. But soon, his grin faded. Because Robin's words, those endless, brutal, shockingly creative words, were hitting harder and harder. At first, it was just crude. Then it got personal. Somehow this kid knew the names of every relative he'd ever had. His parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, every generation was getting dragged through the mud. By the time Robin was recounting what his great-great-grandfather had supposedly done with the swamp eel, even Killer Croc was trembling, not with fear, but with pure, murderous rage. This was war. Chapter 61, Mixed Doubles. Killer Croc wanted to yell back, but quickly remembered, he didn't exactly have much to work with. He'd been abandoned since childhood, growing up in Gotham's sewers. Unlike those 4 mutant turtles next door, he didn't have a talking rat sensei to teach him vocabulary. Every word he knew was self-taught, learned through sheer determination and osmosis from the gutter. So yeah, his lexicon was limited. The punk on shore clearly had more words than he did. Better to keep quiet and endure it. Fortunately, he was part reptile now, cold-blooded, literally. His blood circulation was slow, his emotions sluggish. It took a lot to really make him mad. Plus, the mutation had scrambled his brain a bit, so half of Robin's insults went right over his head. By the time he figured out the meaning of one line, 5 new ones were already flying at him. Hey, Barbara, Felicity's voice crackled through the earpiece. Thea and Selina will be back in a minute. We just need him to come out before they arrive. I'm opening a private channel for you, join in and help Robin out. Time for some tag team trash talk. Me. Barbara blinked, stunned. In all her years of proper education, she had never done something like this. The idea alone made her heart race. Could she even do it? Then she glanced at Robin, face flushed, veins bulging, shouting with fierce enthusiasm, and suddenly felt curious. He looked like he was enjoying himself. And for some reason, that made it feel, wrongly, fun. A strange thrill coursed through her. So this was the dark side of education, learning to curse. Maybe this was one of those try everything once moments. As a modern woman of intellect and independence, she couldn't allow herself to have regrets. She'd already conquered coding, fought cybercrime, and even built her own firewalls. Surely, mastering the art of verbal combat was a skill worth adding, for future use, of course. One day she might need to destroy a homewrecker's self-esteem or verbally annihilate a street thug. Okay. Felicity said, audibly grinning. I found a good set for you too, it's a mixed-duet version. The post's titled, Make Your Opponent Reconsider Their Life Choices, 2007 Trial Edition. Supposedly super effective. Give me a sec to sync the lines. Robin, explain the basics to Barbara, would you? Heh. Basics. Barbara muttered. It's just shouting, right? Robin, standing a few meters away, partly to avoid his own smell, spoke solemnly. Dear, there's technique to this. First, breathe from your diaphragm, low, steady airflow through your chest and into the vocal cords. Don't push all your air at once. Gradually increase power. Like this, watch. He straightened up, chest out like an opera singer, and began performing exaggerated warm-ups, deep breath, firm stance, perfect projection. When he finished, he gave her a proud thumbs up, beaming. Barbara just stared. Is this really my Robin? She'd always known him as the quiet type, the serious, brooding sidekick molded by Batman himself. The man never laughed, never cracked a smile. If Bruce Wayne ever grinned that wide, it usually meant the Joker had taken over. Now, here was Robin, literally glowing, shoulders relaxed, eyes bright with purpose, yelling obscenities like it was an art form. The transformation was shocking. If Batman could see his protégé now, he'd probably faint. I'm back. Felicity chimed in. Systems ready. Barbara, can you hear me? Loud and clear. Perfect. All right, let's begin. Out in the lake, Killer Croc squinted. Great, now there were 2 of them yelling. The guy was bad enough, but now the girl had joined in. A male-female duet. Really? Fine. He was a crocodile. Crocodiles didn't get angry easily. His thick, armored hide could take anything, even verbal assault. Let them scream. His scales were thick, and his face, thicker still. But within seconds, something felt different. This wasn't like before. It wasn't just insults now, it was music. The two voices blended unnervingly well. Robin's deep, strong tone met Barbara's clear soprano, and together, under Felicity's remote guidance, they created a weirdly perfect harmony. Barbara hesitated at first, embarrassed, but once she found her rhythm, she really got into it. Using Robin's breathing technique, she unleashed her voice. Her sharp, ringing notes pierced through the humid air, while his booming shouts filled the gaps beneath her. The sound waves rolled across the lake like ripples in a storm. Then something even stranger happened. Barbara, caught up in the rhythm, started to sing. She unconsciously used the same voice she'd once trained in church choir, pure, resonant, even a little divine. Except the words coming out of her mouth were anything but holy. And every now and then, she'd glance at Robin, smile, and toss him a playful wink, mixing angelic melody with wicked flirtation. Robin, dazed, thought she'd never looked more beautiful. His heart pounded. Whether she was saint or sinner, angel or devil, she was his. The duet became a romantic performance, a twisted love song of profanity echoing over the still waters. And down in the lake, Killer Croc snapped. 30 years single. 30 years alone. Now he had to watch these two lovebirds flirt and harmonize while insulting him. It was too much. His blood boiled. His rational mind, what little remained, was gone. They want to show off their love. Do it at home. Why make me watch? His cold-blooded calm shattered. Rage exploded through his chest. With a guttural roar that shook the shore, he bellowed the single word that had always fueled him. Kill. He surged upward, bursting from the lake in a spray of water and fury. That single word, he'd learned it long ago from a half-burned, badly translated novel he'd found in the sewers. A story from some faraway, eastern world. The hero in that book always shouted kill before powering up and annihilating his foes. There was another word, break. But it didn't sound nearly as cool, so Croc had dropped it. As a bullied, hideous child, yelling that word had always given him courage. The habit had stuck, and eventually, so had the nickname Killer Croc. Honestly, he thought it sounded pretty awesome. On shore, Robin and Barbara were still basking in the afterglow of their vocal masterpiece, faces flushed, spirits soaring. For a moment, they'd forgotten everything, Batman's disappearance, Gotham's chaos, everything except each other. Until. Watch out. He's coming out. Felicity's voice screamed through the comms. Right on cue, they turned, and saw the lake erupt. A massive, scaly figure exploded from the water, droplets cascading like rain, his roar echoing through the night. The mixed duet performance had officially summoned the boss. Chapter 62, Physical Pollution and Mental Pollution. Killer Croc's twisted face contorted as he lunged out of the water, heading straight for Robin. He didn't even glance at Barbara, who at that moment was unbuckling her belt, which, of course, actually meant drawing her whip. That reaction wasn't hard to understand. When a single, frustrated male sees a couple showing off in front of him, his first instinct is always to attack the male. He doesn't think, wow, they look so mismatched, I'll take out the woman and live happily ever after with the man. No, nature doesn't work that way. Statistically speaking, single males dominate the lonely hearts population, though admittedly, there's always a rare handful that bend that rule, rare, precious anomalies that deserve only love and tolerance. After all, love comes in all forms. It's like watching a creep on the street smack a beautiful woman, drag her boyfriend by the hand, and sprint away into the night. You don't call the cops. You simply whisper, may they be happy. Robin saw Croc charging right at him and felt relieved. Not because he was secretly into giant reptiles, but because at least the monster wasn't going after Barbara. Win or lose, he didn't want that foul stench anywhere near his girlfriend. Sure, Croc had taken a dip in the lake, but that didn't help. The smell still hit like acid. Fine, Robin thought grimly. Come at me. Just me. Leave her out of this. His throat was raw from shouting, but after all that effort to lure the beast ashore, he wasn't letting him slip back into the water. Signaling to Barbara to block Croc's retreat, he stepped back a few paces to draw him further inland. Felicity, are they here yet? Barbara asked anxiously. Robin was tiring fast, his earlier stamina was gone. Between the long hours of combat and the half-hour screaming match under the sun, his energy reserves were running on fumes. Croc, on the other hand, had rested, hydrated, and eaten 2 fish, no less. Now, the gap was widening. Robin dodged and countered where he could, but his attacks lacked power. We're here, Thea's calm voice replied in the comms. But if we rush in now, we might scare him off. We'll strike when it counts. Truth was, Thea and Catwoman had been watching for some time. The couple's duet battle had been far too entertaining to interrupt. But Thea's bow was drawn, her hoverboard hovering low, and an icy arrow knocked. One clean shot, that was all she needed. Let this primitive brute learn what modern refrigeration technology could really do. Catwoman, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. She'd always been the kind to enjoy a good show. Once a thief, always a thrill-seeker, reformed or not. To her, Croc's fate was already sealed. So she crouched in the tall grass, amused, tail, well, metaphorical tail, flicking in satisfaction. Barbara, however, couldn't stay idle. Seeing her boyfriend being pushed back, she snapped her whip and joined the fray. Thea watched closely. She'd wanted to assess Barbara's combat skills anyway, and now she had the perfect chance. The result? Not bad, but underwhelming. Barbara clearly loved her whip. She'd trained hard with it, using nimble footwork and mid-range strikes to stay fluid and precise. Against common thugs, it'd look downright cinematic, efficient and graceful. But against a powerhouse like Croc, her technique was riddled with openings. If this was her peak, Thea estimated she could beat Barbara barehanded, and with ease. Among this so-called Bat family, only Catwoman truly stood out. Years of fighting in Gotham streets, dancing on the edge of law and chaos, had honed her instincts beyond any formal training. Her strength came from survival, not discipline, and that made her dangerous. Robin came second. Batman had taught him everything he knew, but the boy's slim frame limited his use of brute force techniques. To compensate, he'd tried developing a lighter, faster style. The result was a hybrid, part martial artist, part acrobat, neither fish nor fowl. Barbara, sadly, ranked last. A loyal sidekick, sure. A leader. Not even close. Unless she reinvented herself, this was her ceiling. While Thea pondered their future prospects, Felicity's cheerful voice suddenly chimed in again. Hey! Don't just fight, keep talking. If he runs, we'll lose him again. I'm starting the next batch, ready. The couple exchanged glances. Their eyes said the same thing. Fine. Let's do it. At this point, their brains were in auto mode. Felicity read the insults, they repeated them like well-trained parrots. Fighting and swearing simultaneously, it was almost meditative. You stink so bad you're causing environmental pollution. Robin shouted. Well, Barbara added sweetly, cracking her whip, then let's counter with some verbal pollution. The battle had officially evolved into an ecosystem of mutual contamination. And yet, Croc's instinct screamed danger. He didn't have spider sense, but his mutated biology made him more attuned to threats. Something felt off. There were only two enemies visible, but his gut said otherwise. He hesitated, half-turned toward the lake, then froze. The lovebirds had started again. Their duet resumed, sharp, melodic, unbearably smug. His temper spiked. Again. Can't you two just stop? Any thought of retreat vanished. He opened his mouth wide and roared back. If they wanted a shouting contest, fine. He'd give them one. Meanwhile, Felicity was in her element, scrolling through files, voice bright and focused. All right, let's up the pressure. Switching to reptile-themed insults, okay, here's how to make luxury crocodile skin handbags, oh. And here's a recipe for crispy fried tail meat, loaded with protein. Barbara and Robin, half exhausted, didn't even process the meaning anymore, they just repeated every line. Their battle rhythm stayed steady, but Croc was losing it. Every word hit home. Deep down, he still wanted to think of himself as human. But years of rejection and self-loathing had made that fragile identity crack. Hearing them describe peeling his skin, boiling his flesh, sautéing his meat, it shattered what little calm he had left. He swung wildly, ignoring Barbara's darting movements. She was fast, too fast to hit, but that only made him angrier. Fine, he thought. If I can't catch her, I'll crush the boy instead. He charged Robin again, fists pounding like hammers. Robin, drained and desperate, barely kept his footing. Barbara's heart clenched. She couldn't let him take another hit. Snapping her wrist, she cracked her whip forward. The line coiled around Croc's thick leg with a sharp snap. Got you, she cried, planting her heels and pulling with all her strength, hoping, praying, to buy Robin just a few seconds to recover. Chapter 63, A Perfect Chance. Although Barbara didn't have much strength, just an ordinary human's at best, her timing was impeccable. She struck at the exact moment when Killer Croc's old momentum had spent itself and new power had yet to surge. Huh. Croc grunted, mid-charge. His right leg suddenly jerked tight as the whip coiled around it, halting his stride for a split second. A perfect opening. From her hiding spot, Catwoman's eyes flashed. Her teammate had created the opportunity she'd been waiting for. No hesitation, she leapt high, two throwing knives flashing from her hands toward Croc's unarmored eyes. In the same motion, she flicked her own whip, wrapping it around his left leg. That whip, ironically, was a gift from Bruce Wayne himself, one of those romantic gestures that were useless on dates but priceless in battle. Robin, meanwhile, was in rough shape. He'd taken several of Croc's blows earlier. Though his armor had spared him from broken bones, the bruising beneath it was deep and vicious. The monster's raw strength was overwhelming, each punch like a battering ram. But seeing his teammates both spring into action, he forced himself upright. He couldn't let the women do all the work, not when they were clearly trying to redeem their earlier embarrassment in front of him. The only men in the team couldn't afford to lag behind. He sidestepped, circled behind Croc, and threw a heavy punch straight at the back of his neck. Killing wasn't an option, not for a bat. Robin still followed that code to the letter. To him, the ideal fight ended with the villain unconscious, not dead. A clean knockout, no blood, no death, just justice served. And normally, hitting a man at the base of the neck would do exactly that. It's a move you see in every movie, the silent ambusher standing behind the target, one swift strike, and down he goes. Sure, the screenwriters made it look too easy, but the principle was sound: hit the right nerve cluster with enough force, and the lights go out. Robin had the training, the precision, and the confidence. What he didn't have was the right kind of opponent. Because Killer Croc, whatever else he told himself, hadn't been normal in a long time. Oh, emotionally. He'd insist he was human. He still thought it was perfectly normal to roll in the mud every morning, or to snack on raw fish like it was sushi hour. He'd even convinced himself that people who smeared mud on their faces and called it seaweed clay masks were the weird ones. Once, he'd spied a group of short, yellow-skinned tourists eating sashimi and dancing afterward, and he'd felt pity. Poor souls, he'd thought. Can't even afford to cook their food. Out of charity, he'd tossed them a few extra fish. In his mind, his life wasn't strange at all. Society just refused to see it. And that, ironically, was the clearest sign of how far gone he really was. At Arkham, the worst cases were always the ones who insisted, "I'm not crazy." The ones who said nothing, just quietly studying guard rotations, plotting escape routes, those were the same ones. Croc belonged to the first group. He claimed to be human, but physiologically, he was already something else. His DNA had drifted far from the human baseline, 2 evolutionary streets away, and still mutating. If his regression continued unchecked, in 20 years he'd no longer be a man at all, just a hulking, mindless predator. But that was the future. For now, he was still aware enough to feel pain, a lot of it. Robin's punch landed hard on the back of his neck, right where Croc's thick spine met the base of his skull. It was the perfect blow, except for one inconvenient fact. Croc's anatomy wasn't built like a human's. In reptiles, especially crocodiles, there's a dense knot of neural tissue near the spine that coordinates balance and movement, like a biological switchboard. It's buried deep beneath armored scales. Experienced hunters know the spot well, strike or stab it, and the creature instantly paralyzes. But only if you can pierce that armor. Robin didn't have a blade. Just his bare fist. So instead of knocking Croc out, he triggered an entirely different reaction. Agonizing, blinding pain. The punch sent a shockwave through Croc's massive frame. His limbs spasmed, and the monster let out a guttural howl, collapsing to the ground. Then, with no concern for dignity, he started rolling, thrashing wildly, clutching his head, roaring in agony. The 3 heroes froze. That was not what they expected. Robin blinked. Wait, what? That should have dropped him. Instead, the monster looked like a dying walrus having a meltdown. Barbara and Catwoman, realizing the danger of those flailing limbs, recoiled fast, reeling in their whips before they could get dragged down. From above, Sia's eyes lit up. Perfect. This was it, the opening she'd been waiting for. The monster was down, the team was clear, and his defenses were wide open. Balancing 10 meters in the air on her hoverboard, she leaned forward, body taut, eyes narrowing behind her visor. She guided the board in a swift glide, closing the distance to 30 meters, close enough for precision, but far enough to stay out of the stench. She sniffed once, no foul odor yet. Good. She could have shot from 100 meters away, easily. But teamwork mattered, and she wasn't about to make herself look too aloof. Her allies were all within range of Croc's mess, she might as well share the group experience. Knocking a shimmering blue arrow, she drew back the string, adjusted for trajectory and wind, and whispered to herself. Let's cool you off. Thwip. The arrow streaked forward, cutting through the humid air, aimed squarely at Killer Croc's leg. Sia didn't intend to kill him. Not with these saintly Gotham teammates watching. She'd settle for something simple and elegant, immobilization. Let the ice do the talking. Chapter 64, maybe freeze it a bit more. Killer Croc was still rolling on the ground when it hit him, well, metaphorically. His reptilian instincts screamed danger, but the pain had scrambled his brain so badly that he'd forgotten his own name. His nerves weren't firing properly, whatever warning signals were coming in, there were no brain cells left processing them. Compared to the searing pain along his back, that single arrow was barely a sting. He even managed to lift his head and catch sight of the shooter. Wait, what? Why was she floating? Having spent 20 years skulking in the sewers, Killer Croc had never seen anything like it. Is that one of those airplanes people talk about? He wondered dimly. But no, it looked too small. A private model, maybe. His mind wandered aimlessly, and as he distracted himself, the pain ebbed slightly. That, to him, was excellent news. If he could just move again, he could make a break for the lake. That floating one probably couldn't follow him underwater, and the three on the ground, well, he figured he could take a few hits and still barrel through them. Yeah, he thought. This time, no matter what they shout, I'm staying underwater. Good plan, on paper. Except when he tried to move, nothing happened. He blinked. His body refused to respond. A cold, biting sensation was spreading up from his legs. He glanced down and froze. Literally. What the? His head jerked from side to side, the only part of him still mobile. From the neck down, he was encased in solid ice. He could still see the same lake, the same enemies, but now he was just part of the scenery. Catwoman, standing nearby, stared blankly at the frozen monstrosity. When she and Thea had gone back to fetch gear earlier, Thea had casually explained her battle process, something about firing from afar, slowing the enemy's movements, then letting the team close in. Catwoman had assumed slowing movement meant a neat arrow to the leg, maybe a flesh wound to hobble the target while the others moved in to finish the job. Standard procedure, incapacitate, swarm, loot, done. Reality was different. She didn't know whether to admire or be horrified. This wasn't slowing movement. This was turning the enemy into an art installation. Only Killer Croc's head stuck out of the ice block, a frozen statue of pure misery. If he'd been even a bit shorter, he'd be fully preserved by now. Catwoman swallowed. I think we have very different definitions of mobility restriction. Is this how you people in Star City usually do it? Because at this point, the guy wasn't just immobilized, he was halfway to being a medical case study in cryogenic paralysis. Barbara, Robin said, wide-eyed, what's in those arrows? He'd just collapsed onto the ground moments ago, exhausted and gasping for breath, but the sight of the frozen creature made him forget his fatigue. Barbara leaned in, cautious but fascinated. It looks like some kind of chemical compound, hard to tell exactly what, but the effect is powerful. You think we could, study it? Maybe make a few of our own? Robin asked hopefully. His tone wasn't scientific, it was personal. After all, if Thea had shot that arrow earlier, he wouldn't have spent the last half hour getting smacked around like a training dummy. Barbara shook her head. I doubt Bruce would allow it. It's fine against metahumans, but most of our targets are ordinary people. One of these arrows could kill them outright. Her voice carried both admiration and resignation. The weapon was undeniably effective, fast, precise, and efficient. But as long as Batman's no-kill rule stood, tools like this would remain off-limits. Robin sighed. What if we developed it secretly? As a last resort weapon. Barbara's lips curled into a smirk. Do you even know how much something like that costs? Do you have a lab? The expertise? The funding? She rattled off questions like bullets, until Robin wilted under the barrage. Yeah, she was right. Neither of them had billionaire backers. Robin was just a circus kid with grit. Barbara, while comfortably middle class, wasn't that rich. The Queen Corporation might not match Wayne Enterprises in scale, but judging from this display, it wasn't far behind either. Batman's tech cost millions per prototype, sometimes tens of millions. The math made Robin's head spin. He could only sigh and mutter under his breath, rich people's problems. Catwoman, meanwhile, was staring at the massive ice sculpture before them. So. Thea, what now? Just, leave him here. She gestured helplessly. Croc had weighed nearly 500 pounds before, with all that ice on him, he was pushing a ton. Normally, they'd hang captured villains outside the police station like trophies, but with Gotham's precincts in chaos, that wasn't an option. And carrying him? Impossible. Thea hadn't thought that far ahead either. She turned to Felicity through her calm ideas. Felicity's voice came back uncertain. No good ones. Maybe, label him modern art and call it a day. Thea rolled her eyes. Fine. We'll do it my way. She waved for everyone to step back. Move. I'm reinforcing the seal. Robin and Barbara both blinked. Reinforcing. Barbara frowned. You're not going to kill him, are you? He's practically frozen solid already. She pointed toward the ice block. Croc's once twitching head was now barely moving. His yellowed eyes stared glassily into the distance, and his jaw trembled, teeth chattering weakly. Thea shrugged. Relax. He won't die. Everyone, back off. She honestly couldn't understand their moral gymnastics. So what if he dies? Would anyone even notice? Would it matter? This creature wasn't human anymore. Did he pay taxes? Did he have health insurance? Was there a single law in Gotham that actually protected him? Even if Batman himself popped out of the shadows right now, she could argue him into silence. Besides, freezing him wasn't fatal. Probably. Captain America had been an ice cube for 70 years and turned out fine. And Killer Croc. The guy was half reptile. Cold-blooded. Built for this. He'd be fine. Maybe a little nerve damage, some muscle atrophy, but honestly, that was his problem, not hers. Chapter 65, A Little Transport Problem. Her first arrow had been aimed at Croc's leg, the second one didn't even need aiming. Thea loosed it straight toward the upper part of the ice block, wincing as she did. Each arrow was money, after all. And so far, she hadn't found a single rich sucker willing to reimburse her expenses. Bruce Wayne, you'd better come back soon, she thought grimly. I can't keep affording this out of pocket. The Bat family trio had no idea about her inner monologue. They only saw a flash of white light, and then the vague human outline that had been Killer Croc vanished completely. In his place now stood a towering, uneven mass of ice, 3 meters tall, 5 meters wide. If you looked closely, you could still see a faint shadow inside, the suggestion of a figure sealed within. Everyone inhaled sharply at once. HSS, maybe it was the cold, or maybe it was awe. The air around the block shimmered with frost, 2 shots of that compound had drained every trace of heat from the area. In theory, Thea's chemical mix could hit temperatures as low as minus 120 degrees Celsius. Factoring in energy lost to air and distance, the effect here was probably around minus 50 degrees Celsius. Still cold enough to freeze a crocodile solid. Well, that's that, Thea said breezily, dusting her hands. Mission accomplished. I'll be heading off now. She turned on her heel, eager to make her exit. The last thing she wanted was for anyone to ask her for a ride back. Flying Catwoman home. Fine, they'd done that a few times already. But Robin and Barbara? No thanks. After half a day wrestling with Croc, they smelled like a mixture of swamp gas and rotten meat. She could maybe tolerate Barbara for the sake of sisterly solidarity, but Robin? Absolutely not. The mere thought made her gag. So, better not give them the chance to open their mouths at all. Classic strategy, don't refuse, just run first. Hold up, come down here. We need a quick team meeting. Catwoman's voice pulled her back down before she could escape. Resigned, Thea guided the hoverboard to the ground and joined them on a patch of clear space, well away from the ice block. Shouldn't we move even farther? Robin asked, glancing nervously at the frozen Croc. What if he hears us? Barbara rolled her eyes. He's unconscious, genius. You think he's eavesdropping through a meter of ice? Relax. Still, she made a mental note, Robin needs serious remedial education. The man was brave and loyal, but his scientific literacy hovered somewhere between middle school and barely functional. Maybe she could enroll him in an adult learning program, he'd thank her someday. Thea nodded in agreement. Barbara's right. He's totally numb right now. With that much ice, there's no way he's hearing a thing. Robin chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Surrounded by 3 women, he felt the weight of underperforming painfully. The best he could manage was an embarrassed grin. For a while, no one spoke. The group stared at the massive frozen block in silence. Clearly, no one had a plan. Then, slowly, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Thea. It was her arrow, her ice, her mess. Surely she had a plan to move it. Except she didn't. When she and Felicity had designed the freeze arrow prototype, they'd discussed yield strength, temperature retention, containment radius, never disposal logistics. We didn't plan for success, she thought miserably. Felicity, got any ideas? She asked through the comm. Only silence. Finally, Catwoman broke it. Let's go find Commissioner Gordon and talk it over with him. A blatant pass of the responsibility, but no one objected. Yeah, Barbara nodded quickly. He's dealt with worse. Exactly, Robin agreed. Home of the experienced hero, right? They all found comfort in that thought. When in doubt, call the older guy. Hang tight, I'll reach him. Felicity's voice came back faintly, then cut to busy static. The 4 of them stood around awkwardly. Waiting. Doing nothing got old fast. Miss Thea, Barbara said suddenly, her tone brightening, care for a spar? The suggestion drew mixed reactions. Catwoman's grin said this I've got to see. Robin looked uneasy, he knew his girlfriend's limits too well. Thea just blinked, caught off guard. She'd been seconds away from lying down in the grass for a nap. Her whole schedule had flipped since coming to Gotham, she was used to fighting by night, sleeping by day. Her body clock hated her. Still, Barbara's smug little smile was grating. If she wanted to play, fine. Thea shrugged, tossed aside her bow and quiver. All right then, she said. Come on. Barbara visibly relaxed the moment the high-tech weapon left Thea's hands. Robin did too. The freeze arrows had been terrifying enough in battle, no one wanted to see what they could do in a friendly spar. Catwoman, who had seen them in action, just leaned back, arms folded, enjoying the show. You poor kids don't even know what you're in for, her smirk said. To her credit, Barbara was sporting enough to unclip her own weapon, her whip, disguised as a belt. But when Thea saw her unbuckling, she nearly choked. Whoa, what are you doing? Barbara just smiled, pulling the coiled whip free from her waist. Thea exhaled sharply. Oh. Right. It's that thing. Still, her mind couldn't help running away with the image. Seriously, who keeps their weapon there? What if her opponent were some lonely 50-year-old bachelor? The guide hit berserk mode the moment she unbuckled that. But the moment of alarm had burned away her fatigue. Fine, if Barbara wanted a real match, she'd get one. The two women stepped into the open space, empty-handed now, circling slowly. Barbara gestured politely. You can go first. Thea chuckled. You sure? All right, don't regret it. Not a chance. Thea shifted her stance, spine straight, energy centered. Heads up, she warned, and struck first, an upward flick of the hand, a straight-line Wing Chun strike aimed squarely at Barbara's face. Barbara reacted instantly, stepping in and reaching for Thea's wrist, flowing into a judo grip, hoping to seize and throw. The real fight had begun. Chapter 66, A Friendly Spar. But Thea knew judo too, there was no way she'd be caught so easily. Wing Chun was famous for its tight, efficient defense. Her arm split outward in a quick circular motion, deflecting Barbara's grab, and she countered immediately with a straight-line strike aimed for the center of Barbara's body. Barbara had never seen that style before, but her instincts were sharp. She instantly switched tactics, abandoning her throw attempt for a barrage of quick mixed martial arts punches and kicks, trying to seize back control through sheer tempo. From the sidelines, it looked like an even, fiery exchange, but in truth, Barbara had already lost the advantage. Barely a minute in, Thea had already read her entire rhythm. Barbara's close-quarters skills weren't bad per se, she clearly had formal training, but her techniques were limited. Her repertoire cycled endlessly between basic karate strikes, judo throws, and standard kickboxing moves. Effective against common thugs, yes. But against Thea, who could trade blows with Lady Shiva herself, it simply wasn't enough. First problem, her choice of moves. They worked fine on opponents her own size, but anything bigger or heavier, like Killer Croc earlier, would have crushed her mid-throw. Robin, watching, winced at the thought. Second problem, her conditioning. Her empty-hand combat experience was shallow. All that constant footwork she was forced into against Thea's forward pressure was bleeding her stamina dry. She was used to fighting with a whip, not dancing circles against a close-range fighter. And third, and most crucial, she had never faced Wing Chun. Batman probably knew it, he allegedly mastered 127 martial arts, after all, but the man's towering frame made him favor heavy power styles over the tight, centerline control of Wing Chun. Since he never used it, Barbara had never learned to counter it. With little real battle experience, she should have lasted 5 minutes at best, but she was already faltering after just over 1. Normally, Thea would have ended it right there. The Thea of version 1.0 was not the type to go easy. In her world, if you had the power, you used it, mercy got you hurt. But today was different, she was fighting on someone else's turf, against a friendly ally. And this ally happened to be the daughter of their current coalition's de facto leader. Crushing her outright would win no friends. Still, she couldn't just throw the match either, that would be insulting. She's too weak, Thea thought helplessly. I haven't even used half my forms yet. With a quiet sigh, she relaxed her stance, switching out of Wing Chun entirely and adopting a slower, simpler karate posture. The fight's rhythm shifted from a duel to a spar. From the sidelines, Robin's heart was hammering. He'd seen Barbara get pressed hard at first and had been desperate to stop the match, except he knew neither woman would listen. Especially not Barbara, once her pride was involved. Then, to his surprise, he noticed Thea change styles. That earlier form, whatever it was, had been terrifyingly efficient, each move sharp and precise. But this he recognized. Karate. Hope flared in his chest. Maybe Barb has a chance. After all, what man wouldn't root for his girlfriend to win? Thea, meanwhile, had no idea she'd just inspired false hope. Truth be told, she wasn't that comfortable with karate. Like Bruce with Wing Chun, she knew it but never practiced it much, it simply didn't suit her. Still, if she was going to put on a show, she might as well make it convincing. Barbara didn't stop to question why her opponent had changed style, she just seized the breathing room to catch her wind. This time, she didn't rush in recklessly, focusing instead on clean counters and steady defense. But as minutes passed, Thea's awkwardness faded. Her foundation, the months of grueling combat under Lady Shiva, began to shine through. All those daily, training duels, that often left her black and blue, had hardened her instincts and refined her control. Now, her movements flowed. Her breathing stayed calm. For her, this spar was less fight and more light exercise. Barbara, still trapped in the illusion of I can win this, kept pressing harder. Her blows were sharp but her breathing ragged, her sweat dripping down her neck. It didn't take long for the others to notice. Catwoman leaned lazily against a lamppost, smirking. Robin's anxiety grew by the second. Thea wasn't even fighting seriously, she was playing. Ha. Barbara's breathing turned heavy. It finally dawned on her that she was the only one struggling. Thea looked as composed as when they started. The realization stung. She wanted to yield, but the words stuck in her throat. Her pride wouldn't let her. Fine, then. Stall for time. Come on, Felicity, find my dad already. End this, please. Her mind drifted with every half-hearted block. 10 minutes passed. Then another 10. What had started as a spar between heroines now looked like two mannequins swatting lazily at each other, slow, hesitant, and utterly graceless. Catwoman couldn't take it anymore. She wandered off to inspect the frozen crock instead. Only Robin stayed, dutifully cheering for his girlfriend, not out of competitiveness, but desperation. Just hang on, Barb. Please don't faint in front of everyone. Her early bursts of aggression had burned through her reserves, and now even the slower pace couldn't save her. You could recover stamina mid-fight if you were a true master, but Barbara wasn't. Her thoughts blurred between frustration and fatigue. Don't quit. Dad's coming, any minute now, he's coming, right? He's gotta be. Finally, mercifully, her earpiece crackled to life. Hey, everyone. Felicity's voice rang out, breathless but triumphant. I found the commissioner. We can start now. Her tone suggested she'd run halfway across Gotham to get him. Barbara nearly cried with relief. Chapter 67, Catwoman's New Business. With Commissioner Gordon's arrival, the ladies' duel naturally came to an end. Barbara could now gracefully declare that she hadn't lost, though anyone with eyes could see the truth, but at least her dignity was intact. She didn't even have the strength left to talk to her father. The moment the spar ended, she collapsed on the ground, arms and legs spread out like a fallen cross. Another minute and she'd have been done for. Though the Gordons weren't exactly devout, Barbara suddenly found herself whispering, God bless me. For a split second, she even imagined some higher being gazing down on her from beyond time and space, mercifully allowing her to survive this mortifying ordeal. Maybe, she thought deliriously, this was destiny, perhaps that calling she'd been waiting for. Thea, for her part, felt no divine epiphany, only mild awkwardness. She'd been about to offer Barbara a sportsmanlike handshake, or perhaps clasp her hands in a polite martial arts salute and say thanks for the match. But one look at Barbara, hair plastered to her face, sitting on the floor in a sweaty, disheveled heap, and she decided against it. Any gesture right now would just look like mockery. Hey, are you guys still there? Felicity's voice buzzed through the earpiece again. She couldn't see what was happening from afar, the drones had long since returned after the fight with Killer Croc. To her, the eerie silence on comms was suspicious. We're here, everyone's fine, Robin replied quickly. Normally, Barbara would handle the talking, but she was too exhausted to move, and neither Thea nor Catwoman seemed eager to take the lead. Oh, Felicity said uncertainly. Okay, then, shall we begin? And just like that, Gotham's version of the six-party conference officially commenced. The agenda? Not peace in the Middle East, just what to do with a certain frozen bachelor reptile. Thea, as the visiting senior partner, waited politely for her teammate to open. Felicity, taking the cue, jumped in brightly. Well, if you Gotham folks don't want him, we'll take him off your hands. The Queen Group's Applied Sciences Lab would love a specimen like that. We've got everything, saws, drills, containment pods. I bet our scaly friend will feel right at home there. She wasn't done. And don't worry about transport. We've got 1,500 factory workers on call. No need for cranes or tech, just ropes, logs, and good old-fashioned manpower. We'll haul him back ourselves. Simple. Barbara, having caught her breath, immediately objected. This thing eats and terrorizes our people. He dies here, on Gotham soil. If you're that desperate for whatever's left, maybe we'll share some samples later, as a token of friendship. But you're not hauling him away. Thea could only sigh. There was no winning against this kind of logic. Superheroes had their quirks, and one of the biggest was territorialism, your monsters, your mess. Outsiders had no say. If they wanted to keep the overgrown lizard, fine. Frankly, she wasn't that eager to dissect the thing anyway. Judging by his grotesque physiology, any serum extracted from him would probably come with side effects like spontaneous limb mutation and mild homicidal insanity. Barbara was quietly relieved by their easy acceptance. In truth, she'd felt a little guilty about refusing. After all, she and Robin hadn't exactly carried their weight in that battle. The taunting strategy. Felicity's idea. Their contribution. Basically shouting whatever she told them to. You could replace them with 2 street performers and probably get louder results. And that finishing blow. Completely Thea's doing. So when the Star City duo simply nodded and let Gotham claim the frozen monster, Barbara felt as if she'd just won a diplomatic victory. Her opinion of them ticked up a notch. "Dad, what do we do with him?" she asked at last. Truth be told, she didn't care anymore, just as long as the creature stayed somewhere in Gotham. All she wanted now was a shower and 12 hours of sleep. Gordon rubbed his chin. He was a cop, not a mover. Handling criminals was one thing, handling cargo was another. But then Felicity's earlier boast, 1,500 workers, gave him an idea. "Manpower," he muttered. "We've got plenty of that." It was a crude plan, but a plan nonetheless. He rallied over 100 men from the campus and surrounding precincts. Thea towed from the air on her hoverboard while the others pushed, pulled, and rolled the massive ice block over wooden logs and ropes. An hour later, after a chorus of groans, scraped palms, and a lot of swearing, they finally managed to get the 1-ton block onto a truck and haul it back to Gotham University. "Mommy, what's that?" Probably a Christmas decoration, dear." The arrival of the giant ice block caused quite the stir on campus. Curious children ran circles around it, wide-eyed, peppering their parents with questions. The adults, ever imaginative, threw out random guesses. A new weapon prototype. Commissioner Gordon's treating everyone to shaved ice. No one realized there was a very real, very frozen crocodile man inside. With the mission officially done, the group disbanded. Thea and Barbara both headed home, to separate homes, thankfully, to sleep off the exhaustion. Robin bolted straight for the showers. Meanwhile, Catwoman pulled Felicity aside into a quiet corner. "Hey," she whispered. "You got any tools for art authentication?" Felicity blinked. "What for?" Catwoman gave a mischievous smile. "Oh, nothing serious. Just thinking of, borrowing a few pieces. You know how it is, Gotham's jewelry scene is frozen stiff these days. Nobody dares wear diamonds outside. Art's where the money's at." She was only half joking. Catwoman had been eyeing Thea's hoverboard ever since she saw it in action. It wasn't just the design, it was the freedom it symbolized. But gadgets like that didn't come cheap. And though she wasn't broke, her soft heart, an occasional habit of slipping cash to struggling neighbors, meant her savings never lasted. Bruce's fortune. Irrelevant. They weren't exactly sharing bank accounts, especially now that Talia al Ghul had stormed back into Gotham, baby in arms, fury in eyes, clearly ready to reclaim the Wayne name. Selina Kyle, no, Selina Wayne, she still corrected herself, wasn't about to give up. If she wanted the name, she'd earn it. But first, she needed funds. With the city gripped by chaos and its upper crust hiding behind locked doors, Gotham's luxury markets were in freefall. Jewelry, once her bread and butter, was now unsellable. So she turned her eyes toward a new line of business. Art. If Gotham's rich were too scared to flaunt their diamonds, she'd simply give them something else to covet: paintings, sculptures, acquired masterpieces. After all, business was business. Chapter 68, First Contact with ARGUS. Felicity Smoke, former semi-notorious hacker, newly reformed and still adjusting to the concept of lawful behavior, hesitated only for a second. Sure, she knew Catwoman's so-called borrowing of art was a crime, but really, were hackers the kind of people who clutched pearls over legality? Why not ask Thea? Felicity finally asked, curiosity getting the better of her. "You two get along better than you and I do. Why come to me?" Selina's eyes gleamed with admiration. Ever since she'd met the Star City duo, she'd been half in awe, half envious. They always seemed to pull the most impossible gadgets out of nowhere, the kind of whimsical tech Batman's brooding arsenals could never match. Compared to Bruce's endless parade of tanks, planes, and bat-shaped angst, Thea and Felicity's inventions were sleek, clever, and, most importantly, useful. Now she looked at Felicity the same way Nobita looked at Doraemon, part wonder, part hopeful greed. Still, she did pause to consider the question. Maybe it's her background, Selena said at last. She's a proper heiress, you know. I just don't see her approving of my methods. But you, she gave a sly grin, you're like me. You get it. I think you can help. Felicity stared at her, torn between amusement and insult. What's that supposed to mean? That I'm shady? Or broke? Also, did this woman seriously think Thea was a good girl? Clearly, Selena had fallen for the whole innocent debutante act. To be fair, Selena's read wasn't entirely wrong. Thea, for all her wit, was cautious. Raised in privilege, she still had one foot firmly planted in the law-abiding citizen camp. Unless it was a matter of life and death, she wouldn't break the rules outright. By RPG standards, she was definitely a lawful type, whether lawful good or lawful neutral was still up for debate. Felicity, on the other hand, had no such qualms. She was young, unattached, and powered by equal parts caffeine and chaos. If she hadn't liked trouble, she wouldn't have volunteered to tag along to this mad city. Fine, she sighed, tapping away on her tablet. Here, take this. But after this, I don't know anything, got it? She synced her tablet to an old phone, fingers flying. A few quick commands later, she handed the device over and sauntered away, humming. Selena examined the phone. Only one app sat on the screen, ArtScan 2.2. Opening it revealed a minimal interface, simple, clean, effective. Point it at an artifact, and it would scan for age, material composition, and known production methods. The database was massive, even obscure Malay and Balinese collections were catalogued. It didn't label anything real or fake, but for Selena's needs, that was irrelevant. As long as the era matched the story she'd tell later, that was authenticity enough. Ha! Selena chuckled. You're not as innocent as you look, are you? No one just happened to have a black market grade art authentication app lying around. Clearly, Felicity had coded this long ago and simply never needed to use it, until now. This, Selena thought, was going to make business much easier. The thought of her revived career made her giddy. For a moment, she even stopped worrying about poor Bruce, still laid up somewhere between life and death. That evening, Robin and Barbara, now freshly rested and recharged, brought in another petty Gotham villain, Electrocutioner. Apparently, this guy came from a long family line of electro-torturers. Thea took one look at the middle-aged man's serious expression and had to suppress a laugh. He was wearing a homemade rig that looked suspiciously like an electric scooter battery strapped to his back, with 2 wires running to his gloves. His superpower was zapping people on contact. Against civilians, it was actually pretty effective. But Gordon had busted enough of his ancestors over the years to know the family's Achilles heel, water. You didn't even have to prepare anything fancy, just stand 3 meters away, open a bottle of Gatorade, and splash him in the face. Instant short circuit. 30 years, Thea thought, staring in disbelief. 30 years of the same stupid gimmick, and they're still at it. A whole bloodline of electric idiots keeping the tradition alive. She shook her head and returned to her dinner, a black base fillet and a cheeseburger, determined not to laugh out loud. Just as she was preparing to enjoy a quiet few days, waiting for Bruce Wayne to recover so she could bow out of the city with her dignity, and maybe a modest payday, someone came looking for her. Miss Queen, said a uniformed officer whose name she couldn't recall, the commissioner requests your presence in the conference room. Oh. All right. She frowned slightly as she followed him. What now? Surely Batman wasn't back already. A broken spine wasn't exactly a 24-hour injury. When she entered the room, only Gordon, Barbara, and a woman in black were present. Felicity, Robin, and Catwoman were absent. Miss Queen, Gordon said, this is Lila Michaels, Senior Field Agent for the Advanced Research Group for Uniting Superhumans. She's here about Killer Croc. Thea blinked. Argus. Their first meeting. Lila Michaels, John Diggle's future wife. Thea's gaze dropped to her left hand, no ring yet. Interesting. Thea studied her face. Younger, sharper, none of that weary, world-weary cynicism she'd have years later. Right now, Lila still looked like she believed in things. Pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Lila replied, shaking her hand. Her grip was firm, professional. In truth, Lila hadn't expected to find Thea Queen here of all places. Her orders were simple, assess and secure the frozen metahuman known as Killer Croc. But after hearing a few reports about this young heiress from Star City, she decided an introduction was worth the effort. Miss Queen, she began, I've examined the ice containment. Can you tell me, under natural conditions, how long it would take him to thaw? Thea blinked. That's your first question. She turned to Gordon, brow furrowed. Didn't Felicity tell you already before I went to sleep? The commissioner winced. She may have forgotten. Of course she did. Thea rubbed her temples. Star City's reputation, tarnished by one distracted genius. Clearing her throat, she answered briskly. Under normal ambient temperature. Roughly 3 days. Species doesn't matter, giant or dwarf, same principle. As for regaining consciousness, if he were human, neural recovery would take anywhere from 15 to 30 days. For him, though. She shrugged, 5 days minimum, maybe more. I didn't take samples, so that's just a rough estimate. At that, both Gordon and Barbara visibly relaxed. 5 days was plenty of breathing room. Lila, however, simply nodded with cool composure, her expression unreadable. A professional among amateurs. And with that, Gotham's frozen monster had officially entered ArrowVerse's radar. Chapter 69, Communication and Report. Lila watched Thea speak with calm confidence, eyes faintly curious. ArrowVerse had been monitoring Gotham, and its elusive protector, Batman, for a long time. To an agency like hers, Batman was an ideal candidate, a billionaire genius, brilliant strategist, and technological powerhouse. A purely human asset, controllable, pragmatic, and already a beneficiary of the existing political structure. He was exactly the kind of person a shadow government preferred to work with, powerful, discreet, and not radioactive like the metahumans who could level cities in a tantrum. Still, several analysts had raised the same concern: how has this man not gone insane yet? Their files were littered with psychiatric red flags. Even Amanda Waller herself had commented, he's stable, barely. Keep your distance, but keep the line open. So when Gotham descended into chaos after Batman's disappearance, ArrowVerse saw an opportunity. Officially, Lila's mission was to assist local authorities and secure dangerous assets. Unofficially, it was reconnaissance. Build goodwill now, harvest loyalty later. Killer Croc was a convenient excuse, but the real interest began when ArrowVerse analysts discovered another figure involved in his capture, Thea Queen. She had covered her tracks well, but well meant little to an agency with nation-scale resources. Every database was open to them, every surveillance feed fair game. If Felicity Smoke could do what she did on a laptop, ArrowVerse could do it with an army of her clones. It didn't take long for them to find Thea's true background. When Amanda read the dossier, she'd actually paused. A second billionaire vigilante. And a woman, at that. As a pragmatist, and, perhaps, a woman who understood what it took to stand among men in power, Amanda felt a twinge of curiosity, even respect. She immediately upgraded the mission's priority and sent her trusted operative, Lila Michaels, to Gotham, not only to handle Croc, but to make contact. Miss Queen, could you take me to the captured subject? Lila asked. Though she was technically out of uniform, her bearing still carried that unmistakable military sharpness, commanding, not unfriendly, but never soft. To the uninitiated, it looked like arrogance. Of course, Thea replied evenly. And please, call me Thea. In truth, seeing the subject was just a pretext. Both women knew it. Lila wanted a reason to step away from the crowd and talk freely. Commissioner Gordon, no fool, immediately caught the subtext. He stopped Barbara with a hand on her shoulder and muttered, "Let's give them space." A moment later, the old cop was gone. Once they were alone, Lila went straight for the point. I heard from the commissioner that encouraging civilians to take part in the defense effort was your idea. Her tone was polite but firm, closer to an interrogation than a compliment. Tell me, Miss Queen. Do you really believe sending untrained civilians into the field won't get them killed? The question might have sounded harsh to anyone else, but Thea recognized the soldier's logic behind it. To a soldier, unity and discipline were sacred. War wasn't a stage for lone heroes, it was a machine that demanded coordination. Even Captain America, the shining idol of heroism, never fought alone. Casualties are inevitable, Thea replied calmly. But some sacrifices save more lives in the long run. Order must be restored, and quickly. In that sense, it's worth it. She didn't add the rest, their lives aren't my concern anyway. Gotham's a cesspit, the sooner it burns out, the better. Her actual answer, though, was exactly what Lila had hoped to hear. Lila's lips curved slightly. As a government operative, she despised the unaccountable superhero types, those who refused oversight, acted above the law, and answered only to their own egos. People like Thea Queen, rational, structured, capable of seeing the bigger picture, were far more useful. If Batman returns and disagrees with your methods? Lila pressed. What then? That question struck closer to the bone. Thea hadn't really thought that far ahead. Her plan was simple: hold the line, stabilize Gotham, then disappear before the Dark Knight could lecture her about principles. Still, she couldn't say that out loud. If results speak for themselves, I doubt he'll object, she said after a pause. Assuming there are no major complications, the unrest could be under control within a month. And by then, she added silently, I'll be long gone. She'd already told Felicity to keep tabs on a few wealthy fugitives, Penguin among them. Once things calmed down, they'd make a quiet withdrawal, with bonuses attached. The two women continued walking, conversation drifting toward politics, logistics, and the uneasy balance between heroism and governance. Lila's mission was to observe, but she found herself unexpectedly impressed. Thea spoke with conviction, but without arrogance. Her strategic mind was sharp, her reasoning pragmatic. By the time they reached the holding area, the atmosphere between them had softened. Thea even slipped in a few wry jokes from her previous life that somehow fit Gotham's bleak absurdity perfectly, earning Lila's first genuine laugh in days. When the topic shifted to Lila's own military career, Thea listened intently, especially when missiles came up. Halfway through, she was already calculating, missiles are out of reach, strictly military, maybe I really am stuck with arrows. Before leaving, Lila smiled faintly. I'll be stationed in Gotham for a while. I hope we can talk again soon. Later that night, Lila climbed into her car, expression smoothing into the disciplined calm of a field agent. She initiated a secure connection. Director Waller, she said crisply. Initial contact complete. The results are more promising than we expected. Amanda Waller's image flickered onto the screen, a composed woman with eyes like razors. Oh. Tell me. She's intelligent. Grounded. And interestingly enough, she's anti-heroic. She rejects individual heroism, advocates for collective defense, and has already mobilized Gotham civilians against the chaos. I'm transmitting images now, look, they've erected barricades throughout the downtown sector. A rare smirk touched Lila's lips. When Batman returns, his face will be something to see. Amanda didn't smile. She simply nodded once, voice calm and low. And Killer Croc. Frozen solid. Our on-site analysts confirm liquid nitrogen was used. She weaponized it on the field. That, at least, earned a flicker of genuine intrigue from Amanda. Our scientists are impressed, Lila added. They're already drafting a proposal to issue portable nitrogen rounds to all field agents. Non-lethal, clean, and devastatingly effective. Amanda chuckled, a low, approving sound. Excellent, she said. Keep observing Miss Queen. A pause. Then, with a hint of satisfaction. She may be exactly the kind of ally we've been waiting for. Chapter 70, Ambushed. Thea wasn't surprised to find herself under ARGUS surveillance. It was only a matter of time. She was useful to them, and they, in turn, were useful to her. Whether it was her mother's political campaign or her own research into advanced weaponry, both required resources and connections on a massive scale. If she were being brutally honest, their cooperation was purely transactional. She played the hero, her mother ran for office, each legitimizing the other. In a way, it was like handing over a hostage. As long as her mother held a government position, Thea could never cross the line into true rebellion. And in return, her heroic deeds conveniently burnished her mother's public image. A perfect, cynical symbiosis. She reviewed her earlier conversation with Lila Michaels in her mind, every sentence, every nuance, and found no loose ends. Satisfied, she went looking for Felicity for a bit of casual chatter. Hey, Felicity, have you seen Catwoman these past few days? 3 days had passed since Lila's people hauled Killer Croc away. In that time, Thea had joined one of Barbara's organized, cleanup operations, which had gone almost comically smoothly, 15 Arkham escapees caught in her ensnaring arrow traps like flies in a web. They'd charged straight into the sticky threads screaming like lunatics, and Thea had honestly felt a little sorry for them. Since then, though, boredom had crept back in. Patrolling alone was dull, and Felicity, well, sending her outside was like handing the city a hostage. So naturally, she'd thought of Catwoman. But after circling half of Gotham, there was no trace of her. Nobody had seen her in days. Hence the question. Haha, Catwoman. No idea where she went, Felicity said too quickly, shaking her head with exaggerated sincerity. Thea squinted. That's a lie. She didn't say a word, just stared. Felicity's gaze wobbled, darting everywhere except Thea's face. Loyal little accomplice, Thea thought, amused. She didn't press further, it wasn't like those two had defected to Bane or anything. Gotham hadn't descended that far into madness, yet. Fine. Come on, let's drink in your room. Felicity exhaled in relief. Drink. Sure. Let's go. They carried a few bottles of Gotham ale to her cramped quarters. Only now did Thea realize just how much junk Felicity had installed on her laptop, dozens of games, all downloaded during the 1-hour prep window before they'd left Star City. Unbelievable. The girl's fearless. Actually, both of them were tourists here, if they were being honest. The ones fighting and bleeding were Gordon's men. Under his relentless coordination, Gotham was finally stabilizing, 1/3 of the city reclaimed. With more officers and civilians joining the effort, progress was accelerating. Give it another month, and the crisis would be over. For Thea, that meant nothing to do. She wanted to train, but in Gotham she'd already hit the local ceiling. Barbara dodged her on sight. Catwoman was missing. Robin, bound by some antiquated, no-fighting women rule, refused to spar. So here she was, playing games and drinking beer to pass the time. It was almost tragic. They played half the night, drinking until the room blurred and both finally passed out. Kill them all. Do you feel pain? Fear? Darling, help me. Who's talking? What's happening? Voices, whispers, echoed in her skull. Shapes drifted through the haze. Some she recognized, some she didn't. 2 of them, drenched in blood, looked like her mother and Malcolm. That couldn't be right. She blinked, hard, but their faces shifted again, Robert and Oliver now, their skin pale and swollen as if they'd drowned. Oliver. Impossible. That's not right. He can't be here. None of this makes sense. Her instinct screamed that something was wrong. She forced herself to breathe, recalling Lady Shiva's training, slow inhale, slow exhale, to steady her mind. But the hallucinations barely wavered. It wasn't just in her head. Even with eyes closed, she could feel shapes drifting nearby, presences brushing against her awareness. Ghosts. Am I seeing ghosts? No. This was Gotham. Something chemical. A gas. She struggled to remember, where was she, what was she doing? Bit by bit, her memories returned. With effort, she managed to move her limbs. Staggering upright, she glanced around. Felicity was lying on the floor beside her, pale and sweating. A sharp, acrid scent burned her nostrils, musk mixed with synthetic chemicals. Definitely gas. Her thoughts blurred again as the hallucinogen hit harder, painting the air in crawling shadows and phantom whispers. But even through the haze, her survival instinct blared, get out. Every breath made it worse. She couldn't stay here. With trembling hands, she dug through her bag. No time to change, just grabbed her gear, slung it on, and dragged Felicity onto her hoverboard. Binding them both down with straps, she whispered the activation command. The board shot upward like an arrow, silent and swift, until they hovered 300 meters above ground. The wind was icy, thin, but blessedly clean. The poisonous miasma clung to the streets below. Slowly, painfully, her mind began to clear. She looked around. Pitch black. No stars. No moon. Just heavy clouds pressing down over Gotham's skyline. Night already. Thea didn't linger. Steering the board away from the contaminated zone, she kept flying until the smell vanished completely. Then, descending toward a dark residential block, she spotted a deserted house. No lights. No movement. Perfect. She landed, kicked the door open, and swept the interior, empty. Inside, she splashed cold water on her face, shaking from the aftereffects but grateful to be alive. Whatever that gas was, it hit the whole district. God knows how many are still breathing it in. She turned to Felicity, who was sprawled on the hoverboard, drenched in sweat and muttering, "Don't go, please don't go." Thea dabbed a towel in cool water and wiped her face. 2 minutes later, Felicity's cheeks were flushed bright red, but not from embarrassment. The blood vessels under her skin were bursting. Thea sighed. So much for first aid. This toxin wasn't some cheap tear gas, it was sophisticated. Cold water wasn't enough. She'd need an antidote, and fast. She flexed her hands. Her body wasn't fully recovered, but at least she could move again. No time to rest. If she wanted to save Felicity, or figure out what the hell just happened, she had to go back. This time, she prepared properly, full gear, hood up, goggles on, triple-layer mask covering her face. Whether the gas worked through inhalation or skin contact, she wasn't taking chances. Locking the door behind her, she stepped outside, leapt onto the board, and shot back into the night. Straight toward the heart of Gotham's newest nightmare. Chapter 71, Rescue, Part 1. The night wind cut like blades, lashing at the bits of skin Thea hadn't covered. But she barely felt it. Her mind was consumed with questions. Who had released that gas? Were there antidotes? Were the rest of Batman's team even still alive? Where was Commissioner Gordon? Too many thoughts tangled together, tightening behind her brow until she could feel the muscle twitch. Whoever had orchestrated tonight's attack, she would find them. And she would make them pay. Hovering above the university district, she could see it clearly under the faint moonlight, the entire area drowned beneath a low, green haze. A few days ago this place had been bustling. Now it looked like a dead zone, silent, hollow, sinister. Thea descended just enough to scout the perimeter. Shapes moved below, men in heavy gear, carrying automatic rifles. Gas masks. So it spreads by inhalation. She memorized their patrol routes, she'd grab one or two for questioning on her way out. Her board glided soundlessly over their heads. No one looked up. Most people never did. Ordinary vision focused forward, not overhead, unless you had white eyes and the Sharingan, you didn't stare at ceilings for fun. She passed above them like a shadow, unseen. She didn't waste time on the outskirts, heading straight for the brightest building in the camp. The board skimmed low, almost kissing the floor as she slipped through a broken window into what looked like a lecture hall. There, front row. Commissioner Gordon, slumped in a chair, gray hair matted, beige coat streaked with grime. Next to him, that unmistakable red hair, Barbara. Both tied back to back, unconscious. Their guards were laughably careless, two of them, one near the door and one farther off. The closer one muttered curses under his breath, the other was nodding off entirely. Thea scanned the corners for traps, nothing. She backed away quietly. 2 people she could carry, but she'd need to find the others before making a move. Circling the compound, she soon found Robin. He was sprawled on the grass among dozens of civilians, limbs splayed, face twitching with nightmares. The kid looked awful, no energy, no defiance, just exhaustion and fear flickering across his sleeping features. She searched further but found no trace of Catwoman. Did she get away? She wondered, a tiny spark of hope flickering. Hopefully she's fine. Counting heads, she realized the absence was a blessing in disguise. Gordon, Barbara, Robin, herself, 4 people total. That was the upper limit of her board's lift capacity. A 5th would make flight questionable. Then she spotted something that froze her midair. Lila Michaels. What the hell was she doing here? Her presence complicated everything. Lila couldn't be left behind, not if Thea valued her future. But the math didn't work. For passengers max, someone had to be left behind. Thea hovered, jaw clenched, heart hammering. Every name meant something. Gordon was the symbol of order, Barbara the link to Batman, Lila the key to ArrowVerse. Robin. She hated that she even had to think about it. Gordon was non-negotiable. His rank alone could rally what was left of Gotham's police. He'd already reclaimed a third of the city before the gas attack. With him alive, recovery was still possible. Lila, too, was essential, Amanda Waller's deputy, future director of ArrowVerse. Saving her would secure Thea powerful allies. Besides, crossing Waller was suicide. Better to stack up some goodwill now. That left one slot. Barbara or Robin. Thea didn't like Barbara, but leaving her behind in a city crawling with psychos wasn't an option. A young, attractive woman unconscious in Gotham. That was practically a death sentence. Robin, well, Robin was. How to put it politely? He wasn't exactly Gotham's type. Too lean, too polite, too earnest. Honestly, it was a miracle Barbara ever dated him. Thea sighed, whispering toward the boy's sleeping form. Take care of yourself, kid. Not that I don't want to save you, there's just no room on the ride. Decision made, she timed the patrols again. When the nearest guard turned his back, Thea swooped low, fastened Lila to the side of her board, and sped silently back toward the lecture hall. The guards there hadn't moved. One was still muttering to himself, the other half asleep. Thea dismounted, blending into the shadows. She remembered Malcolm's training, the League of Assassins stealth discipline. This wasn't invisibility, it was patience, using light and motion to vanish in plain sight. Their radios sat on the desk beside them. One mistake, and they'd call for help. She couldn't afford that. Killing them outright was tempting, but messy. Blood spatter was hard to hide. She opted for something cleaner. Drawing 2 arrows tipped with industrial-grade tranquilizer, each dose strong enough to drop an elephant, she took aim. Thump. The first dart kissed the talkative guard's neck. He managed half a gasp before crumpling. The second guard blinked awake at the sound, just in time to see a flash of silver streak toward him. He tried to dodge, but the arrow caught his shoulder. A sharp tingle, a wave of numbness, then nothing. Both hit the floor, silent. Thea exhaled, lowering her bow. The next phase of the rescue could finally begin. Chapter 72, Rescue, Part 2. 2 arrows, 2 guards down. Thea moved fast, crouching beside their limp bodies. She yanked off their gas masks, already feeling that faint, dizzy tug in her head. The toxins were getting to her again. At best, she was running on 60% of her strength now. She studied one of the masks, grimacing. It would block the gas, yes, but it had just been peeled off someone's sweaty face. Disgusting. No time to dwell. She stuffed both masks into her pack. Maybe Felicity could analyze them later and identify the compound. She turned back to Gordon and Barbara, both tied to their chairs. The captors hadn't underestimated them. Heavy steel chains looped through padlocks, binding them tight. Her slim arms weren't built for brute strength, she couldn't break them, and the guards didn't have any keys. Every second counted. For all she knew, there were cameras somewhere in the room. She summoned her hoverboard closer and drew out the steel rescue cable coiled along its edge. It was designed to haul half a ton of weight. Perfect. Sorry about this, old man, she murmured. Looping the chain around their chairs, she fastened them together, anchoring the whole thing to the board's line. From a distance, the setup almost looked artistic, two people bundled up like oddly shaped dumplings. With a steady push, she guided the board toward the door, towing the pair behind. Lila was already strapped to one side of the board, leaving zero room. Gordon and Barbara would have to hang on. Literally. It was a terrible plan, but it was all she had. The doorway was too low. With their added bulk, the board couldn't glide out smoothly. She tried to keep the movement quiet, but the more she tried to tiptoe, the louder the universe laughed. Move. Move, someone's inside. Footsteps thundered from the hall, at least 10, maybe more. So there were cameras. No time left. Thea vaulted onto the board and hit the thrusters. The craft blasted forward, scraping the doorframe with a metallic shriek as she tore through the exit. Clangs, bumps, and thuds followed, chairs hitting walls, chains rattling, bodies bouncing behind her like poorly packed cargo. The guards outside froze for half a heartbeat, just long enough for her to punch the accelerator and shoot straight up. Muzzles flared below. Bullets snapped through the air. By the time they realized what they were seeing, Thea and her unlikely passengers were already 300 meters high. She could have climbed higher, 500, maybe more, but Gordon and Barbara were dead weight without pressurized suits. The thin air up here would already be punishing. She glanced sideways. Lila, strapped to the board's flank, stirred faintly, grimacing as the wind whipped her face. Compared to the two passengers dangling from the line below, she was practically in first class. The Gordons, meanwhile, were a mess. Blood streaked their faces. For a moment, Thea's heart jumped, but then she noticed the giant lump swelling on Barbara's forehead, and one of Gordon's shoes missing. The blood wasn't altitude sickness, it was blunt trauma from being dragged through a doorway. Thea sighed inwardly. Sorry, Commissioner. You'll live. She couldn't resist a mental jab at Barbara. Your poor father, and you can't even buy him new socks. All that time flirting with Robin, shameful. Then, an explosion flared below. A rocket-propelled grenade spiraled past, missing by meters. Great, Thea muttered. They've got toys. Dodging the shot, she knew she couldn't go back. The searchlights below swept the compound, at least 30 or 40 armed men had regrouped. They weren't trained for aerial combat, thankfully, their gunfire was wild, unfocused, but there was no chance of slipping in again for Robin. Sorry, kid, she whispered, banking away. Hang on down there. I'll come back for you. She sped toward the outskirts, skimming low over rooftops until the danger was far behind. By the time she reached the safe house, her arms were trembling from the strain. Felicity was still unconscious where she'd left her, face pale and damp with sweat. The lack of an antidote gnawed at her. She was about to head back out and grab a live prisoner when a faint groan stopped her. Lila. The woman's eyelids fluttered open. Her voice was hoarse, unsteady. Who are you? What do you want? You won't get anything from me. She tried to stand but collapsed almost immediately, arms shaking. Thea's brows lifted. Impressive. Other than herself, Lila was the first to wake naturally. Maybe it really was a matter of conditioning, decades of field work, caffeine, and microdoses of tranquilizers giving her an inhuman tolerance. Which raised another question, how had she woken up? She liked to think it was sheer willpower and superior stamina. Thea knelt beside her, steadying her shoulders. Look closely, I'm Thea Queen. We met 2 days ago. You were hit by the gas. This is a safe house I found. Lila blinked rapidly, trying to focus. Her gaze sharpened, suspicion giving way to recognition. Good. That made things easier. Easy, Thea said softly, grabbing a basin of cold water and a towel. You're safe for now. But when she tried to wipe Lila's face, the agent shoved her hand aside, took one deep breath, then plunged her entire head into the basin. Thea froze, then couldn't help a small grin. Efficient. When Lila surfaced again, water streaming down her cheeks, she looked like a different person, still pale, but alert, dangerous. Her eyes locked onto Thea, sharp and fierce. You're Thea. Last I checked. Where am I? Where are the others, my team? Thea sighed. She didn't hear a word I said. So she went through it again, everything, the gas, the raid, the rescue, the others still unconscious. That's the situation, she finished. Right now it's just you and me awake. I didn't see your people, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't recognize them. For a moment, silence. Only the steady drip of water from Lila's hair. Then the soldier's jaw tightened. Then we find them. Thea nodded. Yeah. After I figure out who the hell did this. Chapter 73, Rescue, Part 3. Lila had no energy left for Thea's half-joking tone. Even though her vision doubled and the walls swayed in her sight, she forced herself upright, one trembling hand on the peeling plaster, scanning the room with a soldier's habit. It was just a common suburban house, dusty furniture, cracked floorboards, clutter scattered everywhere. Whoever lived here had clearly left in a hurry. The more she looked, the more certain she became, this wasn't a prison. The window confirmed it, beyond was the open night sky, not a barred cell. Her tension eased a little. If you can still walk, come with me, Thea said, her own voice rough and thin. They're still unconscious, and I can't do this alone. Even speaking that much left her winded. She'd been through the gas twice now, both times fighting through close-quarters combat and hard flying. Her exposure was far worse than anyone else's. The fact that she was even standing came down to sheer willpower. Her pale face and sweat-soaked hair didn't escape Lila's notice. The ex-soldier clenched her jaw, she wasn't about to let a 16-year-old outlast her. Not after all those years living on caffeine and tranquilizers. She only nodded, though, and followed, step by step, gripping the wall for balance. They crossed into the next room. The layout was the same but slightly larger. A woman lay on the bed, flushed and sweating. Lila recognized her after a moment, Felicity Smoke, from the intel file attached to Thea's dossier. Without her glasses she looked softer, almost unrecognizable. Then Lila's gaze shifted to the two figures on the floor. The sight made her wince. Gordon and his daughter looked like they'd gone 10 rounds with a freight train. Clothes torn, faces bruised, dried blood streaking their foreheads. Lila instinctively touched her own face, checking for swelling. None. She exhaled in relief before crouching closer to inspect them. The older man was easy to identify, that outdated beige trench coat and square glasses could only belong to Commissioner Gordon. Even in this century, nobody else in Gotham dressed like a noir detective who'd missed the memo about color TV. The woman beside him, bright red hair tangled and messy, had to be his daughter. Lila's thoughts flickered wryly. Hopefully not some lover's tryst gone wrong. You have any way to wake them up? Thea asked, anxious now. Lila sighed, sliding down the wall to sit. If I did, I'd have used it on myself 10 minutes ago. She was an agent, not a medic. And right now, her head felt stuffed with cotton, awareness coming and going in waves. Then, suddenly remembering, she frowned. Wait, weren't you the one who woke me up? Thea blinked. No. You came around on your own. The girl waved a hand weakly. Trust me, if I'd done something miraculous, I'd take the credit. I've got no idea why you woke first. Lila wasn't convinced. Then how did you wake up? Thea hesitated. The truth was, she didn't really know, probably some mix of Shiva's breathing discipline, sheer stubbornness, and the enhanced stamina she'd built over months of brutal training. But explaining all that would sound like nonsense, so she only shrugged. Luck, maybe. Their exchange yielded no solutions. The others still lay motionless, breath shallow but steady. The air felt heavy with failure. Thea's shoulders drooped. If we can't fix this ourselves, we'll need outside help. Can you call in your people? That, at least, got a reaction. Lila straightened slightly. She did have people, and rank high enough to demand immediate response. If ARGUS couldn't extract one of their own at this level, they might as well dissolve. Without hesitation, she pulled a secure phone from her pocket. Give me a minute. Thea stepped back to the window, giving her privacy. She had no interest in overhearing government passcodes. Cool night air rushed in, sweeping through the stale room. 5 bodies breathing in one confined space, plus sweat, blood, and the faint tang of gas still clinging to their clothes, made for a nauseating stench. Lila's voice, low but firm, carried through anyway. Director Waller, this is Michaels. Situation compromised. I'm injured and immobile. Triangulate my signal and send extraction immediately. Thea's brows rose. Amanda Waller herself. That explained a lot, only someone with serious clout called the director directly. Hopefully the rescue team would be just as efficient. Minutes later, Lila ended the call, exhaling shakily. They're coming. Won't be long. She looked a little steadier now, her soldier's poise returning. Just hold out a bit longer. It wasn't clear whether she was encouraging Thea or convincing herself. The wait wasn't long. Engines purred outside, followed by the crisp rhythm of synchronized footsteps. Within minutes, 4 men in black suits and mirrored sunglasses entered the doorway. Professional, silent, efficient, unmistakably ArrowVerse. The leader stepped forward, flashed credentials, and handed them to Lila for verification. She scanned them, nodded once, and issued quick orders. Take these 3 first. I can walk. Yes, ma'am. The men moved instantly. Felicity was the easiest, limp as a rag doll, wrapped quickly in a sheet and hoisted up like cargo. One of the agents muttered, dead weight, before catching himself and adding, ma'am. Thea almost laughed despite herself. If only you knew. The rescue had begun, at last, they were getting out. Chapter 74, Rescue, Part 4. When the agents moved to load the Gordons for transport, they hit an unexpected snag. The criminals, apparently aware of the father-daughter pair's importance, had tied them up extremely well, then Thea, in her panic, had retied the pair crosswise with her own chain for extra security. After the violent flight through the air, the overlapping chains had twisted together into a steel knot so dense it looked like modern art. The ArrowVerse team stared in silence. They didn't understand why the kidnappers would bind their captives in such avant-garde fashion. Thankfully, they weren't the talkative kind. No one asked questions, and Thea wasn't about to volunteer an explanation. She'd already decided that, should anyone ask, this was exactly how the enemy had done it. And may the gods strike me down if I'm lying, she thought grimly. Even so, letting the men simply lift the Gordons like sacks of potatoes would look bad, especially with Lila, a high-ranking officer, watching. A rescue was one thing, reputation was another. If they didn't look competent now, when would they? The lead agent gave a subtle hand signal. 2 men trotted out and returned moments later with a full arsenal of tools, saws, cutters, even a small welding torch. For the next 30 minutes, the house echoed with the grinding of steel and the occasional spark. When the last ring finally snapped apart, Gordon himself stirred. Years of being kidnapped, drugged, and tied up by Gotham's colorful rogues gallery had apparently built up a mild resistance to just about everything, even tranquilizers. Still, age had dulled him, it had taken this long for his system to flush out the gas. When he opened his eyes to see 4 men in black with power tools hovering over him, he didn't even flinch, just barked hoarsely. Don't touch my daughter. Take me instead. The agents froze, glancing at one another. Lila stepped forward quickly, explaining in calm, clipped tones who they were. But Gordon's expression remained wary. After all, it would take government-grade resources to deploy a gas that could knock out an entire campus. And who had government-grade resources? Exactly. He eyed Lila with the look of a man who'd seen too much to trust easily. Lila could only sigh. So this is karma, she thought, remembering her own suspicion of Thea after waking. Maybe paranoia really is contagious. Trying to smooth things over, she pulled Thea to her side. She's the one who got you out. Ask her yourself. Gordon's gaze softened. Miss Queen. I don't even know how to thank you. You saved us. Thea smiled awkwardly, waving off the gratitude. All in a night's work. His words, though, hit Lila harder than expected. Seriously? She thought. I vouch for us, and he looks ready to call me the villain, but she says 3 sentences and he's all gratitude. If even Gotham's top cop didn't trust the government anymore, ArrowVerse might as well hang up its badge. Lila made a mental note, recommend to Director Waller, urgent PR overhaul needed. 2 vehicles rolled up outside. Thea, mostly recovered by now, declined the ride and took to the air on her hoverboard, gliding low behind them. It was Lila's first time seeing the board up close. She'd heard of it, of course, the experimental Queen hover platform, but the real thing was dazzling. It wasn't even the engineering that impressed her, it was the design logic. Could something like this be mass-produced for field ops? She doubted it. The cost alone would bankrupt their logistics division. Still, it was tempting. Half an hour later, the convoy reached a gated cluster of villas on Gotham's outskirts, quiet, heavily guarded, and clearly off-limits to civilians. This is our local safe house, Lila said, regaining her usual composure as they approached. She could walk almost normally again, no longer hugging walls for balance. Gordon moved slower, leaning on a cane one of the agents had found for him, but insisted on walking under his own power. Inside, medical staff were already waiting. They examined the 2 unconscious women, Felicity and Barbara, and confirmed that their vital signs were stable. They'll wake soon, the lead medic said carefully, though we can't estimate exactly when. Without knowing the chemical compound, we can't accelerate recovery safely. The 3 conscious members, Thea, Lila, and Gordon, had blood drawn for analysis as well. Until the lab results came in, no one dared administer anything beyond 4 fluids. Just as they were about to disperse, Thea reached into her pack and produced the 2 gas masks she'd taken earlier. These were on the guards, she said. Might not be standard issue, I think they were customized for the toxin. You should test them. Lila didn't hesitate. Get those analyzed, now. The technicians scrambled to obey. She was still seething inside. This whole mission had turned into a farce, and she still didn't even know what the mission was supposed to be. All she wanted now was to find whoever had unleashed that gas and put 2 bullets through their kneecaps. After issuing a few more orders, she excused herself, leaving Thea and Gordon to watch over the sleepers. Felicity, by all logic, should have woken first. She'd inhaled the least. But when the doctors mentioned that recovery varied with physical condition, Thea nearly snorted. Physical condition. She thinks sitting at a computer 18 hours a day counts as cardio. Barbara, on the other hand, did train regularly, but she'd breathed in more of the toxin and then taken a bonus concussion from that unfortunate hang-on-to the hoverboard ride. The swelling on her forehead still looked spectacular. The medics had eyed the bruise oddly, whispering among themselves before deciding it must have been inflicted by the kidnapper's brutality. Thea hadn't bothered correcting them. Just as she was about to suggest a betting pool on which of the two would wake first, movement on the cot made her sit upright. Felicity groaned softly, lashes fluttering. "Ha," Thea muttered under her breath. "Knew it. Star City stock never lets you down." Chapter 75, ArrowVerse takes notice. Awake was perhaps too generous a word. Felicity hovered somewhere between sleep and consciousness, murmuring fragments of dreams. "Dad. Mom, don't go." Under Commissioner Gordon's anxious stare, Barbara stirred less than half a minute later, blinking weakly back to life. Relief washed over the old man like a tide. Barbara's recovery was quicker once she woke. Her constitution, after all, was far stronger than Felicity's. The only reason she'd regained consciousness later was because she'd inhaled far more of the gas, and because a certain someone had dragged her halfway across the city like luggage. Her head still throbbed. Medical staff rushed in, injecting restorative fluids and mild anti-inflammatories. The pharmacology team had determined that, while most drugs might interact unpredictably with the toxin, basic antibiotics and metabolism boosters were safe, especially for Barbara's bruised forehead. That swelling looked ready to make her unrecognizable if left untreated. Within minutes, Barbara's breathing evened out. Her vision cleared enough to make out the familiar outline of her father. Felicity, though, remained limp and pale, caught in a fog between waking and unconsciousness. Still, consciousness, even partial, was progress. Thea exhaled in relief. These medics were clearly better at reviving people than her previous methods of cold water and slap therapy. "Dad, where are we?" Barbara's voice was soft, disoriented, as her gaze darted around the unfamiliar room. Gordon didn't know much more than she did. He'd been carted here while half unconscious himself. But seeing his daughter's worried eyes, he managed a reassuring tone. "This is a secure facility. You're safe now." "Where's Robin?" she asked suddenly, scanning the room again. Her pulse quickened. The commissioner froze, realization dawning. Robin. He wasn't here. Gordon turned toward Thea, silently asking the question. Thea met his eyes, hesitated, and then shook her head. "Robin's still back at the university," Gordon said quietly after a moment. "We'll go for him soon." He wasn't angry. In truth, he'd never fully warmed to the boy. The kid was competent enough, but every father harbors that instinctive irritation toward a daughter's boyfriend. A little tough love wouldn't hurt him. Barbara, however, had no such detachment. The words "still back there" hit her like a punch. She didn't even pause to ask who'd saved her. Panic and guilt flooded in at once. Her lips trembled. "Robin." Then, overwhelmed, she fainted again. "Barbara. Barbara, wake up. Stay with me." Gordon clutched her shoulders like a man in a melodrama, shouting as if his daughter were dying instead of fainting. Thea watched the scene with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "She's fine, old man. Overacting much." Satisfied that both women were alive, she slipped out quietly, heading toward the lab. She needed to know if the toxin analysis was finished. If they'd identified the compound, maybe they could start formulating an antidote, and then she could finally return for Robin, and maybe find Catwoman wherever she'd vanished to. Meanwhile, in a sealed comms chamber deeper in the facility, Lila stood at attention. A screen flickered to life, revealing the unmistakable stern face of Amanda Waller. "Lila. You've recovered quickly," Waller observed. "Thank you, ma'am." No small talk. Both women preferred it that way. Lila raised a folder. "This is the blood work from myself, Thea Queen, and Commissioner Gordon. All 3 samples show toxin saturation well beyond safe human tolerance. Gordon and I inhaled similar amounts, but only I've been trained for such exposure. The surprising part is Thea, her exposure levels were much higher than ours." Amanda's brows lifted slightly. "Are you suggesting she's enhanced?" "On the contrary," Lila replied. Her physiology is completely normal. Every parameter, blood cells, proteins, tissue integrity, all within human range. The only explanation is her sheer mental endurance. She withstood the poisoning, fought through it, and managed to extract 3 hostages. If it had been me, I'd have been down in minutes. Waller nodded slowly. Agents weren't prone to exaggeration, they knew exactly where their limits lay. Lila's words carried weight. People like that exist, Amanda mused. Strong will, impossible resilience. They're rare, but not unheard of. Batman, for instance, he's taken enough hallucinogens and nerve toxins to kill a horse, and he still crawls out of the wreckage every time. As she spoke, she found herself comparing the two. Bruce Wayne and Thea Queen, different cities, same pattern. Both brilliant, both born into wealth. Both orphaned into chaos. 2 sides of the same coin, one forged in the shadows of Gotham, the other beneath the brighter lights of Star City. Maybe being rich really does breed superheroes, she thought darkly. Money, trauma, and a superiority complex, the Holy Trinity. Out loud, she asked, your assessment, Michaels. Does she fit our parameters? Yes, Lila said firmly. More than Batman does, honestly. She's level-headed, cooperative, she could make an excellent ArrowVerse partner. I see. Amanda ended the call without another word. She leaned back in her chair, flipping through another folder already on her desk. Moira Queen. The candidate had officially filed for Star City's mayoral race, early polling showed her comfortably leading. Normally, Amanda would have dismissed campaign fluff about revitalizing employment and new economic growth as empty slogans. But now that Thea Queen was involved, the picture had changed. If Moira won, she'd enter the federal spotlight, and ArrowVerse, as a secret government arm, would gain a natural ally. Mother in politics. Daughter in the field. A perfect bridge between legitimacy and power. Compared to Gotham's unstable vigilante, the pragmatic, politically connected Queens looked far more reliable. Amanda's lips curved in a faint smile. Yes, she thought. The government doesn't need another Batman. It needs a Queen. Chapter 76, ArrowVerse's interest. After reviewing Lila's report and conducting her own analysis, Amanda Waller finally made her decision. She opened the classified file labeled Potential Strategic Assets, Metahuman and Enhanced Operatives, and, directly beneath Bruce Wayne's name, she added a new one. Thea Queen. ArrowVerse, officially the Advanced Research Group for Uniting Superhumans, had always claimed to act for the safety of humanity as a whole. In reality, it was a sprawling intelligence network born from military paranoia, founded decades ago by Air Force Colonel Steve Trevor. At first, the organization worked closely with Wonder Woman, its purpose noble and transparent. But as years passed, and as Trevor's alliance with the Amazons grew politically inconvenient, the agency's scope expanded, drawing both government suspicion and corporate hostility. That was when Amanda Waller, cunning, ruthless, and perfectly pragmatic, entered the upper ranks. She used bureaucratic maneuvering and national security rhetoric to siphon resources away from Trevor, building her own faction within ArrowVerse. Officially, Trevor remained its commander. In practice, Waller had become its true power broker. With no wealthy backers, no family connections, and no superhuman ability of her own, Waller had survived, and risen, through sheer intellect and an iron will. But to climb higher, she needed results. She needed achievements that would cement her authority and justify her taking full control of ArrowVerse. That was the origin of her next idea: use villains to do the government's dirty work. Some missions were too dangerous, too politically sensitive, or too ethically gray for ordinary agents. So why not send convicted killers, people with nothing to lose, under the leash of state control? Yet Waller knew criminals only bowed to greater fear. To keep them in check, she needed respected heroes to serve as moral and tactical counterweights. Originally, Batman had been her ideal choice, competent, efficient, terrifying when necessary. But he was also unpredictable, disdainful of authority, and increasingly unstable. Now, however, Thea Queen had entered the picture. Batman had experience. Thea had leverage. She was young and unseasoned, but loyal, bound by her mother's political ties. Moira Queen's upcoming mayoral campaign all but guaranteed Thea's alignment with the government's side. Waller could trust her not to rebel, not when her family's public image was at stake. Between a seasoned but volatile vigilante and a promising, controllable prodigy, the choice was complicated. For now, Waller would watch and wait. Outside the command room, Lila Michaels exhaled into the cold night air. She could guess what Waller was planning. Her report on Thea, honest though it was, might have just changed the girl's entire future. Whether for better or worse, time would tell. She had simply done her duty: observe, assess, and report. A young agent approached from the shadows. "Ma'am, the other two have regained consciousness." "Understood," Lila replied. After a pause, she added, "I'll check on them." But as she approached the door, she heard raised voices inside. "Dad, Robin's still out there. Don't you realize how dangerous it is? That Star City girl should have saved him, not that random woman. If Robin were here, we'd already have gone back to rescue everyone." Barbara's tone was sharp, edged with frustration and exhaustion. The Star City girl, she mentioned, of course, was Thea Queen, her actual rescuer. Gordon rubbed his temples, letting her vent. He didn't see any problem with how the rescue had gone. Lila's presence had made the operation legitimate, and as for Robin, well, sentiment aside, one teenager with martial arts training wasn't going to turn the tide against an armed encampment. If anything, they were lucky Thea had gotten anyone out alive. But he said nothing. Better to let Barbara calm down on her own. Lila, however, wasn't so restrained. At first she didn't understand who the unknown woman was. Then realization hit, Barbara meant her. Her jaw clenched. "So that's what you think? Saving me was a mistake? That your boyfriend's life mattered more than mine?" A slow, dangerous smile curved her lips. "Fine, little redhead. Let's see how long that attitude lasts when your future depends on my pen." When she finally entered the room, Lila's face was perfectly calm, polite, even warm. She offered the Gordons a few comforting words, asked perfunctory questions, then excused herself with a courteous smile. Back in her quarters, she opened her laptop and began typing up a new report, Behavioral Assessment, Gotham Vigilante Network. When she reached Barbara Gordon, she let out a quiet snort. No, she wouldn't sabotage her outright. That would be too obvious. Instead, she painted a picture in faintly glowing tones, the kind that looked good on paper but fatal in practice. Compassionate. Idealistic. Always ready to volunteer. Possesses a strong sense of justice and a willingness to sacrifice for others. All positive traits, unless your superior was Amanda Waller, who read idealism as reckless liability and self-sacrifice as expendable. When missions called for someone to charge headlong into danger, this file would make sure Barbara Gordon's name was at the top of the list. Lila was still chewing her pen cap, trying to stretch the report to the required 500 words, when a knock came at her door. "Ma'am," a young agent said, breathless with excitement, "Miss Queen has returned." Returned? Lila frowned. "When did she leave?" The boy hesitated. "Not sure, ma'am. But she's in the interrogation room now." "The interrogation room?" "Yes, ma'am. She brought back a live prisoner." For a moment Lila just stared. Then she let out a long whistle. 20 minutes. 20 minutes since I last saw her, and she's already captured someone. What kind of whirlwind was this girl? She straightened her jacket, muttering under her breath. "All right, Thea Queen. Let's see what kind of storm you've kicked up this time." In truth, Thea's storm had been anything but easy. Before leaving, she'd borrowed what ARGUS technicians swore was their most advanced, broad-spectrum antitoxin respirator, not perfect, but better than nothing. Yet the moment she approached the enemy camp, she realized tonight would be different. Floodlights blazed across the perimeter, bright as noon. The patrolling thugs, necks craned toward the sky, swept the area with rifles and flashlights. She hadn't even crossed the final half-kilometer before someone spotted her. Chapter 77, The Truth Serum. Well now, once was chance, twice was tolerance. But 3 times? That was just asking for it. The first time Thea had flown near their camp, the thugs had dismissed her as a curiosity. The second time, they decided she wasn't worth the trouble and let her go. But when she returned a third time, even the most patient of crooks had their limits. They weren't all brain-dead goons, either. Among the mob were a few self-styled geniuses, ex-military, ex-engineers, men who fancied themselves tactical masterminds. Within an hour, they had reinforced the perimeter, tightened guard rotations, turned on every floodlight in the compound, and even rigged up a few portable radars. So the moment Thea's board sliced through the clouds above them, she was spotted. But she didn't panic. Not even close. At an altitude of over 200 meters, she looked down at the scurrying figures below as if watching ants on pavement. Her bow was useless from this range, and throwing explosives was out of the question. She wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, but blowing up a few hundred hostages would probably get her a red flag in every database on Earth. Down below, the gangsters were equally helpless. Gotham's underworld wasn't exactly known for its access to high-tech anti-aircraft weaponry. Most of the city's funding went into mental health initiatives, or, as the locals called it, rehabilitating lunatics. A rocket launcher was a luxury item here. Heat-seeking missiles. Forget it. All they could do was shake their rifles and fire blindly into the night sky, shouting obscenities that vanished into the wind. Some tried something cleverer, pressing gun barrels to hostages' heads and yelling through megaphones. "Come down, or we start shooting." Thea only rolled her eyes. You've watched too many movies. I'm not your friendly neighborhood hero, idiots, she muttered to herself. You shoot them, you shoot them. I don't even know these people. Hell, if you off Robin, I'll give you 30 seconds of silence and call it a night. She continued circling lazily above them, studying the layout. The camp was chaos, a rabble of tattooed, pierced, leather-clad men. No uniforms, no structure, but strangely good equipment. Every one of them wore crisp U.S. military fatigues, which immediately raised her suspicion. Had they robbed a federal armory? Or hijacked a National Guard convoy? Still, she saw no one important. Not a single lieutenant, no recognizable leader, just faceless cannon fodder. Where Robin had been last seen, the area was now empty except for a few hostages being corralled together. Thea sighed. Sorry, kid. I tried. May whatever God you believe in handle the rest. She was about to turn back when she spotted movement at the camp's edge, a lone figure wandering toward the trees, fumbling with his belt. Really? In the middle of a crisis? Her first thought, bait. Sure enough, a quick sweep through her infrared goggles revealed nearly 10 heat signatures crouched nearby, perfectly still. A poorly hidden ambush. She smirked. How thoughtful of you to send me a souvenir. Her hoverboard had yet to show its full speed tonight. The thugs below, having only seen her drift earlier, probably assumed it moved no faster than a car. That miscalculation was about to cost them dearly. Thea angled upward, looping silently around the perimeter. Then, in one fluid motion, she dove. The board roared, climbing past 300 kilometers per hour. Below, the ambushers crouched, waiting for her silhouette to pass overhead so they could spring their trap. Instead, she came from the opposite direction. Two of them panicked and bolted from cover, clutching their rifles. They froze halfway through the motion, realizing they had no idea what to do next. Their comrades hissed, "Get back! Get back!" Too late. Thea was already on top of them. Her board, originally a modified rescue device, carried two retractable steel cables under each wing. One had been used earlier to drag the Gordons to safety, the other was still intact. She fired it now. The chain snapped forward, ending in a spike of gleaming alloy. It wasn't her design, it came standard on the board's prototype, but it was built to pierce rock, not flesh. Once embedded, 3 clawed anchors automatically deployed to ensure the line never slipped. The decoy, still struggling to decide whether to zip his pants or draw his weapon, barely saw a blur before the spike buried itself in his shoulder with a wet thunk. He had just enough time to twitch before blacking out completely. Yup, Thea muttered as she looped the chain around, definitely not as sturdy as a boulder. Within seconds she was airborne again, dragging the limp captive behind her as the stunned gunman shouted and fired wildly into the trees. To avoid leading them back to ArrowVerse's hideout, Thea took the long route, looping halfway across Gotham before finally descending toward the safe house. When she touched down, agents rushed out, their faces a mix of awe and horror. She yanked off her mask and tossed the unconscious man onto the floor with a dull thud. Here, she said curtly. One live prisoner. See if you can make him talk. The man was a wreck. Half his body was crimson with frozen blood, the other half pale from shock. Only the freezing night air, and the thin layer of ice sealing his wounds, had kept him alive at all. Lila entered moments later. She'd seen worse. Much worse. Still, she didn't waste time gawking. Get the medics in. Hit him with adrenaline, max dose. I want him conscious within 2 minutes. If he dies afterward, I don't care, I want answers now. Thea folded her arms, silently watching. She was furious, not at the prisoner specifically, but at whoever had orchestrated the entire attack. She'd nearly been gassed, half her friends poisoned, and all for what? Her eyes narrowed. Someone is going to pay for this. The man's eyelids fluttered. He moaned weakly. Bring the sodium thiopental, Lila ordered coldly. 2 pounds worth. The agents exchanged glances. That was a lot. Lila didn't blink. You heard me. We'll use the truth serum. I want every secret he's got before he stops breathing. Even Thea winced slightly. She'd seen interrogations before, but with Lila in charge, this one was about to get very unpleasant. Chapter 78, The Scarecrow Must Die. The prisoner hadn't even regained consciousness when Gordon and his daughter arrived, with Felicity trailing behind them, moving as slowly as snails. It wasn't that they didn't want to hurry, they simply didn't have the strength left. Hey, you alive? Thea leaned down and gave Felicity's cheek a light pat. I'm fine, Felicity mumbled, touching her face with both hands. But my face hurts. Why would those thugs hit me there? Her wide eyes were full of innocent confusion. Thea glanced sidelong at her, trying to keep a straight face. The swelling was obvious, faintly red and round. The truth, of course, was that she'd rubbed the poor girl's face raw while trying to wake her up earlier. But that was not something she planned to confess. Rapid head shake. No idea. When I found you, you already looked like that. Anyway, here. She pulled a small tin of salve from her pack, an old concoction given to her by Lady Shiva, and tossed it over. It's good for bruises. Should help. Turning, she caught sight of Barbara's profile, and the massive lump on the woman's forehead. From a distance, it looked like a golden horn sprouting from her skull. Right. That one was her fault too. Feeling a stab of guilt, she lobbed another tin across the room. Yours. Swelling'll go down fast. Barbara, who had been quietly listening, caught the tin in surprise. She wasn't fond of Thea, but etiquette was etiquette, the woman had saved her life. Thank you, she said politely, then hesitated. And, thank you for rescuing us. Did you go back to the campus again? Did you see Robin? Thea sighed. No. Security's too tight. I couldn't get close. Sorry. The apology sounded sincere enough, though even she knew it was half formality. No one blamed her, not Gordon, not Barbara. She'd gone out there 3 separate times in one night, without backup or protective gear. Barbara, who had spent that same night tied to a chair, wasn't exactly in a position to judge. When Barbara fell silent, Thea turned away and addressed Felicity instead. Can your drone still fly? I haven't seen Catwoman, find her. Felicity hesitated, then forced a nervous laugh. Catwoman. She's outside the city. I'll call her right now. Her brain was still foggy, and the lie came out clumsy. She fumbled for her phone. Thea frowned. When did those two get so close? The idea of Gotham's prowling thief bonding with Star City's most introverted tech girl made no sense. Still, now wasn't the time. Get her back here, she said shortly. We need everyone. Now. Her patience was gone. She'd had enough of reacting, it was time to strike back. Whatever moral hierarchy existed, whoever normally gave the orders, none of it mattered anymore. Someone had turned Gotham into a madhouse under her watch, and she intended to end it, personally. Commissioner Gordon, she said, her tone all business. How many officers can you still mobilize? I need them ready to move within 30 minutes. You're going back out there? Gordon's eyes widened. That's suicide. You've been out 3 times tonight. Thea didn't blink. The old man sighed, rubbing his temples. But her determination was infectious, and as a Gotham native, he couldn't bear the thought of letting an outsider fight harder for his city than he did. Maybe 20 men, he said finally. Good enough. Coordinate with Felicity from here. Have them move on the campus perimeter when I give the signal. She turned to the redhead next. Barbara, 20 minutes to rest, then suit up. We're taking them back. Felicity, once you reach Catwoman, tell her to head straight here. She spun toward Lila, hesitated for a beat, then gave a half grin. And you, Agent Michaels? I'm coming with you, Lila interrupted crisply. 5 agents, full gear. I can also call in an attack chopper for support, but with that many civilians, it'll be deterrence only. No missiles. Perfect. No one objected. They were all used to following Batman's lead, following someone else's orders came naturally. And Thea had more than earned it, she'd saved them, risked her life multiple times, and proved she could lead. Barbara just wanted Robin back. At this point, she'd have followed anyone. Still unsteady, she pushed herself upright and went to change. Her costume was long gone, so she settled for a whip and a mask, improvised, but it would have to do. Thea and Gordon bent over a hastily drawn map, discussing entry points and field of fire. Lila joined them midway, adjusting logistics. Out of 10 functioning respirators, only 5 were the high-grade antitoxin models. The rest were older types, untested, unreliable. That meant only the supers could risk the front lines. The police would have to hold the perimeter and provide covering fire. It wasn't ideal, it never was. This world always came back to the same truth: when things got bad, it was the heroes who had to do the heavy lifting. Thea tried not to dwell on it. Fine. I'll play the tank. As if to confirm her resolve, a breathless agent hurried in. Ma'am, we've got it. The prisoner talked. The attack was orchestrated by Scarecrow. It was his fear toxin that hit the campus. Thea froze. Then her lips peeled back in something between a smile and a snarl. Scarecrow. That second-rate, straw-stuffed hack had been the one to gas her, knock out an entire campus, and make a fool of her team. Fury burned cold in her chest. I went in fully armed, ready to fight monsters, and got blindsided by a back-alley chemist in a burlap sack. Her eyes flashed, and the agent instinctively stepped back from the sheer intensity in her stare. He also said, the men continued, voice trembling slightly, they plan to move all the hostages by dawn. He doesn't know where. Then we move now. She turned sharply. Barbara, how's your strength? The redhead straightened, swaying slightly but defiant. Enough to fight. Good. Gear up. We're going to finish this. She didn't say the rest out loud, but every word pulsed behind her eyes. Scarecrow dies tonight. Chapter 79, The Pursuit. Barbara could only grit her teeth. One look at Thea's expression and she knew there was no room for debate. Whether it was for justice or simply for Robin, she had no choice but to go. She stomped her foot, her legs still weak, but at least firmer than noodles now, and tried not to think about whether she'd make it back alive. For a moment, she even considered saying goodbye to her father, maybe leaving a few last words, just in case. What's going on? Why'd you drag me back so fast? Catwoman's arrival was nothing short of salvation. Even Barbara's anxious heart steadied a little. Maybe there really was a god watching over them tonight. Her mood lifted just enough that even her usual irritation towards Selina quietly faded. Thea didn't have time to explain. She was hunched over a map with Gordon, redistributing the police units for support. She gestured for Barbara to fill her in. Barbara gave it her best shot, which wasn't saying much. After all, she'd spent the whole night tied to a chair and could only piece together the story from fragments and guesses. Still, she managed to summarize enough for Selina to understand. Scarecrow. Catwoman's brow arched. The name was all too familiar. That twisted psychopath had been Gotham's plague for years. And now he'd gassed an entire campus. When she heard even Robin had been taken, her expression darkened. The world's really gone mad, she thought. If they unmask him, he's finished. He's not Batman, he doesn't get to survive torture and come back swinging. After a pause, Catwoman uncoiled her whip and handed it to Barbara. I fight fine without it. You'll need it more than I do. Barbara took it and gave it a few experimental cracks. It felt right, the balance, the weight. Bruce's equipment really was first-rate. And somehow, having it in hand gave her a little more courage than any pep talk could. Thea joined them, holding out a pair of respirators. Put these on when we reach the camp. The three of us will take point and neutralize the main threat. ArrowVerse will clean up whatever's left, and the cops focus on extracting the hostages. Everyone clear. She swept her gaze across the group. No one objected. Then move out. Thea climbed into one of the ArrowVerse vehicles, the door slamming shut behind her. This time, she didn't take the hoverboard directly, she simply guided it mentally to follow the convoy from above. Charging in solo again would be reckless, especially without knowing if backup was in position. She needed to conserve her strength. In the next car, Barbara and Catwoman sat side by side, both silent, both trying to recover whatever stamina they could. Watching Thea, still upright, still planning, still commanding, filled them with a grudging mix of respect and disbelief. The woman had been running non-stop since dusk. Stop the convoy, Thea ordered once the camp's floodlights came into view on the horizon. Felicity, get the drone feed up. The vehicles braked to a halt about a kilometer from the perimeter. Inside Lila's command truck, the live feed flickered to life, shaky at first, then clear. They're moving the hostages, Catwoman said immediately, her tone tight. We can't wait any longer. Indeed, after a night of harassment, Scarecrow's men had finally decided to retreat. On the screens, dozens of figures in black hoods shuffled about, corralling unconscious civilians toward a line of trucks. There were maybe 40, 50 armed men, some in tattered tactical gear, others in stolen US fatigues. They weren't taking everyone. Only the strong and the young, fit men and women. Where's Robin? Barbara pressed forward, eyes darting across the footage. Do you see him? Is he okay? Thea bit her tongue to stop a sarcastic reply. They're selecting by body type, not shooting people. Relax, your boy's too skinny to make the cut. Out loud, she kept her tone calm. We'll find him. Felicity's tracking the trucks. Once we've got their route, I'll intercept. As long as it's not a mass execution, I'll handle it. Felicity's voice came through the comms, breathless. Got it. 3 trucks, all loaded with civilians. They've already left the main camp. Too many people to confirm faces, I can't tell if Robin's among them. Even pale and dizzy, the tech girl was all focus. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, hijacking a foreign satellite feed in less than a minute. The ArrowVerse agents exchanged uneasy looks. Hacking government satellites in front of government agents, Bold didn't even begin to cover it. Lila pretended not to notice. She'd learned it was safer that way. Thea adjusted her gear and nodded. I'll handle the trucks. The rest of you stick to plan, Lila, have your helicopter draw their fire from the front." She slung her quiver higher on her shoulder, grabbed a compact submachine gun from one of the agents, and stepped out into the pale pre-dawn light. Catwoman and Barbara followed, both armed to the teeth. Whatever Batman's old rules were, they didn't apply here anymore. Overhead, the thundering whir of rotors cut through the silence, the ARGUS gunship sweeping toward the camp. "I'm moving out," Thea said, glancing back. "Be careful," Barbara called after her, an unexpected show of warmth. Thea smiled faintly and kicked off. The board rose under her feet, and in seconds she was gone, a silver streak racing toward the open highway. Dawn was creeping up the horizon. The world below was turning gray-blue, the air sharp and cold. Thea was exhausted, bone-deep exhausted. Gotham had tested her patience and her body in ways she'd never imagined. How the hell has Batman done this for years without going insane? She wondered bitterly. The growing daylight made things easier, though. From above, she could clearly see the stretch of road snaking through the outskirts, and the 3 trucks rumbling down it. They weren't subtle. A few guards sat on the tailgates, guns slung over their shoulders. When one of them looked up and pointed, she knew she'd been spotted. Moments later, the entire convoy was buzzing with panic. Even from this height, Thea could tell what they were saying, "It's her again." A few of them rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. But no, there she was, glinting in the morning light. They scrambled for weapons. Pistols, rifles, whatever they had. And soon, the morning air echoed with the futile crack-crack-crack of gunfire as the thugs fired upward at the streaking figure overhead. Thea smiled grimly. "Fine," she murmured, eyes narrowing. "You want to dance? Let's dance." Chapter 80, Public Spirit. Thea completely ignored the gunfire rattling up at her. Instead, she pushed her board faster, streaking past the line of trucks until she vanished from the gunman's sight altogether. Had she given up? Of course not. They were still close to the university district, plenty of roads, gas stations, and junctions to choose from. She just needed the perfect choke point, somewhere narrow enough to stop all 3 trucks at once. A gas station. No good, one stray bullet, and the whole block would go up. A 4-way intersection. Worse. She could block 1 truck, sure, but the other 2 would scatter. What was she supposed to do, clone herself? She kept scanning, mind racing, until something caught her eye. A few blocks ahead, the 4-lane road suddenly narrowed, half of it barricaded by a pile of burnt-out cars and debris. She didn't need to guess. Only Gotham's finest degenerates would build a makeshift toll booth like that. A perfect ambush, she thought, grinning. And for once, it's not mine. Hovering higher, she watched as the convoy approached, the 3 trucks rumbling down the road in a loose formation. "These idiots," she muttered under her breath. Charging into a blocked street without even sending a scout. Natural selection's coming for you. To be fair, she was underestimating them. Scarecrow wasn't an amateur, he'd ordered a recon earlier. It was his men who had dropped the ball, exhausted from an entire night of chaos and terror, none of them had bothered to report back. Now, the lead driver was a bundle of nerves, his hands shaking on the wheel. He knew what happened to drivers in movies, they were always the first to die. His foot kept twitching between the gas and brake pedals, speeding up, slowing down, speeding up again. Behind him, the other gunmen were tense, rifles in hand, eyes darting at every shadow. And then, out of nowhere, a ragged man with a filthy beard stepped into the middle of the road, waving his arms. "Stop right there," he bellowed, voice hoarse and mean. The driver froze. Who the hell was this? He leaned forward for a better look. The guy's face was black with grime, his teeth yellow as corn, his hair matted into ropes. He looked like every homeless addict Gotham had ever produced. This isn't the flying one, the driver thought, bewildered. Who sends a bum to stop a convoy? He hesitated, more confused than afraid, and cracked the window. "What do you want?" The bum didn't answer. He just shoved 2 fingers into his mouth and blew a long, shrill whistle. From the alleys and rooftops, 20 more figures poured out, men, women, even a few teenagers, all dressed like rejects from a thrift store. Some had pistols. Most had pipes, bats, or crowbars. The bearded man raised his shotgun and fired once into the air. Boom. "Hand over half of what's in those trucks," he shouted. "Do it, and maybe we let you go." Hidden behind a tree a few hundred meters away, Thea nearly laughed out loud. And they call Gotham citizens hopeless. Look at these people, brave, spontaneous, civic-minded. Coming to help me for free, no less. Absolute angels. But for the convoy, it was pure panic. The lead driver wasn't stupid, he recognized local scavengers when he saw them. These weren't Scarecrow's men, just the city's bottom feeders, trying to make a living off the chaos. Poorly armed, disorganized, no training to speak of. Against his dozen soldiers, they were toddlers. He actually smirked. That tiny curl of arrogance didn't go unnoticed. The bearded bandit had sharp eyes, he saw the sneer and felt his blood boil. Mock me, huh? Let's see you mock this. He pumped his shotgun and blasted the side mirror clean off. Didn't you hear me? He roared. Out of the truck, now. That was it. The gunmen inside had been on edge all night, dragged from one crisis to the next. They were exhausted, jumpy, itching for a target. The shotgun blast was all it took to snap the last thread of restraint. The driver snatched up his radio. Everyone out. Teach these rats a lesson. Within seconds, doors flew open. 3 trucks. 12 armed men. Helmets, body armor, rifles. They fanned out in practiced formation, ducking behind bumpers and concrete, their movements crisp and disciplined, a level above Gotham's usual rabble. Even the beard froze mid-breath. His confidence evaporated. Oh hell, he thought. They're soldiers, real ones. He'd wanted pocket change, not a war. But it was too late. Ready, a voice barked from the convoy. Thea tensed, eyes narrowing from her perch above. For a split second, she was as stunned as the bandits, she hadn't realized Scarecrow's people were this well equipped. The command reached its second syllable, fire. And that's when she released her arrow. A single shot, perfectly timed, whistled through the dawn air and buried itself in the pavement between the two groups. Thunk. A deep hum rolled out, low and powerful, VMMM. Then came the snap. One by one, rifles, pistols, and shotguns wrenched themselves from their owners' hands, slamming toward the arrow's magnetized core. Metal screamed as it twisted and collided, sparks lighting up the street. Within 10 seconds, silence fell. Every gun, every single one, hung fused around the arrowhead in a tangled hunk of smoking steel. Both sides stared at their empty hands. The thugs, the bandits, everyone. Weapons gone. Mouths open. Thea crossed her arms, floating high above them, and couldn't help but smirk. Gotham's finest, she muttered. Can't tell the villains from the volunteers, but at least you're all disarmed. Chapter 81, The Smoke Arrow. From her perch among the trees, Thea watched the chaos unfold below and nodded, pleased. Good. Very good. That leveled the field nicely. With both sides suddenly stripped of guns, it was now a fair fight, fists, pipes, and pure madness. Exactly the kind of environment Gotham's enthusiastic citizens thrived in. The two groups, however, had no idea they'd been manipulated. The magnetic pull had been so fast that no one even saw the arrow, they only saw a dozen rifles and shotguns rip from their hands and hurtle into midair, slamming together into a hunk of twisted metal now standing upright in the middle of the street. What the hell is that? Someone gasped. Another man blinked in horror. My gun. It just flew away. Once Scarecrow's men realized their precious firepower was gone, panic rippled through the ranks. 2 of them immediately turned to climb back into the trucks, retreat was better than a knife fight with lunatics. But Gotham's lunatics weren't about to let them go. Thea activated her voice modulator, lowering her tone into a gravelly snarl. They're running. Don't let them get away. The order boomed through the trees, and before the mercenaries could blink, the ragtag locals surged forward again. Thea knocked a normal arrow, aimed for the one man sprinting fastest toward the truck, and let it fly. The distance was long, over 200 meters, but she didn't need a headshot. The arrow hissed through the air and found its mark with a sharp thwack. The man screamed, his leg giving out mid-step. He toppled backward off the truck bed and hit the ground with a crunch. A few of his comrades were smart enough to realize something unseen was happening, but by the time they barked, "Get back in the trucks," it was too late. Because Gotham citizens, bless their deranged little hearts, had just gone berserk. The moment they saw one of the armored men fall, any trace of fear vanished. Their blood boiled, their eyes lit up, and the collective thought blazing in their minds was simple: they're scared of us. And then, pandemonium. Wielding pipes, bats, and rusty knives, the mob roared forward. Scarecrow's men had been trained for combat, but even they weren't immune to chaos. Within seconds, the two groups crashed together in a blur of swinging metal and flailing limbs. Idiots, Thea muttered, watching from the tree lean. Brave, but idiotic. Still, she couldn't just stand by. The mercenaries were cutting through the mob like wolves among sheep. Even injured and outnumbered, their coordination and reflexes were impressive. Within moments, 2 of the civilians were down, one of them the bearded man who'd started it all, now coughing blood into the dirt. Thea sighed. Guess I can't just watch anymore. She wasn't about to charge in barehanded, though that wasn't her style. She'd come to help, not to get stabbed. And help meant balance. Whoever had the upper hand, she'd shoot them. She raised her bow again, spotting a soldier dual-wielding knives, spinning them like a human blender. The man's arms and legs were unarmored, perfect. Thwip. Thwip. Arrow after arrow flew, each one striking precisely where she aimed. Her board hummed softly beneath her, gliding between trees like a phantom, impossible to track. By the time anyone realized what was happening, 4 of Scarecrow's men were already down, arrows jutting from knees and shoulders. A 5th was tackled by the mob. The tide turned fast, 11 men reduced to 6, facing nearly 20 furious Gothamites. Now the soldiers' training meant nothing. Surrounded, overwhelmed, they fought back to back, knuckles white, muttering prayers to a god who probably wanted no part in this. Thea tilted her head. 6 versus 18. Yeah, no. That's not fair either. She sighed dramatically. Fine, I'll help them this round. Her bow swung around again, and this time, her arrows targeted the mob. Without body armor, they dropped fast, one after another, yelping in pain as arrows thudded into shoulders and thighs. Within 30 seconds, 8 of Gotham's heroes were writhing on the ground. Now it was 6 versus 10, balanced once more. Both sides finally stopped, panting, bewildered. It didn't take long for someone to notice the obvious. Wait, these arrows. A burly man said, staring at the shaft sticking out of his comrades. Who the hell's shooting us? The realization dawned on both groups at once. There was a third player in the fight. The surviving civilians stopped swinging their bats and began scanning the tree line nervously. Thea frowned. Nope. Not letting you find me. She reached for her next trick, one she hadn't tested yet. The smoke arrow. A gift from Batman's stash, modified with Felicity's gadgets, but never field tested. Well, she whispered, setting it to her bowstring, no time like the present. Whoosh. The arrow landed dead center between the two groups. A brief hiss, a tremor in the air, then foam. A thick white cloud burst outward, swallowing the entire battlefield in seconds. The street vanished beneath the fog. Coughs and shouts rang out from within, disoriented and confused. Thea grinned behind her mask. Perfect. Chapter 82, Too Ruthless. Thea hadn't even reacted yet when the chaos below began announcing her handiwork for her. It's Batman's smoke bomb. Run. Batman's here. Voices erupted through the haze, wild, panicked, overlapping like a marketplace in full panic. Thea stared blankly into the smoke, utterly speechless. Seriously? You smell a little gas and lose your minds like this? Bruce, you've traumatized the city so badly they probably flinch at their own shadows. Still, if they wanted to mistake her for Batman, she wouldn't correct them. Better for everyone if the Dark Knight took the blame tonight. She flipped down her infrared goggles, scanning the smoky blur of red silhouettes, heat signatures moving, ducking, stumbling, and began firing. Pull, release, pull, release. Like an arcade game. She wasn't even checking who fell, that wasn't the point. Situation under control, she muttered into her earpiece. What's the status at the campus? And where's my backup? Only static answered. Hello, she pressed again. After a moment, Felicity's nervous voice came through. Ah, Thea, everyone's really busy right now. The enemies here are tough. How many? Thea squinted at her thermal feed, tracking the movement of every warm body. 9. Felicity blurted. Selena's fighting 4, Barbara's got 3, Lila and one of the agents are handling 1 each. Thea almost dropped her bow. 9. That was it. She'd assumed Gotham's entire rogue gallery had shown up, and meanwhile her team was struggling with 9 random thugs. You've got to be kidding me. But she bit back her irritation. Saying that out loud would crush morale, and right now she had no time to babysit egos. Her own smoke-filled battlefield had gone quiet, no more moving heat signatures. Still, just in case, she loosed another round of arrows, one for every body still twitching. Get me 3 drivers, she said curtly. I'm heading over. She didn't dare leave immediately, not until she was sure none of the casualties were faking. With Gotham's brand of lunatic, you never knew who might play dead until you turned your back. We're almost done. Catwoman's voice cut in, panting hard. You clean up fast, huh? Something like that, Thea replied dryly. In truth, she was exhausted. In under 5 minutes she'd fired 90 arrows, each shot aimed at moving, dodging, screaming targets in dense smoke. None of them had been easy hits, and though she'd tried to avoid lethal areas, she had no idea how many were still breathing. With a sigh, she hopped onto her hoverboard and glided low across the carnage. There, among a heap of unconscious bodies, she spotted a familiar black-haired figure. Hey, she said into her mic, found Robin. He's out cold, but looks fine. Thank God. Thank you, Thea, Barbara's relief came through, raw and trembling. Reassured, She finished one last sweep, debating whether to wake the boy or just tie him down and drag him out when she heard the approaching engines. Sirens. Police. And at their head, Commissioner Gordon himself, armored and grim, leading a dozen GCPD officers armed with submachine guns. They came running down the road, only to stop dead. The smoke had thinned enough to reveal what lay beneath. The asphalt, once black, was now slick red. Dozens of bodies sprawled across the street, soldiers and thugs alike. Blood pooled under them in jagged rivers. Every one of them had arrows jutting from their limbs. Some had 3 or 4, others only 1 or 2. The scene didn't look like a modern firefight, it looked like a medieval battlefield, as if a company of English longbowmen had teleported into Gotham and unleashed hell. Several men hadn't died but had been pinned to the ground by the arrows through their hands or feet. During the panic, others had stumbled over them, tearing flesh against the embedded shafts, turning clean wounds into shredded stumps. The stench of iron filled the air. Ugh. 2 young officers gagged and stumbled aside, vomiting behind a truck. Even Gordon, veteran of Gotham's filth, felt his stomach twist. He'd seen war, seen worse, but not in his own streets, not like this. Still, as he studied the wounded, one thing caught his attention: not a single body was dead. Every shot was cleanly non-lethal: arms, legs, shoulders, nothing vital. The realization softened his expression. So the rumors were true, she really does hold back. In his mind, that made her a hero. A bit brutal, maybe, but in Gotham, brutality was practically compassion. As for the missing limbs, well, that was a matter for the rehab clinics and the disability fund. He nodded to his men. Round them up. Sir. One rookie called hesitantly, looking at a maimed prisoner. This guy's got no hands. How are we supposed to cuff him? Gordon sighed like a man who'd lived too long. Find another one missing the opposite hand, he said evenly. Cuff them together. Problem solved. The rookies blinked, then nodded in admiration. Experience. That's leadership. As they began pairing up the injured criminals like mismatched dolls, Thea dusted herself off and turned back to Gordon. Commissioner, they're all yours. I'm heading to the campus, still got unfinished business. Before anyone could respond, she kicked off the ground and shot skyward, vanishing into the pale morning light. The officers stared after her, some in awe, some in fear. She did all this alone, one finally whispered. Looks that way, another murmured. God, she's terrifying. The group fell silent, glancing back at the street of shattered bodies and broken arrows. 1 woman. 30 enemies. No fatalities, but enough blood to paint the road red. Too ruthless to be an angel. Too merciful to be a monster. Gotham had found itself a new legend. Chapter 83, Is She Really That Strong? Completely unaware that the GCPD had already labeled her the Ruthless One, Thea cut through the dawn air like a gust of wind, racing back toward Gotham University. Sure enough, Catwoman hadn't lied, the battle there was over. Because of the number of civilians in the area, the ARGUS gunship had only dared to circle menacingly overhead. Spraying the crowd below with heavy machine gun fire wasn't exactly on the table. So the fight had been short, sharp, and, compared to the blood-soaked massacre Thea had left behind on the highway, almost civilized. Here and there, GCPD officers were spraying mist from canisters, neutralizing the remnants of Scarecrow's fear toxin. The acrid stench clung to the air. Thea took 3 quick strides up the steps and into the mobile command van. Lila was nowhere in sight. Catwoman and Barbara were sitting side by side, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Felicity was slumped over a table, head resting on her folded arms. She barely lifted a hand when Thea entered. Did you find Scarecrow? Thea asked, though from the look of them she already knew the answer. Barbara shook her head weakly. Didn't see him. He must have run. She sounded embarrassed, and no wonder, though her opponents had only been 3 thugs, the fight had nearly wrecked her. There were bandages across her shoulder and forearm, both slowly seeping through with red. When she finished answering, she asked the only thing that mattered to her, voice trembling. Robin, did he come back with you? Relax, Thea said, waving it off. I came back first. He'll be here in a minute. Gordon's keeping an eye on him. And surely, Thea thought privately, the good old commissioner wouldn't take this opportunity to accidentally stab his future son-in-law in his sleep. Barbara exhaled, shoulders slumping in relief. She gave Thea a grateful nod and said no more. Thea leaned toward Selina. So, she whispered, what VE you been up to these days? Primitive accumulation of capital, Catwoman replied elegantly. Thea blinked. That was a lofty way of saying grand larceny. For a moment, she was tempted to exchange notes with this fellow practitioner of redistribution. Which wealthy targets were softest? Which vaults could be cracked without hurting the hero brand? But before she could ask, the roar of engines interrupted them. 3 large trucks rumbled slowly into the campus square. Conversation over. Thea patted Barbara's shoulder. Your boyfriend's probably back. Go see him. Barbara wiped her face with her sleeve and, without thinking, hurried toward the sound. Selena rushed to steady her, muttering that the girl was going to end up more injured on her feet than she'd been in combat. Once they're all here, call everyone back for a briefing, Thea called after them, waving lazily. She wasn't about to go outside herself. The air was thick with the residue of gas and neutralizing chemicals, a nauseating cocktail that made her want to gag. Catwoman half-carried Barbara across the courtyard. It wasn't far before they spotted Robin sitting against a wall, ice-glazed, looking completely lost. Once the bright, sharp young man, he now looked like someone who'd seen his GPA implode. Barbara rushed forward and threw her arms around him, babbling through tears about the night's chaos. Robin's face darkened with shame. He hadn't helped anyone, just been another body to rescue. His pride smarted worse than any wound. Catwoman, recognizing a lover's reunion when she saw one, turned away. She'd been around Bruce long enough to know when to make herself scarce. It wouldn't do for the mentor to catch the kids in some sappy display of affection. As she wandered off, something else caught her eye, 2 GCPD officers struggling to unload a man from one of the trucks. The guy had 3 arrows sticking out of him like flagpoles. Catwoman squinted. Ah. That has Thea written all over it. She hadn't witnessed Thea's fighting firsthand, but let's be honest, who else in Gotham still used a bow and arrow? Curious, she wandered closer for a better look. The victim's outfit was unmistakable, standard-issue armor and helmet from Scarecrow's squad. Those armored suits had been a nightmare to fight. She and Barbara had each barely managed to take down their share, 4 for her, 3 for Barbara, and even then they were both half dead from exhaustion. By comparison, the sight in front of her was staggering. More trucks arrived, each unloading more of Scarecrow's men, all similarly skewered with arrows, arms, legs, shoulders, none fatal, but none superficial either. In total, 30 of them lay side by side on the ground, like props in a medieval war film after the extras had finished playing dead. Catwoman's composure slipped from calm curiosity to surprise, and finally, open-mouthed disbelief. She took down this many. Alone. Meanwhile, a few police officers had tried to remove the arrows for medical treatment, only to realize Thea's custom shafts weren't ordinary. Each one had barbed heads, designed to cause maximum trauma coming out. One unlucky rookie learned that lesson the hard way. He yanked too hard, tearing the wound open into a gaping hole that sprayed blood like a fountain. Fortunately, Gotham's police academy still taught first aid. He wrapped the man's arm in rags and somehow kept him alive, but no one else dared touch the arrows after that. Leave them in, another officer muttered. If it's still stuck, he's still breathing. Nobody argued. So the criminals were left in their impromptu acupuncture treatment, laid out neatly on the asphalt, waiting for medics. Catwoman stood over the grisly display, speechless. 30 armed men, every one alive but crippled. Her tale of a thought twisted between awe and fear. Just what kind of monster is that girl? Chapter 84, An Indescribable Comparison. The police medics who had once belonged to the proper city force had long since scattered during the earlier riots. What remained on site now were lab technicians from the Eye of Heaven organization and a few special agents who had battlefield triage experience, dressed up in white coats to play the role of emergency nurses. They were used to treating gunshot wounds and electric burns. Seeing so many arrow injuries made them freeze in shock. When officers came over holding 2 entire plastic bags filled with severed hands and feet, their jaws collectively dropped. Even in a 1,000-bed hospital, this kind of workload would require an all-night emergency shift. With just a handful of them here, they'd be working till next century. Luckily for them, Gotham cops had a rather flexible view of human rights, at least where criminals were concerned. A few officers casually tossed the limbs aside, the message clear: if you can reattach them, great. If not, no big deal. Honestly, a few deaths didn't matter. Just not too many. The former agents turned medics understood the hint immediately. Their eyes gleamed with silent comprehension as they mentally decided the fates of the idiots groaning on the ground. Perfect specimens, they thought. Strong bodies, complete fools. The Paralympic Committee's recruiting this year, push them into the lab, tweak a few dozen international treaties, modify them a bit, and hey, national glory. The stench of blood broke Barbara and Robin out of their whispered conversation. Robin blinked, confused, not sure what had happened. Barbara, on the other hand, understood instantly. This was her doing. As far as I know, Catwoman replied, glancing at the 2 plastic bags of limbs, her expression darkening. The only person in Gotham who still shoots like that, and is still alive, is her. Barbara was speechless. She did a quick count of the bodies. 30 in total. Some didn't even look like proper thugs, but if they were here, they were clearly part of the gang. In her mind's eye, she saw the scene unfold, Thea standing calm and cold, arrows hissing through the air, thwip, 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 turning the entire group into this mess. She remembered how, when Thea returned to the command vehicle, there hadn't been a single scratch on her. 30 opponents, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. Barbara was stunned. On a good day, she could maybe take on 3-5 at her absolute best. A 30-on-1 melee like that. Only Batman could manage something so impossible. The thought made her uneasy. Maybe she wasn't as strong as she'd thought. Thea's overwhelming performance left her confidence shaken. But only for a moment. She clenched her fists, firming her resolve. If she wasn't good enough, she'd train until she was. When Batman returned, she'd make sure she'd earned her place beside him. When Catwoman and the others returned to the mobile command truck, they found the culprit behind Gotham's highway massacre, fast asleep on the table. Thea had already changed into her casual clothes. Not knowing whether another fight might break out, and with the vehicle a bit stuffy, she'd stripped down to a sleeveless crop top and short shorts, her feet in sandals. She was sprawled across the desk, cheek pressed against her arm, sleeping soundly. Her long, toned legs gleamed under the cabin light. Robin, still weak and slightly dazed, couldn't help sneaking a few extra glances. Barbara coughed pointedly. Ahem. Her glare could have cut steel. Robin flinched, looking away, while Barbara silently wondered if this woman really was that much stronger than her. Watching Thea sleep like some lazy heiress made her self-doubt bubble up again. Wake up, Catwoman said, nudging Thea's shoulder. Who is it? Just leave the meeting documents on my desk, I'll sign them later. Thea mumbled without even opening her eyes, then promptly went back to sleep. Everyone exchanged looks. Yep. This was absolutely how she managed her corporation in Star City, workers out sweating under the sun while the boss took naps in air conditioning. The fact her company hadn't gone bankrupt was proof that God occasionally dozed off on duty. Seriously, wake up. We need to plan what's next, Catwoman said again, this time shaking her by the shoulders. Thea had just been dreaming of herself in a Hulkbuster suit, punching Superman and stomping Aquaman when the shaking hit. For a moment, she thought it was an earthquake. Then she groaned. Selina, stop it. She rubbed her eyes and blinked blearily at them. So, what? Her sentence froze halfway as her gaze landed on Robin. It took her half a second to realize there was a man in the room. She looked down at herself, the sleeveless top, the shorts, and her expression snapped from sleepy to furious in an instant. I need to change. You, out. She spat each word like a bullet. There was no doubt who you referred to. Barbara and Selina exchanged glances. To be fair, their own clothes weren't much better, half soaked in blood and grime. Seeing Thea comfortably in clean clothes, they both felt an itch of jealousy and irritation. In perfect harmony, their gazes locked onto Robin. Out, they said together. Poor Robin didn't even have time to ask why. 3 deadly glares hit him like a battering ram, and his survival instincts kicked in. Next thing he knew, he was standing outside the truck, blinking at the night sky. Inside, the 3 women immediately got to work changing. And though none of them said a word, their eyes betrayed a silent, subtle contest, each sneaking glances at the others. Her skin so smooth. She's bigger there than I thought. The quiet dressing scene was far too alluring to describe in detail. Suffice it to say, even without a mirror, each woman knew exactly where she stood in the unspoken hierarchy. When they were done, Thea was dressed properly this time, a white short-sleeved shirt, cropped slacks, and flat shoes. Her dark brown hair hung loose around her shoulders. Barbara and Catwoman also changed into casual wear, though Selina's sense of style was, as always, the boldest. Her top was so tight it looked like it might restrict breathing. Thea couldn't help but glance over and think, how does she even relax in that? Comfort is supposed to be the point of casual wear, right? Still, clothes were personal freedom. Thea sighed, said nothing, and picked up her phone. She called the old commissioner and Lila to check in, then dialed Felicity, who'd been sleeping in another RV because the main one was too stuffy. They arrived quickly. Robin, waiting outside as self-appointed security, saw the group entering and, reassured there was no danger, slipped in quietly behind them. Thea, the old commissioner said gravely, clipboard in hand, the camp's still missing over 100 people. They'd already reclaimed a third of the city. Between the college district and nearby housing, hundreds had moved in and out, but even after 3 recounts, the number of missing remained the same. 100 people, gone without a trace. Chapter 85, Talia's about to make a move. Thea thought for a moment, then turned to Felicity. Pull up the campus surveillance feeds and the traffic cams on the nearby roads. It didn't take long. Within minutes, Felicity, still bleary-eyed and half asleep, found something. Here, 3:15 a.m. 3 trucks left the university heading north on 6th Avenue. After that, they just vanish. Thea rubbed her temples. Over 100 people gone. Part of her wanted to shrug, maybe they just went out for breakfast. But no. Nobody drags off 100 people for pancakes. If they'd taken that many from here, how many more had been taken elsewhere? The implication was obvious, whoever was behind this wasn't done. All right, she said, shifting into command mode. Commissioner Gordon, send your best men to the last known location. Look for tire tracks, witnesses, anything. The old man nodded. Investigations were his department. Thea turned to Lila. And get ARGUS's lab team working on those gas mask filters. Whatever neutralizing compound they used must bind directly to the fear toxin. Extract it, make portable detectors, and use them to trace the toxin's concentration through the city. That should mark their escape route. Lila's brows knit, but she nodded, she understood enough. Thea's gaze moved last to the Bat family trio. As for you three, we've got plenty of prisoners. You know what to do. Barbara, Robin, and Selena exchanged glances. Oh, they knew exactly what she meant. Interrogation, Gotham style, cuffs, threats, maybe a crowbar or two. Thea herself thought it was a barbaric method, slow, inefficient, messy, but at least it kept them occupied. Good. Then we'll split up, she began, ready to dismiss the group and finally crash into bed. She still hadn't gotten over being woken up from the glorious dream of punching Superman in power armor. That was when the command van door slammed open with a metallic clang. A tall, broad-shouldered black man with silver hair rushed in, panting. Thea instinctively stiffened. Who the hell? Her first thought was that someone had found out her identity. She was already calculating whether to knock him out or drag him into storage, but the others looked unfazed. Apparently, he wasn't an enemy. Lucius, what's wrong? Gordon asked, startled. Lucius. Thea blinked. For half a second, the name conjured Lucius Malfoy and Death Eaters, but then she remembered, Lucius Fox. She'd seen his photo once at Queen Industries. CEO, or was it vice president? Of Wayne Enterprises. The old man was out of breath. Felicity, ever the helpful one, handed him a cup of water. Thank you, Lucius gasped, taking a sip. James, you need to come with me, right now. The two elderly men, with a combined age of nearly 120, looked for all the world like a pair of fugitives planning to elope. Thea quickly stepped in their way. Sorry, what's going on? Maybe start with why you're kidnapping my only detective. Lucius blinked, thrown off. Who's this girl? Did I run into the wrong trailer? He looked around, the others were all familiar faces, and frowned, more confused than ever. Gordon, ever the steady one, finally spoke. Lucius, calm down. You can trust them. Whatever it is, say it here. Lucius hesitated, then sighed. All right, though I doubt any of you can really help. I just got word, Talia's calling an emergency board meeting this morning. She plans to announce Bruce's disappearance, and confirm her son as heir to his shares in Wayne Enterprises. Silence fell over the cabin. Lila and Felicity exchanged looks, not their circus, not their monkeys. Technically, the boy was Batman's son. From a legal standpoint, inheritance was airtight. Gordon, Barbara, and Robin all looked uncomfortable. It was family business, and none of them had the right, or the grounds, to interfere. Talia's public move had been ruthless and perfectly timed. With the League of Assassins information network spreading the story worldwide, everyone already knew the boy's parentage. Even Superman and the Martian Manhunter had probably heard by now. If they weren't busy, they'd have shown up with congratulatory fruit baskets. Catwoman's reaction, though, was a different story. Her face went pale, her jaw tight, and her gloved fingers clenched until the joints cracked. Gordon tried gently, Lucius, even if we want to stop her, there's nothing we can do. Wait, Thea interjected. Let me get this straight. None of you want Talia's son to inherit, right? Who exactly does that include? Lucius sighed. Me, Alfred, and, well, Selena, obviously. Selena's teeth ground audibly. Obviously. She might not have loved Bruce for his money, but the thought of all that fortune, all those years she'd spent risking her neck beside him, now flowing straight into Talia's hands. It made her blood boil. Barbara, seeing her fury, surprised even herself. I'm against it too, she said quickly. Robin nodded beside her, shifting from neutral to firmly opposed. Count me in as well, Gordon added, more out of loyalty than logic. But honestly, even if we all oppose her, it won't make a difference. He wasn't wrong. Talia al Ghul's move had been perfectly executed, and in Gotham, money and legacy could be sharper weapons than any blade. Chapter 86, The Enemy is in Arkham. Hold on, Thea said, glancing around the room. You're all so fired up about opposing Talia, but what if Bruce comes back and agrees with her? Won't he be mad we made the decision for him? Lucius didn't even blink. You have a plan, don't you? Don't worry about Bruce. He wouldn't agree to this. And even if he did, all of us opposing him together leaves him no choice. The old executive had read her well. That calm, calculating expression of hers wasn't for nothing. For the first time that morning, a spark of hope flickered in his tired eyes. Thea tilted her head, pretending to think. Honestly, this isn't as big a problem as it sounds. Everyone turned toward her, confused. I don't know if you realize this, she said casually, but I happen to hold shares in Wayne Enterprises. What? Yeah. My father bought some years ago, 0.5% for me and 0.7% for my brother. After my brother passed, his portion rolled over to me. So I currently own about 1.2% of Wayne's stock. Lucius blinked. You're thinking of calling for a shareholder vote of no confidence to block Talia's claim. It's a good idea, but you're far short of the 15% required for a veto. Thea smiled faintly. That's not an issue. Queen Consolidated already holds 3.5%, and Merlin Industries has about the same. I can bring those votes in. She extended her hand. Lucius Fox, right. I'm Thea Queen. The old man took off his glasses, staring at her properly now. Moira Queen is your... My mother, she replied simply. I see. I've met her, and John Diggle Steele as well. Didn't expect. He trailed off, shaking his head. Old habits, he'd known both of them back when Gotham and Star City actually talked. Thea kept a polite smile. He was old enough to be her grandfather, she wasn't about to nitpick the way he reminisced. But even so, Lucius said, returning to business, we'd still be short. The board requires at least 15% in total. That's easy enough, Thea said, gesturing toward Lila. This is Ms. Lila Michaels, a government liaison. She can, let's say, influence a few corporations. Some of them hold Wayne stock. Lila raised an eyebrow but caught on quickly. She'd spent her career in the military, not corporate boardrooms, but she understood the gist. Government-owned companies, partner firms, contractors, they all answered to her phone calls. A few calls here and there, no risk, plenty of goodwill earned, perfect. She didn't even bother running it past Amanda Waller. Just nodded at Lucius. Consider it done. 10 minutes later, Thea was on the phone with her mother and her stepfather Malcolm Merlin. Neither asked many questions, both simply sent her a list of friendly shareholders to contact. Meanwhile, Lila rang up 3 or 4 government-linked firms. Between the two of them, and Lucius adding his own shares, the total easily cleared 15%. Even Alfred, bless him, held a sliver of stock that helped push them over the line. Thea handed Lucius 2 slips of paper. The proposal will have to come from you. Our side only supports the vote. Remember that. She spoke firmly, the tone of someone who understood how the game was played. If the Queens interfered too directly in Wayne Enterprises, people would start whispering, hostile takeover, corporate power grab. That was the last kind of trouble she needed. Lucius nodded, understanding perfectly. Decades in the business had taught him when to take a hint. And just like that, a crisis that had seemed unsolvable 10 minutes ago was neatly tied up with a bow. The others stared at Thea as if she'd just pulled gold bricks out of thin air. What, she said, shrugging. This is just how things work. Our country's run on boardroom politics. Don't look so shocked. Bruce holds Queen Consolidated shares too, you know. Now quit gawking and get back to work, we still have civilians waiting to be rescued. The group dispersed reluctantly, still stunned by how easily she'd solved the impossible problem. Catwoman left the van grinding her teeth. If she'd needed a new reason to work harder, she had one now. Never again was she letting a billionaire heiress outclass her so easily. Robin and Barbara, walking side by side, whispered to each other. How much money do you think she actually has? More than you ever will, Barbara muttered. Back in the command van, Felicity was already rebooting her drones. Thea stretched, gave a few more instructions, and slipped off to her RV for a well-deserved nap. By lunchtime, everyone regrouped. It wasn't a meal, just a debrief. Commissioner Gordon, now unofficially promoted to head of intelligence, summarized the new data. Disappearances have been reported across multiple districts, he said grimly. Exact numbers are unclear, but their base isn't exactly hidden. He unfolded a map and pointed at a spot. The locals in the room all sucked in a sharp breath. Thea frowned. What? There's nothing marked there, it's just blank space. Where is that? Catwoman's voice came out low. That is Arkham Asylum. Chapter 87, Reconnaissance. The name alone made even the outsiders, Thea and Lila, pause. Arkham Asylum. To say it was famous would be an understatement. Infamous across the multiverse might be a stretch, but notorious across America? Absolutely. Arkham wasn't some tabloid legend or clickbait headline. It was built on the backs of the mad, those who had lost their minds, and those well on their way, a monument to Gotham's never-ending descent into chaos. For decades, it had stood beside Blackgate Prison as one of the city's proudest, or most horrifying, institutions. To Gotham's criminal underclass, they were twin finishing schools, one for brawn, one for broken minds. A promising young thug could earn a Blackgate release certificate and an Arkham psychological stability report, and with those two documents, they'd be welcomed into any major gang in the city. The Penguin, Falcone, Maroni, all the big names would line up to hire them. If Blackgate was a combat academy, Arkham was a spiritual re-education center. For the rough-and-tumble American psyche, fists were easy, mental corruption took true finesse. Now, hearing that a large number of criminals had holed up in Arkham, and were using kidnapped civilians for some kind of physical or psychological experiments, even Thea felt a headache coming on. She glanced at Barbara, who was staring grimly at the floor, and realized the fear wasn't just hers. Without Batman, the big boss tank, their little side team was being told to raid the hardest dungeon in Gotham. 5 mid-level heroes against a fortress full of lunatics. Even Thea had to admit, that was terrifying. But as the one who'd somehow been pushed into the role of team leader, she couldn't let the others see her flinch. Felicity, she said finally, get the drones in the air. I want a live feed on this van's display. On it. Felicity chirped, cheerful as ever, either too brave or too oblivious to be scared. Commissioner, Thea added, turning to Gordon, you've got blueprints for Arkham, right? Let's map an approach route. An approach route? Her internal voice groaned. Can't we just not go? What she really wanted was to call Amanda Waller and request a Hellfire missile strike, one clean sweep, minimal fuss, job done. But alas, she was now a hero, a leading hero, which meant she couldn't openly suggest nuking a mental hospital. She glanced hopefully at the others, waiting for someone to say, maybe we should just forget it. But Gordon and Barbara, justice levels at 199 respectively, were never going to back out. Gordon, eyes bright with purpose, returned a few minutes later with an enormous roll of blueprints. Apparently, Arkham wasn't just a building. It was practically its own district. 10 hectares of cursed real estate, an administrative complex, hospital, prison, and lab all mashed together. Thea stared at the map, mentally comparing it to her own university campus. This place is huge, she muttered. The grounds alone were nearly 100,000 square meters, total construction area. Maybe double that. Okay, I'm at the front gate, Felicity's voice crackled through the radio. Her drone feed appeared on the monitor, and everyone crowded around. It was Thea's first time seeing Arkham with her own eyes, or through a camera lens, anyway. At first glance, it didn't look horrifying. Just another piece of Gothic Gotham architecture, dark stone walls, broken towers, and that faint sense of hysteria that seemed baked into every brick of the city. Doesn't look so bad, Felicity said blithely, which earned her 3 simultaneous stares of disbelief. She toggled stealth mode, thermal vision, corner navigation, a dozen functions whirring quietly. As the drone descended, the image sharpened, narrow courtyards packed with men in black uniforms, guns slung across their chests. 5 armed guards in 100 square meters. Within half a minute, 3 separate patrols crossed paths in the same corridor. Felicity dared not drop the drone too low. Optical camouflage could fool eyes, but not ears, the hum of the rotors might still give them away. She steered the drone along the outer walls instead, tracing the perimeter while the live thermal feed overlaid with Gordon's paper map. Together, they marked out possible entry points. There are too many people, Thea murmured. From the screen alone, thousands of red heat signatures glowed like a living sea. Even if only a tenth were armed, it was still far more than their little squad could handle. Wait. Go back a bit, Gordon said suddenly. Felicity reversed the feed. Through one of the grimy windows, a faint silhouette flickered, distorted by dirty glass and the poor light. Can you zoom in? Not really, Felicity replied. This is a commercial drone, not military grade. But, we've got another trick. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. Facial recognition, courtesy of Queen Consolidated Surveillance Suite. Developed for the Star City PD, until someone ruined the deal. Her eyes darted briefly toward Selina. Catwoman gave her a don't start look, cheeks tight with embarrassment. They'd agreed never to bring that up again. Within seconds, the software cross-matched the blurry image with a clear photo. Match confirmed. 95% similarity. Names. Oswald Cobblepot. What kind of name is that? Felicity frowned at the grotesque mugshot on screen. Every Gotham native in the van stiffened. In perfect unison, they said, the Penguin. Thea blinked. That's it. That's the big bad you're scared of. She tilted her head, unimpressed. He's just a guy. No powers, no training, short, walks with a limp. You're afraid of that. But as the drone continued its sweep, the true scope of the operation came into view. Not only were Scarecrow's toxin specialists there, the same elite unit they'd already fought, but dozens of armed thugs in mismatched uniforms. Gordon grimaced. Those are Penguin's men. He used to control almost all of Gotham's underworld. Even after losing power, plenty of loyalists stayed with him. The live feed showed it clearly. Arkham Asylum was no longer just a madhouse, it was a fortress, a nest of criminals and madmen working together. And somewhere inside, behind those walls and shadows, the real mastermind was waiting. Chapter 88, Mr. Freeze. Even from the outside, Arkham Asylum's chaos was obvious. The mix of criminals inside looked like a carnival of lunacy, men in tactical gear pacing like soldiers, thugs in sleeveless shirts swinging axes, and others, giggling at trees. Felicity steered the drone like she was playing a stealth video game, eyes gleaming with focus as she guided the craft through shadows and around heat signatures, whispering real-time updates to the command van. Then, clang. The screen jolted violently. Before anyone could react, the feed stabilized, and a figure in a bulky, spacesuit-like exoskeleton filled the camera. A man holding a massive, frost-blue weapon shaped like something out of a science fiction nightmare. He stared at the drone for one stunned second, then grinned, raised his weapon, and pulled the trigger. A white mist burst outward. The feed crackled, shimmered, then turned to static. The van fell silent. Mr. Freeze, three voices blurted at once. Felicity dropped the controller onto the couch like a child whose favorite toy had just been smashed, pouting as she sprawled out in defeat. Thea frowned, trying to recall the name. Freeze, wasn't he some scientist? Something about saving his wife. Her memory was hazy, it was hard to keep Gotham's tragic villains straight. She glanced expectantly at the locals. Commissioner Gordon, halfway to pulling his hair out, finally explained. Victor Fries. Cryogenics expert. His wife Nora had a terminal illness, so he tried to cryogenically preserve her. During an accident in his lab, he was exposed to chemicals that changed his physiology. He can't survive above freezing temperatures anymore. That's why your drone didn't pick him up, he has no body heat. Thea nodded slowly. So, another walking science project. Barbara's brow furrowed. If Freeze is there too, then Scarecrow can't be the one in charge. There has to be someone higher pulling the strings. Exactly what Thea had been thinking since Penguin's face showed up on the screen. A former underground kingpin taking orders from a college professor? Not likely. And now with Freeze joining the mix, the picture was clear, there was someone bigger behind all of them. Three notable villains already in one place, odds were good there were more. Is this world conspiring against me? Thea thought grimly. All because I tried to do things differently, mobilizing citizens instead of solo heroics, the universe decides to throw every named villain in Gotham at me. She sighed. This is getting ridiculous. Objectively, their little team was badly outmatched. She could maybe count as a top-tier hero on her best day, the rest were solid but strictly second string. And with Arkham's complex terrain and no option to retreat, this fight was going to be brutal. Unless... She turned to Gordon. Commissioner, if we're going to rescue anyone from Arkham, we'll need a full mobilization. Just the few of us isn't enough. He blinked. What are you suggesting? All police units. Every officer who can still stand. And every veteran in Gotham who's ever handled a gun. Whether you call it through the GCPD or City Hall, we need a controllable armed force, fast. Her gaze flicked to Lila. ARGUS can assist too. You'll have to help identify patients who are only moderately insane. Gotham's citizens were, in a word, a mess. A generation of war veterans discarded by their government, traumatized, unemployed, and half-feral, filled the slums. Many had gone from soldiers to mercenaries to criminals. Some had names, like Deadshot. Most didn't. Thea had always avoided arming them. The city's atmosphere alone could drive a saint crazy, add PTSD and automatic weapons, and you'd get a riot in 10 minutes. But now, there was no choice. If they were going to have a chance, they needed cannon fodder, preferably cannon fodder that could shoot straight. She exhaled and started issuing orders. Felicity, draft a mayoral broadcast, something stirring. Patriotism, justice, the American dream, whatever sells. Broadcast it citywide, radio and net. But the mayor's still a hostage of Bane, Lila reminded her. Thea's lips curved. The public doesn't know that. With Felicity's editing skills, splicing old footage and deepfake overlays was child's play. As for Bane countering it with propaganda of his own. Let him try. In a cyber war, Felicity could wipe the floor with him before breakfast. No one objected. Even Gordon, stickler for rules that he was, didn't care much for the current mayor anyway. So while Felicity got to work faking speeches and firing up emergency channels, Thea turned to the others. We can bulk up our numbers, but we'll still need allies. Anyone you can call in. Barbara and Robin both shook their heads, still rookies, still nobodies. Catwoman hesitated. I'll try to find a few old contacts. No promises. Thea nodded. Any warm body helps. When the others dispersed to their tasks, Thea pulled Lila aside. Agent Michaels, I really appreciate your help, she said softly. Lila smiled faintly. You're thanking me for the easy part. What's the real favor you're about to ask? Caught. Thea grinned sheepishly. You wouldn't happen to have any sort of Mass Effect tech, would you? Something like the toxin Scarecrow used, but, you know, non-lethal. Maybe knock everyone in Arkham unconscious. Save us the trouble of walking into the death trap. For once, the sarcasm in her voice couldn't hide how serious she was. Because the last thing Thea wanted was to step foot inside that madhouse herself. Chapter 89, Let Me Take You Flying. Lila could only give Thea a helpless look at her earlier question. Even with her high clearance, she handled administrative coordination, not secret weapons programs. And even if she had come across something sensitive, the endless codenames and compartmentalization meant she wouldn't have recognized what it really was anyway. So she could only mumble vaguely. No, nothing like that. We're a responsible, humanitarian government agency. Anti-personnel gas, chemical weapons, those are violations of every moral code. We wouldn't touch them for a minute. Thea just nodded, unconvinced. Sure. You definitely don't have any. Fine. If they wouldn't hand one over, she'd just make her own. She spent the entire afternoon prowling through the ARGUS Tech Division, trying to find something, anything, that could be repurposed. Reality hit hard. The moment she mentioned gas, every researcher's head shook like a row of bobble dolls. No matter how many philosophical speeches she gave about non-lethal containment, they refused to admit to anything. From their faces, though, she knew perfectly well they were lying. There were things stored in some vault, just none of them were stupid enough to let her near it. Even Lila chimed in with a bureaucratic smile, we can all die on the battlefield, but we do not, absolutely do not, use poison gas. With that, Thea could only sigh and give up. Maybe something else. Sonic weapons. They ran simulations using Arkham's blueprints. The asylum's walls were ridiculously solid, built like an underground bunker. Explosives that could flip her entire command truck would only crumble half a wall inside Arkham. Those same walls would absorb 90% of any soundwave impact. Unless they fired a sonic grenade into every room, hundreds of them, the effect would be useless. Too expensive, too impractical. Magnetic pulses. No good either. Smoke bombs could work, but the asylum's interior was massive. They'd need one the size of a small stadium to cover it all. The tech team laughed nervously and said they'd get back to her in a decade. By sunset, Thea's brain felt cooked. She dragged herself back to her quarters, head spinning. Fine, she muttered. Tomorrow I'm calling a brainstorming session. Maybe someone else can figure this out. Boom. Bang. Her well-earned sleep was shattered by explosions outside. Still half dreaming, she grumbled, fireworks. What is this, Lunar New Year? Then reality caught up. Right. Wrong continent. They celebrate Christmas here. Her eyes snapped open. Damn it, don't tell me we're under attack again. She cursed Commissioner Gordon 6 ways from Sunday as she threw on her suit. 3 nights in a row, and you still call this a secure base. Rushing outside, she was relieved to see the key people, Gordon, Lila, several agents, all present and alive. Good. No kidnapping this time. But what were they shooting at? Then she saw it, everyone pointing their guns skyward, firing sporadically. Stop wasting bullets, she shouted, looking up. A purple-clad figure flitted against the clouds, jerking through the air like a drunken mosquito and spraying greenish liquid toward the ground. Thea blinked. What the hell? Her first thought, another mid-boss from Arkham. Given the ridiculous outfit, probably one with an alias, Gotham never ran out of costumed weirdos. The others were panicking, trying and failing to hit the target. The scene looked uncomfortably familiar, just like last night, when she'd had to do all the work herself. Seriously? Again. But something about this intruder felt off. Flying solo into a fortified area. Bold or brain damaged, maybe both. Hold your fire, she said. I'll handle it. She jumped onto her hoverboard, launching herself upward. The closer she got, the clearer the figure became, a man in a garish purple striped suit, wielding a grotesque gun that spat streams of thick, fluorescent green slime. Thea grimaced. Ugh. Disgusting. Why do Gotham's villains always have such hideous aesthetics? She thought bitterly. Couldn't they at least try not to pollute the skyline? Unlike her smooth hoverboard glide, his flight relied on brute force. He had 2 flame jet canisters strapped to his back, blasting bursts every few seconds to keep him aloft. Each spurt sent him leaping 20 meters higher, trailing thick, black exhaust. Thea wrinkled her nose. Perfect. He's flying and ruining the air quality at the same time. He seemed to find this method exhilarating, cackling as he bounced through the air like a demented pogo stick. Laugh it up, idiot, she thought. You're an embarrassment to the entire tech community. Freeze looked cool, you're just pollution with limbs. Sleep-deprived, cranky, and now genuinely nauseated, Thea decided she was done being polite. She shot upward, gaining altitude until she hovered silently above him. No way was she getting anywhere near that exhaust, who knew if the green sludge was toxic. He was mid-spray, gleefully firing down at the base, when she struck. Who's there? He shouted, finally realizing something was behind him. By the time he turned, 2 flashes of white streaked through the air. Thea didn't bother with arrows, hitting a moving target in open sky was annoying enough. Instead, she used her board's built-in grappling chains. 2 heavy cables shot out, each tipped with a tri-pronged alloy hook. Thunk. Thunk. One pierced his shoulder, the other lodged deep in his thigh. The hooks deployed instantly, clamping down with a metallic snap. The men screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the wind, and then by the sudden acceleration as Thea's board jerked him upward. You like flying, huh? She thought coldly, smirking as she increased speed. Then let's fly. And with that, the purple fool became nothing more than ballast on her next high-speed joyride through Gotham's morning sky. Chapter 90, The Cat Who Made It Worse. Thea glanced down at her captive, the 2 steel chains skewering him clean through. He wasn't going anywhere. Satisfied, she pulled higher into the night sky, 500 meters, then more, and began to circle the city at full throttle. 150 kilometers per hour. 200, 201. 202, by 350, she felt her stomach twist and eased off slightly. So that's my new limit, she thought, mildly impressed. Her body was adapting faster than she'd expected. She looked down at the purple-suited man dangling below her, swinging like a grotesque kite. He passed out halfway through their little joyride, probably from blood loss or sheer G-forces. Serves you right. Showing off that ugly flight rig in my airspace. Spraying green sludge like a broken paint gun. You're lucky I didn't drop you from orbit. After another minute, she turned back toward the camp. No point in playing around with dead weight. When she landed, several policemen rushed over to take the prisoner. One look at the chains, though, and they froze. The holes through his body were the size of fists, removing the metal might kill him outright. They exchanged glances, unsure what to do, and very clearly afraid of offending her. Thea, catching their nervous glances, sighed and pressed a switch on her hoverboard. Click. Snap. The tri-hooks retracted neatly, sliding back into the board's body. The chains slithered free from the man's wounds without tearing further flesh. Thanks to the high-altitude cold, the blood had already frozen over, there was no immediate danger of bleeding out. She'd finally figured out Gotham's unspoken hero code. You couldn't kill people. But crippling them? Totally fine. As long as they were technically alive when handed to the cops, what happened afterward was a medical issue, not a hero's fault. Batman had mastered this loophole years ago, righteous violence with plausible deniability. The Flash, poor soul, would someday learn this lesson the hard way. Well, Thea thought, that's convenient. No more worrying about accidentally breaking the no-killing rule. 2 officers escorted the barely conscious villain away for questioning. They didn't even bother with handcuffs, one of his legs was shredded beyond recognition. The question wasn't will he escape, but will he ever walk again? Thea followed them into the interrogation area. Maybe this guy had intel about Arkham. Halfway there, she asked casually. So, who exactly is this clown? The whole group froze mid-stride. You don't know. Gordon pinched the bridge of his nose. That's Killer Moth, real name Drury Walker. Millionaire, amateur vigilante turned small-time criminal. Honestly, I have no idea why he'd attack us. Thea blinked. Then, despite herself, snorted. Killer Moth. Wait, didn't I take down a killer croc the other week? What is this, the Killer Zoo collection? She shook her head. Maybe they're cousins. Croc does water, Moth does air. The joke fell flat. Nobody laughed. Soon the medics arrived, followed by a pair of ARGUS agents carrying a syringe of sodium thiopental. 2 doses later, the prisoner's eyes glazed over and his mouth started spilling everything. Within minutes, the written confession was in Lila's hands. She scanned it quickly and looked up, one brow raised. He's not from Arkham, she said slowly. He's been chasing stolen property. That got everyone's attention. Then, as one, every head in the room turned to a certain feline-themed woman. Selina Kyle coughed lightly, brushing an invisible speck off her glove. Okay, she said with a nervous laugh. Maybe he did put a tracker in that painting. My bad. She even stuck out her tongue, trying to look cute. Thea stared at her, utterly deadpan. Really? The great Catwoman thinks oops, my bad covers attempted murder. And here I thought I sent you to find reinforcements, not bring more enemies, she snapped. You don't recruit, you aggro. Still, she felt a twinge of guilt. The guy technically hadn't done anything evil, just came to recover stolen goods. Maybe she'd gone a little overboard. But when she glanced around, everyone else seemed unfazed. No outrage, no moral dilemma. Ah. So this wasn't the first time Catwoman's career habits had caused complications. Apparently, even Batman had to smooth things over before. That realization relaxed Thea instantly. If the Dark Knight can cover for her, so can I. Gordon cleared his throat, unbothered. Continue the interrogation. The serum's still active. Dig up everything, crimes, associates, tax evasion, I don't care. We'll make it stick. And just like that, the conversation moved on. The maimed thief might as well have vanished from existence. Thea couldn't help admiring Gotham's moral gymnastics. Beat a man half to death, then arrest him for paperwork errors, very heroic. With Batman's reputation backing her, Catwoman could probably burn down a museum and still get probation. Over the next 3 days, the camp erupted into controlled chaos. Commissioner Gordon's call to arms spread fast. 300 full-time officers and 200 auxiliaries rallied under his banner. Meanwhile, Felicity's mayor's emergency address went viral across every channel. On screen, the mayor wept bitterly, denouncing Gotham's criminals and his own helplessness. He begged every veteran citizen to rise up, defend their city, and restore justice, all while a conveniently placed caption displayed Gordon's phone number and the base's address. Say what you will about Gothamites, but they were direct. Within days, over 200 combat veterans, grizzled, half-mad, but eager, showed up ready to fight. They barely needed training, give them a rifle, and they'd remember muscle memory fast enough. Lila, of course, quietly screened them. Her agents checked family backgrounds and mental profiles, cutting loose a dozen or so loners with that murder hobo stare. By the time the week ended, Thea's ragtag resistance looked less like a refugee camp and more like a small army. The storm over Arkham was coming, and every misfit in Gotham seemed ready to march straight into hell. Chapter 91, Battle at Arkham, Part 1. On the third night, the Catwoman, whom the people had placed such high hopes on, finally managed to talk another ally into joining them. When Thea looked at the newcomer, all she could see was a small portion of her lips and chin, the only part of her skin visible, and even that looked burned. The rest of her body was tightly wrapped up in black and yellow armor. A large tank was strapped to her back, and she held in her hands a weapon that looked like something between a rifle and an industrial tool. A flamethrower. Judging from the two pronounced shapes on her chest, Thea could tell this was a woman. At least, she couldn't remember any men in the DC world who had that kind of feature on his costume. Before she could ask, Selina had already begun introducing her, for Thea's benefit, of course, since all the locals knew who she was. This is my friend Bridget Pike, codename Firefly. She'll be helping us deal with Mr. Freeze. Catwoman went on to briefly introduce her team and the two visitors from Star City, though Thea suspected Firefly wasn't even listening. Well, whatever. The fact that someone could handle Freeze was already good news. Thea had always been a bit helpless against freezing abilities. After all, she herself had started with ice arrows. Having someone who specialized in fire to counter him was ideal. Water and fire, this might be a show worth watching. Firefly Pike, for her part, didn't seem fond of talking. She just stood there, silent and rigid, as Catwoman spoke. Right when Thea wondered if the woman could even speak, a hoarse voice came out of the mask. Freeze is mine. The subtext was obvious, you deal with the rest, I'll handle him. Thea had no idea where Catwoman dug up this woman, or whether they were actually friends, but she shot Selina a look that clearly meant, you handle your own problem. Catwoman knew Firefly's temper well enough. Ever since her burns, the woman hated seeing strangers. With a brief word to the group, she led her friend away to rest somewhere quiet. Thea had wanted a few more days to prepare, but before she could even lay out a plan, Gordon and Felicity came rushing in. We have to move immediately, Gordon said, breathless from running. The old man was clearly exhausted from days of endless work, and when he saw Thea calmly practicing her archery in the corner, there was a flash of envy in his eyes. Yeah, Felicity said, clutching her trademark tablet. More and more people are being dragged into Arkham, and none of them have come out. That many captives. That could only mean one thing, something big was going on inside. No one was snatching up civilians for dinner parties. And it wasn't like Gotham needed that many people for construction work. There was only one reason for gathering this many: human experiments. Thea wasn't sure of her own guess and turned to the local expert. "Commissioner, what would they need that many people for?" "There's a secret laboratory beneath Arkham," Gordon replied after a pause. "The project was originally codenamed Indian Hill. They used to perform human experiments there. It was shut down years ago." "What kind of experiments?" Felicity leaned forward, eyes shining with curiosity. "Bringing the dead back to life," Gordon said slowly. "The results were not good. They tried fusing different animal DNA into human bodies. Some of the subjects even gained powers because of it." "Superpowers?" Thea's first thought was, oh, hell no. They'd captured thousands. Statistically, even a 1 in 10 success rate meant hundreds of powered freaks waiting for them. If they all swarmed out at once, she'd be flattened. "But those abilities were never strong," Gordon added quickly. "Back then, I could handle them myself, one-on-one." He might have just been catching his breath, or maybe showing off a bit, but the dramatic pause made it sound like two separate sentences. Hearing that, Thea's confidence returned. She glanced at the commissioner's aging frame and tried to picture him in his younger days. Okay, maybe he could have taken down a handful of them. If the so-called superhumans were only at that level, then maybe it wasn't so bad. Still, 20 years had passed. Who knew how far the technology had come? Better to be cautious. All right, she decided. Gather everyone. We move today. Even quickly took an hour. Thea stayed out of the spotlight, better to let Gordon, who wasn't afraid of publicity, handle all the organizing. There was no way to hide a mobilization this big, but that didn't matter. There was no grand strategy this time. They'd rely purely on numbers and push straight through. Over 300 fully armed officers, plus around 180 veterans and a few eager civilians. 10 elite agents from ArrowVerse joined as well. Seeing the crowd assemble, Gordon actually felt a spark of excitement, but he kept it short, gave a brief speech, then waved his hand. Move out. 500 people, 30 vehicles, helicopters in the air, the kind of force Gotham hadn't seen in years. Thea, carrying her hoverboard, didn't fly this time. She sat quietly in the command truck with the others, studying maps and possible routes. Inside Arkham, with all those narrow rooms and corridors, her board wouldn't be of much use anyway. This was going to be a full-scale war, nearly 1,000 combatants in total, and her best contribution would be taking out key targets, the named bosses. We should split up, Barbara suggested, her spirit back at full strength. Hit Arkham from 3 directions. Thea didn't even look up. She was too tired to argue, but that idea was so typical of Barbara, reckless and overconfident. No, Lila said firmly. We don't know the terrain. If we split up, they'll pick us off one by one. Catwoman agreed. If anyone ran into Freeze without Firefly nearby, they were dead. Thea, for her part, wasn't that afraid of Freeze. She'd seen how clumsy he was when he blasted the drone that day. His movements were sluggish, maybe a side effect of his condition. Even ordinary people reacted faster than that. As long as she was quick, she could shoot an arrow into his helmet before he raised his gun. The only question was how tough that armor actually was. But since Firefly had already claimed him, Thea didn't bother arguing. Enough debating, she said finally. They already know we're coming. We'll hit them head-on through the main gate. Commissioner, make sure we've got an exit route planned. If things go wrong, we need to be able to pull our people out in one piece. Chapter 92, Battle at Arkham, Part 2. Barbara clearly didn't like Thea's "think about the retreat before we even start fighting" attitude, but for a number of reasons, she kept her mouth shut. Gordon and Lila, both with military backgrounds, didn't think there was anything wrong with such caution. They went off briskly to assign tasks. Whether by luck or because the Arkham crowd was preparing for an indoor battle, their massive convoy encountered no ambush on the way. Thea, who had hoped to score a few kills with the gunships, was slightly disappointed. When they reached the gate, Lila was about to order the helicopters to return, but Thea thought it'd be a shame to waste all that heavy firepower. Why don't we give that gate a little present before they go? Thea pointed toward Arkham's rust-eaten, ancient iron doors. If not for the situation, she would have gone up there and taken a photo. Thea Queen was here. This place was too famous to visit without leaving a mark. Lila found her a bit childish. It didn't match her usual composure, but she realized blowing up the door would make a retreat easier anyway. She lifted her communicator and gave the order to the chopper crew. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 anti-tank missiles hit dead center on the gate. The corroded doors, which could have been hacked open with an axe, stood no chance against such firepower. With a deafening boom, the gate blew apart. When the smoke cleared, the convoy didn't even bother stopping. They drove straight into Gotham's most notorious landmark. Go. Go. Go, officers shouted as they jumped from their vehicles, fanning out in the pre-arranged formation and pouring into Arkham. The formation was divided into 3 groups. At the front were Commissioner Gordon and 200 officers, with Barbara and Robin volunteering themselves as his personal guard. The middle force was led by Lila and Catwoman, alongside her agents and more than 100 battle-hardened veterans. Firefly originally wanted to stick with Selina, but Thea wasn't comfortable with that. What if this woman was a mole sent by the enemy? And besides, she was walking around with a massive tank of fuel strapped to her back, glowing bright against the darkness. If Thea were the enemy, she'd aim for that thing first, one well-placed arrow and half their force would go up in flames. So Thea volunteered to take the rear guard, saying she needed to provide long-range cover and secure their retreat, and took Firefly with her, along with the remaining police. She was on edge. If she were the enemy, this would be the perfect moment to pull a classic ambush, drop a gate, roll some boulders, split the force in half, and crush them one group at a time. So she kept her eyes everywhere, especially above, half expecting a whistle and a rain of arrows to come down any second. But nothing happened. Everyone made it through safely. That somehow made her uneasy. Am I just too paranoid, or are they actually too dumb? Apparently, the Arkham side truly hadn't planned an ambush. Moments later, Thea sensed the front line had stopped moving. She hopped onto a broken table for a better view, and saw the scene ahead. They were now inside a large indoor gymnasium, supposedly built with health funds allocated by Arkham's health committee. The space was vast, though most of the seating and facilities were long ruined. Thea pushed through the ranks to the very front, and finally saw the enemy. They stood divided into 2 groups. On the left were the familiar faces of Scarecrow's elite squad, decked out in full military gear, weapons gleaming. There weren't many of them, less than 30, but their equipment was top-notch. Behind them stood a motley collection of armed thugs in mismatched clothes and gear. On the right stood a short, round man in a tailored suit, holding a black umbrella. His appearance was so distinctive that Thea recognized him instantly. The Penguin. She'd heard that his umbrella was packed with lethal weapons, but looking at him, limping, overweight, she wasn't impressed. In a face-to-face shootout like this, there was only so much he could do. Behind him stood at least 200 black-suited gangsters, most armed with pistols, a few with automatic weapons. Next came the ancient tradition, parley between commanders. Naturally, Gordon took the lead for the heroes. Thea had no interest in making herself a target by stepping up, she valued her life far too much for that. Opposite him, Penguin took the stage, apparently because Scarecrow's forces had been decimated by Thea's team earlier, leaving him the dominant voice. The ex-professor didn't look happy, but he accepted the arrangement. "Hey, Jim, old friend," Penguin called out with that oily grin of his. "Oswald." "It's been a long time," Gordon replied, his tone stiff and formal. They exchanged pleasantries, then got down to the usual nonsense. "You will release the captives immediately, disarm, and surrender," Gordon declared. "Arkham's been our turf since the beginning," Penguin retorted. "You have no authority here." Both sides knew no one was backing down, but they went through the motions anyway. Thea tuned out the speechifying. Over the comms, she whispered, "Stay alert. The real heavy hitters aren't here yet. Watch for a flank or surprise attack." Everyone understood. Scarecrow, despite his academic titles, wasn't exactly a fighter, the guy looked like a stick figure in a gas mask. Without his toxins, his combat ability was basically zero. And Penguin. People claimed he could fight, but judging by his size and limp, Thea wasn't buying it. So where were the real threats? They were hiding, of course. And with Mr. Freeze somewhere in the mix, even Thea felt uneasy. Her gaze swept around, waiting for the trap to spring. Soon the commanders finished posturing, returned to their lines, and then, almost simultaneously, both sides roared. "Open fire." The sound of gunfire filled the hall, echoing like rain hammering on metal. Thea already had her cover chosen and began scanning the battlefield, occasionally returning fire herself. Her aim was good, years of archery had honed her precision. Maybe not perfect, but definitely elite level. She turned to call for her teammates, and nearly popped a vein. Catwoman and Robin were crouching there with batons, looking around nervously. "Seriously? You people have no idea how to fight in formation, do you? At least grab a gun, even for the noise." Barbara, at least, had the right idea. She was firing non-stop, not hitting much, but still shooting. "Should I use the magnetic arrows?" Felicity's voice came through the comms from the rear base, where she was monitoring the live feed. Thea studied the field and shook her head. "Not yet. We've got the upper hand for now. Those veterans are tearing through them, those gangsters can't keep up." Just as she was about to order her team to push forward and expand their advantage. "I am Azrael, the Angel of Death." A tall, lean figure in red and black armor, hooded and caped, burst into the police ranks, swinging a gleaming long sword. Each sweep cut a man down. 3 officers fell before anyone could even react. Chapter 93, Battle at Arkham, Part 3. The tall, gaunt man stood alone in the middle of the chaos, surrounded yet completely unafraid. His long sword swung left and right, slashing down 2 officers in seconds and slicing through a veteran's wrist with a single, clean stroke. Seeing that no one had reacted yet, Thea, still some distance away, quickly drew her bow and nocked 2 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows streaked toward the man's face and shoulder, but the so-called Angel of Death was no ordinary foe. In the instant before they struck, he kicked a nearby officer, using the recoil to fling himself sideways, barely avoiding both arrows. Not bad. This was the first time since Thea's debut that an opponent had managed to dodge her arrows in open combat. Her archery wasn't god tier, but the man's reflexes were far beyond those of normal fighters. "Who the hell is that guy?" she asked over comms, subtext being, "If any of you have a clue, now would be a great time to share it." "That's Theo Gallivan, former mayor of Gotham," Gordon answered, calmly firing a few shots from the back. "But he's supposed to be long dead. If I had to guess, that's a clone left over from one of the old experiments." "Oh." Thea let out a long oh, half in realization, half in disbelief. "Your mayors are this strong?" she thought. "How do any of you survive office?" In the brief time she watched, the man's clothes were already soaked in blood. Through the side of his hood, she caught glimpses of an aged face with a short, bristling beard. Each time he struck down a foe, he roared like a zealot, his fury echoing through the hall. The surrounding officers, shaken by his ferocity, instinctively backed away, leaving a ring of open space. He took advantage of it immediately, darting forward to hack at the slowest ones trying to retreat. Thea studied him carefully. His swordsmanship was excellent, and there was something unhinged yet fearless about him. His clothing seemed reinforced too. Bullets from the veteran's rifles hit but failed to slow him, only making him flinch at most. "Great," she thought. "Looks like it's on me again." Robin and the others were already tangled with their own opponents, and even if they weren't, she doubted they could handle this guy. With a sigh, she accepted her fate. So much for staying in the back playing support. "Clear out," she shouted, drawing back her bow. Since he was a clone anyway, there was no reason to hold back. She wasn't stupid enough to rush in head-on. Instead, she went for rapid fire, 3 arrows at once, while circling to shift her firing angle, advancing steadily as she loosed her shots. Clang. Clang. The clone of the former mayor moved with inhuman instinct. Even as Thea switched positions, he sensed the danger, sometimes cutting her arrows from the air, sometimes twisting aside. All 6 of her opening shots missed their mark. Realizing conventional archery wouldn't do, Thea reached for a different weapon, one she'd borrowed from Barbara earlier. A batarang. Every member of the Bat family used them, but their weight and balance differed depending on the user. Barbara's set suited Thea fairly well. She flicked her wrist, hurling the batarang first, then leapt up and fired an arrow straight for the back of his head. The batarang was lighter and slower, but the arrow's acceleration closed the gap. Both reached him almost simultaneously. The Angel of Death knew he couldn't dodge both. If that arrow hit his skull, he was done for. Gritting his teeth, he spun his sword backward, slicing the arrow mid-flight, while twisting to avoid the spinning blade. But Thea had calculated the angle precisely. Puffed. The batarang buried itself deep into his left arm. His armored sleeve might as well have been paper. He tore it out, glaring at her with murder in his eyes. "You are guilty," he growled. Thea almost laughed. "What is this, a shonen anime? You're really shouting your catchphrases mid-fight?" Now only 5 meters apart, she holstered her bow and drew her long unused weapons, a katana in her right hand, a dagger in her left, and charged forward. From what she'd seen of his technique, his swordsmanship mixed European court styles with modern fencing. His weapon wasn't a battlefield greatsword but something between a Swiss longsword and an Italian arming sword, its blade barely a meter long. The hilt gleamed with ornate engravings, the sheath encrusted with jewels. Either he was flamboyant as hell, or that was a genuine masterpiece. Only one way to find out. Plenty of legendary swords were no match for modern alloys anyway. Thea's own blades were forged from special steel, funded by her mother Moira herself, crafted from rare metals through Queen Group's defense division. She lunged in, pressing the attack while his left arm was injured. The dagger swept upward toward his cheek. When he leaned back, the katana flashed in Aido-style draw/slash aimed straight at his abdomen. Azrael drove his sword into the ground, half to block, half to brace himself from stumbling backward. Thea hadn't expected that move. Their blades collided with a metallic shriek, and she immediately felt her katana jar violently. Looking down, she saw a small chip in the edge. So it really is a fine blade, she thought grimly. Still, instead of discouraging her, the setback only fueled her fighting spirit. Heat surged through her veins, her pulse quickened. Switching her grip, she shifted her stance. The Japanese style didn't suit her frame, so she transitioned into a different discipline, the Wing Chun 8/knife technique. Traditionally meant for shorter blades, it focused not on striking the enemy's body but their weapon. Perfect for this duel. Her movements grew faster, cutting, flicking, stabbing, chopping, each strike targeting his wrists, his grip, the weakest points in his guard. Azrael had never seen anything like it. Forced onto the defensive, he grew more and more agitated. Finally, frustration boiling over, he began shouting mid-swing. "Sinner! You will be cleansed by holy fire. Witness my judgment. Crusader strike." Thea blinked, momentarily thrown off. Is he seriously calling out attack names now? His hood had fallen off, his hair wild, spittle flying as he screamed. Yep, she thought dryly, parrying another slash. Definitely Gotham material. Chapter 94, Battle at Arkham, Part 4. Despite shouting his attacks loud enough to shake the ceiling, Azrael's so-called judgment was just a vertical slash, and his Crusader strike amounted to nothing more than a sideways cut with an awkward flourish. There were no holy beams, no radiant halos beneath his feet, none of the glowing theatrics his words promised. Watching him, Thea could only conclude, flatly, this guy's an idiot. Was this a side effect of cloning, or had the original just been this level of delusional? She didn't have time to ask, but the question nagged her. Whatever his mental condition, though, his attacks were strong. No golden light, but that long sword still swung and stabbed with terrifying ferocity. Thea found herself barely keeping up, forced constantly into evasive movement. He didn't defend, at all. In just 3 minutes of combat, she had already cut him twice with her blade. Add in the earlier batarang wound, and his blood was spilling freely, yet he didn't seem to notice. He just kept fighting, tireless, relentless, eyes burning with madness. God damn it. The usually composed, well-mannered Thea wanted to scream. If this had been a normal opponent, she would have finished him already. But this guy's brain clearly wasn't wired right, his concentration flickered, leaving plenty of openings, yet his sheer refusal to die balanced it out. Whoever cloned him had clearly noticed his instability and probably intentionally dulled his pain receptors. Madness to counter madness. Impressive, in a horrifying way. Sure, Thea could go all in, trade injury for injury, and finish it fast, but what kind of idiot would risk getting maimed just to kill a clone? Totally not worth it. Another quick sidestep, another slash, her katana cut across his side. Blood sprayed again, and at last, the angel of death began to slow. His movements grew sluggish, his war cries quieter. Finally. Thank God. Her ears were ringing from his endless yelling. Thea almost felt bad, like she was bullying someone with a disability. This whole fight had been a mistake. Next time I see a lunatic, I'm sending Robin instead. I'm done playing nurse to psychos. Thinking of Robin, she risked a glance across the battlefield. On the broader scale, the police and veterans still held the advantage, roughly 60% in their favor. The gangsters were being driven back, step by step. Victory was only a matter of time. But among the hero fights, things weren't so rosy. Without Batman to anchor them, the Bat family was clearly struggling. And with Thea tied up dealing with her sword-swinging maniac, the overall momentum wasn't looking great. Catwoman was dueling Penguin and a hulking brute in a pig-faced mask, neither side gaining ground. Nearby, Barbara was surrounded by half a dozen of Scarecrow's elite, her whip and gadgets flashing in every direction. She was winning, but burning through her stamina fast. And Firefly? Nowhere to be seen. Which, Thea decided, was good news. A pyromaniac and a cryomaniac going at it could only end in mass casualties. Then she noticed something else. Where's Robin? She scanned the hall, left to right, nothing. Then, finally, on the far bleachers, she spotted him, fighting desperately against two masked men. Both wore black suits and all faced masks. One wielded twin batons, the other a long sword. Their movements were smooth, lethal, perfectly synchronized. Robin was on the defensive, barely holding them off. Wait, Owls. Thea froze for a second. The Court of Owls. The real power behind Gotham. Not one man, not one gang, a centuries-old cabal of the city's oldest, richest families, watching from the shadows, manipulating everything. So that's who had pulled all these freaks together. It all fit, the secret experiments, the cloning, the invisible hand uniting madmen like Scarecrow and Penguin. A chill ran down her spine. If the court was involved, this wasn't just some big fight. This was a setup. We're not here to win, she realized grimly. We're here to be crushed. They must have a plan, a trump card waiting for the right moment. Still, for now, the field looked stable. If her side could just hold long enough, finish off the gangsters, and regroup, even those powerful talons wouldn't last against hundreds of guns. She was thinking that, when the angel of death came screaming back at her. Snapping out of her thoughts, Thea parried frantically. She was so done with this walking migraine. The duel dragged on, dodge 10 times, land 1 hit. Dodge 10, land 1. It was exhausting. Then, during another heavy clash, she felt her katana vibrate oddly. Looking down, her heart sank. The blade was cracking, small fractures webbing along the edge. After so many direct parries, the metal was giving out. 2 more swings, maybe 3, and it would snap. Her custom weapon, forged from rare alloys, her companion through countless fights, was about to die on her. Perfect. Just perfect. I come here to help, and now I'm gonna lose my best sword. Who's paying for this, huh? Does Gotham have a hero equipment insurance policy? As she considered grabbing a fallen police baton to replace it, a thug from Penguin's side, a generic, round-faced mobster, saw her stepping back and mistook it for weakness. Thinking she was about to lose, he charged at her with a knife, eager to steal the kill. Huh. Thea blinked, momentarily thrown. That's not how this works, buddy. Still, if he wanted to help, who was she to refuse? She sidestepped the lunge, grabbed his wrist, and yanked hard, sweeping her foot behind his legs. Normally she'd let go right there and let him eat the floor. But not today. She twisted with the motion, using his momentum to spin him like a discus, and with a powerful heave, hurled him straight at the oncoming angel of death. And, well, you really shouldn't surprise a lunatic. Seeing a human shape flying toward him, Azrael didn't even hesitate, he thrust his sword straight through the man's chest. Chapter 95, Battle at Arkham, Part 5. Thea had already noticed something strange about this so-called angel of death. Why had this idiot suddenly jumped into a crowd and started a one-man massacre without saying a word? A more scientific explanation would be that he suffered from behavioral recognition impairment, or, put simply, he couldn't tell friend from foe. Kind of like those huskies who, the moment you take off their leash, sprint off into the horizon because every human looks the same to them. The guy Thea had been fighting for half the day clearly had the same problem. His handler, no, let's be real, his creator, must have cut corners during cloning, copying only the original's memories without giving him any logical processing ability. He looked fierce from a distance, but he was just an attack dog, nothing more. As a bodyguard, he'd probably go berserk and cut down his employer within 5 minutes. As an assassin, he'd lose track of his target after half an hour and end up wandering aimlessly. Whoever engineered him had likely gone through many failures before finally deciding, fine, we'll use him as a disposable weapon. Drop him into the enemy ranks, let him slaughter until he dies, if he survives, lucky, if not, oh well. And that was exactly what was happening now. Under the force of momentum, a gang member couldn't stop his charge and lunged straight at the angel of death. Puffed. The clone, now operating purely on instinct, didn't even realize the oncoming figure was one of his own. Maybe the very concept of allies didn't exist in his brain. He simply rammed his sword straight through the man's chest. As he went to pull the blade free, Thea had already darted around to his side. A perfect opening, he was wide open, both hands gripping the sword stuck in the body. There was no way she was letting him reclaim that weapon. She sheathed her dagger, gripped her katana with both hands, and brought it down in a sharp, overhead Iaido slash at his forearm. Even in his broken mental state, the angel's basic combat instincts were intact. If he tried to yank out the sword now, she'd sever his arm before he could swing. A sword wasn't paper, even one sharp enough to cut iron met some resistance, and his wounded muscles would instinctively tense against the pain. In that split second, he realized he wouldn't be able to free the weapon in time. He had no choice but to release it and jump back to avoid her crushing blow. Good. Finally unarmed. Thea had zero interest in fair duels. She wasn't one of those idiots who toss their weapon aside just because the other guy dropped his. Her only thought was, how do I kill this lunatic quickly, safely, and efficiently? Without his precious sword, the angel of death was just a tiger with no fangs. His hand-to-hand skills weren't bad, but not bad only mattered when compared to someone like Commissioner Gordon. Against Thea, it was nothing. The two clashed at blinding speed, 7, 8 exchanges in mere seconds. Drawing on her refined combat experience, Thea spotted 3 flaws in his movements and exploited them ruthlessly, cutting 2 fresh gashes across his body. Blood streamed freely now, and his speed visibly faltered. His constant shouts turned into ragged gasps. For a clone, he was impressively durable, bleeding this much and still conscious was an achievement in itself. But Thea knew the end was near. She feinted with her left-hand dagger, forcing him to raise his arm to block, then lunged forward, driving her right-hand blade straight toward his chest. He saw the strike coming but was too slow. His body tried to twist aside. Thud. The katana plunged deep into his ribs, sliding under the arm. Half delirious, he reacted on instinct, grabbing the blade with one hand and glaring at her, eyes full of bloodlust. Oh, come on, Thea thought, don't pull that heroic sacrifice nonsense on me. This kind of grab the enemy's weapon and turn it around move was the protagonist's shtick, not his. What, did his creators let him watch too many anime reruns while he was in the lab? He probably didn't even realize she carried two weapons. Without hesitation, Thea flicked her left wrist. The dagger flashed once across his throat. The crazed fury in his eyes dissolved into confusion. He clutched at his neck as dark blood gushed through his fingers, making guttural, meaningless sounds before his tall frame slowly toppled backward. Well, Thea thought, I wonder if that counts as an honorable kill. Was a clone even considered a person? Had she technically broken the no-killing rule? She'd have to ask Superman next time they met, he was the expert on moral headaches like this. She let out a slow breath and dropped what remained of her katana. The special alloy blade that had followed her for over a year had finally snapped during the final clash, half still buried in the angel's ribs. Sure, she'd killed the enemy with a stylish, slow-mo double strike finish, but she was also a victim here. Sighing, she bent down and picked up his sword. Not because she wanted a shiny new weapon, of course. No, she swore to God, it was purely for scientific research. She just wanted to analyze its composition later. Then she noticed the sheath. Exquisite craftsmanship, ornate detailing, definitely antique. If she left it here, these gangsters would probably use it as a club. Clearly, it was her duty to protect this valuable cultural artifact. Cutting the strap from the corpse's belt, Thea took the scabbard and examined its color. It actually matched the deep red of her battle suit quite well. Perfect. She slid it neatly into one of her empty arrow quivers. Looking back toward the battlefield, she quickly assessed the situation. Barbara was going berserk, whipping and beating thugs with frightening enthusiasm, on the verge of shouting something like, "Bow before your queen." Robin was still getting tossed around by the two Talons, fending off blows with sheer desperation. He wasn't in immediate danger, but he was definitely losing. Fine. One thing at a time. She couldn't reach him yet, so she'd free up Catwoman first. Drawing an arrow, Thea set her sights on the short, round man gleefully dueling Selina, Penguin, clutching his ridiculous umbrella like a toy. He might look unimpressive, but he had the largest number of followers on the field. Kill him, and their morale would collapse. Once that happened, victory would be theirs. Chapter 96, Battle at Arkham, Part 6. Steadying her breath, Thea drew the bowstring to its limit and took aim at Penguin's most distinctive feature, his sharp, hooked nose. The arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, fast and true. If nothing unexpected happened, that ugly face would soon have a neat hole right through it. By tomorrow, his lieutenants would be attending their boss's funeral, and by the day after, they'd be voting on a new leader. But when the arrow was barely 20 centimeters from Penguin's face, a figure flashed in from the side. A gloved hand, clad in deep emerald green, snatched the arrow out of the air. What? Having her arrow intercepted wasn't that surprising, her archery wasn't perfect, and even that lunatic, Angel of Death, had managed to deflect her shots. But catching a speeding arrow with one hand? That was another level entirely. Sure, someone with super strength or extraordinary reflexes could manage it, but the woman standing before her clearly wasn't that type. No, this woman was familiar with Thea's shooting style. She had used the same technique, the one passed down by the League of Assassins, to catch it. That specific trick, Thea herself had learned but never used. She'd never expected the first person to pull it on her would be another woman. Talia. Thea muttered under her breath, eyes narrowing. Who are you? Asked the woman in the emerald combat suit, a recurved bow slung in one hand and a sword at her hip, Talia al Ghul. She studied Thea with sharp, cautious eyes. The woman's stance, her rhythm, her movements all screamed League training. Could she be one of them? How could Thea even begin to answer that? The whole story was way too complicated, and this was not the time to start a family drama exposition in front of half of Gotham's underworld. She took in Talia's exotic beauty, those amber eyes framed by dark lashes, black hair cascading around olive-toned skin that hinted at both Arab and East Asian heritage. All allure and danger, intertwined. Beat me first, then we'll talk, Thea said flatly. She wanted to see for herself, how did she, Thea Queen, compare to Ra's al Ghul's hand-trained daughter, the woman who would one day guide Green Arrow himself. With a swift motion, she knocked an arrow and fired. Your archery still needs work. Talia brushed the arrow aside with the body of her bow, her lips curling in disdain. Her hands, however, didn't pause, she drew and loosed a counter-arrow in a single smooth motion, matching Thea's rhythm perfectly. But under Thea's heightened senses, that arrow shone like a flare in the sky. She sidestepped lightly to the left and fired back in return. Then came a display fit for the stage, both women shooting in perfect synchronization, arrows clashing midair with sharp metallic snaps. Their quivers emptied quickly, 20 shots each, and neither could gain the upper hand. Talia's technique was exquisite, but Thea's perception and timing more than compensated for the difference in pure skill. After the flurry, both women's arms trembled from the strain. Neither of them had superhuman stamina. They paused in mutual respect, steadying their breathing, eyes locked, each ready for the next exchange. By this point, Talia was absolutely certain. Her opponent was using Ra's al Ghul's own archery style. After all, her father wasn't exactly known for innovation, he taught his students exactly as he'd been taught himself. The same techniques, the same footwork, it was unmistakable. Studying Thea's build, her movements, her strength and agility, Talia could tell she was a woman, and a young one at that. A thought struck her, could this be her sister, Nissa al Ghul? She hadn't seen Nissa in years. The two sisters were never close, Talia had left the league long ago to raise her son. But the age, the style, even the aura, they fit. Had her sister come to Gotham to challenge her? And if so, was their father, the demon's head himself, lurking nearby? Uneasy, Talia discreetly signaled her men to stay hidden and not reveal themselves. Fortunately for her, Thea couldn't read minds. If she could, she would have screamed, "Are you blind? I'm way hotter than your sister." Thea, meanwhile, was facing her own dilemma. This was Bruce Wayne's baby mama. Hitting her felt wrong. But not hitting her also felt wrong. And worse, Talia was supposed to be the one who would later mentor her brother, Oliver Queen, into becoming Green Arrow. Without her, there would be no Green Arrow. Thea wasn't about to screw up the cosmic chain of mentorship. And if Talia was here, then Bane couldn't be far behind. That walking tank of muscle and venom punches with literal tons of force. Even Iron Man would fold after one good hit. Talia feared her father might appear to clean house. Thea feared Bane might pop out of a bush and smash her like a soda can. So, in perfect silent agreement, both women slowly backed away, each retreating to her own side. "Commissioner Gordon, what's your situation?" Thea asked through the comms. Still holding, the old man replied, gunfire crackling behind his voice. "But they're tough bastards. Honestly, I think they're stalling us for something." He wasn't wrong. Thea felt it too, a bad premonition. The Court of Owls, Talia, maybe even Bane, on the high-end power scale, they were badly outmatched. Her mind made up, she snapped an order. "Commissioner, fall back. Start clearing an exit route. We're pulling out of Arkham, slowly. Agent Lila, have your snipers cover Robin's retreat. Catwoman, Barbara, ready your smoke grenades. And Selina, tell Firefly she's on rearguard duty." Firefly still wasn't linked into their comm channel, partly because Thea didn't trust her, and partly because the pyromaniac couldn't stand working with the Bat family anyway. With Gordon's commands echoing through the police radio, the formation began tightening, methodical, controlled withdrawal. 2 sniper shots rang out, bang. Bang. The bullets streaked toward the Talons who'd been cornering Robin. They sensed the danger instantly, twisting aside just in time to dodge, giving Robin the opening he needed to sprint back toward the main group. Chapter 97, Retreat. Robin's skills were one thing, but his grit, Thea had to admit, was remarkable. She watched as he staggered back into their ranks, bruised and bloodied, his suit slashed open in 2 places, dark stains seeping through. For him to be that battered and still refuse to call for help, well, that took a certain kind of stubborn bravery. "My comms got smashed, thank God you showed up when you did." The moment Robin opened his mouth, Thea realized her sympathy had been misplaced, but since those Talons were indeed formidable, she didn't tease him. Instead, she ordered him to fall back and hold the rear, which in truth just meant go take a breather, kid. "Thea, heads up, lots of heat signatures in the side rooms, and trace radiation readings." Felicity's urgent voice crackled through the comms before Thea could even finish ordering a retreat. An ambush was no surprise, but radiation. That made her pause. Before she could think it through, the gymnasium's steel side door was kicked off its hinges, and a group of massive men burst through. Their numbers were unclear, but the one in front tore the entire iron door free as if it were cardboard, and the others poured in behind him. Ah, so these were the enhanced humans Gordon had mentioned. Tearing a door like that required monstrous strength, not quite at Bane's, measured in tons, level, but still enough to qualify as superhuman. Most of them still wore civilian clothes, but their faces told another story. Some had blood trickling from the corners of their eyes. Others' veins bulged darkly under their skin, pulsing grotesquely. A few even had small horns sprouting from their foreheads. Their twisted, inhuman features could only mean one thing. Arkham's bio-experiments. And judging from their numbers, the scientists had been busy. 3 days, and they'd already mass-produced this many. Impressive, and terrifying. To confirm her suspicion, Thea plucked an arrow from her quiver and took aim at the horned brute leading the charge, 2 meters tall, built like a rhino. Thunk. The arrow struck dead center in his chest, and what spilled out wasn't red, it was purple. The hit staggered him 2 steps, but then he roared, ripped the arrow free, and kept coming. Impressive, Thea muttered. Still bleeding meant still killable. She steadied her breath, drew again, and loosed 5 arrows in quick succession, graceful and precise, like a reborn Kikyo or a living Sylvanus. On the 4th shot, her arrow pierced his left eye. The 5th, straight through his throat. The rhinoman collapsed with a strangled bellow and didn't get back up. Not so tough after all, Thea said with a faint smirk. These creatures looked intimidating, but all they had was brute strength, speed, and durability. Like the angel of death before them, what they really needed enhanced was their brains. If you can't even dodge an arrow, you're not a threat, you're target practice. Still, just because she could handle them easily didn't mean everyone else could. Even with the officers working in perfect coordination, it took heavy fire to bring down just 3 of the enhanced men, and more were flooding in through the side door. Commissioner Gordon, order the retreat. I'll cover you. Thea drew a web arrow from her special quiver and fired toward the open doorway, then, not trusting one to be enough, shot another for good measure. Thick, silvery webbing spread rapidly across the side wall, sealing it like a cocoon. The enhanced men, brains evidently optional, didn't stop to think. They shoved, pushed, and piled against the sticky barrier like trapped cattle. The first few were caught instantly, their bodies tangled in the web. The ones behind kept pushing harder, using their own allies as leverage. From the outside, it looked absurd, a heaving wall of flesh under a white web that bulged, sank, and bulged again in waves. Even Thea wasn't sure how long it would hold. Those webs were designed for normal humans, who knew how they'd fare against these mutants. Time to go, she shouted. Firefly, Bridget Pike, appeared at her side, her gaze fixed not on the web, but on how well it might burn. That glint in her eyes, yeah, she was definitely considering it. You handle the rear. I'll cover you. Thea murmured, keeping her voice low. Then, over comms, she added, when you see the fire, throw your smoke grenades. Batman brand ones. Let's test how they react to open flame. Firefly didn't even wait for the signal. Once most of their people had fallen back, she ignited her flamethrower and unleashed hell. Her flames weren't ordinary, they were chemical, oil-based, burning so hot that they roared through the air before even touching the ground. The pressure tank on her back hissed as she swept the nozzle, washing the corridor in searing fire. Damn, that's strong, Thea thought. She made a mental note, best way to deal with Firefly, shoot her fuel tank from a distance. Close combat. Not a chance. Or maybe invest in some fire-retardant lining for her armor. She'd have to test how hot those flames really were someday. Barbara and the others saw the blaze erupt and immediately hurled their smoke grenades, covering the retreat in a thick, chemical haze. When Thea caught the acrid tang in the air, she knew the fire and smoke were reacting, creating something new and nasty. She grabbed Firefly, who was gleefully torching everything in sight. Time to go, pyromaniac. They had barely taken a few steps when an icy chill swept over them. The temperature plummeted, the distorted heat haze freezing into deadly stillness. Mr. Freeze, they both exclaimed at once. The 2 women backed away cautiously. Thea knocked a special arrow, titanium alloy tipped, coated with Teflon carbide, the same material Queen Industries used for high-speed machining tools. It was her custom, armor-piercing arrow. Firefly focused, keeping up a defensive wall of flame as she retreated. Let's move, Catwoman called as she and Barbara rejoined them. Now it was truly an all-female lineup, Thea, Barbara, Catwoman, and Firefly. Their one male teammate, Robin, was already off the field. Relying on Firefly's fiery barrage to keep the enemy at bay, the 4 women withdrew, step by step, out of Arkham Asylum. Chapter 98, Watch me take him down in one shot. From a distance, the imposing figure of Mr. Freeze, clad in his gleaming, high-tech armor, noticed their retreat. A faint, almost smug smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he raised his freeze gun and pulled the trigger. A torrent of icy vapor erupted, flooding toward the 4 women. But Firefly wasn't about to back down. With a flick of her wrist, she leveled her flamethrower and unleashed a stream of roaring fire. Neither said a word, but anyone with eyes could tell, these 2 weren't just fighting. They hated each other. Where one stood, the other refused to yield, mutual destruction waiting to happen. Cold mist clashed with burning napalm midair, creating a hellish dance of steam and sparks. The vapor condensed into water, evaporated again under the heat, and the flames flickered as frost gnawed at their edge. Neither side could overpower the other, the fight was locked in a perfect, deadly stalemate. Should we go help? Barbara asked, still the most loyal of them all. She'd never even spoken to Firefly, but she already considered the pyromaniac one of their own. Her question was directed at Thea, the team's resident expert in exotic tech and weapons. Thea, meanwhile, was utterly fascinated. So this was the famous freeze gun. From what she'd heard, it worked using supercooled ammonia gas, a design surprisingly similar to her own cryo arrows, which used liquid nitrogen. In terms of raw temperature, nitrogen was colder and more powerful, but it also lost energy much faster in open air. Ammonia, on the other hand, underwent a chemical reaction inside the gun before being expelled, making it more stable and efficient. In short, Freeze's setup was better optimized, plus, his ammo came from the massive pressurized tanks strapped to his back. Thea's arrows? One shot, one less in the quiver. Yeah, his system had the advantage, but there was no way she'd walk around with a big volatile tank on her back. That was asking for an explosion. And speaking of explosions, she knew exactly how to end this. The trick with Freeze and Firefly was the same: hit the fuel source from afar, let physics do the rest. So when Barbara asked her question, Thea answered with supreme confidence. Of course we can. Watch me take him out in one shot. Her tone was light, but her eyes gleamed with precision. She'd already spotted the bulge in Freeze's armor, the tank. Smart man, he'd armored it heavily, much more carefully than the carefree Firefly, who strutted around with hers fully exposed. A big, slow-moving target like that was child's play for her to hit. The only concern was whether her arrow could penetrate that heavy armor, especially with the haze and crossfire messing up visibility. Moving away from the others, Thea climbed onto a collapsed platform for a better vantage point. She drew her bow, sighted in on Mr. Freeze, still locked in his icy duel with Firefly, and smirked. The bowstring twanged. Her custom arrow, titanium alloy, Teflon-coated, cut through the air and slammed into Freeze's back. The 10-centimeter tip sank only halfway in, but that was enough. She waited, 1 second, 2, and then saw it, a pale jet of cold gas hissing from a crack in his armor. Perfect. Time to move. Thea shouted. Who knew how much pressure was in that tank, or whether it would explode outward? Better not to find out. She darted back toward the others, grabbing Catwoman and Barbara as she passed. Firefly gave her a confused look, until Thea yanked her by the arm. Run. Across the battlefield, Mr. Freeze blinked. Why were they running? Had his opponent run out of fuel? He didn't have long to wonder. He squeezed the trigger. Click. Click. No mist. No frost. Just silence. A split second later, a deafening boom echoed through Arkham Asylum. The shockwave sent Freeze flying, his armored body smashing into a wall before crumpling to the ground. By the time Thea's group looked back, the asylum's front gate had become a solid wall of ice. The frost spread outward in a wave, freezing the ground, the walls, the very air. All 4 women bolted. If they could have grown extra legs, they would have. Thea and Catwoman, both faster, each grabbed one of Firefly's arms, hauling her along. The poor pyromaniac wasn't just slow, that tank on her back easily weighed over 10 kilos. Without help, she'd have been part of the ice sculpture by now. Barbara trailed behind, giving her occasional shoves forward. They burst through the main doors just as the cold wave reached them. Thea, Barbara gasped, next time something that big is about to go off, warn us first. Ah, come on, it worked out fine. We finally got rid of Freeze. Thea said cheerfully, as if she hadn't almost blown them all to bits. Barbara and Catwoman exchanged a look. Then, it was Barbara, ever the honest one, who explained. Ah. Freeze's body temperature's below 0. He's immune to freezing. You can't kill him that way. Immune. 2 golden words flashed in Thea's mind like a curse. What kind of ridiculous passive ability was that? And no one thought to tell her. She turned toward Firefly, half dreading the realization. So was she immune to fire, then? No wonder the woman ran around lugging a tank of napalm without a care in the world. Still, Thea would never admit a mistake. Not now, not ever. She straightened up, brushing imaginary dust from her armor, and said smoothly. Of course I knew that. He's not dead, but he'll need time to thaw and recompress his gases. Trust me, we've bought ourselves time. Everything's under control. Catwoman nodded uncertainly. Barbara, future librarian and professional non-scientist, had no idea how true that was supposed to be. And Firefly just shrugged, half convinced, half bored. Thea exhaled in relief. They bought it. Still, her mind was spinning. If shooting the tank didn't finish him, what would? That freeze gun could stop missiles midair. His armor could shrug off small arms fire. No matter how she looked at it, he was a nightmare to fight head-on. And that was just one problem. The Court of Owls. Mr. Freeze. The hordes of enhanced freaks from Arkham's labs. Each new variable tightened the knot in Thea's chest. Her pretty brows furrowed. If things got any worse, there might only be one solution left. Hellfire missiles. But launching one on US soil. Even Amanda Waller would throw a fit, and she'd definitely make Thea the scapegoat afterward. No, that would have to be the last resort. Chapter 99, The Magnificent Greatsword. Originally, Thea had planned to fake a retreat, lure the enemy out of Arkham and ambush them outside. But thanks to Mr. Freeze turning the entire exit into a frozen fortress, that plan was now completely scrapped. Firefly clearly wanted to bail, but Thea wouldn't let her. Half dragging, half coaxing, she got the woman back onto the command truck. This fiery lunatic was a valuable asset now. Until Thea figured out how to deal with Freeze, there was no way she'd let her slip away. After a few minutes of gentle reasoning, and some not-so-gentle logic from Catwoman, Firefly reluctantly agreed to stay. Inside the vehicle, no one spoke. Each of them sat lost in thought, quietly replaying the battle's chaos in their minds. Thea broke the silence by pulling out the prize she'd taken earlier, the ornate black longsword she'd recovered from the late Angel of Death. She gave the blade a light tap with her finger. It responded with a low, resonant hum. She couldn't tell what it was made of, but it looked ancient, 85 centimeters of dark metal, just over a meter total including the hilt. Its design was that of a traditional English broadsword, though thinner and sharper-edged, suited equally for thrusting and slashing. Etched into the guard in flowing Latin script were the words, Sword of Azrael. So that maniac named himself after his sword, huh? Thea muttered. Well, he's dead now, guess the name's available. She gave it a few light swings. The balance was perfect, not too heavy, not too light. For her build and strength, it was just right. Must be fate, she said with a grin. Her companions turned to watch her, if only out of curiosity. Firefly and Lila lost interest quickly, neither cared much for medieval hardware. But the rest of the Bat family couldn't help glancing more than once. That's Azrael's sword, isn't it? Robin finally asked. He still remembered it vividly, the blade that had nearly carved through the GCPD earlier that night. But he'd been too far away to see Thea's fight with its former owner, so now he just sounded confused. Thea shot him a look but didn't bother replying. What do you mean, Azrael's sword? She thought. From a legal, moral, and entirely practical standpoint, it was hers now. Whoever Azrael was didn't matter. She didn't even know the guy. She was just about to sheath the sword when Catwoman's sharp eyes caught something. The scabbard, Selina said, her voice low. You took that too? Thea blinked, a little wary of her tone. Why? Is there something wrong with it? Something wrong? Not even close. Catwoman's gaze lingered on the scabbard, her thief's instincts flaring. The entire sheath glittered with inlaid gemstones, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, all real. All expensive. Her rational mind told her to look away. Her eyes refused to obey. Just one more glance, she told herself. Maybe two, okay, three. Because really, when it came to shiny things, women and dragons weren't so different. Even Firefly's eyes drifted toward it, dazzled by the play of colors. Lila, the professional agent, tried to remain composed but couldn't help sneaking a side glance. Barbara, who came from a comfortable but modest background, wasn't immune either. She stared for a moment, sighed in envy, then turned back to chat quietly with Robin. But for the two who grew up scraping by, Catwoman and Firefly, that jeweled scabbard was hypnotic. Felicity, who prided herself on being the fashion face of Team Arrow, was practically vibrating. Her outfit changed 3 times a day, her earrings once a day, and now she was clinging to Thea's sleeve, eyes sparkling. This sword sheath, she whispered breathlessly, it wants to be with me. Catwoman's expression wasn't far off, hers was just greedier. She wasn't even trying to hide the mental math she was doing. That thing could sell for a fortune, she thought bitterly. And it ended up in the hands of a Star City brat. A legitimate battle trophy, too. I can't even steal it with a straight face. Thea had zero intention of sharing. Finders keepers was her current financial policy. She was broke enough as it was, and that scabbard was either her next weapon upgrade or her next payday. Either way, not for sharing. To steer the conversation away from her shiny loot, Thea decided to talk strategy. What do you guys think of those enhanced humans? Ever fought anything like them before? The group exchanged looks, then, almost in unison, shook their heads. Not because the mutants weren't dangerous, but because none of them had fought any before. So much for insight. Thea sighed inwardly. If Arkham had hundreds of those things hidden underground, there was no way she could hold them all off. Fortunately, Gordon, veteran of 1,000 Gotham nightmares, spoke up. I've seen their kind, he said gravely. Back in the day, they came in all sorts. Some could age people on touch. Some messed with your mind. But they all needed physical contact. He paused, frowning in thought. These new ones. I think they're simpler. Just stronger, tougher, faster. No psychic tricks. That's good to know. Thea nodded. Any idea how to deal with them? The old commissioner hesitated, then scratched his head. Well, back then, I just hit them. With a stick. Thea blinked. Barbara looked away. Even Robin winced. So your grand tactical solution, Thea said slowly, was to beat them with a stick. He shrugged. Worked fine at the time. She had to fight the urge to cover her face. No wonder Barbara had inherited that charge first, plan later gene. This was where it came from. But his answer wasn't useless, it just wasn't scalable. A few enhanced thugs she could handle, a few hundred were a different story. Turning back to Felicity, she asked, "You said they gave off radiation before they appeared?" "Yeah," Felicity replied, scrolling through her readings. "It wasn't super high, but definitely there." "So what, they're being enhanced through nuclear material?" Thea asked. She glanced at Gordon, hoping his ancient Gotham wisdom might pull through. The nearly retired commissioner frowned, thinking hard. But it had been over 20 years since that old experiment. He'd never cared about how Arkham's freaks were made, only about putting them behind bars. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. "Sorry. I don't remember." Thea didn't blame him. Even if he did remember, science moved fast. 2 decades meant entirely new methods, new horrors. Still, she had a theory. She'd been studying weapons of mass destruction recently, and nuclear tech was at the top of her notes. "All right," she said at last, snapping her fingers. "Let's mount a Geiger counter on one of the drones. I want a full radiation scan of the site." She turned to her Star City teammate. "Felicity, can you handle it?" "Sure," the hacker said, already opening her laptop. Then Thea paused, glancing at the Gotham crew. "You do have a Geiger counter, right?" Everyone stared blankly. A chorus of confused faces, heroes who'd gone from normal citizen to vigilante without any idea how radiation even worked. Fortunately, Lila spoke up. "We've got one. Argus keeps a few in our field kits. I'll have someone bring it over." "Perfect," Thea said with a relieved nod. Maybe, just maybe, she could still turn this chaotic mess into a scientific victory. Chapter 100, The Return of Batman. Hearing Lila confirm that Argus had the equipment, Thea finally relaxed and refocused on the discussion with Felicity. "They're probably using low-level nuclear radiation to weaken the body's natural defenses," Thea said thoughtfully, tapping her fingers against the table, "and after that, they inject various animal DNA to enhance physical attributes. But this kind of hybridization puts enormous strain on the body, and the power increase is actually pretty limited." She was speaking from experience, recalling her fight with that horned rhinoman. Felicity nodded, chin in hand, already thinking ahead. "Then theoretically, if we could eliminate the radiation residue on their cells, their bodies would reject the foreign DNA over time." "In theory, yes. In practice, not a chance. Cleansing radiation contamination wasn't a quick fix. Chernobyl had been sealed off since 1986, nearly 1,650 square kilometers of land still too dangerous for humans to live on. Arkham didn't have the same large-scale contamination issue, but even dealing with trace isotopes was a massive undertaking. The bigger concern was what kind of nuclear source the enemy was using. If it was waste material, the danger was manageable. But if they had access to a functioning reactor, then even Thea's backup plan, dropping a Hellfire missile on Arkham, would have to be scrapped immediately. "Let's just test the levels first," she decided. "If the readings aren't high, we can try neutralizing the radiation with an artificial rainfall and a boric acid dispersal." That was about as much as she could plan for now, there were too many unknowns. Then a sudden thought struck her. She turned toward the half-asleep Gotham crew on the other side of the room. "By the way, does it ever rain in Gotham? You guys live under clouds 24/7 or what?" Honestly, she couldn't blame them for being quiet earlier. She'd spent the last 10 minutes talking about nuclear isotopes, radiation decay, and chemical neutralization. Now, finally, a topic everyone could understand. Barbara frowned, thinking Thea was mocking her city. "Of course it rains." "But yeah, it's cloudy most of the year," she replied, her tone a little defensive. "Most of the year?" Thea nearly rolled her eyes. "Try every single day." She'd been in Gotham for over a month and hadn't seen the sun once. No wonder people here were insane. Living in darkness for years wasn't just bad for your health, it warped your mind. Sunlight makes people calmer, saner, more rational. But Gotham. Gotham was a breeding ground for night creatures, both literal and metaphorical. She thought she'd just found one of the root causes of Gotham's madness. Well, one of them. And then she couldn't help comparing. Superman had landed in bright, capitalist metropolis, basking in sunlight and hero worship. If his ship had crashed in Gotham instead, he'd probably have grown up poor, bitter, and half crazy, and might not have survived long enough to ever see daylight. She vaguely remembered an old theory from the internet: Gotham was cursed because there was a demon sealed beneath the city. That was supposedly why it was always gloomy. True or not, she couldn't say, but she did recall one fact: Solomon Grundy, the undead powerhouse, did sleep somewhere in the Gotham River. If she started tampering with the weather here, who knew what kind of monster she'd awaken next? Last time she'd merely encouraged civilians to rise up, and now every criminal in the city was forming gangs. Still, was she scared? Not in the slightest. The thought alone made her blood boil with excitement. Unaware that Thea was already mentally prepping to accidentally trigger a citywide catastrophe, the rest of the team quietly went back to cleaning their weapons and gear. The journey back to camp was surprisingly peaceful, no ambushes, no attacks. Back at base, the women immediately went to change clothes, wash up, and rest. Thea in particular couldn't stand it anymore. After dueling the so-called Angel of Death, she was still splattered with his blood. Her mild cleanliness obsession had been screaming for an hour straight. After freshening up, everyone gathered in the meeting room. It took 10 minutes for Commissioner Gordon, the ever-diligent warhorse, to finally appear. He hadn't even had time to wash his face. The moment they'd returned, he'd been busy counting casualties, reorganizing patrols, and maintaining morale before finally joining them. 14 officers dead, 41 wounded, he reported grimly. 3 veterans killed, 5 injured. He rubbed a hand over his face, weariness etched deep in his eyes. Most of the police casualties had come from the moment the enhanced soldiers broke through. The veterans, by contrast, had weathered the fight well. Old habits of ducking, covering, and staying alive had served them once again. Thea sighed and rubbed her temples. 1/10 of their forces, gone. Still, she couldn't say the mission had failed. They'd learned a lot about the enemy's numbers, capabilities, and organization. In intelligence terms, it was a success. But with Arkham able to produce more of those monsters endlessly, this war would eat them alive sooner or later. She was just figuring out how to gently suggest another round of recruitment when the conference room doors swung open. A tall, broad-shouldered man, elegant, composed, and leaning slightly on a cane, stepped inside. Bruce. Catwoman froze for half a heartbeat, then bolted. Without hesitation, she vaulted over the entire conference table, landing gracefully on the other side before throwing herself into his arms. Tears welled in her eyes as her fingers traced the familiar lines of his face. "Is it really you, Bruce?" she whispered. His voice, calm and rich as ever, answered, "Yes, Selina. It's me. I'm home." They were seconds away from a long overdue reunion when a voice from the doorway shattered the mood. "Hey, Kitty, there's your man. Now, where's my money?" A tall, deadly beautiful woman with long dark hair and an all-too-casual swagger stepped into the room. Thea nearly buried her face in her hands. Of course. The mood killer in question was none other than her occasional mentor and professional chaos agent, Lady Shiva. The room's collective awe turned into awkward silence as Shiva strode right up to Catwoman, held out her hand, and said flatly, "Come on. You promised payment." "Chop chop, I'm on a schedule." "Shiva," Bruce said evenly, still holding Selina close. "We talked about this on the way back. I'll pay you. Just, let her go." Shiva arched an eyebrow. "Nope. She made the deal, not you. You're flat broke and your company's on life support. What are you gonna pay me with, your mansion? I don't do real estate." Catwoman looked mortified. When she'd begged Shiva for help, it had been a desperate, last-ditch effort. She hadn't actually expected the woman to succeed, let alone drag Bruce Wayne back alive and intact. Now here he was, whole and breathing, and she owed a debt the size of a small country. If she didn't pay, she'd never live it down. But paying meant, well, goodbye savings. Thea leaned back in her chair, sighing deeply. Only in Gotham could a legendary hero's homecoming turn into a collection call. Chapter 101, The Value of Batman. Catwoman shot her old lover a sideways glance. He was standing there, perfectly fine, not missing so much as a finger. Honestly, she felt a little annoyed. If he'd at least come back with a limp or a scar, she could have bargained with Shiva. But now, she had no excuse at all. Pasting on her best forced smile, she tugged Bruce behind her and went to negotiate with the mercenary queen about installment payments. Bruce Wayne, for his part, couldn't have looked more uncomfortable if he tried. Sure, he was rich, technically. But most of his wealth was tied up in frozen assets, Wayne Enterprises shares, cross-holdings in Queen Consolidated, Merlin Global, even a few tied to LexCorp. And per the unspoken rule among the world's billionaire elite, those kinds of assets couldn't just be liquidated without reason. Add to that the dozens of properties he owned around the globe, Swiss ski resorts, Belgian vineyards, you name it, and you had a man rich on paper and broke in practice. His liquid cash went straight into maintaining the Batcave's endless arsenal of gadgets, vehicles, and surveillance systems. In short, Bruce Wayne and Thea Queen had more in common than either wanted to admit. Both looked glamorous, and both were, financially speaking, broke. So as Shiva leaned in, smiling that predatory smile that made even assassins nervous, all Bruce could offer Selina was moral support. The room went dead quiet, everyone watching the two women haggle like market vendors. You were supposed to pay me after 1 month, Shiva said coolly. It's been 3 days past due. Late fee applies. Catwoman bristled. I haven't even charged you for travel expenses. You know how hard it was tracking him down. I sliced my finger on the first day and didn't even rest. Back and forth they went, two elegant, lethal women reduced to arguing over invoices and penalties. Bruce cleared his throat pointedly. Ahem. Maybe we could, perhaps, return to the subject of rescuing Gotham's citizens. No one listened. This was premium entertainment. Even Commissioner Gordon, the eternal workaholic, wasn't interrupting this one. Thea, sitting cross-legged with her chin in her hand, was enjoying the drama more than she'd admit. Eventually, the financial battle ended in defeat for Catwoman. Hands trembling, she pulled out her phone and began a transfer. Everyone in the room could practically feel her pain. Ding. The cheerful chime of success made Shiva smile like a satisfied cat. Good girl, she said smoothly, glancing at her screen. You're richer than you look. That'll cover your first payment. Next installment, beginning of next month. She pocketed her phone without missing a beat, ignoring Selina's near-death expression, and turned to the rest of the room. Her eyes landed on Thea. You've improved, Shiva said casually, waving her hand. Haven't been home in ages, wonder if my daughter misses me. Anyway, gotta run. And with that, the infamous Lady Shiva flipped her black hair over one shoulder and strode out, leaving behind a room full of stunned silence and one mortified cat burglar. Thea blinked. So that's it. No certificate. No graduation speech. Still, she couldn't deny the pang of disappointment. For all her ruthlessness, Shiva had been her sparring partner, her teacher, even, on her best days, a kind of brutal mentor. And right now, Thea could really use someone who could fight. But she also knew better than to wish Shiva stayed. If Catwoman's empty bank account was any lesson, hiring Shiva again would bankrupt her faster than any supervillain ever could. Shaking off the thought, she turned to Gotham's greatest invalid. Mr. Wayne, have you fully recovered? Subtext, can you actually fight, or are you just here for moral support? Bruce, of course, caught the implication instantly. He lifted his cane with a small smile. Walking's fine, he said mildly. Thea stared at him. Internally, she was screaming. Great. One mentor gone, one hero crippled. We're right back where we started. Trying not to groan aloud, she gave him a brief rundown of everything that had happened, the Arkham experiments, the enhanced soldiers, the radiation data, and her tentative plan to use rain and boric acid to neutralize the effects. When she finished, Bruce nodded thoughtfully. Please, just call me Bruce. And, Thea, Gotham owes you more than you know. Then he straightened, his tone shifting to that familiar, measured confidence that made him who he was. As for your idea, it has potential. But I might have a more efficient approach. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, disc-shaped prototype. Years ago, I developed a sonic pulse emitter. Harmless to normal people, but with the right tuning, it can target specific biological frequencies. If we can analyze the enhanced soldier's unique physiology, I can modify the emitter to disrupt them, induce dizziness, even temporary paralysis. That, right there, was the difference between Thea's cautious pragmatism and Batman's genius. While she was talking about spraying boric acid from drones, he was talking about building precision biofrequency weapons. No wonder Ra's al Ghul had seen him as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Earning multiple doctorates on his own time wasn't something mortals did for fun. Within minutes, the two were deep in discussion, bouncing equations and countermeasures off each other like lifelong lab partners. Felicity, at first too shy to speak in front of her lifelong idol, soon got swept up in the excitement and joined them, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. That left everyone else, the scientific illiterates of the group, utterly lost. Catwoman was still brooding about her lost money, calculating how many jewelry stores she'd have to rob to make it back. Gordon and Robin looked politely attentive but might as well have been listening to alien radio. Even Lila, the most pragmatic of them, gave up trying to follow the technobabble after a few minutes. Bruce, on the other hand, was thrilled. For the first time in ages, he was surrounded by people who not only understood his ideas, but built upon them. He'd spent years in Gotham surrounded by allies who fought well but thought terribly. His only true intellectual equal so far had been an immortal madman who kept trying to marry him off to his daughter. But now, these Star City girls were sharp, focused, and clever enough to keep pace. Finally, someone who could speak his language. And as he glanced around the table, his gaze briefly resting on Robin, who was visibly fighting sleep, a small smile tugged at his lips. Maybe, just maybe. It was time to consider sending the boy to study in Star City. Their education system, it seemed, produced miracles. Though, of course, Bruce had no idea that both Thea and Felicity were entirely self-taught. Chapter 102, Gotham is about to change. The next morning, everyone gathered at the Gotham Meteorological Observation Center, a facility that controlled 3 weather satellites capable of monitoring the city skies in real time. And, of course, as with all things Gotham, the place ran on Wayne Enterprises' money. Every year, Bruce's company poured in millions for research and maintenance. Today, though, the benefactor himself was keeping a low profile, disguised as an ordinary officer, while the actual negotiations were handled by his old friend, Lucius Fox. Lucius, the ever-elegant elder statesman of Wayne Enterprises, was in excellent spirits these days. Ever since outmaneuvering Talia al Ghul's coup attempt at the board, he'd been practically glowing, his back straighter, his step lighter, his grin wider. He still couldn't climb all 100 floors of the Wayne Tower in one go, but he'd tell anyone who'd listen that he could if he wanted to. And now, with Bruce Wayne safely back in Gotham, Lucius had secretly met with him the night before. That private reunion had rejuvenated the man completely. He was walking with the energy of someone half his age. When he heard Thea needed access to the weather control system to observe cloud activity, he didn't even ask why. Instead, he simply smiled, made a few calls, and gave every employee at the center the day off. By noon, the facility, and all its satellites, were completely at their disposal. Thea sat in the control room beside Officer Wayne, going over their final plan. Ever since she'd explained her overcast skies and high crime rates theory, Bruce had been intrigued. And that was saying something for a man with multiple doctorates in psychology. He'd always believed Gotham's corruption was purely social and systemic, but now, this strange, almost heretical idea had him thinking. Maybe, just maybe, perpetual darkness had conditioned Gotham's citizens to live as predators. And besides, they needed rain anyway to help cleanse residual radiation in the air. So why not fix both problems at once? Felicity, start releasing the dry ice, Thea commanded, settling into the meteorologist's high chair like a queen on her throne. This time, the drones weren't her usual custom toys. They were Wayne Tech models, the kind, technically classified as civilian, but capable of carrying missiles. It was, as Bruce called it, a regulatory gray area. Thea just called it perfect. As the drones rose through the murky Gotham sky, releasing a stream of dry ice into the upper atmosphere, she couldn't help smirking. This single flight cost over $1 million, but it wasn't her money, so who cared? Lucius, being a consummate corporate professional, didn't even flinch. Tens of millions came and went through his accounts daily. This was pocket change. And when you split the cost among shareholders, no one even noticed. Thea found it almost poetic, modern capitalism's greatest trick: everyone pays, no one feels it. Of course, halfway through, she remembered, she was technically one of those shareholders. Watching her own portion of the money vanish into the clouds left her a little bitter, but with Bruce standing there calm as ever, she didn't dare complain. Felicity guided the drones in 2 wide sweeps over the city before returning to base. The clouds above Gotham grew thicker, heavier, dark as molten lead. It should have started raining. Any normal city would have been drenched by now. But Gotham resisted. 10 minutes passed. Still no rain. Thea frowned. There was something about Gotham's weather that made her skin crawl. Anywhere else, this would be a downpour, but here, it was like the sky itself was holding its breath. "Commissioner, have your people fire the rounds," Thea said, tapping her chin. She wasn't leaving until it rained. Outside, the city was swallowed by shadow. Every street lamp, every building light flickered on against the endless gray. Boom. Boom. The sound of artillery thundered across the skyline. Each shell, $20,000 apiece, was packed with rainfall-inducing chemicals. Thea knew the price because Gordon was literally signing off on them beside her. The ever-principled commissioner had insisted Gotham pay its share. Public-private cooperation, he'd said. Then he'd signed 5 of them in a row. $100 grand gone in 10 seconds. The dark clouds grew denser still, merging into a single, impenetrable mass. The sky above Gotham was now pitch black, so dark it looked like the void itself. Every instinct in the room tensed. Just as Thea was about to order another volley, a low rumble echoed across the heavens. RRRRRMMMM, boom. It began faintly, almost imperceptible, then grew louder and louder, rolling through the city like a beast waking from its sleep. The air's water saturation just hit 179%, Felicity called out, eyes fixed on her monitors. Wind speed at the west outpost is up to force 5, reported one of Argus's agents. Positive charge in the updraft has risen to 450% above normal, Bruce added, checking the readings himself. With all the data converging, Thea knew there was no stopping it now. The storm was coming. "Barbara," she said sharply, "play the announcement, on repeat." Barbara nodded, still holding Robin close beside her. The announcement wasn't official, of course. It was Felicity's handiwork, a photoshopped, AI-edited version of the mayor's previous broadcast, repackaged as a public safety alert. It told citizens to stay indoors and keep their families safe from the severe weather event. At this point, even Thea had to admit, if she stayed in Gotham a few more months, the current mayor's approval ratings might hit record highs, and she'd be the reason. When Batman first heard they were faking mayoral broadcasts, his rigid sense of ethics had protested. But learning it wasn't their first time doing it, he just sighed and let it go. Then came the thunder. Crack, boom. The deafening roar rolled endlessly over Gotham. 10 full minutes of lightning and thunder tearing open the sky before, finally, the rain began. At first, fat droplets splattered against the reinforced glass. Then the drizzle thickened into a torrent. Within moments, the city was drowning under sheets of rain. The sound of water drumming against the building filled the observation deck. Sharp, heavy, relentless. Thea exhaled slowly. The hidden, ancient evil she'd half-joked about hadn't shown itself. No undead Solomon Grundy crawling out of the river. No demonic storm lord awakening beneath the city. Just rain. Heavy, cleansing rain. She smiled faintly. See. Science. Not superstition. Standing at the glass, she watched the storm hammer against Gotham's skyline. The raindrops streaked down the reinforced windows, leaving trails of grime behind, evidence of how polluted the clouds had been. The city was literally washing its sins away. Beside her, Bruce Wayne stood silent, cane in hand, staring into the distance. Will Gotham be different after this? He asked quietly. There was hope in his voice, but also doubt. Thea didn't turn around. Her eyes stayed on the storm, her reflection flickering in the glass like firelight behind the rain. It will, she said firmly. After all the money we just burned, it damn well better be. And somewhere beyond the thunder, lightning split the heavens over Gotham. Marking the moment the city began, at last, to change. Chapter 103, The Sky Truly Changes. The thunderstorm raged over Gotham for a full day and night. Whenever the rain seemed to slow, Thea had Commissioner Gordon fire 2 more weather shells skyward, determined to shatter every last cloud over the city. Even so, she refused to waste the downtime. With the storm keeping Arkham's criminals at bay, there would be no surprise attacks tonight. The science-impaired team members went off to train, while the tech-savvy few stayed behind to help Batman rebuild his new sonic weapon. Most of his old gear had been destroyed or stolen when Bane uncovered the Batcave. But Bruce Wayne's true weapon was his mind, and that, thankfully, remained intact. With supplies provided by ArrowVerse, the group rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Bruce's hands moved with the precision of a man who'd spent years living in workshops. Thea wasn't far behind. After all, she had built her own magnetic hoverboard from scratch. And Felicity, who'd already survived countless late-night tech sessions in Star City, adapted instantly. Soon, the 3 of them, 2 billionaires and 1 hacker, were working shoulder to shoulder, welding, hammering, and calibrating in a haze of sparks and smoke. To the untrained eyes of their onlooking teammates, it looked absurd. 2 of the wealthiest people on Earth, decked out in work suits and safety goggles, sweating over machinery like factory workers. Barbara stared at them in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be the upper-class lifestyle she'd once dreamed of? Where were the champagne glasses, the gala gowns? She silently decided to stick to her modest middle-class life, far less confusing that way. Midway through the work, another surprise addition joined them, Firefly, the quiet pyromaniac herself. For once, her obsession with fire turned out to be an asset. Her mastery over heat control was uncanny, every spark and flame responded like a trained pet. Her welding was flawless, fast, precise, and eerily beautiful. In contrast, Thea had wrapped herself in 2 layers of protective gear, unwilling to risk even a speck of burn on her delicate face. Bruce was no different, ever the gentleman, he wasn't about to let his hard-earned good looks melt away in an accident. But Firefly. She didn't even blink when molten sparks landed on her skin, they just fizzled out. Watching her work, Thea found herself wondering if this woman had graduated from the Blue-Collar Academy of Magic Welding. With her help, their progress doubled. By the time the device was complete, it looked crude but functional, a prototype of Batman's envisioned sonic suppression field. Next came testing. Thea was just considering whether she should venture out into the rain to capture a test subject, when Lila arrived like a hero with a prize. One of her agents, apparently guided by some morbid curiosity, had snatched a severed arm from a fallen enhanced soldier during the retreat. He'd wrapped it in cloth and smuggled it back to camp, only to panic later when his Geiger counter began ticking. After nearly wetting himself, he promptly surrendered it to Lila. Now the entire group gathered around the specimen. Up close, they finally grasped just how dangerous these creatures truly were. Is that claws? Felicity pointed at the jagged edges near the wrist. What kind of animal did they fuse it with? Looks like some kind of lizard, Bruce said after a close inspection. If anyone could identify a genetic mutation by sight alone, it was him. They quickly moved past curiosity and got to work scanning for radiation and biofrequency patterns. At this stage, Thea could only watch, she was no biologist. Her engineering knowledge topped out somewhere between master's student and mechanical hobbyist. When it came to genetics, she might as well have been a kindergartner. Still, she paid close attention, scribbling notes as Bruce calculated and cross-referenced data streams. Whenever she didn't understand something, she quietly whispered to Felicity, who, despite being a computer scientist, had read enough random scientific papers to keep up. Across the room, Barbara and Robin watched the trio work with the pride of sports fans watching their home team score. Finally, Gotham had some brains to rival Star City's. Not that they understood a single word of it, but they could feel the brilliance. Catwoman, however, was in no mood for science. Ever since Lady Shiva had bled her dry, she'd been a walking rain cloud. 2 minutes into the analysis, she drifted off to the corner, staring out the window and stewing in her misery. Her men had come back from the dead, only for her money to disappear instead. It was like fate itself was mocking her. And worse yet, Shiva had only taken a down payment. The full debt loomed over her like a financial apocalypse. For a thief raised in Gotham's slums, borrowing money wasn't an option. If she couldn't steal enough to pay Shiva off, she'd rather sell her own jewelry before asking anyone for help. She was poor, but she had principles. She glanced at the rain outside. Maybe she could pull 1 or 2 heists tonight, just enough to ease the pain. But then she remembered Bruce was back. He'd never forgive her for returning to crime so soon. And if he found out, she'd probably lose him for good. Especially now that Talia was lurking somewhere out there, singing seductive songs and sharpening her claws. So she stayed put, silently cursing her life choices. By midnight, the rain finally stopped. When morning came, everyone stepped outside instinctively, drawn by the silence. Thea, who'd adjusted her sleep schedule back to something almost human, was the first to emerge. She wanted to see for herself if Gotham's feng shui had truly changed. Water still streamed along the streets, carrying filth and soot into the gutters. The black stains on the asphalt hinted at how much pollution the storm had washed away. Thea made a mental note to have Gordon give the sanitation workers a raise, they'd earned it today. Good thing Killer Croc was in custody, otherwise, he'd probably be bathing in this mess like it was holy water. She checked her watch, 5:15 a.m. One by one, the others gathered around. Even Bruce, who'd barely slept a wink, looked steady and composed as he stared toward the horizon. He'd once claimed he only needed an hour of sleep a night. Was that true? Maybe Catwoman could confirm later. Look. Gordon's voice broke through the dawn. The sun. At first it was faint, a thin ray breaking through the mist. Then another. Then a flood of light spilled across the city's battered skyline. For the first time in years, Gotham saw the sunrise. Thea squinted, shielding her eyes as the golden glow pierced the clouds. Sunlight spilled through her fingers, painting her face in fiery hues. It felt warm, alive, almost unreal. Behind her, everyone stood in stunned silence, watching as the darkness peeled away from their city. The last veil of fog lifted. The sky turned blue. And Thea, overwhelmed by something she couldn't quite name, began to laugh. Not a polite chuckle, but a raw, joyous laugh that echoed across the wet rooftops. Ha ha ha, she covered her face, still laughing. She didn't even know why, only that it felt good. Empowering. After all this time, after everything they'd fought through, the sun had finally risen over Gotham. And in that moment, Thea felt unstoppable. Arkham, Bane, the Court of Owls, let them come. Because today, Gotham had changed. And so had she. Chapter 104, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 1. Her smile was contagious. Barbara and her boyfriend held each other tightly, unwilling to let go, while Lila stood quietly, gazing at the sunrise with a faint, dreamy smile curving her lips, clearly lost in her own thoughts. Old friend, after all these years, was I wrong? Bruce asked softly, standing beside Gordon. His voice was calm, yet layered with emotions, happiness, relief, doubt, loss. It was hard to tell which dominated. The question caught the old commissioner off guard. Quick thinking was never his strong suit, but at his age, he understood what Bruce was really asking about. Maybe it's just a difference in perspective, Gordon replied vaguely. Men and women, we see things differently. He was worried about shaking Bruce's faith and scraped together that half-baked answer, then added, she's young, idealistic, ambitious. That's not a bad thing. Youth really is a gift, Bruce murmured. He looked toward Thea, who stood tall and radiant in the sunlight. With all the women he'd met in his life, he couldn't deny that the image before him moved him deeply, not with affection, but with pure admiration. Maybe Gordon was right. Maybe it was just a difference in perspective between men and women. Bruce could only accept that, forcing his wavering convictions back into place. If he allowed himself to believe that everything he'd done for years had been meaningless, he might just lose himself to the darkness. Turning to Gordon, he sighed, I owe you an apology. You entrusted your daughter to me, but I've always focused on Robin. From now on, I'll pay more attention to Barbara. He also wanted to see, firsthand, if men and women truly handled problems so differently. Gordon wasn't sure whether to thank him or worry. In his heart, he'd only ever wished for his daughter to live an ordinary, peaceful life. He'd never been happy seeing her take up the mantle of a vigilante. Barbara's on-again off-again training had been sloppy at best, and that was partly his fault for letting it slide. But now that Bruce Wayne had officially declared he would hold her to a high standard, there wasn't much Gordon could say. He could only give a bitter smile and nod. After all, when even billionaire playboys were risking their lives on the front line, his daughter couldn't be treated like something fragile. Fine, he thought. Let her train. Maybe it'll do her good. Unaware that her father and mentor were planning to train her within an inch of her life, Barbara was, at that very moment, still kissing her boyfriend under the morning sun. Thea, meanwhile, ignored the love-struck pair and walked over to the two older men. Uncle Bruce, she began, after debating the title for days. Calling him Mr. Wayne sounded distant, while just Bruce felt too familiar. So, Uncle Bruce it was, sweet enough to soften her tone, yet respectful. The address made Batman twitch slightly. Uncle. He was barely past 30. But then again, after days of fighting without rest, with stubble darkening his jaw, he probably did look older than he wanted to admit. Facing a 17-year-old girl, he finally sighed inwardly. Fine. Uncle it is. After a moment's thought, he replied, it's ready to use, but the effective range is limited. The target must be within 500 meters. Are you planning to strike today? Yes, Thea said firmly. Sooner rather than later. While Freeze hasn't fully recovered, this is our best chance. They'd already discussed Arkham's current situation the previous night. Now that the Court of Owls was involved, the threat had escalated to a whole new level. Bruce had hoped to wait until he'd fully healed before launching another attack, but Thea knew every second mattered. The Court of Owls, ancient, ruthless Gotham aristocrats, was capable of anything. They didn't need to say another word. Bruce silently ceded command to her. If he were in full health, leadership would naturally fall to him. No one, not even Superman, would argue that. But since he couldn't move freely, the chain of command now rested with Thea. By 9 o'clock, the officers, volunteers, and veteran fighters had all gathered. Those who knew each other exchanged brief words of surprise about the sunlight. Yes, sunlight. Something so ordinary elsewhere, yet in Gotham, almost miraculous. Even on the rare, clear days of the past, it had never shone this bright. For lifelong Gothamites, waking up to a blazing sun was almost painful. Throughout the city, convenience stores and specialty shops sold out of sunglasses within hours. Distributors across the country flooded manufacturers with calls, forcing factories into non-stop overtime to meet Gotham's sudden, bizarre demand. Economists were already speculating whether this phenomenon hinted at a new climate event, or perhaps, more dramatically, a geopolitical crisis. Bruce, meanwhile, had been busy since dawn. He'd analyzed the scarecrow toxin sample Thea had brought back and created a specialized antidote, each injection providing 12 hours of immunity. Last time, the battlefield had been too chaotic to risk using gas. But if today's sonic weapon worked, victory would be swift, and Scarecrow, ever the madman, might unleash his toxin just to spite them. Still, the billionaire didn't have time to mass-produce hundreds of doses. He prepared only enough for his inner circle. Even Felicity, who wasn't going to the front lines, received one. As for the police and citizen volunteers, he wouldn't leave them defenseless. He handed Robin a reinforced vial of antidote, 800 milliliters, to throw into the crowd if needed. It would neutralize the gas for about an hour. Barbara, Bruce said, you and Robin will move together. You'll handle the Court of Owls' talons. I'll be supporting you remotely. It was the same formation as before. With Death Angel and Mr. Freeze out of commission, they should have the advantage. But after Bruce confirmed Thea's suspicions, that Talon wasn't one person but a title shared by many, her confidence waned. If every Talon fought like the last one, even facing 3 at once would be tough. Catwoman and Miss Bridget Pike will serve as mobile support. Handle emergencies as they arise. She looked around the group. No questions. Good. Move out. Just before departure, Bruce pulled Thea aside and switched to Mandarin. Keep an eye on Selina for me, he said in a low voice. I'm worried about her and Talia. His words trailed off. Even he didn't know how to finish that sentence. If either of them got hurt, he'd be torn apart. Thea blinked, startled to hear fluent Chinese from him, but then remembered that Lady Shiva had mentioned it before. Of course he knew the language. Bruce Wayne had mastered every major one on Earth. Not just Mandarin, Cantonese too. All Thea could do was bow her head slightly in admiration. Still, it made sense. Chinese was the perfect private language, none of the others here would understand a word. And even though his meaning was vague, she caught it. He wanted her to watch over Talia, to pull her back if she went too far, but without making Selena suspicious. Chapter 105, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 2. So, he really does have feelings for Talia after all. Being a good man was truly a difficult thing. Thea could only reply in Mandarin, I understand. I'll look after her. Neither of them clarified exactly who that her referred to. For this second assault on Arkham, Thea carried fewer standard arrows and stocked up on her high-tech ones. After all, her last fight, against both Death Angel and Talia, had made one thing painfully clear: her archery skills were impressive against normal people, but against true powerhouses, her strength just wasn't enough. Even the best aim in the world meant nothing if the arrows didn't have the force to land properly. If she wanted to keep relying on archery in high-level battles, she needed more raw power. She'd realized it already, she wasn't that different from future Oliver Queen, except maybe her arms were thinner. Power is the foundation of all physical combat. She sighed. Being an archer is tough business. This time, she hadn't brought her hoverboard or that bulky anti-impact armor. Dressed more like someone going on a casual hike, scarlet cloak, sword slung diagonally across her back, and infrared goggles perched on her face, she set out confidently. But the moment she arrived outside Arkham's main gate, she regretted it. She should have brought the hoverboard. Because standing before her was a sight to make anyone's scalp tingle. The front gate, which had been blown apart in the last battle, had been fully repaired. And now, row after row of figures stood silently before it, packed densely together. At the forefront were several of Gotham's most infamous criminals. And sitting casually on the top of the 5-meter-high gate, legs crossed, hooded cloak fluttering, was Talia al Ghul. She wore her usual dark green trench coat, quiver on her back, longbow in hand. How are they all bold enough to show themselves again? Thea thought. Aren't they afraid we'll just bomb the whole place? Then it hit her. Talia must have already learned that Batman was back. She knew her old lover wouldn't dare use missiles with him nearby. So she'd assembled her army out in the open, ready for a head-on confrontation. Thea sighed inwardly. Should have brought that hoverboard just for the entrance. Well, too late for that now. She lowered her voice and turned to Lila. Get the helicopter ready. If things go south, we'll need a fast exit. Honestly, the whole scene felt like two rival school gangs meeting on the playground after class. Both sides neatly lined up, soldiers facing soldiers, leaders facing leaders. The sheer tension of it all was almost surreal. If the enemy dared to come out this boldly, they must have something up their sleeve. She had to stay sharp. When both sides had fully assembled, Talia stood up on the gate, planted one hand against the stone, and pushed off. With an elegant motion, she flipped forward and landed lightly on the ground, walking slowly toward the front. Her piercing gaze locked onto Thea's side. So she really was the one pulling the strings behind all this. Thea thought. Makes sense. Talia had the brains and the manpower. Even the Penguin, the Pigman, and the rest of Gotham's freaks stood silently behind her, proof enough that she was calling the shots. For a brief moment, Thea considered nudging Commissioner Gordon forward again to play the commanding leader role, but before she could, Catwoman stepped out on her own. Selina Kyle was fully armed today. Tight black leather suit concealing 3 knives, a coiled whip in hand, and collapsible batons hanging at her waist. Ever since Talia's reappearance, all of Selina's pent-up frustration had been simmering to the surface. So it was you behind everything, she hissed. You should know who I am. Let's settle this, woman to woman. Thea was more than happy to let them duel it out. Their skill levels were roughly even. Talia's fighting style was disciplined, methodical, and precise, while Catwoman's fluctuated wildly between brilliant and reckless. But an enraged Selina could be dangerous. Who knew? Maybe she'd even pull off a miracle. Inwardly, Thea had to admit that Batman's foresight was terrifying. His earlier words echoed in her mind as she watched the two women square off. All I have to do is keep them alive, she thought, sighing as she notched an arrow, ready to support whoever started losing. But then something completely unexpected happened. Talia raised a finger toward Selina, who had just stepped forward. You and I, she said calmly, have personal matters to settle. Then she pointed at Thea. But she and I have business. Selina froze. For a long moment, her emotions tangled in knots. She'd seen Bruce pull Thea aside earlier, whispering in that strange foreign language. She hadn't understood the words, but after so many years together, she didn't need to. She knew his heart. He still had feelings for Talia. So where did that leave her? Talia had a shared past with him. A child, even. Maybe they were simply more compatible. When Selina had challenged Talia, it was meant as a final gamble, win or lose, at least it would be over. But now, hearing that Talia wouldn't even fight her, using business as an excuse. Something inside her cracked. The fire in her chest died down. Fine, she thought bitterly. If you've got business, go handle it. Thea, meanwhile, was completely bewildered. What the hell just happened? Wasn't this supposed to be a showdown between the two women? She'd even gotten her arrow ready. And now Catwoman just walked back. Thea rubbed at her temples. What is even going on? Before she could collect her thoughts, Talia spoke again, words that hit Thea like a thunderbolt. Sister, Talia said, eyes locked onto her, come out. This battle is between us. She tossed back her hood, revealing a cascade of dark brown hair. Wait, what? Who was she talking to? Thea glanced left and right. Nissa Al Ghul. Was she here? But no, within seconds, she realized everyone on both sides was staring at her. You mean, me? You're calling me your sister? The hell I am. Her mind raced. Don't tell me I'm secretly Ra's al Ghul's daughter or something. Her mother couldn't possibly have had connections with the League of Assassins, right? Well, statistically speaking, according to social network theory, it only takes 6 degrees of separation to connect any two people on Earth. But even that was too far-fetched. Thea shook her head violently, chasing off the absurd thought. Talia had clearly mistaken her for someone else. She glanced down at her own outfit, similar age, similar dark hair, red-accented combat suit, and, yeah, the fighting style of the League. Okay, she admitted to herself. I kinda get the confusion. After all, both Ra's and his beloved son-in-law Batman shared one unfortunate flaw: neither paid much attention to women. In the League, there was basically only one woman they ever cared about, Talia. Even Sarah Lance had only managed to join thanks to Nissa's influence. Thinking of Nissa, Thea blurted out instinctively, I'm not Nissa. And the moment she said it, she regretted it. How the hell would anyone here even know that name? Sure enough, Talia's lips curved in a faint smile. So father didn't come with you, then? This must be your trial mission. Sent to capture me, the traitor. He's as heartless as ever. Thea felt like screaming. God damn it, Talia, you're too smart for your own good. She had no idea how to even argue with that. The timing did match. Nissa really was supposed to be on her trial journey around now. But in this timeline, she was supposed to be on Lienyu, not in Gotham. Thea's face twitched. Big sister, you've got the wrong girl. Chapter 106, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 3. When the so-called truth was revealed, it didn't just leave Thea reeling, even the entire hero side was shaken. Watching remotely, Bruce Wayne, supposedly the man with the world's highest IQ, had been mentally bracing himself to watch the two women in his life tear each other apart. But instead of a fiery clash, the situation had somehow twisted into whatever this was. Thea, are you actually? Bruce had spent plenty of time in Nanda Parbat, though he'd never met Nissa herself. He only knew of her. Still, he understood how the League of Assassins operated, so Talia's suspicions made perfect sense to him. And with that hyper-analytical mind of his, he caught another detail almost instantly. Thea. Talia. The names were similar. In less than 5 seconds, Bruce's brain had already spun through a dozen possibilities. Etymology, genealogy, bloodline theory. And concluded that there was at least a 90% chance the two were related. Sometimes, reading too many detective novels was a curse. He was way overthinking it. Thea, of course, could never admit to any of that nonsense. She had nothing to do with Ra's al Ghul, the world's most notorious supervillain. We're not related. You have to believe me. Her tone did little to ease Bruce's doubt. Finding out that a promising young ally might secretly be his sister-in-law was not something the billionaire vigilante had a facial expression for. He could only sigh to himself. What a small world. If Thea simply removed her hood, Talia would immediately realize her mistake. Ra's al Ghul was Middle Eastern, while Thea was white down to the 8th generation. Anyone who wasn't face-blind could tell the difference. But revealing her face went against her code of caution. With Gotham crawling with lunatics, she couldn't risk exposing her identity. If Talia wanted to misunderstand, well, let her. Ignoring the strange looks from everyone around her, Thea stepped forward. Talia, assuming she was accepting the challenge, mirrored the motion. They both stopped 10 paces apart. Let's settle this by league rules, Talia said evenly. If I lose, I'll withdraw with my people. If you lose, the same. She gestured, and dozens of black-clad archers emerged from the shadows. It was unclear whether they were loyalists who'd followed her after defecting from the League, or new recruits she'd trained herself. Either way, there were nearly 100 of them. If all of them were even close to Yao Fei's level, that could easily sway the battle's balance. Good idea. Thea, take the deal, Bruce's voice came through the comms, tense. He wanted nothing more than for his old lover to back off and never return to Gotham's chaos again. Agreed. Thea was already of the same mind. Both women removed their bows and laid them gently on the ground. They locked eyes and drew their melee weapons, Talia her jagged blade, Thea her long sword, then performed a series of intricate gestures in unison, saluting to unseen ancient gods. The League's traditions ran deep. Ra's al Ghul might be a villain to the core, but he had raised his followers to respect ceremony and the old ways. Malcolm Merlyn, who'd once served as Ra's lieutenant, knew these rituals well. And, of course, he'd taught them all to Thea. That, however, created an unfortunate misunderstanding. Each rank in the League had its own variation of the salute, tiny differences in angle and motion. And Malcolm, once a deputy, had naturally taught Thea the deputy's version. Talia, who'd long served as her father's right hand, had used the same one. So now, the two women's movements were perfectly synchronized. To onlookers, it simply looked elegant and ancient. But to those who understood, it screamed same rank. Watching through the monitors, Bruce felt his stomach twist. He was one of only 3 people present who even recognized the gesture. Thea, he said into the comm, you're part of the League. She wanted to quip back, no, I'm with the Horde, but had no time for jokes. Her entire focus was on Talia's footwork, her posture, her eyes. No, she replied curtly. But even that brief response threw off her rhythm. Talia lunged, her serrated blade slashing toward Thea's neck. Thea deflected instantly, both hands lifting her sword to catch the blow, then snapping out a swift kick aimed at Talia's midsection. Talia, the seasoned instructor who'd once trained Yao Fei and would one day train Green Arrow himself, moved like water. She twisted aside, turned her slash into a sweep, and ran her blade down along Thea's sword toward her fingers. Thea flicked her wrist, switching into a Spanish fencing thrust. The rapier-style maneuver driving straight for Talia's centerline. Not bad, your close combat's sharper than your archery, Talia said, blocking cleanly. My archery's the weakest thing about me. You've underestimated me. Thea's sword flashed again and again, thrust, cut, parry. Every motion faster, tighter, trying to seize the initiative. Excellent, Talia admitted. She had clearly taken the girl too lightly. Last time, in their archery duel, she'd held the upper hand. But this opponent, young, fierce, burning with focus, was no one to be dismissed. For all her pride as the eldest daughter of the demon and the warrior of the League, Talia could not afford to lose. She answered strike for strike, matching Thea's speed. From afar, Bruce grimaced. His earlier interruption had thrown Thea off at the start. But seeing her regain ground eased him slightly. Still, the sight of the two women fighting tore at him. He hated his own uselessness. He'd asked Thea to look after Catwoman, and now, somehow, she was the one in danger. Meanwhile, the main women hadn't even fought yet. The situation was absurd. He briefly considered suiting up and heading out himself. Then looked at the crutch leaning against his chair. Charging into the melee half-crippled would just make him Gotham's biggest embarrassment. He thought about giving tactical instructions remotely. But both women were moving too fast, countering each other perfectly, like two graduates of the same school. There was nothing he could say that would help. Desperate, he searched for anyone who could act as backup. His two protégés, Robin and Batgirl, were both watching the feed in awe. Neither could hope to intervene in a fight at that level. That left only one option. His other lover. Selina, Bruce said quietly into the comm, keep an eye on them. If things get dangerous, stop it. He knew the moment he said it, she'd understand exactly what he meant. And hate it. Asking one lover to protect another was beyond awkward, even for him. Sure enough, a sharp, jealous snort came through the line. Then silence. Meanwhile, on the field, the two women's battle had reached its peak. Thea took a cut to her left shoulder, Talia's face was bloodied from a punch that split her lip. Both retreated 3 steps, circling warily, blades raised. Each trying to catch the faintest opening in the other's guard. The tension between them was palpable, two predators, both wounded, both refusing to yield. Chapter 107, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 4. This battle was nothing like their last archery duel. That had been a half-hearted skirmish. Talia, wary of a trap from her father, had held back. And Thea hadn't wanted to fight her at all. Both sides had kept their power restrained. But this time was different. Talia believed her younger sister had won their father's favor. And the thought burned inside her. All her years of struggle, all her loyalty, all her pain, none of it had earned her that same regard. Now, rage clouded everything. She forgot about Catwoman, forgot about her son, even forgot about Batman. All she wanted was to prove that she, Talia al Ghul, was no lesser than the so-called sister. Thea, meanwhile, hadn't even planned on fighting. Dragged into it to shield Catwoman, she could only curse her luck. the most unjust case in all of Gotham. At first she'd fought cautiously, mindful that this was Batman's woman. And Green Arrow's future teacher besides. But after a few close calls, her patience snapped. Enough. If Catwoman could have Bruce, if Green Arrow needed a mentor, so what? She'd just hit back, hard. In a word, fight back, full force. After barely half a minute's breather, the two clashed again, blade against blade. Steel shrieking as sparks flew. The cops and criminals watching from both sides were utterly baffled. Wasn't this supposed to be their Gotham Civil War? Why were two outsiders stealing the show? But with both women fighting like storms, no one dared interrupt. Everyone in Gotham knew Talia's story. How she had crossed half the world with her child to find her husband. Now, watching her fight Thea so furiously. It wasn't hard for the peanut gallery to start drawing certain conclusions. Heard she came to fight for her man, one of Penguin's goons muttered. Yeah, and that's her sister she's fighting, a Talon from the Court of Owls whispered back, as if privy to inside information. Then why were they going at each other like that, a cop asked. Can't you tell, a grizzled old soldier snorted. It's family business, and you know the kind I mean. Don't ask too much. With nothing better to do, both factions started gossiping to pass the time. The story spread and morphed, each retelling adding new dramatic flourishes. By the time it reached the back lines, the tale had become nearly unrecognizable. And poor Catwoman had been completely written out of it. When the final, most sensational version made its way, via Firefly, of all people, back to Catwoman. She was completely dumbfounded. The rumor now said that Talia's younger sister, who'd adored Batman since childhood, had grown up and come to Gotham seeking true love. Her elder sister had opposed it fiercely. And so the Battle of Gotham had erupted between them. And the source? A longtime member of Talia's own entourage, making it sound so credible. As for Catwoman, she didn't even make a cameo in this revised legend. Talia's underlings hadn't thought she mattered enough to mention. So there Selina stood, surrounded by sideways glances and whispered speculation. Her expression blank. Fine, she thought bitterly. Pretend I don't exist. Just wait, one day I'll rob every one of your houses blind. Unaware that she'd not only taken the blame but been erased from the story entirely. Thea and Talia's duel had entered its final stage. Talia's advantage lay in experience. Both women had been taught by their fathers. But compared to Ra's al Ghul, Malcolm Merlyn was in a different league entirely. Even though Thea had later trained under Lady Shiva, she still lacked Talia's battlefield instincts. But Thea had youth on her side. She was 16, Talia was past 30, a full generation older. And motherhood had taken its toll. Never trust experts who say childbirth doesn't affect one's body. There's a reason no martial arts masters level up after giving birth. Ha! Thea tilted her head aside, dodging a downward slash. Then spun with the motion, switching her sword to her left hand. And slicing at Talia's waist in a single fluid motion. Talia's form was starting to falter. She bent backward into a bridge to avoid the strike, barely. Thea pressed her advantage. Before Talia could rise, she swung both hands down in a brutal overhand strike. Talia rolled, sweeping her legs to hook Thea's and drag her down. But Thea saw through it. Her feet dug into the ground, left foot forward, right turned across. Forming a perfect T-stance. That wasn't league technique. That was Kalaripayattu, the Indian martial art Lady Shiva had taught her. A style that mixed dance, ritual, and deadly precision. Thea had never taken it too seriously, she preferred the straightforward, bone-breaking kind of combat. But today, it worked like magic. Ra's al Ghul might have known the art. But Talia clearly didn't. When her legs failed to budge Thea's stance, she realized she was in trouble. Seeing her chance, Thea twisted her wrist, bringing her blade in a diagonal arc straight toward Talia's throat. Talia was still on the ground, no way to dodge. The humiliation stung worse than the danger itself. To lose to someone half her age, her own sister, was unbearable. Reflex overrode pride. She thrust her knife upward toward Thea's heart. Selina, now. Bruce's shout burst through the comms, raw with panic. Thea and Talia were moving too fast. By the time anyone reacted, it was almost too late. Catwoman flung her throwing knives, ready to intervene. But Thea had expected the counterattack. She'd kept a dagger and used until now. And with a ringing clang, she parried Talia's blade aside. Her sword stopped just at Talia's throat. You lose, Thea said quietly. Thea, don't, Bruce's voice was desperate. Commissioner Gordon opened his mouth to speak, then thought better of it. For your trial, Talia said calmly, tossing her knife aside. She didn't even try to get up. Finish it. Trial, my ass, Thea thought. She'd already won. What was she supposed to gain from killing her? There were no rewards, no achievements for murder. And Bruce would never forgive her if she did. Still, walking away without doing anything would break League protocol. And the 100 black-clad assassins watching made that clear. Even Bruce, who knew the rules, hesitated. To interrupt now would insult both women. Thea froze, sword still poised. 5 long seconds passed. Damn it, she thought, could someone please give me a way out of this? And just as she was thinking that, 3 spinning, razor-edged blades suddenly came whirring toward her out of nowhere. Chapter 108, Second Assault on Arkham, Part 5. Thea almost wanted to rush forward and give the reckless fool who'd interrupted their duel a thumbs up. The League of Assassins was all about rules. Ra's al Ghul had lived for over 800 years, and whatever humanity he once had was long gone. The only thing left sustaining him was his obsession with tradition. So when the spinning blades came flying, Thea didn't panic. She sidestepped one, slashed another out of the air. And the last was cleaved in half by a furious Talia, who had just pushed herself back to her feet. Watching the other woman seething with righteous rage, Thea couldn't help but find the League's logic fascinating. She could try to kill Talia and that was fine, but if someone helped Talia, that was unforgivable. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Since the sacred duel had been disrupted, it couldn't continue anyway. So Thea decided to make a show of it. Who dared interrupt us? She shouted sharply, voice ringing across the courtyard. Talia, sword in hand, glared toward her own ranks, equally furious at whoever had ruined her solemn ritual. Neither woman had seen who had thrown the blades. But among Talia's 100-odd followers, a few sharp-eyed ones began whispering. Within seconds, 100 bows were raised and aimed at one very unlucky man, the short, round, sharp-nosed penguin. It was absurd, really. The so-called League of Assassins somehow had an entire army of archers. Aside from Batman, their one dropout success, Ra's seemed only to produce bowmen. Black arrow, green arrow, red arrow, the list went on. Now, with 100 arrows pointed his way, Oswald Cobblepot froze. He'd spent his whole life perfecting the art of stabbing allies in the back. Not helping them. And today, the one time he tried to do something good, he ended up in the crosshairs of 100 assassins. Moments ago, he'd used his umbrella gun to fire 3 small blades, trying to save Talia. Now, it seemed he'd only managed to doom himself. The pig-faced man beside him quietly shuffled a few steps away. "You have violated the sacred duel of the League," Thea declared, her voice loud and clear. "By ancient law, I sentence you to combat. Face me. If you win, you live. If you lose, you die." She spoke first in English, then repeated it in classical Arabic for good measure, raising her sword dramatically to point straight at Penguin. "Win, live. Lose, die." Talia's followers echoed in unison, their voices feverish. Some even drew their blades and lifted them toward the sky, as if conducting a holy rite. To Thea's surprise, Talia didn't object in the slightest. Her anger at the interruption was greater than any gratitude toward the men who had saved her. Rules were rules. She raised her own blade and barked coldly. "Come out. You must die." Commissioner Gordon's side looked on in total confusion. Wasn't this their enemy? Why was Thea now orchestrating a civil war among the villains? What kind of genius move was this? Batman, watching through the monitors, knew exactly what was happening. He sighed and began explaining to the bewildered cops and vigilantes around him. About Ra's al Ghul's centuries of life, about the League's ancient customs. About how these rules could be as binding as any law. By the time he was done, everyone was staring at him wide-eyed, wondering if 800-year-old warlords really existed. Meanwhile, Thea, completely unaware that Batman's narration had turned her into part of some mystical legend, was milking the moment for all it was worth. "Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding," Penguin stammered, sweat beading under his bowler hat. The crowd around him had instinctively cleared several meters of space. "Fight Thea." Impossible. He'd just watched her and Talia duel for half an hour. Those blades moved faster than his eyes could follow. He wasn't a fighter, he was a schemer, a cripple with a limp, not some frontline brute. The League's will is absolute. Thea barked. "You insulted a sacred trial, therefore, you insulted Ra's al Ghul himself." She felt her acting skills level up on the spot. She had absolutely nothing to do with the League, of course. But invoking Ra's name was as effective as waving a tiger's hide. And Talia's assassins roared in approval, shouting to bolster her authority. Poor Penguin wanted to faint. Or better yet, be shot and put out of his misery. Even he had heard stories of the Demon's Head. A name whispered in Gotham's underworld with a mix of awe and terror. And now he was being accused of insulting him. All he'd done was help. "Fine," Thea said, lowering her tone, "if you won't come forward, I'll carry out the sentence myself. She knew better than to drag this act out too long. Wave the tiger skin too long and you might summon the actual tiger. Her connection with Malcolm Merlin couldn't stand exposure. And if Roz really did appear, it was anyone's guess whom he'd execute first, Talia or her. Drawing one of her specialized arrows, Thea knocked it to her bow, an ice arrow, gleaming pale blue. This was the perfect chance to eliminate Penguin under League justice. Even if Batman saw it, he'd have to admit the rules demanded it. Let's see if your nickname means you're really resistant to cold, she thought. You're no Mr. Freeze. WHSSST. The arrow flew. Penguin tensed. 100 bows aimed at him meant he couldn't risk dodging. One wrong move and he'd be turned into a pincushion. He froze in place, deciding to take the hit and hope it wasn't fatal. Thea, mercifully, didn't aim for his vitals, only for his bad leg. The arrow struck with a muffled thud. Instantly, frost began to spread across his limb, crawling upward in seconds. Penguin's eyes went wide. This wasn't a normal arrow. His last coherent thought was she tricked me. Before his lips stiffened, freezing mid-word. Thea sighed, unimpressed. So much for the terrifying Penguin of Gotham. Within moments, the ice had engulfed his leg entirely. Another few seconds and he'd be a popsicle fit for display. Just as she was about to turn her attention back to Talia, a deafening roar shattered the air. A massive figure leapt down from a nearby rooftop, landing with enough force to crack the pavement. In 5 seconds flat, he'd sprinted 100 meters. A mountain of muscle moving like a tank. The newcomer reached out with one thick arm, grabbing the frozen Penguin by the collar, yanking him from the ground as easily as pulling up a weed. He tore the arrow from Penguin's leg, studied his pale face for a moment, then seized the same leg and slammed him against the ground. Once, twice, a dozen times, until the ice shattered off his body. Satisfied with his work, the giant handed the limp, unconscious Penguin to a terrified henchman, and grinned beneath a black mask. Bane. Bruce's voice came low and grim from the monitors. Thea's eyes narrowed. She'd expected this. Where Talia went, Bane was never far behind. Still, the brute had ruined her perfect finish. And that did annoy her. Today, Bane was fully armed. A towering 2-meter frame, bare-chested. Green canisters strapped to his back. Tubes pumping venom directly into his masked mouth. His voice rumbled like an earthquake. Talia, he growled, this isn't what we agreed on.